In the face of adversity, Lin Feng, an ordinary young man, could not bear to see his mother and sister humiliated and bravely confronted the bullies, unexpectedly acquiring a fortuitous talent in the process. Henceforth, Lin Feng found himself pursued by the school beauty and favored by a female CEO. Yet his sole desire was to quietly amass wealth, engaging in the art of stone gambling and seeking hidden treasures, aspiring to live as a low-profile yet opulent millionaire. Chapter 1. The King of Stone Gambling. Lin Feng just relinquish that worthless stone and avoid unnecessary trouble. His uncle advised, as Lin Feng and his family were cornered in their courtyard by a group of thugs. Adorned with tattoos, wielding clubs, Lin Feng's uncle, having accepted benefits from the notorious bully, Brother Biao, was urging the family to surrender the freshly unearthed jadeite rough stone. Don't be foolish. You and your mother and sister cannot stand against Brother Biao. His uncle Lin Jiangwo said, lighting a cigarette and exhaling slowly. Do you see that gang? They are the enforcers of the stone gambling city. Who can you possibly defeat? Lin Feng remained silent, resolutely shielding his blind mother and school-going sister with his body. Since their father's passing, his uncle had transformed, seizing their means of livelihood and allying with thugs to intimidate them. Enough! Even if it costs me my life, I will not hand over the stone, Lin Feng declared, his brow furrowed, recalling that the stone might be their family's sole source of sustenance. What did you say? Lin Jiangwo, infuriated, threw a cigarette to the ground and threatened, Sister-in-law, I have warned you. You know what kind of people Brother Biao associates with. If you refuse to part with your wealth today, you may have to sacrifice your lives in the future. Ain't this? Lin Feng's mother gasped, trembling as she rose from the ground to grasp her son's arm. Xiao Feng, just give them the stone. Mom. Lin Feng turned to stabilize his blind mother, saying, you need your medication for your eyes, and my sister needs to continue her studies. If we give them the stone, how will we survive? Nancheng, a small town on the southern frontier of the Summer Kingdom, was surrounded by mountains with scarce arable land. Its isolation meant that the only means of survival for its inhabitants was the jadeite rough stones, hence it was dubbed the Stone Gambling City. Thus, despite its small size, Nancheng was rife with various hoodlums who thrived on extortion and exploitation, profiting unjustly from the impoverished populace. Lin Feng's determination to protect their meager wealth stemmed from the fact that this rough stone was their family's only lifeline that housed the negotiation going. If it's not working out, step aside, Brother Biao swaggered over, brandishing his club and questioning Lin Jiangwo with an air of disdain. I'm still trying to persuade them. Just give me a moment, Lin Jiangwo replied, bowing and scraping that in truth he had no intention of helping Lin Feng's family. He merely sought to secure the rough stone for himself to evade the protection fees imposed by Brother Biao, a sum not to be trifled with, leading him to betray his own kin. Get out of my way. If you think you can negotiate with me, you're mistaken. If you don't settle this by tomorrow, they'll take your sister as collateral, Brother Biao sneered. What did you say? Lin Feng's anger boiled over. This is my find, why should I give it to you? As his words fell, the surrounding thugs erupted into laughter, mocking the notion of someone in Nancheng defying the status quo. Today, I'm here to collect protection fees, and if you lack the funds, you must surrender the stone or let me take your sister, Brother Biao taunted, glancing at Lin Shui, who was cowering in the corner, and added with a smirk, why don't you ask if my club agrees? Boss, why waste time with him? Let's just beat him up, one thug suggested. Yeah, this kid just needs a good thrashing. Another chimed end as they surged towards Lin Shui. Lin Feng interjected, arms crossed, and declared, if anyone lays a finger on my sister today, I will make sure you regret it. What? They guffawed. Did he say he'd take us down with him? Did you hear that? Instead of being deterred, the thugs laughed even harder, advancing towards Lin Feng, who stood his ground. Come on, little beauty, Brother Biao leered, extending his hands towards Lin Shui with a lascivious grin in that moment. Lin Feng could no longer hold back. He surged forward like a whirlwind, snatching a club from one of the thugs and striking Brother Biao squarely on the head. The sound of a pained scream echoed as Brother Biao crumpled to the ground, his head split open. But just as Lin Feng attempted to pull his sister away, he felt a sharp impact at the back of his head, followed by a rush of blood cascading down his neck. As he collapsed, a blinding pain engulfed him, and a torrent of strange memories flooded his mind. The king of stone gambling, fragments of memories coalesced, revealing the complete life of a stone gambling master. My past life? Lin Feng murmured, blinking back to consciousness, only to find Brother Biao and his gang dragging his sister away. His blind mother, desperately trying to intervene, was repeatedly pushed to the ground, her face bruised against the wall. Filled with rage, Lin Feng sprang to his feet and charged after them, delivering a powerful kick that sent one of Brother Biao's thugs flying. Superhuman strength? In the recesses of his newfound memories, Lin Feng understood that not only had he inherited the title of the king of stone gambling, but he was also a cultivator, tragically, betrayed by a trusted brother, leading to his demise during a critical moment of training. What? He's awake? Brother Biao and his gang, seeing Lin Feng pursue them, brandished their clubs, prepared to retaliate. But Lin Feng was no longer the defenseless boy they once knew. He confronted them with fierce determination, delivering decisive blows that left them reeling. Cries of anguish filled the air as Brother Biao and his cohorts writhed on the ground, unable to retaliate. Lin Feng, you. Lin Jiangwo stammered, his legs trembling in fear, terrified of suffering the same fate as the thugs. He had never witnessed such a terrifying glare from Lin Feng, whose eyes radiated a chilling aura of vengeance. Little sister, Mom, are you all right? Lin Feng disregarded his uncle, focusing instead on supporting the two women. Lin Shui, too frightened to speak, shook her head in tears, while their mother bore numerous bruises from the earlier altercations. Xiaofeng, did you really beat them up? She questioned, her voice quivering with concern. They are not to be trifled with. Perhaps we should leave this place. Seeing the worry etched on his mother's face, Lin Feng's heart tightened, tears brimming in his eyes. As the sole man in the family, he felt the weight of having allowed his mother and sister to be bullied so cruelly. Brother, watch out! Suddenly, Lin Shui's expression changed drastically as she pointed behind Lin Feng in alarm. Mediocre Lin Feng, unwilling to see his mother and sister humiliated, engaged in a fierce struggle against the bullies, unexpectedly acquiring a fortuitous advantage. From that moment forth, Lin Feng found himself pursued by the school beauty and favored by the female CO. Yet his sole desire remained to quietly amass wealth, engaging in the art of stone gambling, aspiring to be a discreet yet opulent magnate. Chapter 1. The King of Stone Gambling. Chapter 2. The Merchant of Deceit. Upon hearing his sister's piercing scream, Lin Feng abruptly rose to his feet and delivered a kick to the man charging at him with a club. The man was sent flying several hundred meters, crashing heavily onto the concrete, frothing at the mouth. The onlookers were rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear, utterly astonished by Lin Feng's formidable prowess. Which hand did you use to touch my sister? Lin Feng demanded as he approached the intimidating figure of Brother Biao, driven by a desire for vengeance for both his sister and his mother. Big brother, I was wrong, truly wrong, Brother Biao stammered, nearly wetting himself in terror at the sight of Lin Feng's fearsome gaze. I swear I won't do it again. Just let me go, please. Men like Brother Biao, who thrived on intimidation, were quick to cower at the prospect of life and death, their previous bravado vanishing without a trace. Wrong? Lin Feng regarded him coldly, suddenly lifting his foot to strike Brother Biao's kneecap, inquiring, is that all it is? Brother Biao's kneecap shattered under the force, his face contorting in agony as cold sweat soaked through his clothing. Crack! Another kick, this time breaking Brother Biao's left arm. Does it hurt? Lin Feng continued, delivering a blow that shattered the right arm as well, causing Brother Biao to faint from the excruciating pain, unable to utter a sound. His subordinates terrified with their pants, too frightened to make a sound, even suppressing their breathing, fearful that Lin Feng might notice them and subject them to a similar fate. Get him out of here. Lin Feng wished to avoid any further bloodshed in front of his sister. Though he was no longer the timid Lin Feng, these men appeared as mere ants before him. Yes, thank you for sparing my life, big brother. Upon hearing this, Brother Biao's lackeys breathed a sigh of relief, hoisting their leader and hastily fleeing the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Jiangwo, standing nearby, felt his legs weaken, unable to take a step forward. Lin Feng, I'm still your second uncle, you cannot. Second uncle? Lin Feng found this term laughable. His father had cared for this brother in life. Yet what had his uncle done for them? In the face of Lin Feng's icy glare, Lin Jiangwo crawled before Lin's mother, weeping in anguish. Big sister-in-law, you cannot abandon us. We are family. At this moment, Lin's mother regained some composure, enduring the pain as she implored, Xiaofeng, for your father's sake, let it go. Mother, why are you still being soft-hearted? Lin Feng stepped forward and kicked Lin Jiangwo aside, asserting, if it weren't for him, how would Brother Biao and his men have known about the raw stone I unearthed? If it weren't for him, how could our only mine have vanished? If we let him off easily today, he will double his efforts to harm us in the future. As Lin Feng spoke, he advanced towards his uncle, unyielding. He was no saint, incapable of sparing those who had wronged his family for the sake of so-called kinship. Though Lin's mother had poor eyesight, her hearing was keen. She grasped Lin Feng's leg, shaking her head vigorously. Xiaofeng, if your father were alive, he would never agree to this. Lin Feng halted his steps, his gaze fixed sharply on Lin Jiangwo. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. You may leave. Observing his disheveled appearance, Lin Shui could not suppress a chuckle. Mom, you need not worry. I know my limits. With that, Lin Feng turned to his sister and instructed, prepare some food for Mom. I should make a trip to Yusher City. Brother, we have no food at home. Only a handful of brown rice remains, Lin Shui replied, tears cascading down her cheeks as she looked down. After speaking, Lin Feng picked up the raw stone and exited the house, making his way towards Yusher City. He had previously believed himself to be a master cultivator in his past life, and upon seeing his mother's injuries, he wished to offer her treatment. Yet, he soon realized that his cultivation level was too low to possess any healing abilities. His rudimentary skills were limited to fighting, leaving Lin Feng feeling quite exasperated. Fortunately, he had been a master of stone gambling in his former life, a skill that might help them escape their plight. Boss, how much will you pay for this raw stone? Lin Feng inquired as he entered a shop in Yusher City. Upon receiving the stone, the shop owner, Feng Xiaoyan, feigned a frown and said, not worth much. I'll give you 500. 500? While it may not be top-notch, this rough material is worth at least 10,000. If it weren't for the lack of funds to open the stone, Lin Feng would not have considered selling it at all. Hey, make a counteroffer. I will take it if it's reasonable. Otherwise, I'm leaving. Lin Feng had no desire to haggle with a swindler and began to walk out. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he was intercepted by Feng Xiaoyan, who coldly remarked, are you here to toy with me? If you don't sell, you'll find it impossible to sell this on the street today. Do you believe me? Lin Feng chuckled silently, knowing Feng Xiaoyan was not exaggerating. There was a group in Yusher City, and as soon as someone shouted in that group, no one would offer more than 500 for that raw stone. Who says no one is buying? I am, came a voice as a stunning beauty entered the shop, her tall, slender figure accentuated by her curves. Large eyes framed by long eyelashes, and smooth, fair skin emanating a delightful fragrance. Dressed in leather attire, her hair styled high, she exuded an air of competence. I will purchase this rough material for 100,000. When watching, Lin Feng instantly recognized the graceful woman as his middle school classmate. Lin Feng? When Wan Qing was equally surprised to encounter him here, joyfully grasping his hand and asking, where have you been since you stopped attending school? Who brought this little girl here to cause trouble? Do you even know who runs this stone shop? Feng Xiaoyan scrutinized Wan Qing, feeling perplexed as he had never seen her before, despite knowing nearly everyone in Yusher City. She was a case of someone whose name and demeanor did not align. Hey, little girl, if you don't show some respect, I'll teach you a lesson, Feng Xiaoyan threatened, raising his hand to strike. However, before he could bring it down, he felt as if his wrist were caught in a vice, a sharp pain shooting through it. How can you lay a hand on a girl without shame? Lin Feng questioned. Kid, mind your own business and let go of me. Feng Xiaoyan barked at Lin Feng, yet the pain in his wrist intensified, the bones creaking ominously. Lin Feng regarded him with an impassive expression, disdainfully replying, still not being honest? I see that you have little regard for your hands. Spare me, brother. I beg for mercy. Feng Xiaoyan's eyes bulged in pain as he felt his wrist being twisted, and he quickly pleaded for leniency. Upon noticing Feng's sudden compliance, Lin Feng released him. However, unexpectedly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his expression darkened. You insolent brat, daring to threaten me on my turf. Today marks your end. Bring me some men, encircle this kid. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the bodyguards from the stone memoirs charged towards Lin Feng, surrounding him with an intimidating demeanor. Bah, what do you think you are? On my territory, the rules are dictated by me. If you don't hand over the stone obediently today, none of you will leave this establishment. Feng Xiaoyan displayed an arrogant demeanor, glaring at Lin Feng with menace. Lin Feng, you should leave. This guy dares not harm me. At that moment, when Wan Qing suddenly spread her arms, shielding Lin Feng while shouting at him. Lin Feng felt a surge of gratitude, but chose not to retreat. Instead, he smiled and said, I appreciate your kindness, yet these individuals are not my match. Huh? When Wan Qing was momentarily taken aback, thinking that even if he wanted to save face, there was no need to boast so brazenly. Oof, even at death's door, you still seek to be a hero. Then I shall make you suffer like a bear. Everyone attack. With a wave of his hand, Feng Xiaoyan commanded all to charge at Lin Feng. He felt a surge of joy, knowing all these bodyguards were professionally trained, and this kid would be no match for them. Smack! In the next moment, Lin Feng delivered a resounding slap that sent one bodyguard flying 5 meters, crashing painfully to the ground. The remaining bodyguards were momentarily stunned, then rallied to attack Lin Feng once more. However, Lin Feng merely smirked. His body suddenly moved like lightning, weaving through the crowd like a phantom, leaving them unable to track his movements. Conversely, when his hands connected with their bodies. They were sent sprawling backward as if struck by a massive force. In a mere 30 seconds, all were left on the ground, clutching their chests in agony, unable to rise. What? Feng Xiaoyan's face turned pale with shock. Even when Wanqing looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, astonished by his newfound prowess after years of absence. A swarm of ants dares to confront me? I was blind to your strength earlier. I beg you, spare me. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. Listen well, ungrateful wretch. Do not let me see you on this street again, or I shall strike you each time we meet. Why, yes, understood. I will certainly avoid you in the future. Feng Xiaoyan felt a chill of despair. Who is this individual? When did such a formidable person emerge in this small city? As he resigned himself, Lin Feng had already taken Wanqing's hand and exited the establishment. Once outside, when Wanqing blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, Lin Feng, you were incredible just now. Where did you learn such skills? Self-taught merely. By the way, this stone. I shall keep it. This card contains exactly 20,000 yuan. Take it for now. Should the stone reveal green, I will ensure you are rewarded handsomely. As when Wanqing handed over a stone, she also presented Lin Feng with a bank card worth 20,000 yuan. A wave of joy surged through Lin Feng. With such capital, the prospect of earning even more was no longer a worry. Although he now had funds for his mother's eye treatment, his sister's tuition for the upcoming semester remained uncertain. It would be wise to explore other shops. Perhaps he could earn a little more. Accepting the card, he smiled and said, All right, I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll take my leave for now. We can gather again when time permits. Wait a moment, when Wanqing called after him gently. As Lin Feng had taken a couple of steps, she caught up and added, Why are you leaving so hastily? Here is my contact information. Please share your phone number with me. Certainly, Lin Feng replied without hesitation, exchanging numbers before turning to leave. After walking for a short distance, he passed by a stone gambling shop named Tian Shige. His expression brightened instantly. He paused for a moment and then strode confidently inside. Within the Tian Shige, there were 6 major areas, each showcasing different categories of stones. The key to successful stone gambling lay in choosing the right area. Lin Feng surveyed the various stones, his eyes dazzled by the array before him. Some stones were jet black, while others were veiled in colorful mist, each with varying layers. Yet, none of this clouded Lin Feng's judgment. Those who truly understood stone gambling knew that external appearances were merely one aspect. The type of stone was paramount. As the saying goes, an insider looks at the type, while an outsider looks at the color. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Lin Feng's ears. Isn't this our old classmate Lin Feng? What brings you back on this breeze? It was Jiang Zhang, a former schoolmate, accompanied by several friends from middle school, all of whom were also Lin Feng's classmates. It's you all? Lin Feng observed them without a hint of joy, for during their school days, they had often bullied him. Their families, having a bit of money, took pleasure in tormenting the impoverished students, and Lin Feng was the epitome of that impoverished student. Lin Feng, where have you been making your fortune these years? Daring to come to my shop to gamble on stones? Jiang Zhang sneered, his head held high. A look of disdain plastered on his face. Gambling on stones isn't for the faint of heart. One cut can lead to poverty, another to wealth, and another can leave you in tatters. Wait a minute, that's odd. Looking at your attire, it doesn't seem like you've earned much. You're not using your mother's medical funds to gamble, are you? I recall your mother is blind. What a disloyal son you are. Laughter erupted from several classmates. Lin Feng's brow furrowed, and a fire of anger ignited within him. However, he quickly quelled his fury. These individuals were notorious for their sharp tongues, and there was no need to engage in a war of words with them. He cast a glance at them and suddenly sneered, Spare me your sarcasm. Just tell me, am I welcome here? If not, I shall leave immediately. Don't go. Of course, you are welcome here, Jiang Zhang replied, feigning a smile. It would be foolish of me to turn down a customer who has come to my door. And don't say I'm not giving you face. You can choose any stone in the shop, and I'll give you a 50% discount. But whether you can uncover the green will depend on your own skill. Chapter 4. The arrival of Tang Lao. Absolutely. Lin Feng readily agreed, promptly moving to the side to select his stones. Jiang Zhang observed his retreating figure, a scornful smirk curling his lips, a poor man with a considerable temper. Today, I shall relish watching you lose everything, even your undergarments. Indeed, this destitute fellow dares to put on airs before us. Shall we not go and see how he chooses his stones? Another chimed in. I doubt he knows a thing about it. He's bound to squander his mother's medical funds today. Come, let's see how he selects his stones. Jiang Zhang, accompanied by his entourage of sycophants, made their way towards Lin Feng's selected site. There stood Lin Feng before the bustling Mashi sand site, a location he knew well. The stones here were characterized by their sandy texture, and when extracted, they bore a high likelihood of yielding icy or glass-like jade. Among the 6 major sites, Mashi Sand ranked first. However, unearthing jade was no simple feat. It required not only the right selection of site, but also the skill to discern the stones. Initially blending in with the crowd, Lin Feng began by visually inspecting the stones, scrutinizing their shapes and colors, a fundamental skill in stone gambling. Yet, after his examination, he unexpectedly selected a stone, holding it to his ear and gently tapping it with his fingers, as if listening for the stone's secrets. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Zhang and his companions erupted in laughter. This lad truly knows nothing. Does he think he's picking a watermelon? A few taps can't possibly reveal its quality. What a peculiar character. With such meager skills, he dares to engage in stone gambling. Perhaps he's here for a laugh. Let us not be hasty. Perhaps our old classmate possesses some hidden talent, Jiang Zhang mockingly suggested, prompting his companions to patiently observe Lin Feng's selection process. Before long, Lin Feng indeed discovered a stone amidst the gambling site. It was small, oddly shaped, and a dull gray-black. Any knowledgeable observer could immediately recognize it as worthless. Yet Lin Feng, as if he had found treasure, joyfully cradled the stone and approached Jiang Zhang, declaring, "I've chosen this one. How much is it?" A true expert. Lin Feng, who taught you such stone gambling skills? After all that time, you've selected a piece of rubbish. Jiang Zhang could no longer contain his laughter, and the surrounding classmates were in stitches, too amused to even hurl further mockery. Lin Feng, unfazed, insisted, "I want this one. How much?" "Not expensive at all. This stone was merely for stock. If you want it, it's 500 yuan. Jiang Zhang wiped away tears of laughter and casually replied, "All right, I'll pay by card." Lin Feng, lacking cash, produced the card given to him by Wen Wanqing moments ago. At that instant, the crowd erupted into laughter once more. 500 yuan. And he needs to pay by card. It's utterly hilarious. Very well. I shall personally attend to my old classmate. Someone fetch me a card reader. Jiang Zhang chuckled heartily, instructing the store staff to bring the device. With a beep, the transaction was successfully completed. Lin Feng's face brightened with joy as he accepted the card, cradling the stone in his arms, preparing to head towards the adjacent cutting area. "My young friend, might I have the pleasure of examining the stone you have selected?" At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in a Tang suit unexpectedly entered the shop, his gaze immediately fixating on the stone Lin Feng held. As he made his way over, upon spotting the elder, Jiang Zhang's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Ignoring Lin Feng's reaction, he hurried forward to greet him, bowing deeply. "It is an honor to have you here, Master Tang. Your presence in my humble establishment is a privilege I cherish. Please come in." This venerable figure, known as Master Tang, was the illustrious president of the Stone Gambling Association in Nancheng, famously dubbed the Golden Eye. Upon entering, he paid no heed to Jiang Zhang, seemingly oblivious to his presence, and continued his approach towards Lin Feng. His eyes glimmered with keen interest as he regarded the stone in Lin Feng's hands and inquired enthusiastically, "Young friend, this stone appears rather unique. May I borrow it for a closer inspection?" "Of course," Lin Feng replied without hesitation. He recognized Master Tang from television, where he was not only celebrated in the stone gambling realm, but also frequently engaged in philanthropic endeavors, establishing himself as a renowned philanthropist. After receiving the stone, Master Tang scrutinized it intently, producing a light-transmitting lens from his belongings to illuminate its surface. After a few moments of careful observation, he nodded profoundly, declaring, "A fine stone indeed. It is precisely the quality I have been seeking. Young friend, I am prepared to offer 1 million. Would you consider selling it to me?" "What?" Jiang Zhang's eyes gleamed mischievously as he stepped forward with a grin, saying, "Master Tang, this is merely a piece of scrap from my shop. Why engage in a bidding war with this young man over it, especially for 1 million? If you wish to select a stone, I have plenty of premium material for you to choose from." "I have no interest in your stones," Master Tang replied coolly. "I'm afraid I must decline your offer." Lin Feng resolutely rejected Tang Qinxiu's proposal. Instantly, astonishment washed over everyone in the shop, especially Jiang Zhang, whose eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How could Lin Feng be so unappreciative? Here was Master Tang willing to pay 1 million for his stone, and he refused? Wait a moment. Why would Master Tang suddenly wish to spend such a sum on a worthless stone? Could it be that this stone conceals some hidden secret? "My young friend, are you truly not willing to reconsider?" Master Tang inquired with a smile, attempting to persuade Lin Feng. "Even if this stone were to yield jadeite, I estimate it would fetch no more than 100,000. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee that jadeite even exists within. Should nothing emerge, this stone would be utterly worthless. The implication was clear. He would bear the risk, while Lin Feng could simply pocket the million and depart. However, without a moment's thought, Lin Feng responded, "Thank you for your advice, Master Tang, but I fear you are underestimating the jadeite's value within this stone. I predict it will yield at least 5 million worth of ice-type jadeite." What? The words sent shockwaves through Master Tang and the onlookers alike. Was this young man questioning Master Tang's expertise in stone gambling? Moreover, he dared to claim that such a mere stone could yield 5 million in jadeite? Chapter 5. You have lost. Young friend, it appears you are still quite naive, Tang Chinchu remarked with a bemused smile as he shook his head at Lin Feng's words. After a brief pause, he elaborated, "This stone has a rough, dark exterior with a thick rind and numerous cracks, and despite my recent polishing efforts, I cannot discern whether it holds any value within. Were it not for the stone's appealing texture and the inherent gamble it presents, I would not have considered purchasing it. However, to suggest that this stone could yield jade worth 5 million is utterly fantastical. Lin Feng, do you hear me? Just because Tonglok paid a high price for your worthless stone does not make it a priceless treasure. Indeed, Tonglok's willingness to buy your stone is merely a courtesy. Your audacity to overestimate its worth is quite astonishing." Zhang Jiang and his companions could not help but join in the mockery. Unfazed, Lin Feng boldly retorted, "What if the stone truly does yield jade worth over 5 million? If it does, I shall consume this stone whole." Zhang Jiang declared with fervor. "Consume it? You might find that quite beyond your means," Lin Feng scoffed, gesturing towards the nearby trash bin. "Should I emerge victorious, you would do well to feast upon the refuse within." "Very well, and what if you lose?" Zhang Jiang shot back, his anger palpable. "If I lose, do as you wish, even if you were to sever my hands." "I would not object," Lin Feng asserted resolutely. "Agreed. Let us see what you have to offer," Zhang Jiang replied coldly, clearly intent on the wager. With determination, Lin Feng cradled the stone and made his way to the stone-cutting area, where a gathering of onlookers, including a curious Ticho, followed closely behind to witness the unfolding drama. Upon reaching the stone cutter, Lin Feng handed over the stone and earnestly cautioned, "Master, this stone has a significant grain and may slip easily. Please cut a cap first, so I can assess its interior." "Understood. I will heed your request," the stone cutter replied, rubbing his hands together as he prepared to operate the electric saw. Most spectators regarded the small stone with skepticism. Had Tonglok not personally intervened to purchase it at a high price, it likely would have gone unnoticed. As the cutting machine made contact with the stone, a piercing sound filled the air, prompting the audience to instinctively cover their ears. The cutter proceeded cautiously, exclaiming, "I did not anticipate this stone's diminutive size belied its ancient quality. The machine struggles to make progress. It's quite resistant." Resistance indicates that the raw stone is exceptionally aged. Its surface thickened by the elements, making it challenging for the saw to slice through. However, such materials are often the most promising for revealing treasures. Could it be that genuine jade lies within? This little stone may indeed be an ancient specimen. After all, it was chosen by Allah, so it should not be without merit. Yet the prospect of uncovering 5 million worth of jade seems exceedingly slim. This young man is far too inexperienced. Should nothing materialize from this endeavor, he will surely regret it later. Were I in his position, I would have taken 100,000 and fled. Amidst the murmurs of the captivated audience, their eyes remained transfixed on the stone, reluctant to blink lest they miss a moment of the impending spectacle. Jiang Zhang brimmed with confidence, convinced that victory in this gamble was assured. Lin Feng, however, remained remarkably composed, his gaze fixed intently on the stone, anticipating the emergence of green. And then it appeared, green, a type of ice jade. Suddenly, the master stone cutter revealed a strip of white jade, its translucence exceptional, prompting an involuntary exclamation from him. "What? It truly is green?" The audience craned their necks eagerly to catch a glimpse. Jiang Ziang furrowed his brow, stretching to see, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed that Master Tang's expertise surpassed the rest. Although the stone had yielded green, it was merely a hint of ice green, and the jade layer bore some impurities, indicating that its value would not be exceedingly high. As Master Tang had said, even if the jade were fully green, its worth would not exceed 1 million. It could not be higher. Master Tang, observing the jade layer, nodded thoughtfully, as if all had unfolded according to his expectations. He glanced at Lin Feng, anticipating a look of panic, but to his surprise, Lin Feng's eyes radiated a steadfast determination that even made Tang Qianxiu question his own judgment. How curious. This gaze seemed familiar. Tang Qianxiu was momentarily lost in thought when a master stonecutter's ecstatic shout broke the silence. It has changed. The middle and lower layers of the stone have transformed into red jade. This hue, unlike anything I had encountered before, resembled a rooster's comb. What? Rooster comb red? The crowd gasped in unison, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Jade is classified into 8 grades: white, greenish, blue-white, blue, yellow, black, sugar, and red. White jade is the least valuable, while red jade reigns supreme. Known as dragonstone, red jade is an exceedingly rare variety, worth a fortune. No one could have anticipated that this seemingly worthless stone concealed the precious dragonstone. Tang Qianxiu's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He stared at the stone, retreating slightly as beads of sweat began to trickle down his face. Indeed, it was dragonstone. My judgment was flawed. He never imagined that after years of navigating the jade gambling world, he would be outdone by a young novice. How could this youth have discerned the presence of dragonstone within the stone? Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the perimeter of the stone-cutting area, startling Jiang Ziang, who fell backward in shock. His eyes widened as he gazed at the dragonstone jade, feeling as though he had lost a fortune. To think that such a precious stone had emerged from his shop, only to be snatched up by Lin Feng, a mere impoverished youth. Rage coursed through him, teeth clenched in frustration. At that moment, a smile finally graced Lin Feng's face as he regarded the small piece of dragonstone jade, contemplating that despite its diminutive size, fetching 5 million for it would pose no issue. Young man, I offer 5,100,000 for your dragonstone jade. I bid 5,300,000. I offer 5,500,000. Soon, the audience was fervently competing to place bids for the jade Lin Feng had cut. Such an extraordinarily rare jade would entice anyone who laid eyes upon it. Chapter 6. The Arrival of the Second Ant. Jiang Ziang's face was contorted with fury. Never had he imagined that he would be humiliated by Lin Feng, a destitute individual. He contemplated retracting his wager, yet with so many witnesses around, including the esteemed Tang Lao, he feared that if this bet were to be annulled, no one would dare to gamble at his establishment again. What? Do you intend to back out? Lin Feng discerned his thoughts, chuckling softly, arms crossed nonchalantly. Unless you wish to forfeit your shop. There are numerous patrons here who can attest to your promise. If word of your dishonor spreads, how will you survive in Nancheng? Indeed, hasten to fulfill your wager and consume the refuse. Should you refuse, we shall disseminate news of your deceit throughout the entire Nancheng, revealing to all who Jiang Shao truly is. The crowd chimed in, each voice eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Tang Qianxiu stood nearby, observing Jiang Ziang with an expectant gaze. Jiang Ziang was drenched in sweat, uncertain of how to proceed. Was he destined to be so utterly disgraced? Fine, I will eat. After much deliberation, he finally resolved to comply. With one hand clasping his nose, he approached the trash bin. Merely the stench alone was enough to induce nausea. After a moment of hesitation, he plunged his hand into the refuse, eyes closed, shoving a handful into his mouth. Instantly, a wave of nausea overcame him, and whether he had swallowed or not, everything was regurgitated. Ugh! The onlookers were appalled at the sight, as he continued to grasp handfuls and shove them into his mouth. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Ultimately, Lin Feng, clutching a stone, turned elegantly and departed. Young friend, please wait. Just as Lin Feng had exited the shop, he was abruptly called back by Tang Qianxiu. Turning around, Lin Feng inquired with curiosity, Tang Lao, is there something else you need? My young friend, your stone gambling technique has truly opened my eyes. I never anticipated that I, the revered president of the Stone Gambling Association, will be bested by you. I wish to befriend you. Here's my business card. Tang Qianxiu personally emerged to present his card, a most unusual occurrence in all of Nancheng. Given his stature, countless prominent figures sought to offer him their cards, and whether he accepted them depended solely on his disposition. Surprisingly, he had chosen to extend a hand of friendship to Lin Feng today. Lin Feng was taken aback, contemplating how advantageous it would be to forge a connection with Tang Lao for his future endeavors in the stone gambling realm. Thus, he graciously accepted the card. Smiling as he replied, Tang Lao, today I merely experienced a stroke of luck. Your stone gambling prowess is unparalleled in Nancheng. Ha, my young friend, you are quite modest. I am determined to befriend you. I have matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. When I have the time, let us arrange a proper meeting. I shall host. Tang Qianxiu laughed heartily, giving Lin Feng a light pat on the shoulder, signifying his admiration. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. In the past, his impoverished family meant that his mother and sister had to suffer alongside him, but that would no longer be the case. Lin Feng silently vowed. There was but one position left for the job opportunity, a chance not to be missed. If he mortgaged the house, a better life could be within reach. Yet, if they sold the house, where would they reside? Lin's mother, Su Tsulan, inquired with a face full of concern. It's not a sale, merely a mortgage. Once Xiaofeng earns the money to pay off the debts, the house will still belong to you. Moreover, during the mortgage period, you can continue to reside there. It is certainly a worthwhile arrangement. Su Tsuifang continued to persuade, and upon hearing this, Lin's mother felt somewhat tempted. Being inexperienced in the world, she was unaware of the myriad pitfalls behind mortgaging a property. She only heard the promise of no loss and wished to give it a try. However, when Lin Feng overheard this at the door, his anger flared up instantly. This aunt truly has no shame. In pursuit of profit, she has even come home to deceive her own sister. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pushed the door open and strode in angrily, stating sternly, "My work is none of your concern, and my mother will not mortgage the property. You may leave." Xiaofeng, how dare you speak to your second aunt like that? Su Tsuifang shouted in anger. Huh, how would you like me to address you? You are here deceiving my mother into mortgaging our home, ultimately seeking to swindle our family out of money. Lin Feng retorted coldly as he approached. Let me be clear, this house was left to us by my father, so do not covet it. Furthermore, the mortgage you speak of refers to high-interest loans, does it not? My mother has no source of income, and the bank would never approve it. Who else would accept a mortgage aside from loan sharks? The moment my mother signs the contract, interest will compound endlessly. Not only will the principal remain unpaid, but the interest will also accumulate, leading to a situation where we owe more than we possess, allowing you to seize the house at your convenience. What? Tsuifang, is it really like that? Lin's mother shivered at Lin Feng's words, looking at Su Tsuifang in alarm. Sister, don't listen to Xiaofeng. I am his second aunt. How could I possibly harm him? The interest I offer is very low. I assure you it can be paid off, Su Tsuifang quickly explained. Even if the interest is low, what kind of job are you introducing me to? How much can I earn each month? Will I be able to repay both the principal and interest? This left Su Tsuifang momentarily speechless. Chapter 7. Again in the green. Struggling to respond. Are we? Let me articulate it for you. The jobs you are suggesting are either security or cleaning positions, which require no investment. Furthermore, that meager salary would not suffice to repay the monthly mortgage, even if we ate nothing. Do you wish for us to live in destitution, ultimately losing our home? Lin Feng's repeated exposure of the truth made Su Tsuifang increasingly uneasy, her face betraying her tension. He was well aware of her capabilities. If she were truly competent, she would not have sent her son to toil on a construction site. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother's expression shifted dramatically, and she glared at Su Tsuifang sternly. Tsuifang, you actually intend to swindle our house. This is our family's only asset. How can you be so heartless? Sister, it's not as you think. Xiaofeng is exaggerating. Su Tsuifang replied, her eyes darting as she continued to explain. Then would you dare to show me the contract you hold? Surely the details are outlined therein. Lin Feng produced a trump card once more, leaving Su Tsuifang utterly speechless. What sounded grandiose was in essence merely a security job. Huh, what more do you have to say now? The evidence is irrefutable. Are you still claiming this is not an attempt to deceive my mother? I. Bang. Lin Feng swiftly seized a wooden stick from the coffee table and effortlessly snapped it in half, his eyes glinting with a cold light as he demanded, "Will you not confess honestly?" I will speak. It was actually Lin Jiangwo who sent me here. You know I live very close to him. He suddenly approached me today, instructing me to ensnare you. He promised me 50,000 as a reward once he secures the house. Sister, Lin Feng, it is all my fault for being too greedy. I realize my mistakes. Please forgive me. Lin Moon never anticipated that Lin Jiangwo was behind all of this, confirming his relentless pursuit. Thank you, sister. I assure you I will not trouble you again. Upon hearing this, Su Tsuifang's face lit up with joy, and she immediately rose to leave. Just then, Lin Feng stopped her, saying sternly, I warn you, should you dare to engage in such acts again, I will ensure you pay with your life. I understand. Su Fifang, Fuzai then, paled and hurriedly made her escape. After she departed, Lin Feng approached his mother earnestly, stating, Mother, it is all resolved. If anyone ever mentions mortgaging properties or asking for money again, you must inform me first. All right, Xiaofeng, I understand. Lin Mu sighed deeply, her expression clouded with worry. Lin Jiangwo continues to trouble us. How are we to live? He is nearly depleting our family. Do not fret, mother. Our family is on the verge of better days. Look what I have brought for you and little sister. Lin Feng presented the items he had purchased, and Lin Mu's face filled with astonishment as she asked, Xiao Feng, how could you afford so many things? This must have cost quite a bit. Our family is already short on funds, and your sister's tuition for next semester is still uncertain. You must not spend frivolously. Mother, you need not worry about little sister's tuition. I am not lacking in funds at the moment. After saying this, Lin Feng handed over the remaining money from selling the stone, smiling as he said, I sold that stone for 20,000. After accounting for shopping expenses, there is still this much left. Please keep it. What? 20,000? That stone was worth 20,000. Lin Mu's eyes widened in excitement, realizing why Lin Jiangwo was so fixated on it. Such a small stone held such immense value. Lin Feng chose not to disclose the details of his subsequent fortune, fearing it might alarm his mother. After a while, Lin Feng inquired, By the way, where is little sister? Isn't today the weekend? Why is she not at home? Lin Mu, with a joyful expression, busied herself in the kitchen with the meat and vegetables. You'll see for yourself when you go take a look, Lin Feng teased, delaying the revelation. Once she entered the kitchen and beheld the array of meat and vegetables, she exclaimed joyfully, having not savored such a sumptuous meal in quite some time. Before long, the family gathered around the table, happily feasting together. Just after they finished dinner, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was when Wan Qing calling. He answered, Wan Qing, what's the matter? Of course, I have good news for you. The stone you sold me today turned out to be jade, and it fetched an astonishing 200,000. Quickly send me your card number, and I shall transfer the money to you. We shall split it 50-50, when Wan Qing cheerfully declared over the phone. You managed to unveil 200,000? Lin Feng was taken aback. Judging by the quality and characteristics of that stone, he had estimated the jadeite could yield around 100,000. He never anticipated it would yield double that amount. Although Lin Feng held the legacy of the king of gambling stones, he could not guarantee an impeccable assessment of each stone's value. The term gambling and gambling stones is not to be taken lightly. Even the most skilled individuals face significant risks. Indeed, when the stone was first sliced, it revealed merely a shade of green, yet upon reaching the center, a thumb-sized piece of iced jadeite emerged, pure in quality, with crystal clarity and exquisite texture. When Wan Qing continued to express her excitement, in the world of gambling stones, the appearance of green signifies profit. As long as green is revealed, it constitutes a significant gain. The so-called onion oil green refers to jade with excellent translucence, surpassing ordinary green jade in quality. However, the emergence of iced jadeite can double the stone's value, even if it is just a small fragment. I see. That is truly wonderful news. Congratulations. Lin Feng felt genuinely pleased for Wan Qing. Initially, he hesitated to accept any payment, believing that since the stone had been sold, the earnings should belong to the buyer regardless of the amount. However, as when Wan Qing insisted, he reluctantly sent his card details. Once the funds were received, when Wan Qing continued, By the way, Lin Feng, since fortune favors you so, why not take advantage of your luck and visit the Gambling Stone Night Market? It is a place where one can easily uncover hidden treasures. The Gambling Stone Night Market? Lin Feng found himself momentarily hesitant. In his recollections, the king of gambling stones frequently roamed that market, known as the black market for gambling stones. Beyond common stones, one could easily encounter peculiar stones not found elsewhere. While it was improbable for an ordinary person to strike it lucky, those knowledgeable understood that it was the true realm of gambling stones. The stakes were high, and if one gambled wisely, sudden wealth was not merely a fantasy. Conversely, a poor gamble could lead to instant ruin. All right, I shall be there shortly. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng decided to personally explore the night market of gambling stones. Since this enigmatic place was where the king of gambling stones had made his name, Lin Feng too could establish his own reputation there. Once he garnered fame, no one in the South City would dare to offend him. No more uncles or brother Biao would hold sway over him. No need, just send me your location, and I'll come to pick you up. Approximately 10 minutes later, when Wan Qing arrived at Lin Feng's doorstep, flashing him a message from downstairs, Lin Feng promptly descended. That evening, when Wan Qing donned a black-brown long dress, her hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding a youthful charm complemented by a more mature allure than during the day. Her figure was enchanting. Regardless of her attire, it showcased her extraordinary grace. Moreover, she drove a crimson BMW 7 Series, a clear indication of her affluent circumstances, having amassed considerable wealth over the years. As they traveled, Lin Feng inhaled the enchanting fragrance of perfume within the car while engaging her in conversation, heading toward the illicit stone gambling market. It turned out that for many years, when Wanqing had been following her father within the realm of stone gambling, her father, the renowned master Wen San of Nansheng, held a significant position, commanding respect from many who encountered him. When Wanqing seldom made public appearances, usually trailing behind her father, thus not many were familiar with her. Upon arrival, Lin Feng suggested, "Let us alight from the vehicle." "All right," she replied, and he nodded in agreement as they exited the car. This was Lin Feng's first experience at the stone gambling night market. Upon entering, he was greeted by a kaleidoscope of lights illuminating the night sky, the bustling atmosphere rivaling that of the daytime stone gambling street. A steady stream of seasoned patrons passed by, including some notable experts in the art of stone gambling. Just by observing their techniques in selecting stones and their skills in polishing, one could discern the true connoisseurs among them. Indeed, this place was teeming with hidden talents, living up to its reputation as the birthplace of the gambling stone king. Lin Feng gazed at the grandeur along the street, inwardly marveling. Nothing to see here. Let us proceed. Perhaps there are treasures ahead, when Wanqing suggested, momentarily stunned, pondering if this fellow understood the nuances of stone gambling better than she did. "Hey you, stop right there." Suddenly, a vendor from a nearby stone stall shouted at the pair. "I did not even touch your stone. Do not lay false accusations upon me." Lin Feng retorted, his brow furrowed in irritation. "What? I am accusing you? It seems you are the one seeking trouble," the vendor replied, rolling up his sleeves as he engaged in a heated debate with Lin Feng. "This stone was perfectly placed here, and if you did not touch it, how could it have fallen? Let me see. My stone is cracked because of you. You must purchase it today, or I will not let this matter rest." The vendor insisted. "Hey, you are attempting to swindle." When Wanqing interjected, "Young lady, you must not speak baselessly. It is broad daylight. I, Wang Laowu, do not engage in unscrupulous deeds. That stone was knocked down by him." "Huh, this is clearly nighttime. Where's the daylight you speak of? You, sir, cannot even lie convincingly, yet you dare to attempt to swindle?" When Wanqing mocked with a light laugh, the vendor, enraged, bared his teeth at her, glaring fiercely as he said, "You little brat. It seems a lesson is in order for you to understand the authority of Wang Laowu." "Wait a moment. I shall take that stone," Lin Feng interjected just as the vendor was about to escalate the situation. Wen Wanqing looked at Lin Feng in surprise and urged Lin Feng, "You cannot indulge him like this. Such people thrive on deception. Their stones yield nothing, and they are inherently flawed. Whoever buys them will suffer losses." "Not a concern. The stone holds little value. If I must, I shall purchase it," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, smiling at the vendor. "Pray tell, how much do you ask for this stone?" "I assure you, it was unintentional. I hope this brother will not hold it against me." "Well said, my young friend. If you had been more understanding from the beginning, this matter could have been resolved easily. Just give me 1,000 for this stone," the vendor declared cheerfully. 1,000? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Before Lin Feng could respond, when Wanqing exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. The vendor cast a disdainful glance her way and retorted, "This stone is a celestial rock. I usually sell it for 10,000. If it weren't for the pleasant demeanor of this young man, I wouldn't part with it for a mere 1,000. Is that truly a celestial rock? Why not claim it's a stone from the heavens crafted by Nuwa herself?" When Wanqing shot back in anger, "Enough, Wanqing. 1,000 for this stone is not exorbitant. I will purchase it, and there's no need for further argument," Lin Feng interjected, halting her before she could continue her debate. Though reluctant, when Wanqing could see the determination etched on Lin Feng's face and chose to hold her tongue. "Huh, young brother, you possess great resolve. Here is my payment code. Just scan it to transfer the funds." The vendor beamed, thinking to himself that he had struck gold with this young man. "Boss, I've sent the money, but there is one more thing. If this stone turns out to be jade, you mustn't try to claim it for yourself," Lin Feng suggested with a glint in his eye. "Rest assured I won't tea." The vendor waved dismissively. He was intimately familiar with the stones on his stall. If they could yield jade, he would have been a wealthy man by now. Chapter 9. High-Ice Variety of Green Jade. Lin Feng, you've been duped. This stone is worthless. It wouldn't even fetch $5, when Wanqing bluntly advised as they walked away. "Not necessarily. Do you have a light? May I borrow it?" Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile, exuding an air of mystery. "Of course." Wen Wanqing produced a light from her belongings and handed it to him. He expertly angled the light to penetrate the stone's surface, scrutinizing what lay within. To his astonishment, despite its seemingly unremarkable exterior, the stone revealed a faint hint of floating flowers within, suggesting it was at least ice-gray jade, perhaps even the rare high ice type. When Wanqing observed Lin Feng's peculiar lighting technique with furrowed brows, asking, Lin Feng, do you understand stone gambling? Who taught you this lighting technique? I taught myself, he explained, using his usual excuse. After finishing, he deftly scraped the back of the stone with a sharp tool, nodding thoughtfully. This stone is worth a gamble for the cabbage green. Cabbage green? Is that a joke? Wanqing exclaimed incredulously, taking the stone to examine it herself. After she illuminated it, scrutinizing its depths, she scoffed, Lin Feng, your skills are still lacking. This stone holds nothing. It's impossible for it to yield jade, let alone cabbage green. And if it does? Lin Feng insisted with fervor. If it does, I'll consider you my boyfriend, Wanqing retorted dismissively. All right then, you may have to offer yourself in return, he teased. Lin Feng jested with her before making his way to a stone-cutting stall by the roadside. Within the bustling, gambling stone night market, not only was it convenient to purchase stones, but there were also skilled stone cutters ready to assist customers at a moment's notice. The stall owner, who had just attempted to deceive Lin Feng, was taken aback upon seeing the duo approaching the stone-cutting area. Curiosity danced across his face as he stroked his chin, and he quickly followed to observe the unfolding spectacle. He wondered what this young man was up to. Could it be that this stone might actually yield jade? Soon, Lin Feng and Wanqing arrived at a stone-cutting stall, joining the queue alongside others. The stones held by the customers ahead of them appeared to be of superior quality compared to Lin Feng's piece. Yet each time a stone was cut open, a chorus of dismay filled the air. After several unsuccessful attempts, when it was finally Lin Feng's turn, he confidently stepped forward and handed his stone to the cutter, saying, Master, please cut this stone while avoiding the nearby cracks, and proceed directly through the center. What? This stone has cracks? The cutter looked up in surprise, then chuckled and replied, Young man, you must be new to the gambling stone scene. This stone indeed has fissures, and they are quite deep. If they extend all the way through, the stone is essentially rendered worthless. There's an adage in this trade. Better to choose a worthless stone than one with cracks. This means that a cracked stone is virtually indistinguishable from a worthless one. I suggest you save your money. Cutting it would be futile. Master, how can we know without cutting it? Please, proceed boldly. I assure you, I will compensate you generously. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Instantly, the onlookers erupted into laughter, shaking their heads in disbelief, eager for the entertainment. They mocked Lin Feng, questioning who would ever choose a cracked stone for gambling. Such stones, they mused, would not even be accepted if offered for free. Yet, they were unaware that a true connoisseur of gambling stones is indifferent to the presence of cracks. As long as the quality is good and the fissures do not disrupt the jade within, even a cracked stone can yield exquisite jade. Very well. Since you are so insistent, I shall cut it for you, the cutter said, conceding to Lin Feng's request. He activated the cutting machine, and the whirring sound filled the air as the blade approached the stone. Lin Feng's heart swelled with anticipation as he watched the cutter skillfully navigate around the cracks, gradually cutting into the side of the stone. Although the blade evaded the fissures, the moment it neared them, tiny shards of stone began to splinter and fly out. The cutter, an experienced artisan, held the machine with steady hands, undeterred by the cracks, as the blade delved deeper, the noise intensifying. After approximately 10 centimeters of cutting, the cutter suddenly faltered, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. The onlookers, witnessing this abrupt halt, shared puzzled glances. Even when Wanqing was uncertain about what the cutter had encountered, only Lin Feng remained composed, a secret joy blossoming within him. It appeared his judgment had proven correct once again. Master, why have you stopped? Please continue cutting so we can see. Pray tell, does this stone harbor some hidden mystery? The audience around urged as the stone cutter slowly lifted his gaze, addressing the crowd. I hesitate to make the cut, for the interior of this stone seems rather peculiar. What is peculiar about it? Is it not merely a fractured stone? No, I was mistaken earlier. Within this young man's stone, I perceive a hint of green, and the texture is remarkably translucent, akin to the hue of cabbage. Beads of cold sweat trickled down the stonecutter's forehead as he furrowed his brow, continuing, yet, the fissure lies adjacent to the green. Should I exercise even the slightest carelessness, I might ruin the jade. What? Cabbage green? How can that be? A youthful onlooker, eyes wide in astonishment, queried. There can be no error. I have been cutting stones for decades, and I have encountered myriad jades. This green hue and texture can only correspond to cabbage green. Alas, my cutting skills are lacking. I am reluctant to proceed with the next cut. The stone cutter lamented. Do not fret, master, proceed boldly. I have faith in your cutting technique. You shall surely succeed. Lin Feng, eager to behold the jade within, was impatient for the greater the quantity, the more valuable the stone. The stone cutter remained hesitant. Yet, after the audience's astonished reactions, they collectively encouraged him to continue. Finally, gritting his teeth, he resolved to take the risk, loosening his grip on the cutting tool, rubbing his hands together, inhaling deeply, and made another decisive cut. Crack! With his stroke, he cleaved the stone in two. The crowd, witnessing the stone's division, craned their necks to glimpse the interior, and in that moment, they stood agape, their mouths agog in disbelief. Chapter 10. An Unexpected Rival. Cabbage green, it truly is cabbage green. And it is fully green. How can this be? Lin Feng gazed at the cut surface of the stone, his anxious heart now buoyed with joy. He turned to the stone cutter, who was drenched in sweat, and smiled. Praising, Master, your technique is indeed commendable. You successfully avoided the fissure, and the jade remains intact. Too kind, too kind. Congratulations, young man. The stone cutter wiped the perspiration from his brow, though his legs trembled uncontrollably. At the moment the cut was made, his mind had gone blank. 4 cabbage green is among the finest varieties of jadeite, even surpassing the value of imperial green jade. To cut into the fissure would be tantamount to losing at least a house from his grasp. The pressure was immense, and he feared for his future. When Wanqing, observing the scene, was astounded as she turned to Lin Feng, giving him a thumbs up. Lin Feng, I never imagined you possessed such prowess. There truly is jade within. And it is indeed high-quality ice jade. It is merely fortune. There is nothing worthy of praise. After acquiring the jade, Lin Feng, amidst the admiration of the onlookers, calmly departed with Wanqing. Just then, the vendor who had previously attempted to swindle Lin Feng suddenly darted forward, blocking his path, exclaiming, Hold on, young man. That stone belongs to me. Return it at once. What did you say? Do you not recognize me? Everyone, please lend me your judgment. This stone was undoubtedly taken from my stall by him. It is my possession, yet he now refuses to acknowledge it, pretending not to know me. The vendor's owner widened his eyes, rallying those around to support his cause. Indeed, a young man chimed in. The lad has a valid point. I just saw him examining the stone here, and it is clearly not his. I have evidence to assert otherwise. Just check the transaction records on my phone and his. You will see whether we are acquainted or not. He is lying, the vendor's owner declared, producing his phone as proof, thinking to himself how this young man would respond now. The onlookers appeared puzzled, and as discussions ensued, Lin Feng suddenly slapped his forehead, feigning enlightenment. Ah, I just recalled. I indeed made an error. I have seen you before. Huh, did you all hear that? This lad has admitted it. The stone is indeed mine. The vendor's owner exclaimed excitedly. Wait a moment. Why don't you clarify for everyone why I transferred money to you? Well, obviously you intended to purchase my stone, the vendor's owner began, only to abruptly cover his mouth, realizing he had let slip too much. Huh, so it turns out that you sold me this stone. Now everyone understands, right? Since I have purchased it, it naturally belongs to me, regardless of whether it contains jade or not. Lin Feng explained to the crowd. Enlightenment dawned upon them, and they nodded in support of Lin Feng. The vendor's owner, his face turning a shade of green with anger, found himself unable to continue his defense. If he persisted, he risked exposing his own deceit. I remember now. I was mistaken. This stone has no relation to me. Farewell. Coming to his senses, the vendor's owner hastily excused himself, slipping away with his phone. After all, if he confronted Lin Feng directly, he would deny everything, only further convincing the crowd of his innocence. Now that we possess the stone, let us depart together, Lin Feng concluded, continuing to lead her forward. Witnessing this scene, Wanqing regarded Lin Feng with newfound respect. She had not anticipated that he was not only adept at gambling with stones, but also remarkably clever. He seemed quite different from the Lin Feng she once knew. Throughout their walk, she incessantly inquired about his stone gambling techniques, for Lin Feng's ability to discern jade within the stone was evident, a skill she lacked. Yet, Lin Feng refrained from delving too deeply into explanations, for such mastery in the art of stone gambling could not be acquired overnight. By the way, did we not wager on something earlier? If you were to lose, what would you become to me? Lin Feng interjected suddenly to divert her attention from her inquiries. Huh? Did I? When Wanqing's face flushed crimson, her gaze dropping as she quickly turned away. Lin Feng smiled slightly, countering, Did I misremember? Was it not so? Yes, yes. It was indeed your mistake. Let's continue our shopping, she replied hastily. When Wanqing hastily interjected, feigning interest in a stone as she approached the stall to inquire about its price. Lin Feng smiled calmly, noticing that the awkwardness had dissipated, and he chose not to say much further, continuing to stroll through the gambling stone night market with her. That night, the two enjoyed each other's company immensely. Besides Lin Feng uncovering a piece of cabbage green jade, he also helped when Wanqing reveal two fine stones. One was imperial green, and the other was icy white jade. By the time they finished exploring, it was already quite late. Wanqing, what a coincidence to see you here, approached a young man clad in a white suit, exuding extravagance with several pieces of jewelry adorning him. Unmistakably a wealthy heir. He appeared quite pleased as he approached Wen Wanqing, assessing her with a smile. How is it you? Wen Wanqing's expression soured, feeling a wave of impatience upon seeing him. Unexpectedly, before she could finish her thought, the suited man suddenly seized her hand, exclaiming with excitement, I came to the gambling stone night market. Wanqing, this is a piece of icy green jade I just uncovered tonight. I want to gift it to you. Be my girlfriend. Chapter 11, A Public Kiss. I'm sorry, Zhou Jian, but I'm not interested in you. Feeling her arm grasp, Wen Wanqing immediately became angry and pulled away, retreating several steps. Please do not touch me. You. Zhou Jian's hand froze in midair, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes before he quickly masked it with a smile. Wanqing, do you not understand my affection for you? Our parents are quite agreeable as well. That concerns them. I do not like you, Wen Wanqing frowned. Zhou Jian's anger boiled within him. You wretched girl. If it weren't for needing your father's assistance, I would have dealt with you long ago. He maintained a facade of calm. Do not be upset. I was overly thrilled to see you earlier, which led to my indiscretion. Please accept this jade. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not want it. Moreover, I already have a boyfriend. Please keep your distance. Wen Wanqing resolutely declined, wrapping her arm around Lin Feng's. Feeling her warmth and the intoxicating fragrance she exuded, Lin Feng felt a twinge of bashfulness, entirely devoid of the anger one might expect from being used as a shield. In truth, he could sense that Wen Wanqing held genuine affection for him, far beyond merely seeking a temporary refuge. Zhou Jian's face darkened as he observed their closeness. But upon examining Lin Feng's attire, he scoffed dismissively. This country bumpkin could never be worthy of a refined lady like Wanqing. Ah, bunking, ianola jamalasia earlia mi step. May I apologize? He continued, please do not dismiss me with just any laborer. Speak respectfully. This is my boyfriend. When Wanqing retorted, Zhou Jian chuckled derisively. Wanqing, do not be upset with me. Just look at this country bumpkin. Do you truly believe he would dare claim you as his girlfriend, even in his dreams? Zhou Jian, kindly speak with more courtesy. Do not insult others. Wen Wanqing said with a hint of displeasure. Moreover, it is Lin Feng as a person that I admire, not the status he possesses. Wanqing, Zhou Jian was consumed by jealousy, nearly losing his composure. You brat, are you mute? Dare to speak. What is there to fear? Wanqing is indeed my girlfriend. I could repeat it 100 times without hesitation. Lin Feng replied with a smile. As for you, my girlfriend holds no fondness for you. So I kindly ask you to refrain from pursuing her in the future. Do you dare to utter that again? Zhou Jian's expression darkened considerably, anger evident on his face. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, uninterested in further banter, and directly wrapped his arm around Wen Wanqing's slender waist, planting a kiss on her. Wen Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened, her fair face flushed with genuine delight. The onlookers around them erupted in exclamations, with many cheering enthusiastically. Oh my, how lovely. Ha! I adore this. This is too sweet. Wife, I could do that too. You, with that appearance of yours, stand back. Otherwise, everyone might mistake this for a wildlife documentary. As the crowd cheered louder, Zhou Jian's expression grew increasingly grim, and he shouted, You're courting death. Indeed, I'm seeking your demise, Lin Feng remarked. Parting from Wen Wanqing, feeling invigorated, Zhou Jian, infuriated by Lin Feng's demeanor, swung his hand towards him. You country bumpkin, you are unworthy of Wanqing. Get lost. Watch out, Wen Wanqing exclaimed, raising her head in alarm. Yet Lin Feng stood as if oblivious to everything, completely motionless. Has he been stunned into silence? Zhou Jian sneered. A country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin, utterly inexperienced. Suddenly, Lin Feng moved one hand. Slap. Zhou Jian's mocking expression abruptly froze, a bright red handprint now adorning his fair, delicate face. You dare hit me? He gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief. I will annihilate you. Zhou Jian's true nature revealed itself as he howled like a wild dog, raising a jade stone and furiously aiming it at Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng remained rooted to the spot, countering with a swift slap that sent several of Zhou Jian's teeth flying. Zhou Jian cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground and rolling several times. A group of formidable men rushed over, exclaiming, "Young Master Zhou, are you all right? Enough with the chatter. Kill this brat." Zhou Jian screamed, clutching his face, driven mad with rage. His previous air of sophistication now rendered utterly detestable. The bodyguards, with frigid expressions, charged towards Lin Feng. "You dare to harm young Master Zhou? I'll ensure you don't see the light of tomorrow. Let us all attack together and avenge young Master Zhou." Utterly bored, Lin Feng had engaged in several encounters that day and had gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Seeing yet another group approaching to attack, he felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. The bodyguards were incensed. They were elite members of the War God Security Group, easily capable of handling 17 opponents at once, who would not tremble in fear upon seeing the War God insignia on their uniforms. This young man before them dared to underestimate them. Fueled by rage, several bodyguards threw powerful punches, as if they could shatter gold and split stone. The uninitiated onlookers gasped in fear, silently lamenting, "This young man is doomed." However, Lin Feng stifled a yawn and suddenly shouted at them. "Ah!" A tremendous wave of sound surged into their minds, akin to a heavy bronze bell ringing violently in their ears, causing the bodyguards to scream in terror and flee in disarray. A few, in their panic, crashed into the stone pillars of the square and immediately lost consciousness. "Burp!" Lin Feng belched and turned to Zhou Jian, saying, "Is there anyone left? Let them all come out." You just used sorcery." Zhou Jian, in a state of panic, scooted back on the ground. Lin Feng chuckled. "It seems you're out of options. Isn't it time for me to take action? What do you want?" Zhou Jian's face turned pale. "Wan Qing, say something for me. This guy wants to kill me. Apologies, but we are not well acquainted. In the future, please refer to me as Miss One, or simply use my full name," when Wan Qing said, casting him a look of disdain. Zhou Jian's face grew ashen. "Wan Qing, don't treat me this way. I have been genuinely devoted to you. Following this fellow, apart from fighting, he can offer you no happiness. Do not be deceived by appearances." "How amusing." Lin Feng glanced at him and pointed to the jade on the ground. "A person attempting to deceive others with synthetic jade. How can you possibly utter the words genuine devotion?" "What? Synthetic jade?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, turning their gazes towards the piece of jade. This jade, of the icy variety, radiated a warm, sunshine hue, emblematic of a vibrant green. The so-called imperial green is a deep, glass-like jade. While this piece had not yet reached the level of imperial green, it was still sizable enough to be valued at no less than 6 million in the market. "How could it possibly be synthetic? You speak nonsense," Zhou Jian exclaimed, his teeth aching as he spat, appearing particularly repulsive. "You have no proof. On what basis do you claim it is fake?" Many in the crowd, recognizing him, immediately showed him respect. "Du Yi." Chapter 12. Master Da. Dagu acknowledged with a slight nod, greeting the assembled crowd once more, before directing his attention back to Lin Feng. "Young man, you seem unfamiliar. What is your name?" Parked in the love of the maple forest at dusk, Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied, taking stock of him. This master Da stood at a mere 1.45 meters, quite short, yet his waist was as thick as a great tree, resembling a stout winter melon. It was evident that Master Da was a master of the stone trade. This stone gambling night market, where everyone was gathered, was also known by another name, the Dalong Stone Gambling Night Market. Master Du observed Lin Feng, who was neither servile nor arrogant. It was the first time he had encountered such a diminutive individual without a trace of mockery in his eyes, which gave him a sense of goodwill. He smiled and said, "Young man, you don't seem like someone who causes trouble. I shall pretend I did not hear what you just said." "That cannot be, Master Da." Zhou Jian protested stubbornly. "This stone is indeed mine, but it has already entered your Dalong night market. If he claims it is a fake, he is implying that your night market is not reputable." "Zhou Jian, do not spread falsehoods." When Wan Qing's expression changed immediately, the esteemed master held a position superior to her father's, and if he were to become enraged, Lin Feng would undoubtedly be in peril. "Master Da, Lin Feng's slip of the tongue is but a momentary lapse. I implore you to exercise magnanimity and show understanding. You are merely quibbling." Zhou Jian, witnessing her defense of Lin Feng, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. "Master Da, this lad is entirely sober and articulate. How can one attribute his words to a mere slip? Should news of this spread, it would tarnish your reputation in the night market. And where would your honor reside then?" The crowd, hearing his words escalate to such a degree, felt a chill of apprehension. Even if Master Da were to show leniency, it would be difficult to dismiss the matter lightly. After all, in commerce, trust must precede all else. Given the weight of this issue concerning the future of the night market, Anyone in his position would be compelled to take a stand. Master Da's countenance darkened, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Zhou Jian. "What is your name?" "Master Da. I am Zhou Jian, the son of the Fur King, Zhou Shibiao." Zhou Jian immediately proclaimed his lineage, pride radiating from his visage. "Master Da, you must be acquainted with my father. Surely, upon hearing his name, even you would accord me a measure of respect." Many in the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. This fellow was the offspring of the Fur King of South City, which explained his lavish gifts of jade and the entourage of bodyguards surrounding him. However, Master Da's expression grew even more somber. "No wonder you dare to speak to me so boldly. It seems you rely on your father's influence. Do you think that by revealing your name, I would hesitate to act against you?" "Master Da, please, that was not my intention." Zhou Jian's heart raced, and his earlier confidence dissipated, yet it was too late. Master Da swiftly struck him across the face. With a cry, Zhou Jian fell to the ground, pain coursing through him, nearly rendering him unconscious. "What do you mean by this, Master Da? Have I offended you?" "Humph, engaging in brawls within my night market and disrupting my business is a slap, not a fair response." Master Da's cold gaze bore into him. Zhou Jian felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious tiger, trembling uncontrollably. "No, it is not an issue." "Very well. I was beginning to think you would inquire whether I knew your father." Master Da scoffed. Zhou Jian lowered his head, stammering in silence, yet his resentment festered. "Damn it, what is so special about a mere stone seller? Once my father and I align with the Jiang family, the DeLong night market shall merely be a stepping stone beneath our feet." Master Da, wise as ever, observing his treatment of Zhou Jian, Wen Wanqing expressed her gratitude, saying, "I am Wen Wanqing, and I shall certainly pay my respects tomorrow morning." "The young lady from the Wen family? Given your exquisite beauty, your father must be Wen Bilong, the third of the Wen family, a jade scholar, correct?" Master Da smiled faintly. Wen Wanqing nodded eagerly, stating, "Your insight is remarkable." "Master Da, my father often speaks of you, mentioning that aside from himself, there are only two true jade masters in South City, the esteemed old Master Fu with the violet eyes, and you, the Iron Hand Master Da." "Ha ha ha, you little girl. Your words are most pleasing. With a daughter as precious as you, old Master Wen must lead a most joyful life." Master Da laughed heartily, but his demeanor shifted to seriousness in an instant. "However, to think one could simply evade the consequences is quite naive." "Master Da?" Wen Wanqing felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Dia glanced at Lin Feng and inquired, "Young man, when did you enter the Jade Circle?" "Dia? He has never dabbled in jade. I brought him here. He is not from the Jade Circle at all." Wen Wanqing interjected hastily. "If you utter another word, I shall cease my inquiries," he warned. Wen Wanqing's expression changed dramatically, realizing that his silence indicated a readiness for violence. The entire DeLong night market boasted an estimated 200 security personnel. Should a confrontation arise, Lin Feng would undoubtedly struggle to leave unscathed. Moreover, Dia himself was exceptionally skilled in martial arts, rightfully recognized as the foremost master of South City. Without those 200 security personnel, their circumstances would be dire indeed. Yet, Lin Feng remained remarkably composed, smiling as he replied, "Whether I am considered part of the Jade Circle, I cannot say. However, my family once owned a mine, and I have been engaged with jade since childhood." "Lin Feng," Wen Wanqing exclaimed anxiously. Many bystanders sighed, their gazes toward Lin Feng tinged with sympathy. This young man truly is a foolhardy novice. For a newcomer to the Jade Circle, ignorance was to be expected. Dia could easily downplay the situation, and no one would dare to criticize him. Yet, Lin Feng boldly declared his lifelong involvement, rendering any attempt at subtlety impossible. "So, you consider yourself an expert?" Dia's voice turned grave. Lin Feng chuckled. "I possess a modicum of understanding. Given that, you should comprehend that in the trade of precious commodities like jade, reputation is paramount. A tarnished name leads to financial ruin." Dia fixed his gaze upon him, asserting, "Today, you must either clarify your earlier statement or forfeit a finger. Choose wisely." "Please, Dia, show mercy." Wen Wanqing's complexion paled as she hurried to advocate for Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng merely smiled, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Wanqing, do you trust me?" "Of course I believe in you. But then heed my words." Lin Feng smiled gently before turning his attention back to Dia. "You appear quite convinced that this jade piece is genuine, are you not? Do you have any insights?" Dia scrutinized him, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. The jade was translucent, devoid of any signs of forgery. How could it possibly be counterfeit? Chapter 13. $1 million check. Lin Feng replied, "There are no grand insights. I merely speak the truth. Very well. If you can indeed clarify matters, not only will we part without enmity today, but I shall also reward you for helping me expose any counterfeit items. DeLong never neglects those who do me a kindness, Dia said slowly. Zhou Jian scoffed inwardly. This young man believes he possesses the skill to discern the authenticity of this stone, which even Dia cannot determine. Just wait for the severed finger. Lin Feng then knelt, retrieving the stone, and discreetly drew a line across its surface with the key he always carried. He then handed it back to Dia, saying earlier, Wan Qing mentioned you possess the golden hand. If you examine this area, I trust you will swiftly uncover the truth. Dia, though skeptical, accepted the stone and felt its surface. Initially, he detected no issues, but as he prepared to speak, a sudden realization struck him. Upon further inspection, he exclaimed, This is a splice. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A splice? It cannot be. I did not perceive a trace of it at all. What more is there to discuss? DeLong's expression turned cold, and with a sudden exertion of strength, he effortlessly crushed the jade into 2 fragments. Astonishing. Many gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, What remarkable strength! My goodness! A piece of jade that even a steel blade could not slice through, yet DeLong shattered it with a single hand. Truly, he lives up to his reputation as a master of strength. Behold, DeLong presented the shattered stone to the onlookers. DeLong, now you should comprehend who sought to disrupt the event. Lin Feng remarked with a slight smile, casting a glance at Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian trembled, hastily asserting DeLong. I had no idea this was a counterfeit. Even if you granted me 8 lives, I would never dare to bring it to the DeLong night market. From where did you acquire the stone? DeLong's gaze was icy as it bore down on him. Zhou Jian quickly replied. It was from a vendor on the street in front of Tian Shige. I purchased it for only 1 million, as the price was quite reasonable. DeLong, I truly had no knowledge that this item was fake. I implore you to spare me this time, considering my ignorance. A vendor? DeLong's brow furrowed in contemplation. Typically, jade merchants can be categorized into 3 types. One is the mine wholesaler, usually the mine owner, dealing in massive quantities without cutting the stones for sale. The second type comprises shop owners who sell both raw and cut jade, as well as finished products. Due to the legitimacy of their business, these shop owners seldom risk selling fakes. Only a rare breed of scoundrels engage in such deceitful practices, tarnishing the industry's reputation. The final type is the individual vendor, often a solitary figure wandering about with a bag, seeking to trade with passers-by. Their bags typically contain small pieces of raw jade and finished products. Such individuals lack a fixed abode, and many hail from Myanmar, making them highly mobile and difficult to trace once they depart. What did he look like? What was he wearing? Is he of Huaxia descent? Be precise, or I shall take your life. And no, he had dark skin and naturally curly hair. He was likely from Myanmar, Zhou Jian stammered. He was of a similar height to me, dressed in a cheap blue short-sleeve shirt, carrying a black backpack, and wearing white shoes. He had 2 bracelets on his wrist, adorned with floral patterns, and a green guanine pendant around his neck. That is all I know, DeLong. Please spare me. Bring him here, DeLong commanded. Instantly, a dozen security personnel emerged from the surroundings. DeLong, how may I assist you? They inquired. Go find that individual, DeLong instructed. The security personnel nodded and prepared to carry out the task when Lin Feng interjected. Hold on a moment. The security personnel looked at him with suspicion. Lin Feng turned to DeLong and said, Might I trouble you to have this fellow repeat what he just said? What do you mean? Zhou Jian's complexion paled as he glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, What? Is it so difficult to repeat your words? Repeat what you just said. If Zhou Jian genuinely acquired this jade from someone, his recounting of that person's appearance might yield additional details. But surely he would not misremember her. After all, it has not been long. Otherwise, he must be fabricating stories on the spur of the moment. Cold sweat dripped from Zhou Jian's forehead. Aye. A dozen security personnel fixed their gaze on Zhou Jian. What were you wearing? Lin Feng inquired. White, no. Gray. Zhou Jian hesitated, then corrected himself. Lin Feng chuckled, casting a glance at him before taking a few steps back. Good luck to you. You? Zhou Jian's face turned pale. It was a grayish-white casual outfit. I did not misstate. You just said it was a blue short-sleeve shirt. Durga remarked with a chilling smile. You, Zhou, have quite the audacity to deceive me. No, please, Durga, it was merely a slip of the tongue. It is indeed a blue short-sleeve shirt. The bag he carries is grayish-white. Zhou Jian hurriedly explained. Durji's expression darkened further. You misspoke again. It is a black bag. Cut off one of his hands. Yes, Durga. The security personnel's faces turned icy as they seized Zhou Jian's arm, drawing a folding knife, and with one swift motion, they struck down. No, please. Zhou Jian screamed in agony, his voice piercing the air. Before his cries faded, he was drenched in cold sweat. His head tilted as he fainted. Not a soul in the crowd felt sympathy. The Delong night market sustained its dominance in the South City for decades through an ironclad stance against counterfeit goods. Otherwise, it would have been overrun with fakes long ago. Dergo coldly commanded, hang his hand at the entrance, and place a sign to inform everyone. What about this brat? Dahu, you shall personally dispose of him at the Zhou family gate. Dergo sneered. Dahu nodded, dragging Zhou Jian away with his coarse hands. Yes, Dergo. Lin brother, if you do not mind, call me older brother, and let us forge a friendship. Dergo expressed gratitude, casually producing a check worth millions. A modest token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Chapter 14. Blood-soaked executioner. Lin Feng hesitated. Dergo, you are offering too much. Not at all. Dergo laughed heartily, pressing the check into Lin Feng's hands. A good friend is hard to come by. For others, I would not spare a dime if they called me great-grandfather, but for you, Lin, addressing me as brother makes this 10 million merely a greeting gift. Do not be so polite. Then, thank you, Dergo. Lin Feng glanced at him, pocketing the check. The gazes of numerous beautiful women in the vicinity shifted towards him, as if his once cheap attire now radiated a shimmering golden glow. Had Dergo not been present, they would have flocked to him like butterflies drawn to nectar. Seeing him accept the check, Derji's smile widened as he produced an invitation and handed it to him. Lin brother, tomorrow, the Jiang family will host an emerald auction at the South City Sports Center. If you're interested, you may join the Wen family's young lady for a visit. Dergo, you're not attending? Lin Feng asked in surprise. He had heard of the Jiang family's reputation since childhood. The South City was renowned for its emeralds, and one must look to the Jiang family upon entering the city. The Jiang family's patriarch once served in the Qin court, yet, sensing the impending turmoil, he severed ties with his official duties, embarking on a journey through the land. After many years, he discovered a vast mine in South City and settled there permanently. The great-grandfather was a renowned jade king during the Republic of China, not only thriving in the domestic jade trade, but also gaining considerable fame abroad, thereby establishing the Jiang family's reputation as the preeminent jade dynasty in Nanjing. Each year, the Jiang family hosts an exclusive jade auction, limited to participants from the surrounding Nanjing area, earning it the playful moniker of the Nanjing semi-public auction. They, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, the Nanjing auction is primarily for the young newcomers to enjoy. Us old-timers prefer not to join the fray. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of clarity. I understand now. Brother Da, I hope to see you again next time, he said with a smile, as he took Wen Wanqing's hand and departed the night market. Observing their retreating figures, a square-faced man approached and whispered, Duh, should we investigate? No ruse. Da waved his hand, smiling. Since he has called me brother, he will eventually share what needs to be said. If we act hastily, we risk exposure and creating gaps. Then, simply have someone follow him. If my young brother encounters any trouble, we shall intervene. Das Wichtum was evident. The square-faced man immediately grasped the implication, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Very well, go ahead, Da affirmed. Yes, Da. Once in the car, Wen Wanqing sighed in relief, expressing her gratitude. Thankfully, your skills are exceptional. Otherwise, today could have been disastrous. Really? I didn't find brother to be unreasonable, Lin Feng replied, curious. Is he truly that formidable? Wen Wanqing shot him a glance. Are you genuinely unaware, or are you merely feigning ignorance? Da has another nickname aside from Iron Fist. He is also known as Blood-Soaked Butcher. He kills without hesitation. It is reported that over 83 souls have perished at his hands. What could possibly provoke such violence? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wen Wanqing cast a glance back at the Delong night market. Greed often stirs the heart. The Delong night market is vast, and there will always be those with ill intentions. Thank you for your concern. Watching the car fade into the distance, Lin Feng finally pushed open the courtyard gate and stealthily made his way towards the house. A voice pierced the darkness. Look over here. Ah. Lin Feng turned abruptly to find his sister, Lin Shui, shining her flashlight at him while making a face that resembled a terrifying specter from a horror film. Return my life. Goodness, it's late at night, and you're here to scare your brother, Lin Feng exclaimed, exasperated, as he snatched the flashlight from her hand. Lin Shui clung to his arm, feigning displeasure. I couldn't sleep. Why weren't you frightened at all? Do you think I'm still 3 years old? What's there to fear about ghosts, especially one as small as you? If you were my sister, I would have punched you in the head by now, Lin Feng retorted. Bemused. How boring, Lin Shui pouted. Seeing her demeanor, Lin Feng couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Is something troubling you at school? Not really. But there's a parent-teacher meeting the day after tomorrow, and I'm unsure if I should skip school, Lin Shui confessed, looking dejected. Lin Feng chuckled. You consider skipping school for something like that? Fine, I will attend the meeting the day after tomorrow. How does that sound? Are you willing to go? I thought you weren't interested before, Lin Shui asked, surprised. Lin Feng said, not only am I going, but tomorrow I shall also purchase a house, allowing our family to move into a new abode and hiring someone to care for our mother. Brother, are you serious? Lin Shui exclaimed, bewildered. No, that is impossible. Where do we find such money? She felt a surge of excitement, only to be swiftly engulfed by despair, lowering her head. She had not changed her shoes in 2 years, and just recently, their family struggled to find decent rice to eat. How could they possibly afford a house or hire help? With a smile, Lin Feng responded, do you believe me, sister? I do, but there are no buts. Tomorrow after school, I will take you to our new home, he assured her. Lin Shui gazed at him, tears welling in her eyes. Brother, thank you for holding this family together. Why are you getting so sentimental, you little girl? Lin Feng chuckled. Before he could finish his sentence, she stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his cheek, then darted into the house like a little rabbit. Touching his cheek in disbelief, Lin Feng thought, where did this girl learn such things? I hope she isn't being influenced by those early romantics at school. Upon entering the house, he quickly washed up and went to bed. The next morning, he prepared breakfast, and after the three of them ate, he accompanied his little sister Lin Shui to school. However, when they were still over 100 meters from the school gate, Lin Feng would always stop. Shui, you can go in by yourself, he said. Brother, please take me to the school gate, Lin Shui insisted, suddenly grasping his hand. I truly don't mind that you're my brother. Why would you mind? I am your brother, Lin Feng replied, amused, yet a warm current surged through his heart. Since their father's passing, the family had suffered greatly, having sold off all valuable possessions. Wearing old clothes from the market, Lin Feng felt unworthy to escort his sister into such a prestigious private school as Mingda. I will come to pick you up later, he assured her. I really don't mind you, Lin Shui reiterated, shaking her head and pulling him toward the school entrance. He firmly held her back, saying earnestly, your lack of disdain for me truly touches my heart. But could you consider something for me? If a millionaire like me were to appear at your school gate, wouldn't the girls go wild, clinging to me and not letting me leave? What? You a millionaire? Lin Shui blinked in confusion, feeling somewhat dazed. She thought Lin Feng was merely embarrassed about being teased by classmates. She never imagined he could be so self-absorbed. Brother, maybe you should visit a doctor? I am perfectly healthy, Lin Feng replied, playfully tapping her on the head. Now hurry inside. You don't want to be late. When you finish school, I will come and pick you up in a suit, driving a luxury car. Got it, brother, Lin Shui said, covering her head and shooting him an annoyed glance. Yet as she turned away, she couldn't help but smile, her spirits lifted. It had been so long since Lin Feng had been so confident and sunny, joking with her. As for whether he would truly appear before her after school as he claimed, she didn't care in the slightest. Hung Tai Real Estate. Welcome. I am Zhang Tai, the sales manager of Hung Tai Real Estate. As Zhang Tai prepared to step outside, he noticed someone approaching and eagerly opened the door, ready to welcome the visitor with a smile. However, upon seeing the individual clad in inexpensive attire and appearing quite young, the warmth in his expression abruptly stiffened and vanished. Xiaohe, please attend to our guest, he instructed. All right, I'll fetch some water right away, Xiaohe promptly replied. Yang Toi, vice le displicit, retorteth. I asked you to come and receive him immediately. This guest is now your responsibility. It felt as though Lin Feng were a mere trinket, easily discarded at will. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Xiaohe paused momentarily, then cheerfully approached Lin Feng, saying, hello, sir. I am Xiaohe, an intern in sales at Hung Tai Real Estate. May I ask how to address you? Shumu Lin. My surname is Lin, Lin Feng responded, gazing at her. The young woman appeared barely 20, adorned with light makeup. Her skin fair and delicate, her hair glossy and smooth. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, revealing her gentle and demure demeanor. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, she quickly bowed and said, certainly, Mr. Lin, please follow me. Would you like something to drink? I'm pressed for time. Please assist me directly in selecting a property. Lin Feng replied. Xiaohe smiled and said, of course, sir. Please have a seat. What are your requirements for the property? For instance, how many bedrooms and bathrooms do you need? Any preferences regarding location, soundproofing, or greenery? Are you looking for a commercial or residential property? A residential property near Mingda Middle School, preferably a villa, Lin Feng stated. Xiaohe was taken aback. You wish to purchase a villa? What? The others in the vicinity turned their heads upon hearing this remark. Zhang Tai, who had earlier looked down on Lin Feng, paused in surprise before mockingly addressing his colleagues. Do you think he looks like someone who can afford a villa? Just watch. Yet another pretender trying to act wealthy. My apologies, Mr. Lin. May I inquire about your budget? Xiaoyi took a deep breath, gazing intently at Lin Feng. With a smile, Lin Feng produced a check, stating, "Here is 10 million. That is my budget." A $10 million check. Xiaoyi, unaccustomed to such grand displays, felt her fingers tremble. Zhang Tai, who had previously ridiculed Lin Feng, noticed that the check was issued by Nanchang Bank and hurriedly brought over a cup of tea, beaming as he said, "Mr. Lin, I have extensive resources regarding villas. With a budget of 10 million near Mingda Middle School, there are numerous options available, such as Qianxin Garden, Rushing Court, and Xinguang Courtyard, among others." "Did I ask you?" Lin Feng cast a cool glance at him. Zhang Tai's expression shifted immediately. "Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce you. Xiaoyi is just an intern and knows nothing about villas. If you speak with her, you won't glean any useful information. Please stay aside," Lin Feng directed. Turning to Xiaoyi, "You take over." "Me?" she inquired. "Yes, today I'm solely relying on you for my property purchase," Lin Feng declared with unwavering certainty. Xiaoyi looked at him with gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, but I am merely an intern." "And what of it?" "The quality of the property has nothing to do with your intern status," Lin Feng inquired playfully. "Well, don't hesitate, beauty. If you choose not to assist, I shall seek another agency," Lin Feng stated. Xiaoyi gazed at him in disbelief, astonished that this man held such a high regard for her. "Mr. Lin, thank you for your affirmation. If it were up to me, I would recommend the independent villa number 369 at Xiaoming Mountain Residence. Although it is an old property from 8 years ago, it is impeccably renovated and fully equipped. More importantly, many high-ranking officials, including the principal and vice principal of Mingda Middle School, reside here. If your child attends school here, establishing connections with them will undoubtedly be much easier than elsewhere. Take me for an on-site visit," Lin Feng said. "Certainly, Mr. Lin, please follow me." As the two exited the door, several colleagues were visibly intrigued. "Goodness, is this young man really buying? Isn't that obvious? $1 million check has already been revealed. It can't be fake. Wow, Xiaoyi has only been interning for half a month, right? She is definitely getting promoted directly and will receive a handsome bonus. TSK. Are the newcomers really that impressive nowadays? They're practically soaring to the heavens." Silence. "This is a company, not a marketplace. Are we still working or not?" Diang Dai, listening with a grim expression, admonished them fiercely. Everyone immediately shrank back and fell silent, though someone muttered, "What is there to be proud of? Isn't it just their own disdain for others that led to this?" Who spoke? Zhang Tai glared at a few individuals to the side, his frustration nearly boiling over. How could they have been foolish enough to assign such a valuable client to Xiaoyi? Xiaoyi guided Lin Feng through the property, which comprised 4 floors, 2 above ground and 2 below, boasting a substantial area with front and back lawns. "Mr. Lin, are you satisfied?" "This one will do," Lin Feng replied. "Let us go to the bank now, cash the check, and transfer the funds directly to your company S account." "Sure thing, Mr. Lin," Xiaoyi exclaimed, her delight evident. By the time they completed the transaction, it was already 10:30. Just then, a phone rang. It was a call from Wanqing. "Lin Feng, the Jiang family's stone gambling auction starts at noon. Why haven't you invited me yet?" "I was just about to call you after purchasing the car," Lin Feng chuckled. When Wanqing responded cheerfully, "At least you still remember me. Where are you?" "I'll drive over. At Nanqing Bank, Chunfeng Road Branch." "Stay put. I'll come find you." "All right, I'll wait." Lin Feng nodded slightly, catching sight of a group approaching him. Before long, he found himself surrounded. Chapter 16, particularly fair and fragrant. Lin Feng glanced at them, and stepping forward from the crowd was none other than Biao Ge. "Ah, it's you. What brings you back? Haven't you had enough of the last encounter?" Biao Ge's expression darkened immediately, gritting his teeth as he said, "Kid, last time I was careless. Look closely now. I have brought far more men than before." This time, he had brought at least 180 brothers with him. Some pedestrians, sensing the tension, hurriedly veered away. "This is too intimidating." Yet Lin Feng remained unfazed. No matter how many there were, they were still a disorganized rabble, lacking the substance to pose a real threat. "I advise you to leave immediately with your accomplices. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. How brazen you have become, relying on that stone to amass wealth." Brother Biao said coldly, "Come at me. Boy, hand over the money from selling stones, or I will take your life." His subordinates approached with mocking laughter, some brandishing concealed knives and iron rods. Lin Feng yawned, urging them to expedite the matter, clearly intent on inflicting fatal harm. Onlookers in the bank, peering through the glass doors, trembled at the sight, with some even screaming in terror, believing the young man was doomed. A piercing scream almost shattered their eardrums, and many displayed expressions of sympathy, lamenting the tragic fate of such a promising youth. Some turned away, unwilling to witness Lin Feng's impending demise. Yet in the next moment, another anguished scream erupted, causing a collective gasp. What on earth was happening? As they glanced outside, they were astounded to see a multitude of fierce men sprawled across the ground or hanging from trees. One unfortunate soul was flung onto a bus roof, shrieking in terror. "Help me, Brother Biao, for heaven's sake, stop the bus." With a thud, the man collided with a power line, succumbing to the bus's speed in an instant. Brother Biao's face turned ashen, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. You're the last one standing. Let's have some fun." Lin Feng smirked slightly, beckoning him. "Do not worry, I assure you, I won't send you flying with a single punch like I did with them." "No, please." Brother Biao, in a panic, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. "Lin, young master, I was foolish and reckless. I should not have heeded that scoundrel Lin Jiangwo's words, allowing myself to be led astray and cause you trouble." Once again, Lin Jiangwo, a cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Even a cornered rabbit would bite. This scoundrel Lin Jiangwo had repeatedly provoked his family, which was intolerable. Brother Biao pleaded, "Young Master Lin, spare me. I promise I will never disturb you again. Do you wish to live?" "Yes, desperately. I implore you, young Master Lin, show mercy." Brother Biao bowed his head before him. Lin Feng approached and crouched down, whispering, "Very well, by tomorrow morning, I expect to see one of Lin Jiangwo's arms. Can you manage that? You want me to do that?" "No, I cannot, young Master Lin. You do not understand who is backing Lin Jiangwo. We must not provoke him." Brother Biao hastily replied. Lin Feng coldly stated, "So you mean to say that you intend to provoke me? All right, I shall escort you on your journey." "No, young Master Lin, your second uncle is supported by the Jiang family." Brother Biao exclaimed in fear, "I only advised you to desist for your own good." "The Jiang family? Indeed. How else could I have been persuaded to seek you out?" Brother Biao nodded vigorously. "I cannot fathom how that wretched fellow has stumbled upon such extraordinary fortune, entangling himself with the illustrious Jiang family of Nancheng." Lin Feng, too, was taken aback. "Who is the Jiang family?" "A young master, to be precise. But I dare not inquire further," Biao Gu remarked with a wry smile. "Lin Xiao, please spare me. From this day forth, I will comply with any request you make. Should I discover that you have deceived me?" "No, I assure you, that will not happen." Biaye hastily interjected, observing his demeanor. Lin Feng recognized that he spoke truthfully. It appeared that Lin Jiangwo indeed had ties with the Jiang family. Yet, what merit did he possess to warrant such consideration from them? It was truly perplexing. Biao Gu cautiously inquired, "Lin Xiao, may I take my leave now? Begone. If I ever catch you engaging in misdeeds again, I shall render you incapable," Lin Feng retorted. Yes. Thank you for your immense generosity, Lin Xiao." Biao Gu fled in a panic. His subordinates trembled in fear. Having been beaten to such an extent, they realized they had not yet been rendered entirely incapacitated. If Lin Feng were to act with true severity, they would surely find themselves bettered for life. A crimson BMW 7 Series approached, and when Wan Jing alighted from the vehicle, adorned in a pair of burgundy sunglasses. Today, she wore a flowing black gown that revealed her fair, delicate calves, her sleeveless arms moving gracefully, reminiscent of moonlight shimmering. "Lin Feng, over here. I see you," Lin Feng replied, striding towards her, his gaze appraising her form. As her arms swayed, they exuded an alluring allure. Should I offer her a word of caution? Noticing his gaze when Wan Jing glanced down, her cheeks flushing instantly. "What are you staring at?" "Your jade Buddha pendant is truly exquisite," Lin Feng said with a smile. When Wan Jing was momentarily taken aback. You were looking at this? What else would I be looking at? Did you think I was gazing elsewhere?" Lin Feng innocently blinked, feigning ignorance. When Wan Jing's ears turned crimson, and as she removed the jade pendant, she said, "Why didn't you mention it sooner? Here, take a look. The craftsmanship is remarkable." As Lin Feng received it, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, stirring something within him. When Wan Jing, noticing his peculiar expression, finally comprehended the situation and swiftly reclaimed the pendant, playfully scolding, "Were you just pretending? What were you thinking?" In a flurry, when Wan Jing reattached the jade pendant, feeling its smooth texture against her skin, her heart racing uncontrollably. This pendant had only just been touched by Lin Feng. Now, wearing it meant indirectly allowing him to have touched her. In that moment, she was uncertain whether to remove it or not. Lin Feng, witnessing her alternating expressions of shyness and irritation, hurriedly reassured her, Wan Jing, I swear by the heavens. I harbor no ill thoughts towards you. Truly, I merely find your pendant remarkably beautiful. No, not just beautiful. It possesses an extraordinary fragrance. No, that's not it. The craftsmanship is simply exquisite. Oh dear, what have I just uttered? Chapter 17. The Prodigal of the Jiang Family. Beautiful, fragrant? When Wan Jing glared at him, her teeth clenched. Lin Feng smiled wryly and remarked, "It was a slip of the tongue. What I intended to convey was the exquisite craftsmanship. The jade Buddha is crafted from the translucent and delicately hued orchid jadeite, particularly vibrant, especially with the orchid adorning Methria Buddha's belly, which adds a lively charm to the piece. If the jadeite pendant hanging from Wan Qing's neck were merely of the Bozhong or even the Bozhong variety, the colorless jade would appear rather murky and lifeless, while the green jade would resemble a rather unsightly mass. In contrast, the iced jadeite, with its minimal impurities, boasts heightened transparency and purity, making the colorless jade resemble a block of ice or a serene pool of water, with the green jade lending a vivacious spirit akin to lively aquatic plants, gently swaying and embodying the essence of orchid jadeite. This jade Buddha, merely the length of a finger, commands at least 300,000 in market value. His expertise appeared to soothe Wan Qing somewhat, though she quipped, "Pervert. No, I truly admire the jade Buddha. Your presence is merely a delightful addition," Lin Feng hastily clarified. "Am I not allowed even a glance as your boyfriend?" he retorted playfully. When Wan Qing glanced at him, noticing his anxious expression, and a faint smile graced her lips. "Let us get in the car. The auction is about to commence." Indeed, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. Lin Feng cheerfully ushered her into the vehicle, taking on the role of the driver. At the entrance of the Nanjing Sports Center, a plethora of luxury vehicles lined the area, alongside understated yet expensive business cars, each exceeding 3 million upon inquiry. As Lin Feng and Wan Qing entered the venue, they were greeted by a vast array of stone gambling stalls, all conducted via sealed bidding. When Wan Qing shook her head and stated, "Thank you, but no need. I have participated in a few auctions and am familiar with the process here." "Very well, madam. May fortune smile upon you and bring you great success," the waitress responded with a slight smile before stepping back to attend to other guests. Wan Qing gestured towards the rows of stone gambling stalls, explaining, "Each stone has a box beside it. If you are interested, you can write your bid on a card and drop it into the box." This piqued Lin Feng's interest. He chuckled as he examined the stalls, noticing an abundance of intriguing pieces, yet winning a bid would heavily rely on luck. After all, each person's discerning eye varies. It is entirely possible for someone to mistake a worthless stone for treasure and submit a hefty bid. When Wan Qing pointed toward the bustling area, "Look, Lin Feng. So many people are bidding there. It must be a good stone. Shall we take a look?" "No need to join that commotion." Lin Feng shook his head. "That stone appears decent, but it has cracks. It will surely collapse once cut. Instead, let us venture to the right, where there are a few seemingly unremarkable stones that could yield remarkable finds." "All right," when Wan Qing agreed, quickly grabbing a card and a marker. However, upon seeing Lin Feng ultimately stand before several rough jadeite stones, she was momentarily taken aback. "Which stone do you intend to bid on?" "Not just one. I shall bid on all three." Lin Feng indicated the stones numbered 367, 373, and 375. When Wan Qing expressed her astonishment, "But these stones all have unappealing skins. Even amateurs are aware that the finest raw stones often possess a delicate exterior. Why have you chosen these particular pieces?" "You are correct that the likelihood of uncovering a treasure is indeed higher with stones that have a refined surface. However, this does not imply that coarser stones are devoid of potential." Lin Feng chuckled. "Trust my judgment, and you shall bid. I assure you, your profits will be substantial." "Very well, should I profit, we shall split it 50-50, when Wan Qing nodded, deciding to heed his advice. At that moment, a group of flamboyantly dressed young men approached from behind. Leading the pack was a disheveled scoundrel, his beady eyes fixated on Wan Qing as he grinned. "Wan Qing, it has been quite some time." "Jiangqi, what brings you here?" Wan Qing responded, her gaze sharpening with suspicion. Jiangqi was notorious in Nan City for his debauched lifestyle, a frequent patron of establishments of ill repute, and had a reputation for unscrupulous behavior. Leering at Wan Qing with a predatory gaze, Jiangqi smirked. "Fear not, I merely wish to convey my affections towards you. Your father has long sought to restore the Wan family's prestige. If you become my woman and join the Jiang family, it would be a simple matter. Indeed, Miss Wan, Jiang Shao holds you in high regard. You should seize this opportunity, his followers chimed in with lewd chuckles. Are you aware of the illustrious Jin family's daughter? Just yesterday, she was utterly enamored with our Jiang Shao. If you do not act quickly, she may win him over. Rest assured, as long as you are mine, I shall cherish you for a lifetime. Jiang Qi's heart raced at the sight of Wanqing's beauty as he reached out to grasp her shoulder. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. Keep your filthy hands to yourself. If you dare to touch her, do not blame me for the consequences. Jiang Qi's expression darkened as he glanced at Lin Feng in disbelief. And who might you be? You have quite the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. Are you unaware of the meaning of death? This is my boyfriend. I would appreciate it if you would speak more courteously, when Wanqing replied firmly. Jiang Qi was taken aback. You mean to say this brat is your what? I believe when Wanqing has made herself quite clear. I am her boyfriend, Lin Feng stated, fixing Jiang Qi with an unwavering gaze. I kindly request that you vacate the premises. You insolent wretch, Jiang Qi retorted angrily. This entire auction house belongs to the Jiang family. How dare you demand that I leave? Jiang Shao, this lad seems to be asking for a beating. His followers chimed in coldly. How dare he disrespect Jiang Shao? Perhaps he should lose his tongue. Young man, in the future, keep your eyes wide open. One of Jiang Qi's unruly companions lunged forward, aiming a punch at Lin Feng's eye. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he swiftly seized the assailant's arm, producing a sharp crack. The disheveled man cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. What the hell? You sneak attacked me. Dare to lay a hand on my people. Eliminate him. Jiang Qi roared in fury. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Stop this. Chapter 18. The Young Lady of the Jin Family. Upon hearing the interruption, Jiang Qi's countenance darkened significantly as he spat. Who dares to interfere with me? Before he could finish, a foot connected squarely with his head. With a sudden cry of pain, Jiang Qi's head collided forcefully with the gambling stone stall, producing a resounding noise that drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Oh dear, isn't that Jiang Qi, the young master of the Jiang family? Our South City's notorious dandy. Which unfortunate girl must have drawn the short straw to encounter him? Shoo, lower your voice. Do you wish to court disaster? As the whispers circulated, a striking beauty caught Lin Feng's attention. She stood there, hands resting on her slender waist, captivating him with her presence. This enchanting woman, standing a height of 1.78 meters, possessed an alluring figure adorned with an array of jade and gold ornaments that accentuated her flawless beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavenly realms. At that moment, her almond-shaped eyes were fixed coldly on Jiang Qi as she spoke. Is it my fault for meddling, or do you have a grievance against me? Jean Anna, how could it be you? Jiang Qi's face drained of color as he lifted his gaze from the ground. Jean Anna let out a cold laugh. Who was it that claimed I was head over heels for you? And no, absolutely not. I heard nothing of the sort, Jiang Qi stammered, hastily distancing himself from his companions. Miss Jean, even my elder brother would scarcely be worthy of you. For me, merely catching a glimpse of you is a rare fortune among all the affluent young gentlemen of South City. Leave, Jean Anna huffed. Jiang Qi dared not utter a word as he scrambled away, frantically expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Jean, for sparing me. His followers trembled in unison, scurrying after him. Lin Feng regarded Jean Anna with surprise, softly inquiring, Wenqing, who is this beauty? Many in the vicinity had already recognized Jean Anna's identity, their expressions filled with astonishment. Isn't she the eldest daughter of the Jean family? I thought she was attending to her ailing grandmother. What brings her here today? This couple truly stumbled upon great fortune, encountering the South City's heroine at such a pivotal moment. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Not necessarily, Lin Feng muttered under his breath, casting a glance at the crowd. Had Jean Anna not intervened, he would have already dealt with Jiang Qi and his entourage decisively. However, since she had chosen to assist, Lin Feng felt compelled to express his gratitude. Miss Jean, I appreciate your help just now. It's nothing, merely a trifling act, she replied, casting a brief glance at him before her gaze brightened slightly upon noticing Wenqing. Be cautious in the future, and do not allow someone like Jiang Qi to target you again. Certainly, Lin Feng smiled. Jean Anna acknowledged him with a nod and, accompanied by a few bodyguards, made her way toward a stage adorned with an array of colossal jade raw stones, each towering at least half a person's height, with prices soaring into the tens of millions, attracting only the wealthiest of bidders. As Jean made her entrance, all eyes were immediately drawn to her. The wealthy magnates graciously stepped aside, smiling as they said, Miss Jean, what a pleasure it is to see you here. Which item will you bid on? We shall refrain from interfering. Thank you all for your courtesy, Gina replied with a slight smile, standing before a massive emerald raw stone, examining it closely and caressing its surface. Many onlookers were left parched with anticipation, wishing they could be that very stone. After a moment, she took up a pen and paper, inscribing an amount of 60 million before preparing to place in the box. Lin Feng hurried over, exclaiming, "Wait a moment. Miss Jean." Gina's brow furrowed slightly as she cast him a glance. "Oh, it's you. What do you want?" "Miss Jean, while this stone appears to have a delicate skin and a translucent layer, with a coating of white sand, resembling a jadeite raw stone from Mogan, it is, in fact, not a worthwhile piece," Lin Feng cautioned her. "Therefore, it would be prudent not to bid on this stone." "Have you finished?" Gina asked, her tone low. Lin Feng nodded, smiling as he replied, "Yes, that's all regarding this stone. If you would, I suggest you consider the adjacent piece, which, despite its visible cracks, holds great potential if the fissures are avoided. Are you done?" Gina inquired once more. Even Lin Feng, typically slow to catch on, sensed her impatience. "Miss Jean, I'm only offering this advice out of gratitude for your previous assistance," he explained. "If you choose not to believe me, that is entirely your prerogative. I understand. You may leave now," Gina said coolly, and she dropped her card in the box, clearly dismissing Lin Feng's words. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, Lin Feng thought to himself, "Very well, I shall pretend I never spoke." "Miss Jean, Lin Feng is quite knowledgeable about jadeite. You should heed his warning," when Wanqing urged, wanting to defend him. Gina glanced at the two of them, chuckling lightly. "What ist? Who does not know that I, Gina, am among the top 10 young jadeite masters in Nancheng? My discerning eye rivals that of any renowned jadeite expert. How can any jade I appraise possibly be flawed?" "Miss Jean, you—" When Wanqing began, her urgency palpable. "Enough, Wanqing," Lin Feng interjected, shaking his head and gently taking her hand. "No need to say more. Actions speak louder than words. In due time, Miss Jean will come to understand the worth of my earlier remarks." "Perhaps," Gina replied nonchalantly, taking her bodyguards to inspect other stones, casting not even a glance at the one Lin Feng had mentioned. Lin Feng let out a bitter smile. "Truly, good intentions often go unappreciated. Wanqing, shall we descend? Are you not going to bid on this stone?" When Wanqing inquired, Lin Feng shook his head, saying, "Though there are few bidders, the stones here often fetch several tens of millions. I simply do not possess such funds." "I do," when Wanqing declared. "I must let everyone know that you are absolutely correct." Chapter 19, Winning the Bid. "Wanqing, you are truly wonderful to me." As he looked at the woman before him, so fiercely advocating for him, Lin Feng felt deeply moved. He embraced her waist and softly vowed, "I will cherish you for a lifetime." "Alas, there are so many people here. Why are you not embarrassed?" When Wanqing's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she gently nudged him, yet her demeanor suggested a playful reluctance, igniting a warmth in Lin Feng's heart. In an instant, he lowered his head and kissed her smooth, fair cheek. When Wanqing gasped in surprise, "Oh, please don't do that. Everyone can see." "So what if they see? What's wrong with a little affection between us as a couple?" Lin Feng replied with a smile. "If they're displeased, we could kiss again for their amusement. What are you thinking? I certainly won't engage in that." One Wanqing retorted, her face aglow, lightly punching his shoulder before adding, "All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. What is a suitable bid for this stone?" 35 million, Lin Feng whispered. When Wanqing was taken aback. "So much?" She nodded thoughtfully. "All right, we shall bid that amount." With that, she placed a bidding card into the box. In the distance, Anna observed their bid, shaking her head in disbelief. "How foolish. I did not believe in that stone, yet they dare to spend money on it. Miss, should we remind them?" "No, we're not acquainted." Anna was about to nod, but quickly changed her mind. "Once it's in the box, it's too late to regret. Let us check the stone over there." "Yes, Mississippi." The bodyguards promptly followed her lead. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and when Wanqing wandered around the auction, until they heard a clear, ringing sound. "I apologize, everyone. The bidding time has concluded. Please hold on a moment while we verify the winning bidders," announced the host in a gray suit, microphone in hand. For the second raw stone, congratulations to Mr. Nan for winning at 18 million. For the third raw stone, congratulations. For the 36th raw stone, congratulations to Mr. Lin and Miss One for winning at 35 million. The room erupted in astonishment. Who are Mr. Lin and Miss One? When did such wealthy individuals emerge around Nan City? 35 million. That must be second only to the bid made by Miss Jean, right? Truly affluent. Excuse me, would you like to transport it or open the stone here? The staff inquired respectfully as they reached the stage. Lin Feng smiled. Let us open it here. However, it must be done my way. Certainly, sir, that poses no issue. The staff retrieved a card reader, and after when Wanqing completed the transaction, they called for Master Jia, who would take the stone to the cutting platform. At that moment, they encountered Jean Anna once more. Her brow furrowed. Mr. Lin and Miss Wan, are you the ones I'm thinking of? I am Lin Feng, he replied. Miss Jean, I'm on Wanqing, she added. Jean Anna cast a glance at stone number 30, her frown deepening. This stone has a noticeable crack. One cut may result in a disastrous outcome. You should prepare yourselves for potential misfortune. Thank you for the warning, Miss Jean. Lin Feng, having heard her caution, felt a significant portion of his previous irritation dissipate. Responding kindly, Miss Jean, you too should exercise caution. It would be wise to avoid a central cut. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, the fair visage of Jean Anna was immediately shrouded in frost. Are you provoking me? She inquired. Lin Feng, taken aback and at a loss for words, replied, No. I merely thought you were kindly warning us, hence my good intentions. You consider this as goodwill? Jean Anna shot him a glare. You need not explain. It is indeed rare to encounter a man with such a narrow mind, she remarked coldly. Lin Feng, incensed, countered, Can you allow me to finish my words? Must you label me before hearing me out? There is nothing to discuss between us. Misunderstanding deepened in Jean Anna's eyes as she turned away, stating, Cut directly along the lines I have drawn. Yes, Miss Jean, the stone cutter nodded in compliance. Many onlookers directed their gazes towards Lin Feng, their faces and eyes brimming with ridicule and disdain. How amusing. Miss Jean is an expert in jade, and this fool dares to criticize her. Indeed, does he not realize his own insignificance? Why does he have to critique Miss Jean? Just wait and see. That stone has such large cracks that one cut will surely lead to disaster. Amidst the scornful remarks, Lin Feng sighed, taking a marker to draw several lines on the stone, declaring, Master, please cut according to the marked sequence, one cut after another. That is feasible, but sir, cutting it this way means several cuts will not avoid the cracks, and it may collapse. The stone cutter, a robust man with a hint of gray in his hair, cautioned, having been in the trade for 30 to 40 years and being somewhat of an expert himself. Gazing at Lin Feng, he kindly advised, If it were up to me, having spent such a considerable sum, I doubt you wish to be the subject of ridicule. Perhaps it would be better to cut elsewhere? Thank you, Master, but I have confidence in my judgment. Please proceed as I have instructed. Lin Feng responded with a smile. The stone cutter, seeing the determination in his eyes, hesitated momentarily before yielding with a wry smile. Very well. Since you insist, I shall begin the cutting. Thank you for your efforts. Lin Feng replied with a smile. The stone cutter sighed and immediately set to work. The thunderous sound drew the attention of many. Jean Anna was taken aback. Was he thick-skinned or simply mad? Was he not afraid of becoming a laughingstock while publicly cutting such a stone? Just as she was about to urge Lin Feng once more, the cutting blade plunged into the stone, and with a resonant thud, a piece fell away. Everyone turned their gaze to the stone, revealing a green glow on the cut surface. It's jade, but instead of astonishment, the crowd wore expressions of mockery. See, I told you it would crack. Look at this formerly fine jade. With so many fissures, even crafting beads would require utmost caution, not to mention pendants or bracelets. They are utterly unusable. Indeed, this stone-yielding green is no different from one that does not. Young man, shall we continue cutting? The stone cutter asked with a wry smile directed at Lin Feng. Perhaps it's best to reconsider? Chapter 20. The tricolor jade has only just begun. Cut! Lin Feng uttered with unwavering determination. The stone cutter was taken aback, intending to persuade him further, questioning why he did not observe the mocking expressions of those around him. However, upon locking eyes with Lin Feng, he was instantly rendered speechless. Are you certain? Indeed, I am, Lin Feng replied with a smile. As the saying goes, one cut leads to hell, while another leads to heaven. This stone before me appears akin to a tragic miscarriage of justice, horrifically unappealing, yet with perseverance. It shall eventually bloom and reveal its brilliance, transcending to heavenly realms with a single cut. A chuckle escaped Jean Anna's lips, unable to contain herself. Her beauty was unparalleled, and this laughter was akin to the lotus emerging from the water, radiant against the morning sun, an exquisite sight indeed. Nearly everyone present found themselves entranced by her. Lin Feng, too, was momentarily captivated, surprised by her striking allure. Jean Anna's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, What is there to admire? She continued with a playful tone, You are rather amusing. Despite the futility of your efforts, you still espouse lofty philosophies. Are you merely attempting to motivate yourself? I speak the truth, Lin Feng replied earnestly. If Miss Jean does not believe me, let the outcome serve as proof. Very well. Should you truly manage to unveil something remarkable, I shall purchase it at double the price. Jean Anna was genuinely perplexed, unable to fathom the source of this man's unwavering confidence in such a seemingly worthless stone. Many around them shook their heads in derision, one quipping, "My dear fellow, self-awareness is a virtue. Indulging in self-deception is hardly commendable. Laughter brings temporary joy, but a continuous diet of it merely sustains the illusion," another chimed in. This lad is quite the character, blissfully ignorant of reality, crafting fantasies for himself. Is that truly amusing? As the sound of mockery enveloped them, one Wanqing clenched her delicate fists, itching to defend Lin Feng. He grasped her arm gently, chuckling as he shook his head. It's all right. Their current contempt for me will soon turn to astonishment. Master, please proceed with the cutting. The initial cuts have already set the stage. Only after the seventh cut will the truth be revealed. Very well. I shall continue, the stone cutter replied, glancing at Lin Feng before nodding slightly and resuming his work. The sharp sound of slicing filled the air once more, the blade sparking as it met the stone, a sight to behold. With a resounding thud, the second cut revealed yet another piece of jade riddled with cracks. Though it bore a hint of violet, it was scarcely distinguishable from waste material. The crowd murmured in dismay. Violet jade, a rare, deep hue. Yet alas, too many fractures render it nearly worthless, suitable for only a couple of beads. This fellow truly possesses an obstinate spirit. He wishes to continue cutting? Indeed, Lin Feng replied coolly. The stone cutter made the third, fourth, and fifth cuts, each revealing nothing but refuse. His faith in Lin Feng was swiftly waning. Sir, are you certain? Cut. This blade shall undoubtedly unveil something extraordinary, Lin Feng assured him with a smile. Suddenly, a loud peal of laughter erupted from the side, and Lin Feng turned to find that it was his uncle, Lin Jiangwo. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng and said, Xiao Feng, I never imagined you would venture to such a place, let alone spend a fortune on such a substantial piece of stone. It seems you earned quite a sum yesterday. I must admit, I underestimated you. What brings you here? A cold glint flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Jiangwo chuckled. I heard there was a foolish lad who enjoys indulging in fanciful dreams. So I came to see for myself. To my surprise, it's you. Do you believe that when I strike this stone, it will yield nothing of value? Lin Feng's eyes shifted slightly. He was just about to settle the score with this old man, who had conveniently come to him. If heaven has bestowed this upon me, how could I refuse? To do so would be to go against fate and invite calamity upon myself. I still have a few million in my pocket. Do you dare to engage in a contest with me? Oh, when Lin Jiangwo first spotted Lin Feng, he had intended to mock him, but upon realizing Lin Feng's affluence, his spirits lifted. Very well. If your stone truly yields something remarkable, I will give you 1 million. If it does not, I shall hand you 5 million. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Lin Jiangwo, nearly leaping with excitement, exclaimed, Excellent. Let us cut the stone at once. Mr. Lin, what do you think? The stone cutter, visibly troubled, hesitated to heed his words. Lin Feng laughed. Cut it. Understood. The stone cutter took a deep breath and activated the machine, the roar echoing as their voices became indistinct amidst the noise. With a thud, the stone fell, revealing a slick, black surface. Oil sheen. It actually produced oil? The crowd murmured in astonishment. I've heard that stones with heavy oil content are usually valuable. This one can't possibly. However, such skepticism vanished in an instant. The stone cutter brandished a bucket of clean water and splashed it upon the stone, causing the black oil to wash away, unveiling a brilliant, translucent luster. As the light from a strong flashlight illuminated it, the stone shone with an unparalleled brilliance, almost piercing through the onlookers. My goodness, the yellow hue is so intense. Could this be imperial green? Surely not, given its size. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Gold Anna's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the stone, declaring, It's not imperial green, but rather a tricolored jade of yellow, green, and red. Miss Jean, your discerning eye is commendable, Lin Feng replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gold Anna inhaled sharply, lamenting, What a pity I sent Tifu Lu show, otherwise. This jade's value would triple. Not to worry, the stone has yet to be fully cut, Lin Feng smiled. Gold Anna was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. What do you mean? Indeed, this is merely the beginning, Lin Feng said with a gentle smile, addressing the stone cutter. Please continue. Ah, yes, certainly. The stonecutter's face flushed with excitement, astonished that true value had emerged. This young man indeed possessed a divine sight. He had predicted that the seventh cut would yield results. And it did. Neither one cut too few nor too many. The crowd began to realize this truth. Their gazes toward Lin Feng transformed entirely. With a thunderous sound, the eighth cut was made, prompting a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Red, green, and purple, the symbols of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, the vibrant hues of jade. My goodness, is this young man a celestial being? He had not even cut the stone before, yet how could he possibly discern the presence of fortune, prosperity, and longevity within? Chapter 21, 200 million. Has fortune truly manifested? In the beautiful depths of Jean Anna's eyes, disbelief reigned supreme. As one of the top 3 jade artisans in the prestigious youth circle of South City, she had encountered more stones than the grains of rice an average person consumes, and had touched more stones than the bridges an ordinary person crosses. Yet she could not ascertain the specifics of the stone before her. Yet this young man not only recognized it, but he did so with remarkable precision. Such discernment is unattainable even for the 17 or 18 jade masters she is familiar with. At least not at the level of the esteemed jade scholars, such as Wen Bilyong, the firm-handed DeLong, and the enigmatic Fu Tianyu, the 3 luminaries of South City. Among these masters, the youngest, Wen Bilyong, was nearing 50 years of age, not to mention the elderly Fu Tianyu in his 70s or 80s. Yet, Lin Feng appeared to be in his early 20s. The disparity in their ages was truly astounding. At this moment, the stone master, glowing with excitement, inquired, "Sir, shall we continue with the cutting?" "Indeed." Lin Feng nodded, then turned to Lin Jiangwo with a grin. "Uncle, it's time to settle our wager, is it not? Such incredible luck. Wouldn't you agree?" Lin Feng chuckled. "What? Do you intend to renege on our agreement? What nonsense! I cannot comprehend." Lin Jiangwo huffed, attempting to flee. However, as he lifted his foot, a hand firmly pressed upon his shoulder. The intense pain nearly caused him to collapse to the ground. "Ah, you scoundrel, Lin Feng!" Lin Jiangwo cried out in agony, twisting around to confront the owner of the hand, only to find shock etched across his face. The hand belonged to Lin Feng, but just a moment ago he had been standing 8 meters away by the stone-cutting machine. How could he have crossed that distance so swiftly? Many onlookers blinked in confusion, pondering when this young man had made his approach. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Uncle, it is time to pay up." "What money?" "I have none." "None? Very well. I shall accommodate you." Lin Feng coldly huffed, then swiftly pressed a pressure point on his shoulder. Lin Jiangwo instantly felt his arm tingle, followed by a wave of numbing pain that surged throughout his body, causing him to collapse to the ground, unable to even scream. His face turned as pale as a corpse. "What have you done to me? I merely did what was necessary. Why you must release me? I am your uncle." Lin Jiangwo gritted his teeth, the pain rendering him utterly powerless, even contemplating bashing his head against the floor in desperation. Lin Feng coldly regarded him and stated, "Last time, I spared you. Yet you not only incited my third aunt to cause trouble, but also urged Biao Ge to attempt to end my life. Is there truly an uncle like you in this world? I was mistaken. Xiao Feng, you have been deceived. How could I do such a thing being your uncle? They have slandered me." Lin Jiangwo hastily defended himself. Lin Feng chuckled. "Very well. I shall call them over right now to confront you directly." "Why would you do that? Uncle cannot endure this. Please help me." A fleeting look of panic crossed Lin Jiangwo's face, and Lin Feng immediately understood. "Are you afraid? I require 1 million within 3 minutes. Otherwise, I assure you, you shall experience true agony here," Lin Feng declared. Lin Jiangwo's complexion changed dramatically. I will provide it. I shall do so immediately." He certainly did not wish to meet his demise. "I cannot manage it, Xiao Feng." Truly, I have already gifted that mine to young Master Jiang. Even if you were to kill me, I cannot offer it to you," Lin Jiangwo lamented, his face contorted with despair. "It truly hurts. Please help me untie this." "Jiangqi?" Lin Feng inquired. Yes, indeed. It is young Master Jiang." Lin Jiangwo nodded frantically. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his expression for any signs of deceit. Upon confirming his honesty, he delivered a sharp slap to Lin Jiangwo's face. With a resounding crack, Lin Jiangwo collapsed to the floor, wailing in pain. "What are you doing to me?" he cried. "Did you not request my assistance in untying you? Is the outcome unsatisfactory?" Lin Feng mocked with a grin. Lin Jiangwo covered his face, glaring at him through gritted teeth. "You, leave at once." Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze turned frigid as he shot him a glare. An invisible pressure descended upon Lin Jiangwo, causing his legs to tremble, nearly overwhelming him with fear. Yes, yes, I shall leave immediately, he stammered, scrambling away in a panic. One day, you will face dire consequences. Lin Feng, is everything all right? When Wan Qing approached, inquiring. Lin Feng shook his head, responding with a smile, I am fine. With a thunderous crash, the ninth cut fell, revealing a piece of colorless and green marbled ice-type Po Lanhua jade. Although it was not as valuable as the previous tricolored jade, it still held significant worth. Particularly in recent years, colorless jade had skyrocketed in value, increasing tenfold, and the worth of high-end Po Lanhua jade had also risen correspondingly. A piece the size of a human head could easily be valued at 6 to 7 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment, clamoring, young man, please cease cutting. Just sell it to me directly. I offer 60 million, 70 million, 150 million. Jean Anna exclaimed, Mr. Lin, I apologize for my earlier misjudgment. I wonder if you would still consider selling it to me. If Miss Jean desires it, I shall ask for 200 million, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Jean Anna was taken aback. 200 million? Indeed, this stone remains largely uncut, yet I can assure you that every subsequent slice will yield remarkable treasures, Lin Feng affirmed. For 200 million, I guarantee you exceptional value. Miss, a close bodyguard murmured, clearly skeptical of Lin Feng's assertion. Only 3 good cuts have been made. Who can guarantee that each subsequent cut will be as fortunate? If it fails, would that not result in a significant loss of 200 million? Nevertheless, Jean Anna hesitated no longer. She gazed intently at Lin Feng and nodded, saying, very well, it is a deal. Miss, Han Shu, you need not say more. My decision is final. Jean Anna glanced at Han Shu before pulling out her phone. Provide me with your bank account. I shall transfer the funds immediately. Miss Jean is quite forthright. Lin Feng chuckled, relaying his bank account details. Without hesitation, Jean Anna proceeded to transfer the 200 million on the spot. The scene was filled with astonishment. Indeed, the eldest daughter of the Jean family was nonchalant about transferring 200 million, as if it were merely taking a sip of water. What immense wealth! In a corner, a group of individuals set their sights on Lin Feng. Their gazes were sinister, particularly that of a man with triangular eyes, whose glare shone like a blade, offering no warmth and instead sending a chill down one's spine. Clearly not a man to be trifled with. Brother Deng, is this the kid? A few companions whispered. Brother Deng grunted in affirmation, nodding as he remarked, with this 200 million, we can live freely and joyfully wherever we choose. Brother Deng speaks truth. One chimed in, I'll prepare outside. You all keep an eye on him. With that, Brother Deng strode briskly toward the exit. The brothers chuckled, understood Brother Deng. Mr. Lin, here is my contact information. If you ever wish to sell something of value, please consider me, Jean Anna said, handing him a rose-hued business card. It bore her subtle, elegant fragrance. Just inhaling it made Lin Feng feel a rush of clarity. So fragrant. Indeed, Jean Anna paused momentarily, her expression cooling. Initially, Lin Feng's actions had evoked admiration and respect. She never anticipated him to be such a scoundrel, and her fondness for him plummeted. Uncle Han, let us depart. Yes, Miss, Uncle Han replied, casting a displeased glance at Lin Feng. This young man, does he think that a modicum of skill allows him to treat our esteemed young lady so frivolously? Truly outrageous. Seeing their reactions, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. No, I just ouch. Wan Qing, why are you pinching me? What do you think? Wan Qing shot him a glare. Who speaks like that in front of a lady? Lin Feng sighed. You've misunderstood. I meant the fragrance is delightful, not in an inappropriate sense. Is there a difference? Wan Qing considered pinching him again, but hesitated, fearing it might hurt him. Her hand lingered on his side without further action. Lin Feng pointed to the card, saying, I was referring to the scent on this card. It is exquisite, likely a rare grade of jade phoenix. Previously, it was exclusively reserved for the Qing dynasty royal family. I never expected Miss Jean to use such fragrance. Oh, Wan Qing finally understood. Jean Anna, who had taken a few steps away, instinctively halted at his words, turning to Lin Feng with an expression of bashful apology. However, she felt too embarrassed to actually apologize. Uncle Han cleared his throat and asked, Miss, shall we proceed with the stone cutting? Yes, Jean Anna replied, turning away. Seeing this, Lin Feng said no more, taking Wan Qing's hand as they walked toward the previously bid jadeite stones. These jadeite pieces were relatively small, and their prices wouldn't soar too high. The auction did not treat them as the main attraction, so the host would not announce each one. Bidders had to confirm at the location themselves. As the two approached, an attendant stationed nearby greeted them with a smile. Hello, may I ask your names? Lin, from the Shermu family. This is my girlfriend, one of the gentle one. Lin Feng replied with a smile. The employee immediately smiled and said, "Ah, it is Mr. Lin and Miss Wen. You have bid for these stones, haven't you? Indeed, you must have won the bid. Yes, both of you have successfully secured it." The employee produced the card machine and payment code, inquiring, "Shall we proceed with the payment now? If payment is not completed within an hour, these stones will be considered unsold and will be auctioned again later. The price will certainly be different then." "Allow me to scan," Lin Feng said, taking out his phone to make the payment for the stones, transferring 150 million to Wen Wanqing. Upon seeing the notification of the transaction, Wen Wanqing was taken aback. "Why did you transfer me such a large sum? You purchased the stones, did you not?" Lin Feng replied with a smile. "That is still far too much. What is yours is mine. There is no distinction between giving to you or to myself." Lin Feng chuckled and said, "Let us load the stones into the car and find a place to dine." "Aren't we going to unwrap the stones here?" Wen Wanqing asked. Lin Feng shook his head, saying, "Too many eyes are upon us. Continuing to unwrap them could lead to complications. Fame invites scrutiny, and those who have already profited significantly will undoubtedly attract attention. If it becomes apparent that my selection of jade was based on skill rather than luck, without any backing or influence, I might become a target for unscrupulous individuals seeking to exploit me." Observing the rough and uneven stones that Lin Feng and Wen Wanqing had purchased, some onlookers harbored disdain, dismissing it as mere luck. Yet, others followed the pair out of the sports hall. They placed the stones in the trunk, securing them with various items. Wen Wanqing, feeling uneasy, stuffed several cushions into the trunk. Despite jade's high hardness, constant vibrations could still cause it to shatter. Would using the cushions as a buffer help? She inquired. "It would certainly make a significant difference," Lin Feng replied with a smile, taking the driver's seat. "Besides, I intend to accelerate shortly." "Why are you going to speed?" Wen Wanqing asked, puzzled. Lin Feng offered a slight smile, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. "Oh no, we've been spotted." Brother Deng noticed the sudden acceleration and his expression changed. He quickly shouted, "Follow that car." A chorus of engines roared as several vans sped off in pursuit of the red BMW 7 Series. Lin Feng glanced in the rearview mirror, a smirk forming on his lips as he remarked, "The mice have emerged. 1, 2, 5 cars." When Wanqing's expression shifted slightly, "Lin Feng, we must hurry to a crowded area." "Do not worry, just watch me," he said with a confident smile, increasing his speed. The car zipped through the streets. Brother Deng and his companions wore grim expressions. "Damn it, he's driving recklessly. Is he trying to get himself killed? What should we do, Brother Deng? We must accelerate. We cannot let that 200 million slip away." Brother Deng gritted his teeth, taking the wheel of a modified van himself to pursue. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, he suddenly saw the BMW come to a halt and quickly stopped his vehicle, rushing toward it with his subordinates. "Why have you stopped running?" Brother Deng said coldly. Lin Feng exited the car, smiling as he gestured at the surrounding scenery. Why run? In this desolate place, devoid of any soul, it was indeed an opportune spot for clandestine deeds. "Boy, do you think I was raised to be intimidated?" Brother Deng sneered, asserting, "Transfer the money obediently, and we may spare your life. Otherwise, I wonder if there's a stunning beauty in your car. My brothers would not hold back." It was clear that they were here to commit robbery, without any ulterior motives. Lin Feng cast a disappointed glance at them, feeling utterly let down. "Damn it, how dare you pretend to be tough with me?" Chapter 23. A Porsche acquired. Brother Deng, enraged, commanded everyone attack. "Be swift." "Yes, Brother Deng," his subordinates responded, their sinister smiles revealing their intent as they lunged towards Lin Feng. Surrounded and facing imminent danger, when Wanjing's expression shifted, and she instinctively began to leap from the vehicle to assist him. However, as soon as she extended her long, graceful leg, a cacophony of screams pierced her delicate ears. To her astonishment, the group that had appeared so menacing just moments ago was sent flying, sprawled across the ground in disarray. A few particularly unfortunate souls crashed through the van's windows, half their bodies lodged within, suffering immensely. Lin Feng clapped his hands and remarked, "Is there anyone left? Bring them forth. You brat." Brother Deng's face turned ashen, utterly unprepared for the swift defeat of his gang. It would typically take a considerable time to slice through a dozen potatoes. "Damn it, I will fight you." As he spoke, he brandished a sharp dagger, its gleam flashing as it approached Lin Feng's neck. "Be careful." When Wanjing cried out in alarm, her heart racing with fear. Too late." Brother Deng's face broke into a cold smile, his movements strikingly swift, surpassing the abilities of his underlings by several levels. It was often the case that when an opponent dealt with his subordinates and underestimated him, he would turn the tide with a single strike. It had been true before, and surely it would hold now. Yet, in the next moment, the smirk on Brother Deng's face froze in disbelief. Impossible. Why not? Lin Feng merely curled his lips in a slight smile, and, with just 2 fingers, caught the glimmering dagger. Brother Deng's heart raced with shock as he attempted to withdraw the blade, only to find it seemingly fused to Lin Feng's fingers, rendering him utterly immobile. Who? Who are you? I am the one who seeks your life. Lin Feng chuckled, and with a flick of his fingers, the dagger snapped in two with a sharp sound. What? Brother Deng exclaimed in horror. You. But before he could finish, the blade had already sliced through his throat, air rushing into the wound, disrupting the flow of his life force. In an instant, with a soft thud, Brother Deng collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck. Eyes wide in shock, lifeless. Brother Deng. His subordinates watched in terror, their faces pale. Lin Feng's cold voice rang out. Are you not leaving? Do you wish to die? Before long, the scene was left with nothing but Brother Deng's lifeless body. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, a chill coursing through his body. It was his first experience with taking a life. Are you all right? Wan Wanqing descended from the car, her complexion slightly pale, yet her concern for Lin Feng remained evident. Lin Feng shook his head. He could not show weakness in front of the woman he cherished. I'm fine, but aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid. For I know some people deserve to die. If you don't eliminate this individual, he may harbor ill intentions towards us in the future. Even if not towards us, others may suffer. Wan Wanqing wrapped her arms around his shoulders, soothing him while also comforting herself. A smile graced Lin Feng's face as he gently patted her fragrant shoulder. Very well, let us depart. The two entered the car, but did not head to the restaurant. After just having dispatched a villain, Lin Feng found himself devoid of appetite. All right, I will text you when I get home. Be careful on the road. If anything seems amiss, call me immediately. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, watching her drive away before he made his way to the car dealership. At this hour, there were few customers. Many salespeople were preoccupied with their phones or engaged in idle chatter. Upon noticing someone entering, several salespeople promptly moved to greet Lin Feng. However, upon catching sight of his inexpensive attire, they halted, their interest waning. Only one seemingly earnest, lean young man approached Lin Feng. Good day, sir. I am Du Ping, a salesperson for Chaolong Motors. How may I assist you today? Do you have any vehicles priced at $1 million? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. With that budget, if you add just a little more, you could certainly consider a Porsche Phantom or similar sports car. What do you think? Take me to see the Porsche sports cars. Lin Feng replied cheerfully. Du Ping's eyes widened with excitement. Certainly, sir, please follow me. By the way, may I ask your name? Lin Shumo. Ah, Mr. Lin. What do you think of this chocolate-colored Porsche Phantom? It is priced at $1,380,000, with fees included. It will be a maximum of $1,500,000. A few salespeople burst into laughter at the mention of maximum $1,500,000. What kind of person, appearing as if they had $5,000, could afford such a car? Du Ping felt the heat rise to his cheeks upon hearing the laughter and awkwardly said, Sir, if this price is too much for you, it's perfectly fine to select another vehicle. No, this one will do, Lin Feng chuckled, pulling out his phone. How do I make the payment? Are you certain you wish to purchase this? What? Is there a problem? And no. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. Du Ping exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he led Lin Feng to the finance office to settle the bill. Upon hearing that someone was purchasing a $1 million sports car, numerous onlookers gathered, gazing at Lin Feng with awe. However, upon observing his attire, their expressions mirrored those of the previous salespeople, disbelief etched on their faces. A group of salespeople murmured, That kid is really wealthy? Not a chance. Just wait and see. Little Du is clearly being played for a fool, right? Which affluent individual would dress like that? With a few beeps, Lin Feng completed the payment via QR code, and the car dealership was immediately filled with an announcement. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on acquiring a Porsche Phantom. A wave of disbelief washed over the crowd. Is this for real? This feels like a scene from a science fiction film. The salespeople, who had just moments ago mocked Lin Feng, now wore expressions of astonishment, jaws agape. How could this individual truly possess such wealth? Chapter 24. Lin Shui's brother. The announcement resonated throughout the dealership for a full minute. Du Ping bowed slightly and said, Mr. Lin, please take your seat. We shall test the vehicle. If all is satisfactory, I will accompany you to the vehicle management office to register your license plate. All right. Thank you for your assistance. Not at all. It is my pleasure, Du Ping quickly replied, waving his hands dismissively. Please get in the car. As the two drove off, the onlookers remained in disbelief. This sports car, which had sat in the dealership for 6 months, drawing inquiries yet no buyers, had finally found a purchaser. As the sun dipped low in the sky, signaling the approach of dusk, Lin Feng bid farewell to Duping. He stopped to purchase a tailored suit and a bouquet of flowers. Upon exiting the hair salon, several office ladies who had just finished work caught sight of him, their eyes lighting up with admiration. Particularly, when Lin Feng slipped into the sports car, a few young women rushed over to greet him. Mingda Middle School. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Shue's brother is a construction worker, exclaimed a plump girl. Just wait, he'll come pick her up. Zhao Lily, stop talking nonsense. I've been Lin Shue's classmate since first grade. Her family operates a jade mine, replied a more refined girl. Zhao Lily retorted, just watch, a construction worker will definitely be here to pick her up. Humph, given her background. She doesn't even deserve to attend Mingda Middle School. They're practically impoverished. Little sister, have you been waiting long? Suddenly, a handsome man in a white suit, holding several bouquets, approached, casting a glance at Zhao Lily. The girls turned to look, gasping in unison, wow, he's so handsome. Who is this boyfriend? Brother? Lin Shue's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Feng. With a smile, Lin Feng handed her the flowers. Well, did I lie to you? Where did you get this outfit? Lin Shue asked, astonished, inhaling the fragrance of the flowers. It smells wonderful. Such a flirt, Lin Feng teased. Lin Shue giggled, playfully punching his shoulder. What are you saying? You're not even a girl. How would you know about scents? Men can smell nice too. Just take a whiff of my hair. All right, Lin Feng chuckled. Let me show you the car I bought. This is Lin Shue's brother? Oh my goodness. He's so handsome and stylish. Zhao Lily exclaimed. Didn't you say her brother was a construction worker, and we were here to witness her embarrassment? I think it's you, Zhao Lily, who has the real joke. The group of girls stared in awe, captivated by Lin Feng, who epitomized their ideal type of man. Are you jealous that Lin Shue was named one of the top 10 beauties in school, and that's why you're spreading rumors? Of course not. This morning, I distinctly saw that his brother was a migrant worker. Zhao Lily exclaimed in a fluster, her face flushed and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her expression betrayed a sense of guilt, causing the nearby young girls to grow increasingly skeptical of her words. Stop pretending. Everyone knows you have a crush on Jin Xiao, but he is pursuing Lin Shue instead. Indeed, you are deliberately spreading falsehoods to isolate Lin Shue and bully her. Aren't you? I am not, Zhao Lily quickly retorted. She indeed harbored thoughts of isolating Lin Shue. Yet she never anticipated that Lin Feng would transform so dramatically within a single day. They say a person changes significantly every 18 years. How is it that this man has undergone such a transformation in merely 10 hours? Stealing a glance at Zhao Lily, the girls distanced themselves from her and flocked towards Lin Feng and Lin Shue. At that moment, a disheveled figure with dyed, golden hair, clad in a misaligned school uniform, swaggered over with a few lackeys in tow. Jin Xiao pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, exclaiming, Hey, who are you? How dare you touch my girl? My girl? Lin Feng's brow furrowed, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Anyone would bristle at hearing their female acquaintance referred to in such a derogatory manner. It was only natural to feel incensed. Jin Xiao coldly commanded, Get lost, or I will deal with you. Do you hear me? Kid, be wise and don't force our hand. His lackeys chuckled maliciously, each producing iron rods and similar implements from their bags. They hailed from families with considerable influence, and even teachers dared not intervene. As long as they did not create an exceptionally ruckus, teachers would rather avoid them altogether. In mere moments, these ruffians encircled Lin Feng. Lin Shue's expression shifted, and she interjected, Jin Ke, what are you doing? This is my brother. Brother? Why have I never heard of this before? Jin Ke is nith. Clearly unconvinced. Lin Shue, do not try to deceive me. Is it not because this pretty boy is handsome that you rejected my advances? You are mistaken. It is precisely because of your reckless behavior in romance, treating girls carelessly and discarding them at will, that I could never like someone like you. Lin Shue retorted indignantly. Jin Ke is fast dakend. Is that how you perceive me? It must be this pretty boy who has poisoned your mind. You, make him kneel and beg me to spare him, he said with a cold laugh. Then I shall see if you still deem me a scoundrel. Do not push your luck. We are at the school gate. Lin Shue's complexion paled slightly. Jin Ke laughed heartily, and what of it? Do those gatekeepers dare interfere with my affairs? Attack! Yes, Jin Xiao, his lackeys replied with chilling laughter, raising their iron rods to strike at Lin Feng's head. Whoa! The lackeys jumped back in fright, stammering Jin Xiao, this guy is surprisingly strong. What are you afraid of? It was merely a coincidence. This kid just happened to snap a brittle iron rod. Jin Ke, startled yet skeptical of Lin Feng's prowess, bellowed, "Charge at him. Anyone who dares to retreat a single step, I will break their neck." "Yes, Jin Xiao." Once again, the followers mustered their courage and prepared to pounce on Lin Feng. He cast a fleeting glance at them, and, with a single step upon the ground, a pit emerged immediately beneath his foot. Good heavens! Chapter 25, Demolition. Lin Feng chuckled. "Are you still intent on fighting?" "No, we won't fight anymore," Jin K responded, his expression shifting as he waved his hand dismissively. Lin Feng smiled. "Then will you cease to harass my sister?" "This." Jin K hesitated. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as he stomped down on an iron rod, flattening it instantly. "My word, if that foot had landed on a person, it would have surely crushed them." Jin K quickly proclaimed, "No, we will never trouble Lin Shui again. If anyone dares to harm her, I shall be the first to confront them." "Excellent," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Remember your words today. If I discover any of you have bullied my sister, you shall face the consequences." With that, he pinched the remaining half of the iron rod. To their astonishment, as he opened his hand, the iron rod disintegrated into iron sand, cascading to the ground. Jin K and his companions were utterly horrified, and the more timid among them felt their hearts nearly shatter, hastily assuring him, "No, we absolutely won't." "Sister, let's go." Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction and pressed the button on his car key. The door of the parked Porsche sports car swung open immediately. Lin Shui gasped. "Is this your car?" "Indeed. Hop in," Lin Feng said, giving her a gentle push. Lin Shui sat dazed in the passenger seat. "Did you buy this today?" "Didn't I tell you this morning? How about it? As your older brother, I keep my promises, don't I?" Lin Feng smiled. Lin Shui mechanically nodded, too stunned to react. This was more than just keeping promises. It felt like a dream. "Hold on tight. Brother is about to take off." With a press of the accelerator, the sports car surged forward like a gale. Jin K and his companions were caught off guard by the rush of wind, choking on it and leaving their hairstyles in disarray. "What do we do, Jin Xiao?" "What do you mean, what do we do?" Jin K gaped at the iron sand scattered on the ground, his expression one of horror. "Why didn't you tell me Lin Shui had such a brother? If I had known earlier, I would have befriended him. With his assistance, Zhang Zifen from Tianyi Middle School would be nothing. We didn't know either." His followers replied with bitter smiles. Both Tianyi Middle School and Mingda Middle School were prestigious institutions in Nanxing, and their students were no ordinary individuals. As the notorious bully of Mingda, Jin K had long harbored ambitions to dominate the middle schools of the entire city. His path had initially been smooth until Tianyi Middle School produced an unexpected contender, causing him to stumble significantly. Gazing at the iron sand and the flattened rod, Jin K pondered aloud. "What do you think we should do to win over Lin Shui's brother? Perhaps we could find a few girls and employ a beauty trap?" "What a splendid idea!" Jin K exclaimed, resolved to proceed with the plan. The sports car had already sped away several blocks, yet Lin Shui remained incredulous. "Brother, is this truly your car? It's not rented or borrowed. You girl, in this short span of time, you've asked me 17 or 18 times. And you still inquire?" Lin Feng was caught between laughter and tears as he tossed the car purchase proof to her. "See for yourself. It was indeed purchased by your brother. How did you suddenly come into such wealth?" she inquired. "Through stone gambling," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is stone gambling really that lucrative?" "Of course. But don't get any wild ideas. This is a path I must tread alone. Focus on your studies," Lin Feng insisted, noticing the excitement in her gaze. "But brother, isn't the purpose of education to obtain a diploma? And isn't that diploma merely a means to secure a well-paying and respectable job?" Lin Shui countered. "If I could earn money through stone gambling, just as you do, wouldn't it be better to skip university altogether? You little girl, studying is one thing and earning money is another. Don't let those foolish thoughts cloud your judgment," Lin Feng said sternly. Lin Shui blinked, "But there are no buts. I can provide for our family with my earnings. What need do you have to worry about this?" Lin Feng declared seriously as he parked the car at the crosswalk. "Did you hear me?" "Understood, brother," Lin Shui replied, lowering her head. But it was evident that she held a different opinion in her heart. As the light turned green, Lin Feng resumed driving. Approaching their home, they were met with the sight of a group of individuals wielding hammers, demolishing a section of the courtyard wall with a thunderous crash. "Mom," Su Tzulan cried out. "They're tearing down our home. Please, we have nowhere to go." "Umph, old woman, your tears are futile. Your son has offended the wrong people." One of the wall demolishers sneered. A few others cursed. "Damn it, if it weren't for your son offending someone, we wouldn't be here dealing with this mess. Seriously, if this road weren't so terrible, an excavator would have been here long ago to do the job. We wouldn't have to break the wall ourselves." It's exhausting. Suddenly, a roar interrupted them as a sports car sped down the dilapidated road. "Look, a sports car!" exclaimed a man with a buzz cut, his hands calloused from labor. Could that be the boss arriving? Probably. Who else would drive a sports car on this broken road? Isn't the undercarriage going to get damaged? You don't understand. Some modern sports cars can adjust their height automatically, able to traverse any terrain with ease. Enough chatter. Let's get back to work before the boss sees us slacking, the buzz-cut man instructed as he raised his hammer to continue demolishing the wall. At that moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he noticed the Porsche Phantom barreling towards them without any intention of stopping. "Boss, what are you doing? Get out of the way." With a deafening crash, the buzz-cut man was sent flying several meters, leaving the others pale with shock. "This isn't the boss. Who is driving like that?" "I certainly know how to drive," Lin Feng declared as he exited the vehicle, his heart seething with fury upon seeing his mother, Su Tzulan, with tear-streaked cheeks. "Little sister, take care of Mom. I will deal with these ruffians. You are the man of this household." The wall demolishers finally comprehended the situation, their expressions turning grim as they glared at Lin Feng. "You've offended a significant figure. Do you understand?" "Who is it?" Lin Feng inquired as he advanced toward them. The burly man, clutching his chest, lay on the ground and proclaimed, "No matter who you are, if that influential figure has spoken, your house will not only remain intact today, but your entire family will accompany it to the grave. The choice is yours." Such audacity, and merely based on your stature. Lin Feng cast a cold glance in their direction, his fury intensifying. Grabbing a wall-smashing thug, he barked, "Bring that person here." The wall-smashing thug, attempting to resist, found himself lifted off the ground by Lin Feng, who effortlessly hoisted the nearly 200-pound man with one hand. "No, don't kill me. Let's talk this over," he pleaded. "I'll say it one last time. Summon him." Lin Feng insisted. "It's not that we don't want to call, but we lack the contact information. They called the company and instructed us to handle this. Then why haven't you left?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow and hurled the thug 6 or 7 meters away. The group, witnessing his formidable strength, realized he was not the same as the easily bullied Su Tzulan, and they no longer dared to act arrogantly. They fled in a panic, forgetting to take their hammer with them. "Xiao Feng, are you all right? Is everything okay?" Su Tzulan, filled with concern, inquired amidst the surrounding chaos. Lin Feng approached her, grasping her hand, and reassured her, "I'm fine. Mother, I shouldn't have left you alone at home. There's no need to worry. You are young and should pursue your own career. Staying by my side all the time would be unreasonable and unfilial." Su Tzulan gently patted his hand. "Who were those people, anyway? They claimed you had offended some powerful figure." "Don't worry, Mother. No matter who it is, I can handle it," Lin Feng replied confidently. "Little sister, help Mother into the car. I will gather a few things, and we shall move to our new home." "Really moving?" Lin Shui exclaimed in surprise. Su Tzulan hesitated. "But if we move, how will your father find us when he returns tonight?" "Mother, we will bring Dad's spirit tablet with us by nightfall. He will be with us in our new home," Lin Feng assured, though it might seem superstitious. Who among the bereaved does not wish for their loved one's spirits to linger after death? Su Tzulan nodded. "Then let us move. But I worry for you, my child. It will cost quite a bit." "Mother, I've been quite successful in gambling on stones. I made a profit today," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "From now on, I will earn money every day, and our family will no longer be burdened by financial woes." "Really?" Su Tzulan asked, half in disbelief. "How can it be that in such a short time, we are free from financial worries?" Lin Feng refrained from elaborating, smiling as he said, "Mother, just wait for a life of ease. Little sister, why are you still dawdling?" "Oh." Lin Shui quickly assisted Su Tzulan into the car. Lin Feng dashed into the house to gather some essentials, ready to leave. However, at that moment, he caught a glimpse of an old wooden candlestick from the corner of his eye, causing him to pause. How peculiar. He picked up the candlestick and twisted it a few times, and, with a crack, a significant portion came loose. To his astonishment, the central part of the candlestick was hollow, concealing a thin, ancient booklet. Lin Feng was taken aback. The ancient candlestick in his home was older than he was, something he had observed since childhood, yet it concealed an unexpected mystery. He carefully extracted the old tome, glancing at the cover, which bore 3 prominent characters, Heavenly Eye. What could this be? As Lin Feng flipped through the pages, he was astonished to discover it contained teachings on how to cultivate a divine sight. Achieving the highest realm was referred to as Heavenly Eye, granting the ability to foresee the future. However, he pondered the authenticity of these claims. If true, this would undoubtedly be an unparalleled treasure. In the past, Lin Feng would have dismissed such notions as mere deception, but since awakening the wisdom of his past life, He found himself unable to entirely disbelieve the teachings within this book. Brother, have you finished tidying up? Lin Shui had waited for a while, and, concerned about his delay, rushed over to call out. Lin Feng swiftly regained his composure, stowing the tome and smiling as he replied, I just finished organizing. Let's head out. By the way, do you know the origin of this old candlestick? You should ask Mom about that. I have no interest in such things. Lin Shui shook her head. But suddenly a thought struck her, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Brother, could it possibly be a valuable treasure? What are you thinking? Lin Feng playfully tapped her on the head. Ouch, why did you hit me? It could be valuable. You're still a student. Why are you concerned about such matters? Lin Feng replied. Let's take what we've got and go. Understood. The two got into the car, with Lin Feng at the wheel. As they drove along a dirt road, he couldn't help but inquire, Mom, do you know how the old candlestick in the living room came to be? The candlestick? Yes. It has a carved fu character and is painted red. Did you bring it? I did. Lin Feng handed the candlestick to her, waiting until she had a firm grip before resuming his driving. Su Tzuolan sighed. 30 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. Indeed, Mom. Before long, your eyesight will improve, and you'll be able to hold your grandchildren, Lin Feng said with a smile. You must live a long life. Su Tzuolan, who had previously worn a hint of worry, beamed at his words, as if life had suddenly filled with promise. Good. At the entrance of the villa community, upon spotting the Porsche Phantom, the guard promptly bowed and inquired, Hello, are you Mr. Lin? You visited before, haven't you? Yes, I came earlier this morning. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Very well, Mr. Lin. Please, you may enter. The guard raised the barrier, cheerfully adding, Wishing you a pleasant day. If you need anything, feel free to contact our security. Thank you, Lin Feng said as he drove in. Observing the surrounding magnificent villas, Lin Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, are you renting a house here? Renting? No, this is purchased, Lin Feng chuckled. Purchased? Lin Shui was taken aback. This was a grand villa worth at least 5 million. Brother, you must be joking. Have you bumped your head? Lin Feng laughed. Lin Shui immediately cradled her head. All right, I won't ask anymore. Where are we staying? Right there. Lin Feng parked the car. As they entered the villa, Lin Shui doubted her reality once more. Can we truly live here? Of course, go pick a room, Lin Feng encouraged. Lin Feng smiled gently, supporting Su Tzuolan as he said, Mother, you will reside in the room downstairs, while I will stay beside you. If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to call for me. Is this house really so spacious? Su Gulian inquit astonitz. How could you possibly acquire such a sum of money all at once? My dear child, Lin Feng replied, though we may be impoverished, we must not lack the fortitude to stand tall. Chapter 27. The century-old apothecary. It is not as if life is unlivable without this house. Su Tzuolan continued. Mother, you misunderstand me. I mentioned it that way to instill confidence in my younger sister, so she does not feel inferior to her classmates due to our situation. Lin Feng quickly clarified. This house, in fact, is lent to us by a friend. Lent? Yes. My friend is going abroad for studies, and with the house left unoccupied, it would deteriorate in a matter of months, so he has allowed us to stay here, thus helping him maintain it. Lin Feng explained. Certainly. Mother, allow me to show you to your room. All right. Though Su Tzuolan was unable to see, she was familiar enough with her surroundings to navigate her room without stumbling. Meanwhile, Lin Shui joyfully bounced around her own room for a while before rushing downstairs. Brother, this house is magnificent. Shoo, Lin Feng whispered. Mother is asleep. Please be quiet. Okay, brother. Lin Shui immediately covered her mouth. May I venture outside? This place is far more beautiful than the desolate land we lived in before. I promise to take good care of Mother. You can attend to your own affairs. With a smile, she said this as they both stepped outside. Watching Lin Feng drive away, Lin Shui wandered through the villa area, enchanted by the novelty of her new surroundings. The Sanwei Apothecary, a century-old establishment, boasted a sign crafted by the Qing dynasty's Governor-General of Liangjiang. Now, bearing a history of over 200 years, to prevent theft, the proprietor only displayed it during business hours. Upon seeing Lin Feng, clad in a suit, enter the shop, the attendant promptly disregarded the ordinary-looking customers nearby, approaching Lin Feng with a beaming smile. Good sir, what can I assist you in purchasing today? Please bring me the paper. I have quite a list, Lin Feng requested. Oh my, a significant purchase. Very well. The attendant quickly fetched paper and pen, smiling as he inquired. May I know your esteemed surname? Lin. Ah, Mr. Lin, what do you wish for? Please, tell me, and I shall write it down for you. The attendant replied cheerfully. Lin Feng nodded, listing his requests. 10-year-old He Wu, 1 stalk of purple ginseng, 2 tails of golden silvergrass, 3 tails of cassia seeds. goji berries, a pot for decocting medicine, and a piece of linen. Excellent, sir. The attendant's face brightened as he said, all these items are available in our shop, totaling 370,000. Would you prefer cash or card? I'll pay by scanning. Lin Feng took out his phone. The attendant chuckled. Yes, indeed. We are in a new era. Scanning is much more convenient. Please hold on. I'll prepare your medicines right away. The herbal materials were quickly gathered. Mr. Lin, please take a look at these herbs. If everything is satisfactory, I will proceed to package them for you. Very well. Lin Feng inhaled the fragrant scent of the herbs and, after inspecting their quality, nodded in agreement. Oldie was quite nimble, swiftly wrapping the items with great care and securing them with twine before handing them to Lin Feng, saying, All right, Mr. Lin, may I trouble you to settle the bill? Just then, a voice reminiscent of a duck's croak echoed from the entrance. Oldie looked up to see a gaunt figure with sunken eyes and a skeletal frame, moving as if walking on clouds, exuding an unmistakable air of excess. Oh dear, it is you, young masterby. Do you wish to claim these items? No problem. It will be 370,000. What do you say? Please, swipe your card. Young masterby stepped in, but after just a couple of strides, he began to pant. A group of followers quickly rushed to support him, fearing he might collapse at any moment. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, Oldie, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not? My apologies, Mr. Lin, but this young masterby is a valued guest of ours, and I cannot offer special treatment. Oldie chuckled, showing no sign of remorse. How about this? You wait a moment, and I will prepare another set for you. Indeed, do you dare to snatch what I desire? Young masterby sneered. Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at them. 500,000. What? Oldie was taken aback, glancing at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng extended a hand and declared, 550,000 for this bundle of goods. Oh, you think you can outdo me in wealth? Young masterby's expression soured, and he retorted, Fine, fine. I have indeed never spent such a sum at a pharmacy. Today shall be a first. I shall offer 600,000. 70,000. Lin Feng replied directly. Young masterby glared at him in fury. Do you truly wish to embarrass me? Enough with the chatter. If you cannot keep up, do not covet this package, Lin Feng replied, smiling. Young masterby was immediately incensed. Do you think I cannot afford this price? What an international joke. You must inform this impertinent fellow of my father's identity. Young man, listen closely. Young masterby's father is the CEO of the Fengzhen Group, with assets exceeding 100 billion. A mere few 100,000 is insignificant to him. His followers chimed in mockingly. If you had any sense, you would scurry away and spare yourself the humiliation. Begone. You fool. Oh, how frightening. Lin Feng chuckled, but despite all your bluster, you still fail to match the price? You, Fine. I shall offer 1 million. Let me show you what it means to dominate. Young masterby, being the extravagant scion he was, could not tolerate Lin Feng's taunts and shouted a sky-high offer. Lin Feng smiled and replied, You silly boy, with 1 million, you could purchase 3 sets. Since you have such keen insight, I shall concede to you. What do you mean? Young masterby's complexion shifted. Lin Feng grinned. Do you not understand? I am yielding to you. Hurry and pay the gentleman. You are backing out. Young masterby's face darkened immediately. Nearby patrons could not help but chuckle. This fellow was quite the nouveau riche, wasn't he? Spending 1 million for such a meager haul. Truly a remarkable character. It is quite amusing. Isn't it? Does he truly believe that such behavior elevates his status? Let's not speak so harshly. The wealthy tend to indulge in lavish spending for fewer possessions. What appears foolish to us may be perceived as a mark of high living standards by them. Everyone, please be silent. Upon hearing these words, young masterby's face darkened. His breathing became erratic, nearly causing him to faint. Boy, if you have the audacity, state your name. Chapter 28, The Swap. I shall not change my name, nor alter my surname. I am Jiang Qi, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Young masterby immediately pointed at him, saying very well, Jiang, I shall remember you. Do not let me see you again, or you shall meet a dire fate. I, Jiang Qi, await your arrival. Lin Feng chuckled, and then turned to Old He. Why are you still standing there? Young masterby wishes to purchase this item for 1 million. Do you intend to refuse him? Of course not. Old He quickly chuckled awkwardly. Young masterby, what do you think of this matter? A mere 1 million. I have plenty of that. Young masterby's face flushed with anger, yet he feigned indifference as he produced a card. He indeed possessed the funds, but spending it this way left him feeling quite discontented. Old He hastily processed the payment and handed over the item, saying, Congratulations, young masterby. This bundle of medicinal materials is now yours. Young masterby grunted, his expression darkening. Laughter erupted from those around them. Was this truly a matter for congratulations? Oldie's remarks were rather sharp. Realizing his blunder, Oldie quickly added, "Young Masterby, I did not mean it that way. Please forgive me. No need for explanations. We shall take our leave," young Masterby interrupted, glaring menacingly at Lin Feng before departing with his entourage. One of his slightly portly companions asked, "Young Masterby, are we just going to let this slide? Who the hell is letting anything slide? Contact Zhao Long for me. I want this brat to face consequences." Young Masterby replied coldly. Having been pampered all his life, he had never before suffered such a loss, nor experienced such humiliation in front of others. "Jiangqi, you have some nerve." Lin Feng smirked slightly, saying, "Old he, I brought you such a lucrative deal. Shouldn't you offer me something in return?" "Mr. Lin, I cannot agree with that sentiment." Old he replied with a stern expression. "If you desire something, you must pay for it. Otherwise, I will reveal your surname as Lin, not Jiangqi, which would not bode well for you. Are you threatening me?" Lin Feng chuckled mockingly. "Do you realize the fate that awaits you if young Masterby discovers the switcheroo you pulled with the counterfeit goods?" "What counterfeit goods? Do not speak such nonsense. This is a century-old reputable brand, honest in dealings." Oldie exclaimed, alarmed. Lin Feng laughed, pointing at the counter. "When you first presented the item to me, it was authentic. However, as you were preparing to finalize the transaction, you resorted to deceit. The genuine item I saw should still be on the counter, if I am not mistaken." "Absurd. I warn you, boy, if you continue to spout such nonsense, do not blame me for being unwelcoming." Oldie spoke gravely. Lin Feng replied with a smile, "Very well, then I shall go speak with young Masterby. Go ahead. I stand upright with a clear conscience, and I fear no slander from you." Old he snorted, adopting a posture of righteous indignation, if one were not entirely certain. Witnessing his demeanor could indeed provoke doubts about one's own understanding. Lin Feng smiled faintly and turned to leave. "Have you come to a realization?" Lin Feng inquired with a chuckle. Old he gritted his teeth and asked, "What exactly do you want?" "Quite simple. Just hand over the genuine article." Lin Feng extended a hand. Old he fixed a penetrating gaze upon him. "Are you implying that you expect me to give it to you for free? Do you think that 1 million is insufficient to procure 2 packages of the real thing?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Old he hesitated momentarily, bitterness evident in his tone. "Fine, I shall give it to you. But you must understand, if by Xiao discovers that you're not Jiangqi, that's of no concern," Lin Feng replied with a grin. Oldie instantly grasped the implication. Thus far, he only knew Lin Feng's surname. Mere knowledge of a surname posed no threat to Lin Feng, even if it were true. Damn it, this kid is remarkably astute. Reluctantly, he retrieved the items from behind the counter. "Here, but remember, there are things that should not be spoken. If you cross that line, it will benefit no one. You needn't worry. Since I have taken your items, this matter concludes here." Lin Feng smiled, accepting the goods. "However, let me caution you. A century-old brand relies on genuine quality. If you continue down this path, trouble is inevitable. How I run my business is none of your concern." Old he retorted with annoyance. After all, this shop did not belong to him. As an employee, he could earn a little extra on the side. If you're dismissed, he could simply find another job with similar opportunities. Lin Feng chuckled, losing interest in further conversation, and turned to exit the apothecary. Just a few steps outside, a group encircled him. "Hey, hand over what you have," one of them demanded. "We're in a tight spot. Could you lend us a hand?" "Your acting skills are rather lacking," Lin Feng remarked, glancing at the group with amusement. "Someone has certainly hired you to deal with me, hasn't she? Well, since you've seen through it, Longue, let us not waste time with him." One of the henchmen gestured toward the tall, burly man. Zhao Long nodded, saying, "Break this kid's face and snap a leg." "Right away, Longue." The henchman chuckled, slowly approaching Lin Feng. Lin Feng sighed, "With your limited skills, why not train properly and become martial arts instructors instead? It would serve you better than engaging in such activities, especially when faced with someone of my caliber." "You? A master?" "Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Even Zhao Long could not suppress his amusement. "Kid, you're quite humorous. Break his legs first. Then let him tell a few jokes before we deal with his face." "Understood, Longue." The henchman sprang into action, but suddenly, Lin Feng vanished from their sight. Where did he go? The henchman looked around in confusion, and Zhao Long appeared equally astonished. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had been right before them. "Looking for me?" A voice whispered in Zhao Long's ear. Startled, Zhao Long instinctively threw a punch to the side. With a resounding crack, Lin Feng seized Zhao Long's fist and chuckled. "Is that all the strength you possess? You cannot possibly defeat me. You little rascal." Zhao Long began to speak. but was abruptly cut off by the excruciating sensation of his bones being crushed, eliciting a scream of agony from him. His underlings were taken aback. "Brother Long, quick! This rascal has ambushed us. Let's all take him down. Get lost." With a surge of strength, Lin Feng hurled Zhao Long away like a sandbag. A chorus of cries erupted as several of his subordinates collapsed to the ground. When Zhao Long finally raised his head and surveyed the scene, he gasped in shock. What the hell? Chapter 29. Zhao Long Surrender. A dozen brothers lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain, while Lin Feng merely clapped his hands, wearing a look of utter boredom. "Who summoned you?" "In no one," Zhao Long stammered, trembling with fear. Lin Feng approached him menacingly. "It appears I may need to dismember you to extract the truth. Is that not so?" No, brother, let's talk this over. I bear no grudge against you. This is all on Bai Xiao's orders." Zhao Long exclaimed in a panic. "Bai Xiao? Where is he?" "Yes, over there, in that car." Zhao Long quickly pointed in a direction. Lin Feng turned to see a head popping out of a luxury car window. It was Bai Xiao, the same individual who had exited the pharmacy earlier. Upon meeting Lin Feng's gaze, Bai Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. How could so many of you fail to overpower a single brat?" Enraged, Bai Xiao turned to his companions. "Though Zhao Long and his crew may be inept, we are not." A buzzcut henchman chuckled, slapping the steering wheel, "especially not in this luxury car." "Then why are you still standing there? Go, Bai Xiao Grantith." Stepping out of the vehicle, the buzzcut henchman nodded, "Yes, Bai Xiao." As his words hit the ground, he slammed on the accelerator, charging ferociously towards Lin Feng. A thunderous roar echoed, drawing the attention of numerous bystanders, their faces etched with horror. "Good heavens! What in the world is happening? Hey, get out of the way! This is going to be deadly! Oh my God!" Seeing the car barreling towards him, Zhao Long screamed, rolling desperately towards a nearby tree for cover. Had Bai Xiao's gang truly lost their minds, escalating the situation to such lethal extremes? This ruffian was utterly deranged. Even Zhao Long, a seasoned veteran of the underworld, felt his complexion drain of color. He dared not engage in murderous deeds. "Beat bot!" The buzzcut henchman roared from within the car, accelerating even further. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Lin Feng, an overwhelming gust of wind preceding the imminent impact, almost lifting him off the ground before the collision occurred. Yet, astonishingly, Lin Feng remained rooted to the spot, immovable. Suddenly, he raised a hand and struck towards the car's front. Zhao Long, having just rolled behind the tree, turned to witness the spectacle, exclaiming, "What the hell? Is this lunatic attempting to stop the car with one hand? It's over, it's over. He is surely going to be killed." The young man seemed utterly stunned, attempting to shield himself with a single hand against such a reckless vehicle. Even if he were to survive, that hand would undoubtedly be rendered useless for life. With a deafening crash, many people instinctively shut their eyes, sighing in lamentation for what they feared was a tragic fate. What a promising young man, his bright future so carelessly obliterated. "Ha ha!" Young Master Bai erupted into laughter. "Now you know the consequences of crossing me, don't you?" "What consequences?" a voice queried from ahead. With a sneer, young Master Bai replied, "Of course. It's a fate worse than death. How are you still alive?" Suddenly, his expression shifted drastically, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he looked ahead. Standing before him was none other than Lin Feng. Many onlookers also opened their eyes, staring in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The young man was completely unscathed. They beheld the luxurious car, now marred by a grotesque dent on its hood, the windshield shattered. The driver, a crew-cut lackey, lay slumped over the steering wheel, bloodied and unconscious. "Should I be dead?" Lin Feng inquired, a teasing smile gracing his lips. He took a step forward, causing young Master Bai to recoil in terror, stumbling backwards until he fell onto the ground. "Why you? Don't come any closer," he stammered. "Block him, someone stop that guy. You stay right there." His lackeys were equally frightened, their faces drained of color, their lips quivering as they spoke. Lin Feng chuckled softly, yet before he could utter a word, the lackeys scattered like frightened birds. "Young Master Bai, hold on. We'll fetch help." A few of them yelled as they fled. Furious and blushing with rage, young Master Bai cursed, "You bunch of cowards. Don't let me see you again." "You should consider your own predicament," Lin Feng said, now standing directly before him. Young Master Bai's face turned pale once more, trembling as he pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. Let us talk this over. I'm willing to compensate in any way." "No need for that," Lin Feng replied. "I merely wish to see you give yourself a few resounding slaps." With urgency, young Master Bai raised his hand and began to slap his own face, the sound echoing sharply. "How is this? Please, give me another chance. I promise I won't bother you again. The moment I see you, I'll run. Wise choice, Lin Feng said coolly. Now get lost. Yes, yes. Thank you. Young master by scrambled away in a panic. Surrounding spectators gazed at Lin Feng with astonishment. How did you do that? You smashed the car with a single punch and walked away unscathed. That's incredible. It's simple. Just having hands is sufficient. Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. The crowd exchanged wry smiles, realizing that such feats, when accomplished once, would indeed require a bit of luck. Lin Feng glanced at him skeptically. Zhao Long, his eyes gleaming with admiration, exclaimed, "You're truly amazing. I want to follow you. Please give me a chance. Have you ever taken a life?" "No. But if you're willing to accept my request, I shall do whatever you ask of me." Zhao Long replied immediately. Lin Feng chuckled, casting a glance at him. "All right. Leave your contact number. I will call you if needed." "Thank you for your consideration, big brother." Zhao Long quickly provided his phone number, his face brimming with joy. "Take care, big brother, and may you have a smooth journey." Even in a large city, a Porsche Phantom is a car that catches the eye. But in a smaller place like South City, it is even more impressive. Hey there, want to have some fun? Chapter 30. The Transformation of the Ning Family Girl. Huh. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter such an unexpected fortune while waiting at a traffic light. A few beautiful ladies approached, all possessing fair skin and striking appearances, instantly captivating anyone who laid eyes on them. Numerous drivers nearby were envious, particularly the unmarried men, who were once again acutely aware of the significance of owning a luxury car. "Come play with us, handsome. Let's have some fun." The ladies called out in a flirtatious manner, waving in a charmingly alluring way. Faced with such beauty, it would be disingenuous for Lin Feng, a normal man, to claim he was unaffected. However, noticing the rosy blush on their faces, it was clear they had indulged a bit too much in their libations, prompting him to remain composed. "Ladies, have you perhaps had a bit too much to drink?" "Oh dear, handsome, you're quite the gentleman. We adore men like you." One short-haired girl playfully stuck out her tongue, leaning against the car window, reaching out to caress Lin Feng's face. Suddenly, a delicate, snow-white hand grasped the girl's wrist, admonishing her, "My apologies, sir. My friends did not intend to intrude." "It's quite all right," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Glancing at the owner of the hand, "Could you please take them away?" "Thank you for your understanding. I will wait, Lin Feng." The hand's owner widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, her cherry-red lips forming an O shape as she gazed at him. Lin Feng paused for a moment before hesitantly inquiring, "Ning Qing, Yes, yes, it's me." Ning Qing, exclaimed joyfully, her exquisitely beautiful face radiant with happiness. "I never expected to run into you here. Do you have some time? Come visit my shop." "Sure, where is it?" Encountering an old friend brought Lin Feng immense joy. Ning Qing was not only his classmate from elementary and middle school, but also his childhood sweetheart. They had often played together in their youth, even sharing innocent kisses during their naive days. After Ning Qing's family moved away in middle school, he never imagined they would meet again in South City. "Park over there," she instructed with a smile. "You all, don't be so tipsy. This is my friend, so behave yourselves," Ning Qing joked, wrapping her arms around her sisters. Her friends giggled. "They don't seem like just friends. It must be something more, right? Are you asking for trouble?" "Ah, help. Ning Jie is pinching my bottom. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really hit you." Ning Qing shot a glare at them. The sisters, in a fit of playful exuberance, were soon met by Lin Feng as he alighted from the vehicle, striding toward them with an air of confidence. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, he walked with purpose, his gaze clear and resolute, exuding a quintessential masculinity. Ning Qing couldn't help but juxtapose the childhood memories of young Lin Feng with the man before her, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she laughed and remarked, "Lin Feng, they say women change dramatically over the years, yet you men are no different. Compared to your younger self, you have matured considerably." Lin Feng regarded her thoughtfully. The woman before him was not only exquisitely beautiful with skin as pale as snow, but her figure was undeniably alluring, with curves that were both pronounced and enticing, a veritable paragon of allure. Ning Qing, noticing his gaze, felt a blush creep to her cheeks. "You men truly are incorrigible. We have only just met, and already you're staring at me," she teased. "Indeed, a bar for the young at heart," she continued with a smile, "but rest assured, this is a refined establishment where one can enjoy drinks, listen to music, and savor barbecue delicacies without engaging in any frivolous romantic entanglements. Come in and join me." "Very well, Boss Ning," Lin Feng jested. Ning Qing playfully punched him. "If you call me that, I might just hit you." "Ouch." he exclaimed, clutching his chest. Ning Qing'er shot him an exasperated glance, though her heart raced. That brief contact had revealed the impressive solidity of Lin Feng's muscles, a sensation that left her yearning for more. Ningjia, why is your face so flushed? Could it be that you've developed a fondness for Linge? Her friends teased with laughter. Ning Qing'er's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she glared at them in feigned anger. You little rascals, dare to jest with me? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Ningjia is making a move on Lin Ge. Run for your lives. A Lin Ge has fallen from the heavens. Spare us. Ning Qing'er. The group of stunning women erupted into playful chaos, much to Lin Feng's amusement, who found himself thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. After a while, the sisters, exhausted from their antics, sprawled across the corner sofa, drifting into a light slumber. Ning Qing'er approached Lin Feng, her face still flushed, and said softly, Lin Feng, please disregard those silly girls. They've truly had too much to drink. I gathered as much. He replied, rubbing his nose. Ning Qing'er smiled. What would you like to drink? I still need to drive. May I have something non-alcoholic? Lin Feng inquired. Instantly, Ning Qing'er called to the bartender. Uncle Zheng, please prepare a glass of lemon soda. Certainly, coming right up, Uncle Zheng responded with a smile, swiftly mixing the drink. Boss, is this your friend? Yes, Lin Feng, my childhood companion. Boss Lin, please enjoy. Uncle Zheng garnished the glass with a slice of lemon and cheerfully presented it. Lin Feng took a sip, giving a thumbs up delicious. Haha, thank you for the compliment, Boss Lin, Uncle Zheng beamed. I'll whip up another for you. Suddenly, the jovial expression on his face vanished. Ning Qing'er turned to the entrance, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Zhangde, what brings you here? Ningda Mei. One naturally comes to a bar to enjoy a drink, he replied. Zhangde's triangular eyes fixated upon her bosom, unabashedly scrutinizing her. A lewd grin spreading across his face as he thrust his waist forward, making suggestive gestures from a distance. If the esteemed beauty of Ning would consent to indulge with me, I assure you, the experience would leave you utterly exhilarated. His entourage erupted in laughter. Are the GE's prowess rivals that of a stallion? Not only could you, Ning's beauty, revel in such pleasure, but even the most renowned foreign beauties would be left gasping. Shameless. Kindly leave. You are not welcome here. Ning Qing'er's face turned pale with fury. The inebriated companions around her scrambled to their feet, clutching their heads and exclaiming, Indeed, you ruffians, do not ruin the ambience of this establishment. Depart, vacate immediately. Zhangde chuckled coldly, withdrawing a piece of paper. It is not impossible for me to leave, esteemed Ning beauty, provided you settle this debt first. What debt? I owe you nothing. Ning Qing'er fool hiaplo, casting a suspicious glance at him. Sande is nidith. You may not owe anything, but your father certainly does. Well, my father. Observe cruzli. Your father implored and groveled to borrow over $1 million from me. Now, a month has passed, and with interest, the total has swelled to over 10 million. He thrust the IOU before her eyes. Ning Qing'er's complexion drained of color. How could it possibly amount to such a sum? What kind of interest is this? That is of no concern to me. Simply state how you intend to repay. Zhangde smirked, his gaze fixed upon her. Even if you were to hand over this establishment, it would still fall short, wouldn't it? Or perhaps you might consider this. Engage with me, 10,000 per encounter. A mere 100 encounters would suffice for the 10 million. You must be dreaming. Ning Qing'er si tu, kritzing he tu. Zhangde laughed, his confidence surging as he grew bolder. Reaching out to grasp Ning Qing'er's delicate hand. You would do well to comply. Otherwise, I shall unleash havoc upon this place. You, Ning Qing'er, trembled with rage, yet dare not resist. Zhangde, reveling in her distress, audaciously reached toward her chest. As long as you obediently entertain me, not only will you be free from concerns regarding repayment, but I shall also provide you with funds to adorn yourself in luxury and indulge in endless pleasures. Suddenly, a hand seized his wrist. Lin Feng, what are you doing, you rascal? Zhangde fumed. Lin Feng met his gaze, stating, You would do well to keep your hands to yourself. Otherwise, they may no longer belong to you. Sande straged futilely. Lin Feng's grip was akin to an iron vice, unyielding. His face flushed crimson. Do you hear me? As you wish, Lin Feng smiled, loosening his grip. With a pained cry, Zhangde's face contorted in agony as several of his teeth shattered upon collision with his own elbow. Douye, you've signed your own death warrant. Seize him. Zhangde howled in rage, bloodied teeth falling from his mouth. Make sure he suffers. Even a deity could not save you now. Do you truly believe your kind is worthy of attracting divine attention? Lin Feng chuckled, then delivered a swift kick. With a resounding crash, several of Zhang De's underlings were sent flying several meters away, startling passers-by into exclamations of shock. What in the world? It seems like a fight. Goodness gracious. Upon witnessing his younger brother's predicament, Zhang De felt a jolt of dread, his legs trembling beneath him. You, brother, do not act impulsively. Let's discuss this calmly. Hand over the IOU. Lin Feng extended a hand. Zhang De's expression shifted. I truly cannot give it to you. I'm also here to collect debts for my boss. If I fail to secure the funds and lose the IOU, my life will certainly be forfeit. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Hand over the IOU, and I shall ensure you receive your money, though interest will not be included, Lin Feng asserted. Is it truly necessary for me to be unreasonable? Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Zhang De, trembling with fear, promptly surrendered the IOU. I dare not, he stammered. 1,300,000, correct? Lin Feng glanced at the IOU and retrieved his phone. I could transfer the funds now. Yes. San de nadie bigeresli. Producing a payment code. Ning Qing'er, filled with gratitude, looked at Lin Feng and said, Thank you, Lin Feng, but I will repay this debt. After all, it was my father who incurred it. Very well, then you handle it. Should the amount fall short, seek me out, Lin Feng replied, nodding in agreement. Ning Qing'er smiled. Rest assured, as we have settled everything, I have $1 million to cover. Good. Lin Feng stepped aside as Ning Qing'er proceeded to scan the payment code. Sangde. All settled. Indeed. I shall take my leave at once. Zhang De hurriedly departed, rushing into a van. His subordinates inquired to go. Will the boss hold you accountable for not collecting interest? What is there to fear? I have secured a sum already, Zhang De replied coldly. There will be no issues in reporting back. If the boss seeks retribution, he will focus on that young man. At that point, he shall understand the consequences of meddling. The good, you are astute. As they vanished from sight, Ning Qing'er expressed her gratitude. Today, I truly owe you. Otherwise, I would not know how to proceed. What more is there to ponder? Ning Jia, you might as well offer yourself in gratitude. One of her sisters, now more sober, playfully approached Lin Feng, wrapping her arm around his. Should you find yourself unable, I am willing to serve in your stead. Do not speak such nonsense. We have not seen each other in years. Lin Feng may very well be married with children. Ning Qing'er approached, glittering her. The short-haired girl replied with a grin. A fleeting romance is inconsequential. Brother Lin, rest assured, I shall not intrude upon your marriage. Let's go now. Ning Jia, pinching her, exclaimed. Sisters, look. Ning Jia is anxious that I might steal her man. You little brat. Ning Qing'er retorted angrily. Lin Feng, do not listen to her nonsense. Not a problem. Lin Feng chuckled, sipping his drink. A group of lovely women surrounded him, playfully vying for his attention, occasionally draping themselves over him, allowing him to experience the allure of their soft, fragrant presence. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, realizing it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Ning Qing'er yawned. Are you still residing at the same old place? If time permits, I would like to visit uncle and aunt. My father has passed away, Lin Feng sighed. Ning Qing'er was taken aback, quickly apologizing. I am so sorry. I was unaware. It is quite all right. When did it happen? Shall we refrain from discussing it? Lin Feng gazed at her. Ning Qing'er promptly declared, Very well. I shall accompany you. Quickly apprehend her. Chapter 32. She is a thief. Zhao Lili, who was about to post on social media while holding her phone, suddenly heard the commotion and turned to see that the girl shouting was none other than her classmate. Zhao Lili, who stole your belongings? I shall assist you in pursuing them. Are you still pretending? Zhao Lili said with jealousy gleaming in her eyes. It was you who took my things. What are you talking about? You thief, can't you understand? The middle-aged man sneered. I am not a thief. Stop your deceit. Return my daughter's belongings at once. Otherwise, you shall experience dire consequences. The man threatened. The security personnel, without discerning the truth, turned their cold gazes upon Lin Shui upon hearing the man's words. Young lady, you appear quite pleasant. How could you resort to thievery? Quickly produce the stolen items. Or do not blame us for being unkind. I am not a thief. I did not take her things. Lin Shui said, her voice trembling, still struggling to comprehend how such slander had befallen her. I was merely wandering around. Still lying. Who will be wandering around here at such an hour? Zhao Lili immediately retorted. Stop wasting time and strip her of her clothes. Search her. You, Zhao Lili, why are you slandering me? Lin Shui gazed at her in disbelief. Zhao Lili examined her beautiful face, which, despite her panic, remained strikingly lovely and even appeared pitiful, igniting her jealousy further. I saw you running out of my house with my own eyes. How could I slander you? Indeed, my daughter witnessed it firsthand. There can be no mistake. The middle-aged man scoffed, turning to the security personnel. What are you waiting for? Search her immediately. Yes, Mr. Zhao. The security staff nodded and reached for Lin Shui. Her face turned ashen. She was still a teenager, aware of the distinctions between genders. If she were subjected to such invasive scrutiny by so many men, it could leave an indelible psychological scar, one that might take years to overcome. This was precisely what Zhao Lily desired. She had secretly taken out her phone to capture the scene, intending to share it in their class group, ensuring Lin Shui would be mocked for eternity. That everyone would know she, no matter how beautiful, would forever be tarnished. Do not touch me. I can retrieve it myself. Lin Shui's eyes brimmed with tears. On the verge of crying, the security personnel scoffed. It is not up to you. Do not resist, or else. Who dares to harm my sister? Suddenly, a man's furious voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a bright beam of light piercing through. Several security personnel and the Zhao duo were instantly blinded by the glare. Who is it, brother? Lin Shui joyfully ran towards him. Lin Feng emerged from the car, his face a mask of fury. Little sister, are you all right? Do not fear. I shall avenge you. Seeing her thus, fury blazed in Lin Feng's eyes. He purchased this residence with the intention of providing his family with a superior living condition. Little did he anticipate that such events would unfold on the very next day. Particularly, recalling his sister's exuberant joy as they prepared to leave this place, and now witnessing her transformed into a weeping figure, only intensified the fury within him. Who are you, kid? Mr. Zhao bellowed. Do you comprehend the crime of harboring a thief? A thief? Lin Feng replied with a chilling smile, pushing his sister into the vehicle before advancing toward him. As Mr. Zhao observed his approach, an air of superiority adorned his visage, looking down upon Lin Feng from his elevated stance. If you know what is good for you, hand over that thief immediately. Otherwise, when we catch him, we won't be so courteous to you. Quite the coincidence, for I am equally inclined to show you no courtesy, old man. Lin Feng took a decisive step forward, and despite the distance of several meters, he appeared before Mr. Zhao in an instant. The security personnel were momentarily taken aback before they could react. A sharp sound reverberated through the air as Lin Feng delivered a resounding slap to Mr. Zhao's face. Another swift strike followed, and with each resounding slap, Lin Feng had delivered 81 blows before the guards could comprehend the situation. Mr. Zhao's face swelled grotesquely, resembling a collection of dumplings. Repeat that. Who is the thief? Lin Feng glared at him coldly. Mr. Zhao was engulfed in fear, yet more so by rage. As the esteemed president of a major corporation, commanding the loyalty of thousands of employees, he had always been the one to belittle others. When had anyone dared to lay a finger on him? Yet this young man had audaciously struck him 81 times. Unthinkable. Get rid of this brat. Yes, Mr. Zhao. Damn this kid. Do you realize what you've done? How dare you lay hands on Mr. Zhao? Disable his hands. A throng of security personnel erupted in a cacophony of shouts, brandishing their batons and targeting Lin Feng's head, back, and knees with ferocity. However, Lin Feng evaded their assault with a deft maneuver. Screams filled the air as the guards inadvertently clashed with one another. One suffered a broken leg, another had his nose shattered, while one unfortunate soul received a devastating blow to the back of his head, collapsing unconscious before he could even groan. Curse it, muttered a security officer with a dark mole by his eye. Call for reinforcements. Yet upon the appearance of the elderly gentleman, the previously boisterous security personnel instantly subdued their demeanor, bowing respectfully. Principal Feng, are you out for a stroll? Why shouldn't I be? Principal Feng replied coldly. Not at all. We wouldn't dare disturb you. They quickly apologized. As the personnel exchanged glances, Mr. Zhao, with a woeful expression, interjected, Principal Feng, you've arrived at the perfect moment. This brat-ass sister has stolen my daughter-ass belongings and, instead of apologizing, has assaulted us. Look at what he has done to me. Zhao Lily exclaimed. Principal Feng, he is a wicked man. I implore you to seek justice for my father. They had resided in this place for many years and had interactions with Principal Feng. Hearing their words, Principal Feng's expression darkened, and he admonished, stealing and resorting to violence. Where's the law in this? Young man, you are still at a tender age with a promising future ahead. I advise you to take responsibility for your own actions. Perhaps I may let you off lightly. Have you heard? Lin Feng replied, casting a glance at him. Indeed, I have. But, Principal Feng, why do you so hastily presume that I am at fault? First, my sister is certainly not a thief. Second, when I arrived, these ruffians were already attempting to search her. Lin Feng sneered. Pray tell, Principal Feng, if these brutes were to search your granddaughter, what would you do? Is such a thing possible? Principal Feng's countenance soured, his gaze coldly fixed on the security personnel. How could you engage in such conduct? Oh well, I ask you, is there any truth to this? Principal Feng demanded. The security personnel exchanged pained smiles, responding, Principal Feng, we cannot be blamed. It was President Zhao's directive. President Zhao, you certainly wield considerable influence to command so many security personnel to do your bidding, Principal Feng remarked, displeased. President Zhao hurriedly interjected, Principal Feng, please do not misunderstand me. It was merely that this young lady refused to cooperate, leaving me no choice but to conduct a search. Preposterous, Principal Feng rebuked. Who granted you the authority to search this young lady? Even if she had indeed stolen something, could you not have reported it to the police? I. Presenza ultima y apologiza, Principal Feng. I acted in haste and confusion. I assure you it will not happen again. However, this young lady truly has taken something from my daughter. Huh, what exactly did my sister steal from your daughter? Let her speak, Lin Feng retorted coldly. If she truly has, I shall compensate you 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. He was acutely aware of the character of his sister. President Zhao glared at him, stating, compensation? I have no interest in that. I merely want you to face the law. Very well, what did she steal from your daughter? All right, Lily. Tell everyone what she took from you. President Zhao sneered before glancing at his daughter. Zhao Lily's face turned pale, and she stammered she stole my. What was it? Speak up, Lin Feng urged, discerning the problem in her demeanor, a smirk playing on his lips. Zhao Lily's complexion grew increasingly ashen. I'm not quite sure what it was, but she definitely took something from me. Ah, you are uncertain, are you? Lin Feng chuckled, gesturing toward Lin Shui in the car. My sister's right there. The car is not large. You may search it. If you find even a single item that belongs to you, I vow to uphold justice against my own kin. How dare you? Are you slandering my sister? Lin Feng challenged. Zhao Lily's face was ashen. Young man, do not intimidate my daughter, she exclaimed. Lily, search. With Principal Feng here, I assure you that the criminals will not escape. Zhao, the father, sneered. He still could not comprehend that his daughter was a malicious liar, consumed by jealousy. If they found even a trace of her belongings, there would be no room for denial. Yes, father. Suddenly, a sinister idea struck Zhao Lily. She hopped into the car and pretended to search through her things while secretly discarding her own items into the vehicle. After a while, Zhao Lily triumphantly pulled something from beneath the seat. I found it. This is my hairpin. Lin Shui, you truly stole my belongings. You really are a thief. Overjoyed, Zhao shouted, Principal Feng, you witnessed this, right? My daughter speaks nothing but the truth. No, I did not take her hairpin. Lin Shui stood there, bewildered, unable to fathom how a hairpin could be under the seat. Zhao Lily smirked, facts speak louder than words. I found this hairpin in your car. Why pretend to be pitiful? Just admit it. I did not. Lin Shui sobbed again, casting a trembling glance at Lin Feng. Her greatest fear was not the false accusations, but the prospect of Lin Feng doubting her. Lin Feng chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her. Silly girl, I am your brother. No matter what happens, I will always believe that you would never do such a thing. You are innocent. With the evidence so clear, how can you still claim innocence? Such blind, sibling loyalty. Zhao sneered. Principal Feng, can we take them into custody now? Young man, do you have anything to say? Principal Feng sighed softly, gazing at Lin Feng. Both siblings were quite presentable. How could they commit such a grave error? Lin Feng maintained his smile and pulled out his phone. Principal Feng, could you take a look at this? He asked. Is it truly my sister who stole, or are some individuals maliciously framing her? What is this? Principal Feng inquired, skeptical. Zhao scoffed. What more is there to say? You should just admit defeat. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically as he saw Lin Feng's phone screen displaying the moment Zhao Lily had intentionally tossed the hairpin beneath the seat during her search. Lily, you recorded this. Zhao Lily's face turned completely pale, her earlier arrogance vanishing without a trace. Lin Feng chuckled. I know exactly who my sister is. Besides, would she even care for such a shabby hairpin? You. Lin Feng turned to Principal Feng. What do you have to say about this? Principal Feng's expression hardened. The truth is clear. Your daughter has deliberately slandered another. Zhao, do you not owe them an apology? Chapter 34. The Beautiful Athlete. No, that cannot be. My daughter has always been obedient and well-behaved. How could she possibly lie or deceive? Mr. Zhao's countenance shifted, a flicker of anger crossing his face. Principal Feng, I hold you in high regard as an educator, but you must not tarnish my daughter's character. Does your daughter possess any character? Principal Feng replied, amusement evident in his gaze. Are you not aware of the content of this video? Mr. Zhao opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, several security personnel approached and stated, Principal Feng, we have retrieved today's footage. Miss Lin has never come within 100 meters of Mr. Zhao's residence. Therefore, it is impossible for her to have entered and stolen anything. Mr. Zhao, what do you have to say now? Principal Feng inquired solemnly. A bitter expression settled on Mr. Zhao's face as he turned to his daughter, Zhao Lily, and asked, Why did you do this? Dad, I was wrong. I want to do it again. Zhao Lily replied fearfully. I demand to know why you acted this way. I am your father. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Dad, please help me, Zhao Lily pleaded, tears streaming down her face. With a fierce shove, Mr. Zhao pushed her away, gritting his teeth as he declared, Wrongdoing must be met with punishment. Principal Feng, Mr. Lin, how do you propose we proceed? Mr. Lin, in my view, Zhao Lily is still a child, and mistakes are inevitable. I hope you can grant her an opportunity for redemption, Principal Feng said, turning to Lin Feng. Certainly, but she must also face the consequences of her actions. Let her apologize, and in addition, compensate you with 100,000 in cash. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Apologies, but I do not seek money, Lin Feng replied. I demand that she kneels and apologizes to my sister. No, I refuse to do that. Dad, please speak up, Zhao Lily exclaimed hurriedly. Mr. Zhao, however, remained stoic, delivering a sharp kick to her knee. Beast, kneel. Zhao Lily fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Apologize to Miss Lin, Mr. Zhao commanded coldly. Please, Dad. They're nothing but lowly scum. Enough. Before she could finish her sentence, Mr. Zhao struck her fiercely across the face, shouting, I will say this one last time. Apologize. Otherwise, I will pretend you are not my daughter. Yes, yes. Zhao Lily was terrified. I'm sorry, Lin Shui. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Did you not eat? Your voice is too soft for anyone to hear, Lin Feng remarked. Zhao Lily gritted her teeth and repeated, I'm sorry, Lin Shui. I was wrong. I want to do it again. Why do you keep repeating the same phrase? You've already said it 3 or 4 times, Lin Feng noted disdainfully. I swear. I want to do it again. Leave. Yes, yes. Zhao Lily fled in a disheveled state. Mr. Zhao did not pursue her, but turned, a look of remorse on his face as he addressed Lin Feng and his sister. I apologize, both of you. I previously believed you were in the wrong, only to discover my daughter had deceived even me. I'm truly sorry. Enough with the apologies. They do not aid the situation, Lin Feng replied, casting him a cool glance. Please ensure you educate your daughter properly. My temper can be rather volatile at times. If such an incident were to occur again, I cannot guarantee that I would refrain from taking action against the young lady. Farewell, everyone. Mr. Lin, Miss Lin, we were indeed reckless earlier. I humbly ask for your magnanimity and not to hold it against us. The previous security personnel also approached to express their apologies. Lin Feng cast a glance at them and chuckled. I suppose you have enjoyed plenty of benefits in your daily duties? This. Very well, take care. Principal Feng observed the departing vehicle, his already stern expression growing even graver. He turned his gaze towards the security personnel and said in a deep voice, Security personnel should not interfere in private matters. Your role is solely to ensure the safety of property owners and their belongings, not to act as thugs or accomplices. Yes, Principal Feng, we will certainly remember your teachings and will not repeat this behavior. The security personnel hurriedly replied. Principal Feng chuckled lightly, saying, I was merely expressing my thoughts. How you conduct your business is your own affair. However, I kindly ask that you resign voluntarily and your salaries for this month will be disbursed as usual. Principal Feng, do you mean? I believe my message is clear enough. I do not wish to elaborate further. Principal Feng glanced at them and, leaning on his cane, walked away. The security personnel who had come to deliver the message glared coldly at these individuals. You ought to understand the authority that Principal Feng's words carry here. I advise you to leave immediately. Thank you, brother, Lin Shui said gratefully as she entered the house. Lin Feng smiled. You need not be so formal with me. Hurry and freshen up, then rest early. Lin Shui dashed to the kitchen to pour him a cup of tea before heading upstairs to bathe. Lin Feng held the steaming cup of tea, smiling silently, feeling warmth in his heart. After all, what is life if not for these small joys? Though the tea is bitter, it is sweetened by the fact that it was brewed by my sister's hands. After sipping a few mouthfuls, Lin Feng entered the kitchen with medicinal herbs, toiling for over an hour until he finally prepared a pot of medicinal paste. He placed the paste on a white cloth and applied it to his eyes, sitting cross-legged and practicing the deep breathing technique described in the Eye of Heaven. After half an hour, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes, but soon they became cool and comfortable. Removing the cloth and washing his face with clean water, Lin Feng opened his eyes to find the night illuminated as if it were day. On a balcony devoid of light, a stunning beauty clad in form-fitting yoga pants was engaged in various poses on her mat. Her fair, beautiful face glowed a flushed red from exertion, emanating an alluring charm. Her lips parted and closed rhythmically with her movements, releasing a fragrant aura. Her shapely figure undulated, igniting a fire within Lin Feng's heart. Suddenly, the beauty seemed to sense something amiss, casting a suspicious glance in Lin Feng's direction. Chapter 35. The Enigmatic Gaze. Startled, Lin Feng quickly diverted his gaze elsewhere. The beauty, noticing the sensation of being observed had vanished, felt even more perplexed, murmuring, "Am I being overly sensitive? How strange. Qian, what is it?" A woman of exquisite beauty yawned in the living room. "Have you finished?" she inquired. "I am about to sleep." "It's done," replied Qian as she rose from the yoga mat, casting a dubious glance around to ensure there was nothing amiss. Satisfied, she discreetly shook her head and entered the living room. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, "Such keen perception. Who is that woman? Brother, what are you mumbling about?" Lin Shui, descending the stairs, queried with curiosity. "What does that smell?" "It's quite a strong medicinal aroma. Just some herbs." Hence the potent fragrance, Lin Feng chuckled. "Why are you still awake?" "I can't sleep." "Brother, may I sleep with you?" Lin Shui asked, her cheeks flushing. Lin Feng was taken aback. "How can that be? I am your brother. Why not? During the cold days, didn't we all sleep together?" Lin Shui retorted, blushing further. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Their previous circumstances had necessitated such closeness due to their family's poverty, lacking enough blankets, let alone coal or electric heaters, forcing the three of them to huddle together for warmth. That was then now, but it was permissible before. Why not now? Lin Shui grasped his arm, her body trembling slightly. "Brother, I am scared. Is it because of what happened before?" "Yes." Lin Feng gently caressed her head. "All right, I shall keep you company tonight. Let me tidy up first." "I'll help you," she offered, and the siblings soon made their way to the bedroom. Lin Feng first settled her into bed before lying down on the sofa. In the middle of the night, the following morning, a chorus of birds chirped outside as the warm sunlight streamed in. Lin Feng couldn't help but yawn. As he raised his head, he saw his sister Lin Shui entering the room. "Brother, are you coming to have breakfast? Have you made it?" Lin Feng asked, surprised. "Yes," Lin Shui nodded. "Mother is awake too." "All right, I will be there shortly." Lin Feng stood up, stretching lazily, and noticed a blanket draped over him. He smiled. "This little girl still cares for her brother. My efforts haven't been in vain." After freshening up, he made his way to the dining area. Lin Shui's culinary skills were quite commendable, especially her fried rice, which had reached a level of 7/10 mastery in Lin Feng's eyes. It was delightfully chewy and tasted exceptional. "How is it, brother? Isn't it good?" Lin Shui asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Feng gave a thumbs up. "Perfectly cooked, with a delightful chewiness. It's outstanding." Lin Shui's face blossomed with joy. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted them. Lin Feng glanced at his phone. It was an unfamiliar number. With a hint of skepticism, he answered. A clear, melodious voice came through the receiver. It was none other than the esteemed Miss Jean Anna. "Is this Mr. Lin Feng?" "Yes, Miss Jean. What can I do for you?" Lin Feng replied, intrigued. "I apologize for calling you so early, Mr. Lin." Jean Anna's voice was soft. "I have an urgent matter for which I seek your assistance." "Oh, to be candid, I have some stones that I would like you to examine," she continued. "Of course, I'll want to ask for your help without offering something in return. According to the appraisal fees of the premier jadeite connoisseur in Nansheng, the starting price is set at 500,000 for a single transaction. Should a high-grade ice type or glass type be revealed, additional charges would apply. Are you interested?" Lin Feng responded with a smile. He had mastered the first level of the heavenly eye technique, known as the Posa Eye, the previous night. In this world, all things are but a dance, and only a tranquil heart can unveil the wisdom within. Although the Posa Eye does not grant the same serene state of mind as the second level, the Wise Eye, it allows one to see through many barriers, perceiving the night as if it were day. Lin Feng wished to test whether this ability would aid him in the appraisal of jadeite. After dining, he drove Lin Shui to school. As he turned the car around at the school gate, a group of women approached, some alluring, others modest, some with curvaceous figures, and others with a delicate charm. "Handsome, brother, we've missed you," they exclaimed. "Wait, who are you?" Lin Feng felt somewhat bewildered. "Do we know each other? Let us hang out." A diverse array of beauties encircled him, some pouting playfully, others gazing at him with enticing eyes, all seemingly eager for a fleeting romance. The sight left many male onlookers dumbfounded. "Who's this guy?" My goodness, just driving a sports car draws all these beauties to him. Bro, do you find any of these ladies appealing? At that moment, Jean K appeared with a group of followers, grinning widely. Lin Feng glanced at him and said, "Oh, it's you. What are you up to the school gate?" "Brother, I just wanted to apologize. You can pick anyone you fancy, and I'll have her join you in your car," Jean K replied with a smirk. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" "Oh well, hinke hisitatif." Lin Feng chuckled. "Enough of these games. If you have something to say, just say it." "All right, I'll be straightforward. Brother, I need your help. Let us dominate the entire Nanxing High School." Jean K's eyes sparkled with fervor, clearly having longed for this endeavor. Lin Feng glanced at him, exasperated. "I'm in my 20s. Do you really think I would involve myself in such matters? Get it? Good luck. Farewell. Yes, I will try my best. Hey, brother, why are you leaving?" Jean K nodded enthusiastically, only to see Lin Feng step on the gas and speed away. "Hey, wait. Listen to me. Once we take over, you could be the boss, and I'll be your right-hand man. How about that?" "Not interested." Lin Feng's voice faded into the distance. As his words settled, all that remained was the fading glow of the taillights. Jean K's followers sighed. "What we do now, Jin Xiao?" He completely dismissed us. Where there is sincerity, there is spirit. Where there is determination, there is success. I refuse to believe that I cannot sway him. Jean K gritted his teeth, feeling quite discontented. The beauties gathered around him, chirping flirtatiously. "Jin Xiao, that handsome guy doesn't want us. Would you like to approach him instead?" "What do you mean?" "A bunch of superficial girls. Linga has no interest in you at all. Now leave." Jean K replied, visibly irritated. The surrounding crowd looked on in disbelief. After all, these were beautiful women, each possessing their unique charm. If they weren't considered alluring, then what exactly would qualify as beauty? Dressed in an exquisite blue and white porcelain qipao, Jean Anna moved gracefully, her long, jade-like legs shimmering under the sunlight, captivating the gaze of many onlookers. "Sister Anna, I adore you." In Chapter 36, The Dandy of Dandy, a man clad in opulent attire approached Jean Anna, a bouquet of flowers in hand, his expression brimming with infatuation. "These royal tulips have been specially air-freighted from France. Worth as much as pure gold. They are a token of my unwavering affection for you, dear Anna. I implore you to accept them. Forgive me, Zhang Zifen, but you are still too young, and I harbor no interest in you." Jean Anna furrowed her brow slightly, feeling an almost uncontrollable aversion towards the man before her, whose ardor was painfully evident. Everyone knew that Jiang Qi, the second son of the Jiang family, was the foremost libertine of Nancheng, while the most notorious dandy, Zhang Zifen, was a scion of the Zhang family's real estate empire, having cycled through hundreds of girlfriends by his teens. Such frivolousness was one matter, but it was rumored that the fates of those who parted ways with him were often dire, with some even resorting to fatal acts. The mere presence of such a man was enough to evoke disgust in Jean Anna, let alone his melodramatic display of devotion. Yet Zhang Zifen seemed utterly oblivious to her disdain, entrenched in his romantic persona, clutching his heart as he proclaimed, "Love should not be constrained by age. I love you, with a purity that emanates from my very soul. Sister Anna, grant me your affection just once. Please step aside. I am expecting a friend." Jean Anna had no desire to engage with him and attempted to bypass him. Upon facing her rejection once more, Zhang Zifen's eyes darkened momentarily, but a glance at the bodyguard behind her quickly restored his facade of cheerfulness. He interjected, "Sister Anna, do not be so heartless. Just grant me one chance. Move aside." Jean Anna's patience waned, and a cold glint emerged in her gaze, the commanding presence of the Jean family's heiress immediately manifesting. The trepidation Jiang Qi once felt in her presence now resonated in Zhang Zifen's heart. What a formidable aura this woman possesses. Zhang Zifen managed a sheepish smile. "Of course. Sister Anna, please proceed." "Very well." Jean Anna cast a frosty glance at him and walked past. Zhang Zifen, still grinning awkwardly, clenched his fists tightly, muttering, "Just wait until I win you over. I shall relish in your humiliation." "Sister Anna, where are you headed?" "Mr. Lin, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Suddenly, Jean Anna approached a young man, her icy demeanor melting into a radiant smile, reminiscent of spring's first thaw. Lin Feng responded with a smile. "Miss Jean, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I made every effort to arrive promptly, and fortunately, the traffic was light." "Ah, I was just a bit anxious," Jean Anna replied with a soft smile. Zhang Zifen, observing their lively exchange, felt a pang of jealousy. "Sister Anna, who is this person? That is none of your concern." Jean Anna cast a fleeting glance at him and smiled at Lin Feng. "Say, Mr. Lin, shall we go in?" Certainly. Lin Feng replied with a slight nod. Zhang Zifen, seething with anger, could no longer contain his fury and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Wait. Do you even know who I am?" "I don't know, nor do I have any interest in knowing," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, walking past him. "Ignore me?" Zhang Zifen retorted furiously. "How dare you look down on me? I am Zhang Zifen, the eldest son of the Zhang family. Do you understand?" "I do," Lin Feng said with a glance. Zhang Zifen immediately beamed with pride. "Since you know, you should understand how to conduct yourself accordingly." "I have always been quite clear about how to behave," Lin Feng smiled and responded. Zhang Zifen felt increasingly smug at his words. "You understand, then what are you doing?" Suddenly, his expression soured dramatically. Lin Feng had not retreated as expected. Instead, he reached out and, before a crowd of onlookers, wrapped an arm around Jean Anna's slender waist and pulled her close. Jean Anna was taken aback, but did not resist, merely gazing at Lin Feng in astonishment. "Mr. Lin, do you find this man bothersome?" Lin Feng asked with a low chuckle. Jean Anna nodded slightly. "Yes. Do you have a good plan to resolve this?" "Cooperate with my act, and I assure you he will not trouble you again," Lin Feng replied with a smile, lifting her delicate chin, making it appear as though they were about to kiss. Zhang Zifen shouted, "How dare you?" and, saying this, swung a fist toward the back of Lin Feng's head. "You wretched brat. Jean Anna is mine." Just as his fist was about to strike Lin Feng made a swift move, kicking Zhang Zifen hard in the stomach. "Ah!" Zhang Zifen rolled on the ground in pain, clutching his abdomen, unable to believe his ears. You dare to lay a hand on me? Have you forgotten who I am? Even if you were the emperor's son, if you dared to harbor ill intentions toward my girlfriend, I would not hesitate to retaliate," Lin Feng said, looking at him. "Now get lost." "You!" Zhang Zifen struggled to his feet, glaring at him with gritted teeth. "What? Do you want another beating? You will pay for this." Zhang Zifen glared fiercely, turning toward his car. A teenager with a sports car, truly a scion of a wealthy family. Jean Anna said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. However, now you have provoked him. There will be many troubles ahead. Are you not afraid?" "With the right approach, this scoundrel is nothing to worry about," Lin Feng chuckled. With a beautiful woman in his embrace, it was a sheer delight. Her warm body felt as soft as cotton, providing him immense comfort. Jean Anna exuded a natural fragrance that made the air around them refreshingly pleasant, lifting his spirits. Noticing Lin Feng's unusual demeanor, Jean Anna's cheeks flushed as she playfully chided. "How long are you going to hold me?" "Huh? Miss Jean, do not misunderstand. I am simply waiting for that fellow to leave. Releasing you now would raise his suspicions." "I promise to let go once we are inside," Lin Feng quickly clarified. Jean Anna's lips curled into a slight smile as she remarked, "I see you are merely trying to take advantage of me, aren't you?" Observing his demeanor, her face radiated nothing but mirth, devoid of any hint of disdain. As they entered the company premises, Lin Feng indeed released his hold on her slender waist as promised. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a twinge of reluctance stirred within her heart. "Am I losing my mind? How could I possibly think this way?" "Miss," several men approached them. "Has the master you invited arrived yet?" Chapter 37, The Stone Duel. "He has indeed come," Jean Anna replied with a smile, gesturing towards Lin Feng. "This is Mr. Lin, the master I invited." "What? This young man is the master?" The men exchanged incredulous glances, one of whom, a middle-aged man with long hair, styled in a bun, regarded Lin Feng with utter disdain. "Miss, I've been in the stone gambling industry for over 20 years, and I have never encountered such a young master before. Who was his mentor? What are his accomplishments?" "I have no master." Lin Feng shook his head, smiling as he spoke. "If you wish to discuss achievements, I suppose the 3-color jade I acquired at yesterday's auction might count?" Once or twice. What significance does that hold?" Hong dismissed him with a scornful glance. "Even a dog could strike lucky in stone gambling once or twice." "Hong master, your words seem rather excessive," Jean Anna frowned. Hong, and unfazed, coldly retorted, "Miss, I am merely stating facts. I harbor no intent to insult. However, if someone feels targeted, that is not my concern." "You're correct. Indeed. A dog can rely on luck to procure fine items, and claiming the title of master is not entirely impossible." Lin Feng chuckled, gazing at him. Hong An's expression darkened immediately as he spoke in a low voice. "Who are you implying is relying on luck?" "I refer to dogs, Hong master." "Please do not take it personally," Lin Feng replied with a grin. Furious, Hong exclaimed, "You dare insult me? From where does that accusation stem? I genuinely meant dogs." "Not you, Hong master," Lin Feng laughed. Yet, it was evident to all present that he was indeed alluding to Hong An. This tactic of using one's own words against them was intolerable for Hong, and very well, you audacious young man. Jean Anna, somewhat anxious, cautioned Mr. Lin, do not let him provoke you. He is affiliated with my brother and is deliberately trying to cause trouble. That makes it all the more delightful. Lin Feng replied with a smile. You? Jean Anna was momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng continued with a grin. If he is not your ally, I can unleash my full potential. Huh? Jean Anna gazed at him in astonishment. This Hong and was no ordinary individual. He was the chief appraiser of the jade company she founded. Although she was well aware he had been sent by her brother to hinder her progress, she had no one under her who could rival Hong in prowess. Thus she had to accept this reality. Many onlookers, witnessing the impending duel of stones, began to smirk, their gazes towards Lin Feng resembling that of a spectator observing a fool. Truly, he was overestimating his own capabilities, daring to challenge the renowned Hong master of the three-eyed. Humph. The youth must endure the harsh realities of society before they temper their arrogance and ignorance. Just watch. This lad will soon collapse to the ground in tears. Ha ha. Silence. Jean Anna cast a cold glance at them. The crowd immediately fell silent, though some, who were quite close to Hong and subtly maintained their connection to the wealthy heir, murmuring amongst themselves. TSK, the pretty boy is simply favored by the ladies. Even without ability, he is treated as a treasure. Master Hong, since this is a stone gambling match, isn't it inappropriate not to place a wager? You are right. Hong chuckled with satisfaction and turned to Lin Feng, saying, Young man, I have just acquired a 300-year-old ginseng. If you manage to defeat me, it is yours. But if you lose, I shall claim your tongue. If I lose, I would not only offer my tongue, but my head as well, Lin Feng replied without hesitation. The crowd gasped in astonishment, yet their gazes towards him were devoid of confidence, instead filled with derision. This lad is utterly foolish. Very well. Hong's eyes widened as he declared, there are over a dozen stones here, and I shall let you choose first. If I choose first, your defeat is assured. A glimmer of light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he perceived the internal structure of the stones. Ice-type green jade, pale violet jade, dark fissures, small blocks of red agate, all revealed to him. The clarity was astonishing. Hong sneered. You boast so boldly, yet fear not the consequences of your own words. I permit you to choose first, so choose. In that case, I shan't indulge your whims, Lin Feng replied, taking an oily pen and marking several stones. Hong, perplexed, inquired, what are you up to? There are a total of 17 stones. I will select 8. If any one of your stones surpasses any of my 8, I shall concede. Lin Feng smiled. Hong was taken aback, and the crowd fell silent. What does this mean? Does he look down upon Master Hong? Preposterous. Hong seethed with rage, growling, you will pay for this insolence. I await your challenge. Lin Feng moved a chair over and sat down casually. Hong's fury intensified. Very well. If you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. So, if any of my stones are superior to yours, you lose, correct? Indeed. Then I shall compare this piece with yours. Hong pointed to a finely textured stone, indicating it against a rough, darkened stone belonging to Lin Feng. Witnessing this, Jean Anna's expression changed dramatically. Master Hong, must you be so despicable? Young lady, these words are not mine, but the result of this lad's own arrogance. Hong retorted with a cold laugh. Yet you are a renowned gambling master. Is it not shameful to treat a young man so? Hong grunted, turning to Lin Feng and asking, do you still dare to stand by your words? What is there to fear? Let them cut it open directly. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Hong was taken aback, then immediately broke into a cold smile. Well, you certainly possess audacity. You lot, come here and split this stone. I shall make this young man understand the price of arrogance and ignorance. Yes, Master Hong. Several stone cutters approached. Master Hong confidently marked lines on the stone, declaring, follow my instructions, and I guarantee we will unveil a piece of high-quality ice jade. Indeed, there was high-quality ice jade, but unfortunately, it was flawed. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Master Hong scoffed, you ignorant frog at the bottom of the well. Soon, you shall comprehend the vast disparity in our discerning abilities. Chapter 38, The One Who Laughs Last. Indeed, the difference was immense. Lin Feng smiled gently. Proceed. It's good to be self-aware, Hong replied with a triumphant grin, urging the stone cutters to hasten their work. A rumbling sound ensued as the stone cutters worked together to place the stone on the machine. The blade collided with the stone, sparking a dazzling display of brilliance. With a resounding thud, the stone was cleaved in two. "It's green," exclaimed someone, shining a powerful flashlight at the cut surface of the jade, instantly revealing a radiant green glow, strikingly beautiful. Upon inspecting the transparency, it was undoubtedly high-quality ice jade, with a vibrant hue resembling apple green. Master Hong has an excellent eye. If he claims it's high-quality ice jade, it must be... Ha ha ha! Hong and laughed heartily, turning to Lin Feng. "Now do you yield, young man?" "Do not rejoice too soon," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Hong furrowed his brow. What this master said incorrect? "Take a closer look." Lin Feng chuckled, pointing at the jade surface. "It would be best to wash it with clean water." Obstinate fool. "You, pour a basin of water," Hong grunted. The stone cutter promptly brought a basin of clean water and splashed it onto the jade surface. Instantly, the cut surface transformed as if a storm had passed, revealing even more dazzling colors, breathtakingly beautiful. Hong chuckled. "Young man, what more can you say? There's no rush. Wait half a minute, and the truth will reveal itself," Lin Feng said nonchalantly, exuding confidence as if everything was under his control. Hong laughed derisively. "Utterly ridiculous. The hardness of jade is such that even a common metal blade cannot leave a mark on its surface. No flaws mean no flaws. And even waiting 1,000 years won't cause them to appear naturally. You dare call yourself a stone gambling master without understanding this? Is it not laughable? Absurd. Truly laughable." Laughter rippled through the crowd, bewildered as to whether the young lady valued this young man's appearance or his abilities. "How dare you disrespect the young lady? Even if she favors this young man's looks, that is her preference, and none can argue against it. Indeed, what a pretty boy. His earnings in a month surpass our hard-earned wages." One taunt after another pierced the air, causing Jean Anna's exquisite brows to furrow tightly, her beautiful eyes glinting coldly. "You all, Miss Jean, there's no need to fret," Lin Feng reassured, placing a calming hand on her shoulder. "Your anger only serves to empower them. Yet, can you truly endure their taunts?" Jean Anna gritted her teeth as she spoke. Lin Feng replied with a smile. "There is no harm in laughter, but it is the laughter that endures that truly matters. You are someone I brought here. Even if you can endure, I cannot," Jean Anna asserted, clenching her fists. A warm sensation fluttered through Lin Feng's heart as he chuckled. "Observe the jade's facets." Jean Anna turned with suspicion, her expression quickly shifting to one of astonishment. "It's cracking. It's truly cracking." Hong chuckled. "At first, the jade showed no fissures. It could not possibly develop them later." "It has cracked," exclaimed a bystander. "Master Hong, is that a crack?" The crowd's expressions suddenly shifted. They beheld a genuine fissure appearing on the jade surface, one that was rapidly expanding. The stone cutters, drawn closer, could even hear the faint sound of cracking. In mere moments, what had initially been a crack the size of a thumb had suddenly spread across the entire jade surface, extending the length of an arm. Such jade, even of the highest ice variety, would surely see its value diminished by at least 30%. Lin Feng smirked slightly, addressing Master Hong. "Are you convinced now? What trickery have you employed?" Hong glared fiercely at him, gritting his teeth. Lin Feng laughed lightly. "The hardness of jade is exceedingly high. Even ordinary metal blades cannot leave marks on its surface. Isn't that right, Master Hong?" "You." Hong, infuriated by Lin Feng's repetition of his earlier words, nearly spat blood in rage. Nearby, some advised, "Master Hong, do not let him provoke you. Even with a crack, such a large piece of high ice apple green jade must be worth at least 1 million. Right?" "Indeed." Regaining his composure, Hong turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Boy, it's your turn. I shall choose this one, the least impressive," Lin Feng remarked, tapping a seemingly ordinary stone and instructing the cutter, "Please slice along this line." "Certainly, sir." The cutter promptly began his work. Cold smirks adorned the faces of Hong and his companions, eagerly anticipating Lin Feng's next move. With a resounding crash, the stone was cleaved open, revealing a viscous, pitch-black liquid. "What is this?" "It's oozing." Hong's expression shifted dramatically. How could such a worthless stone yield oil? The term oozing refers to a greasy phenomenon associated with jadeite, which does not affect the jade itself. A simple wash would rid it of the inky substance. The reason for Hong's alarm lay in past experiences with stone gambling. Whenever jadeite oozed, it usually indicated something valuable within. The cutter rinsed the stone, and the dark oil was washed away, revealing a large area of purple luminescence. "Violet, deep purple," Jean Anna exclaimed, shining a flashlight onto the jade surface. Others followed suit. It was not that they lacked discernment. Rather, Until the jade was polished, the finest jade often appeared dull and gray, rendering its true colors difficult to ascertain with the naked eye. Ordinary individuals, not to mention discerning the precise hue, often struggle to even perceive the general color. Yet, when a powerful flashlight illuminates the space, a vast expanse of deep violet instantly captivates the onlookers. Such a profound shade of purple, a considerable portion, 1/3, is a solid purple, unmarred by any fissures, perfect for crafting a circular bracelet. The remaining 2/3 consist of colorless jadeite, at the very least displaying flecks of purple. If devoid of cracks, it too could be transformed into a valuable bracelet. I have not discerned any inclusions or dark spots, which might very well yield a ring face. Hiss! Many gasped in awe. The worth of a deep violet jadeite ring face is surely incomparable to that of a glass-like fully green jadeite ring face. This exceeds the value of a bracelet manifold. The scrap could be fashioned into pendants or similar items, which would also command a handsome price. This piece of jadeite is truly a treasure trove. Lin Feng smiled and said, Master Hong, could you provide an estimate? An estimate? Hong An's face flushed. Confronted with such a magnificent piece of jadeite, even the barking of a dog would approximate his valuation. At the very least, 10 million. If polished and confirmed free of inclusions, dark spots, and cracks, its value as a ring face could double. What is wrong, Master Hong? At a loss for words? Lin Feng chuckled. Hong grunted, Consider yourself fortunate this time, kid. Master Hong, a loss is a loss. Attributing everything to luck shows a lack of masculinity. Jean Anna remarked with a smile. You ought to graciously concede and hand your treasure over to Mr. Lin. The young lady is correct. Losing means one must accept defeat. However, if my memory serves me right, this lad previously stated that if any of his stones were to lose to me, it would count as his defeat. Hong laughed. Kid, you're not trying to weasel out of this, are you? Shameless. Jean Anna retorted. Hong An's face reddened slightly, and he quickly grunted. Enough with the idle chatter. I just want to know if this kid stands by his word. Of course, I do. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Very well, then. Hong said, I will cut this stone. He pointed to a rough-skinned stone that appeared quite ordinary under the flashlight S-beam. All right, let us proceed with the cut. Lin Feng casually marked a few lines nearby and instructed the stone-cutting worker. Jean Anna protested on his behalf. Mr. Lin, this is unfair. He shall no fight in us. I desire him to be left speechless in defeat. Lin Feng replied with a grin. But should you lose, it would cost you dearly. Fear not. I am certain of victory. This will serve as retribution for both you and me, Lin Feng assured with a smile. Jean Anna was taken aback by his willingness to take such risks for her and felt a stir of emotion within her. Thank you. Do not mention it. Lin Feng replied, smiling. When Hong challenged him, he had vaguely sensed that the jadeite experts present were not aligned with Jean Anna. They either remained neutral or sided with Hong, and otherwise, Jean Anna would not have bypassed her own jadeite experts, specifically calling for his assistance. Since he was there to help, Lin Feng was determined to see it through to the end, delivering aid thoroughly and resolving the predicament entirely. The water glimmered as the blade ceased its operation, and the stone cutter meticulously squared the stone on the workbench. This time, no oily phenomenon manifested. Hong chuckled coldly. Kid, that's just a piece of waste. You've lost. No rush, it's merely the first cut, Lin Feng replied with a smile, making 3 precise incisions. The stone cutter continued his work. As the second cut was made, Hong glanced over and laughed heartily. The jadeite is merely a beam type. This worthless piece isn't worth even 10,000. No need to hurry, just keep watching, Lin Feng responded cheerfully. The so-called beam-type jadeite is merely 1 grade above waste, commonly seen in the market, followed by the more esteemed glutinous type. Ice-type jadeite is typically regarded as mid to high-end in jade shops, while glass-type jadeite, despite its frequent mention, is exceedingly rare. The premium green jadeite, known as imperial green, is ubiquitous on e-commerce platforms, yet genuinely scarce, often only appearing at international auctions and high-end jade boutiques. Lin Feng's previous unveilings of imperial green had elicited widespread astonishment, for such treasures indeed incite fervor. Boom! The third cut. The jadeite's hue was a pale yellow, resembling frozen jelly. Upon seeing it, the stone cutter immediately recognized it, exclaiming, Congratulations, Mr. Lin, glutinous ice type. Thank you, Lin Feng smiled. Hong An's expression darkened slightly as he scrutinized the jelly-like stone, but his demeanor brightened considerably as he chuckled. The glutinous ice type is indeed commendable, but alas, the large black spots detract from its beauty. This piece is worth only 400,000 to 500,000. You've still lost. What is the hurry? There's still one more cut, Lin Feng said, gesturing to the previous marks on the stone. Hong En's expression soured immediately, with the first cut being waste, the second a bean type, and the third a glutinous ice type. The stakes for the fourth cut were high. If it were an ice type or even a high ice type, the consequences could be significant. A futile struggle. Let us see how long you can hold on. Lin Feng, uninterested in his taunts, remained silent. The stone cutter resumed his actions. The fourth cut revealed the jadeite's surface, appearing as if cloaked in a thin layer of ice, yet resembling solid ice rather than jelly. Ice type red jadeite. How vibrant! It shone like a fiery sunset, resplendent in color. Such a beautiful hue. If only the red jadeite and yellow jadeite were combined, it would qualify as a dual-colored jade, potentially doubling its value. Indeed, such a pity, the onlookers murmured, their eyes glistening with a mix of admiration and regret. Lin Feng smiled and asked, Master Hong, does this still mean I've lost? What are you so pleased about? There are still several stones yet to be cut. That one surely won't do. Hong En's expression shifted, hastily pointing at another stone. Jean Anna's face contorted with disdain. Hong En, do you have no shame left? What do you mean, Miss Young Master? It's embarrassing for a renowned jade master like you to lose twice in a row and still behave this way. Jean Anna retorted coldly. Some neutral jade masters, though silent, cast glances at Hong and that were tinged with a hint of disdain, causing his expression to darken considerably. What humiliation! It was that brat who uttered such words. What does it have to do with me? Utterly shameless. A voice echoed from the entrance. Little Hong, I never expected that after several years, you would be so brazen. How dare you speak of me like that? Hong En retorted angrily, but upon turning around, his countenance shifted dramatically. The newcomer was clad in a white robe, skillfully twirling two polished walnuts in his hands, their surfaces glistening with a rich patina, undeniably appealing. Yet, what captured the attention most was not his impressive height of nearly 2 meters, nor his well-built physique at the age of 70 or 80, but rather his pair of azure eyes. Legend has it that during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, Sun Zhongmo, the ruler of Eastern Wu, possessed eyes as fierce as those of a lion. Lin Feng regarded this individual with slight astonishment. Those azure eyes were indeed one of the 10 extraordinary pupils mentioned in the Heavenly Eye scripture, the purple gold eye, usually appearing azure. They would turn a radiant purple gold when fully activated, reputedly capable of revealing hidden treasures. However, Lin Feng had never experienced this phenomenon firsthand. Old Master Fu. Hong En's face paled, and he quickly forced a laugh. What brings you down the mountain? Chapter 40. Lingji and the Maping Vase. It was indeed him. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, as they had not anticipated the presence of one of the 3 great jade masters of South City. The purple-eyed Old Master Fu Jin here. So, upon seeing me, you choose not to insult me? Old Master Fu chuckled. Hong En awkwardly replied, No, I wouldn't dare. You must be joking, Old Master. Greetings, Old Master Fu. The crowd collectively acknowledged him. Even Jean Anna adopted a demeanor of a respectful junior, slightly bowing as she said, I am Jean Anna of the Jean family. It is an honor to meet you, Old Master Fu. You must be the eldest daughter of the Jean family. You appear far more agreeable than your elder brother, Old Master Fu remarked with a chuckle. Jean Anna smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Old Master. I hope you will adjudicate the matter from earlier. Though I, Fu Jin, am renowned in the jade gambling world for my eyes. My reputation for championing justice surpasses even that, Old Master Fu replied with a smile. You flatter me, Old Master. I merely thought that as a senior figure, your judgment would be respected by all, she responded. Ha! Do not elevate me. I see through the flattery. Old Master Fu laughed heartily, and then suddenly turned to Hong En, saying, Little Hong, having lost so miserably, do you still harbor any objections? Old Master Fu. That brat said himself, as long as I win 1 stone from him, he will concede. Do you wish for this matter to spread, potentially tarnishing decades of your hard-earned reputation? Old Master Fu frowned. Hong En's expression grew increasingly dreadful as he lowered his head and muttered, I concede. In that case, the treasure you mentioned earlier, you should promptly present it to Mr. Lin, Jean Anna stated. Hong En grunted in displeasure, puzzled by the sudden urgency from the usually aloof young lady, wondering if she had developed feelings for this pretty boy. What nonsense are you spouting? Jean Anna cast a cold glare at him. Hong En chuckled and said, Miss, do not forget that your marriage is not solely your decision. If you fancy that pretty boy, it would be wise to sever ties sooner rather than later. I need no reminders. Jean Anna's expression slightly shifted. Hand the items to Mr. Lin. If you do not have them on you, you may collect them from my residence. Hong En, clearly unwilling to relent, remained obstinate. Lin Feng smiled and remarked, "Very well, let us go now." "All right, let us be off." Hong turned and walked outside, eager to avoid further embarrassment. Jean Anna, concerned that he might play tricks, asked, "Old Master Fu, might I request your company?" "Of course, I have matters to discuss with you as well." Old Master Fu replied with a smile. Seeing him accompany them, Hong An's expression darkened, but he had no choice but to obediently lead them to his home. His residence was a spacious flat, which appeared rather decent at first glance. However, the disarray of items strewn about created a chaotic ambience. This is the so-called 300-year-old Ganoderma. Hong and reluctantly produced a gift box from his study. Lin Feng opened the box, and an aromatic scent of herbs wafted forth, invigorating and refreshing the senses. Indeed, it was a piece of Ganoderma aged over a century, worth at least 10 million on the market, and nearly impossible to procure. "Good stuff," Lin Feng remarked. "I've given you the item. May I leave now?" Hong grumbled. Lin Feng shook his head, saying, "It is indeed a fine item, but this is not Ganoderma from 300 years. It may not even exceed a century." "Hong, are you trying to deceive us?" Jean Anna questioned. Hong maintained a stoic demeanor, retorting, "Nonsense. A friend sold it to me, claiming it was 300 years old. How could it possibly be false? This fellow simply lacks understanding. Ganoderma of 300 years should not only be covered in medicinal fat, but also exhibit a dark purple hue," Lin Feng pointed out, gesturing to the Ganoderma in his hand. "Yet this piece, while dark purple in color, lacks the medicinal fat, clearly indicating it is not of that age. Indeed, this young man speaks the truth." "Hong, this is your oversight," Old Master Fu stated solemnly. Hong An's expression soured, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Cursed be it! I cannot believe I was deceived. Old Master Fu, I too was misled. I had no inkling this was not 300 years old. What do you propose for compensation?" Old Master Fu inquired. Hong replied, I have no other Ganoderma, and I do not know how to proceed. Young man, what are your thoughts?" Old Master Fu turned to Lin Feng, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. At such a young age, he had managed to outsmart Hong and achieve the level of a renowned jade master, demonstrating a profound understanding of medicinal materials. His future prospects appeared boundless. Lin Feng glanced over to the disheveled leather sofa in the living room, his eyes brightening slightly as he smiled. "Since there is no Ganoderma, perhaps you could compensate me with something else. How much do you desire?" Hong asked through clenched teeth. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Given the disorder here, you seem to be struggling. I shall not take your money. The porcelain over there is quite exquisite. I shall take a few pieces as a symbolic compensation to you." "Really?" Hong Anshin's heart leaped with joy. "Those are merely trinkets purchased at an antique night market, costing hardly a few coins. As long as Lin Feng does not require him to make up the price difference, he would not mind if he took all of them. Go ahead, take as many as you like. Mr. Lin, there is no need for you to be courteous." Jean Anna, concerned for his well-being, quickly interjected. Hong immediately replied, "Miss, he has already said so. Would you have him go back on his word?" "Mr. Lin, feel free to take everything. It is entirely up to you. Then I shall not be polite." Lin Feng chuckled and approached the sofa, picking up a palm-sized porcelain making. This vase features a narrow neck and a bulging belly, designed merely to hold a branch, serving as a decorative piece to beautify the room. Hong remarked, "Mr. Lin, now that you have your item, can you leave?" "Certainly," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "But I must clarify, this vase is now mine, correct?" "Of course it is yours," Hong quickly affirmed, anxious that Lin Feng might change his mind. He promptly ushered everyone out, shutting the door with a resounding thud and locking it behind him. Jean Anna glanced at Lin Feng and sighed. "You are being far too generous to that fellow. And he claims to be avenging me. He has deceived me." "You have a discerning eye," chuckled the elderly Mr. Fu, his gaze fixed on the vase, glimmering with intrigue. "I wonder if you would be willing to part with it?" Chapter 41. The Handwriting of Qianlong. "Mr. Fu, are you interested?" Lin Feng smiled, his lips curling slightly. "Mr. Fu chuckled. It appears quite unique. How about 1 million? 1 million? Jean Anna gasped in surprise. Such a vase commands such a lofty price? Yet Lin Feng shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Mr. Fu, you have gained renown over the years and possess extraordinary insight. It would be best not to make such speculative offers. 1 million would suffice for the surface alone," he added. "Haha, does Mr. Lin find that insufficient?" Mr. Fu narrowed his eyes, his words carefully chosen, urging Lin Feng to elaborate. Lin Feng responded, "Since you wish to test my abilities, allow me to showcase my knowledge. This vase appears quite ordinary, yet its provenance is quite remarkable. If I am not mistaken, it is a treasure from the imperial study of Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty. The plum blossom design was not originally present. It was added later. Mr. Lin, it is well known that designs such as the plum blossom are typically added afterward. There is nothing particularly extraordinary about that, Mr. Fu laughed. Though a flicker of keen insight passed through his narrowed eyes, Lin Feng pointed at the plum blossom and said, "Of course, it is not remarkable. But what if the artist who painted this plum blossom was none other than Emperor Qianlong himself? Oh, that would indeed be rare. But what proof do you have to substantiate that this was painted by Emperor Qianlong?" Mr. Fu inquired, scrutinizing him. Lin Feng turned the vase over and indicated the inscription on the bottom, "Made in the 3rd year of Qianlong's reign." "Good eye," Mr. Fu remarked with a smile, his gaze toward Lin Feng shifting in appraisal. "Well done, young man. You have indeed impressed me." Yet, Jean Anna remained perplexed. "I have inadvertently encountered this signature on other porcelain pieces. It hardly seems extraordinary, does it? Miss Jean, the size of this vertical character varies." Lin Feng chuckled. Jean Anna was momentarily taken aback and then remarked, "So, does this imply it is a counterfeit?" Lin Feng smiled and replied, "If it were a counterfeit, I would not have chosen this plum vase as compensation." Despite Jean Anna's intelligence, her limited exposure to antiques left her somewhat perplexed by his words. If it is not a counterfeit, how could the characters vary in size? Generally speaking, such discrepancies would be unlikely, particularly in the ancient era, especially in places like the imperial workshops that produced court utensils, where such inconsistencies would be virtually impossible. Lin Feng explained with a smile. This is because a mistake could lead to severe consequences. Yet, since this plum vase is indeed genuine, the variation in size clearly indicates that the master behind it possesses significant stature. Even among the older generation of treasure appraisal masters, you would be considered quite rare. 5 million. I would be willing to part with this plum vase for that amount. It's somewhat inappropriate for old Mr. Fu to still entertain such a bargain. Lin Feng observed him with a smile and continued, "If I am not mistaken, a plum vase, personally inscribed by Emperor Qianlong, is virtually non-existent in the market, and its potential for appreciation is immense. It should be worth at least 8 million. All right, 8 million it is," Mr. Fu conceded, seeing Lin Feng's profound understanding of the market, and promptly took out his phone to transfer the funds. At that moment, the door was suddenly yanked open, and Hong An rushed out, exclaiming loudly, "Wait, I will not compensate for this plum vase." "Oh, you've emerged?" Lin Feng cast a glance at him, feeling no surprise at his eavesdropping at the door. Hong An extended his hand, demanding, "Return the plum vase to me." "Master Hong, could you be any more shameless?" Lin Feng laughed. "I explicitly inquired before. Once you agree to compensation, you cannot back out." "What did you say?" "Spare me the nonsense. I no longer wish to compensate for this. I can make up the price difference." Hong An insisted, attempting to seize the item. You're recording." Hong An's outstretched hand froze in midair. Lin Feng replied with a smile, "One must always have a contingency plan when dealing with a character like you." You are ruthless." Hong An's face twisted with resentment, yet he found himself powerless, helplessly watching Lin Feng transact with Mr. Fu, utilizing the expedited process. The 8 million was swiftly transferred. Mr. Fu held the plum vase with great affection, exclaiming, "What a splendid piece. Truly a remarkable treasure. I'm glad you like it." Lin Feng replied with a smile. Jean Anna inhaled sharply, her gaze at Lin Feng shimmering with intrigue. In such a brief span, he had managed to earn nearly 10 million. Once in the car, she inquired, "Mr. Fu, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. May I ask what it is?" Speaking of business, Mr. Fu carefully set aside the plum vase and, with a serious expression, stated, "I have heard that you have connections with the medical immortal of Nan City and would like to ask for your assistance in bridging a connection for her to treat my disciple." "Mr. Fu has taken on a disciple?" Jean Anna exclaimed in surprise. As one of the 3 eminent jade masters in Nan City and a distinguished appraiser, Mr. Fu had been approached by countless individuals over the years wishing to become his apprentice, yet not a single one had succeeded in the past several decades. She could hardly believe that he had finally taken a disciple. Master Fu nodded slightly, a wry smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "My lineage is rather unique, not something that ordinary individuals can inherit. I never anticipated that after much effort in finding a girl of outstanding character and talent, she would be afflicted by a congenital illness, one that even the most esteemed physicians struggle to treat. I must seek your assistance, Miss Jean. To save a life is worth more than erecting a pagoda of 7 stories. Please wait a moment. I shall contact the healing fairy." Jean Anna promptly responded. Retrieving her phone, Master Fu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss Jean. Regardless of the outcome, I owe you a debt of gratitude. There's no need for formality. She replied. As the call connected, a melodious voice echoed from the phone. Anna, is there something you need? Annie, I wish to request your help in saving someone. I hope it is possible, Jean Anna inquired. The healing fairy's voice carried a hint of amusement. There is no need for such formality between us. Just tell me the time and place, and I shall come right away. Thank you, Auntie, Jean Anna exclaimed joyfully. After a while, the group arrived at the entrance of an old courtyard. The healing fairy had arrived ahead of them, standing at the door. A woman adorned in flowing white garments, with long hair cascading down her back, turned upon hearing the sound of the car engine. Her exquisite visage was revealed as she smiled. Appearing to be in her 30s, yet possessing the youthful allure of an 18-year-old, radiating sweetness and purity. Annie, Jean Anna called out loudly, rushing into the woman's embrace. Chapter 42, The Healing Fairy of South City. Auntie, Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. She appeared no older than 18. Master Fu, having just alighted from the car, looked on in confusion at the two women. Although he had heard of the youthful appearance of the healing fairy of South City, he had not expected her to be this young. Little girl, the woman said, embracing Jean Anna with a smile, you're no longer a child, yet you still act so capriciously. Not at all, I'm just a bit unruly in front of you. Annie, Jean Anna giggled, resembling a little girl who had found her mother, freely indulging in her playful demeanor. As Lin Feng feasted his eyes upon the scene, he gained a deeper understanding of Jean Anna, realizing that the esteemed young lady of the Jean family, who usually appeared aloof, could also be so endearing. May I inquire if you are the healing fairy, Jean Lingji? Master Fu asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. Jean Lingji slightly nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she spoke with an ethereal quality. Indeed, I am Jean Lingji, but the title of healing fairy is merely a label bestowed upon me by others. If I truly were a healing fairy, how could I not alleviate all human suffering? You are too humble, healing fairy, Master Fu quickly replied. Jean Lingji smiled faintly, saying, I have heard of your illustrious reputation, Master Fu, and a mention that your disciple is gravely ill. May I see her now? Is my oversight. Please, healing fairy, come in, Master Fu urged, hastily opening the door for the group to enter. As he stepped inside and turned on the lights, they beheld a young girl lying on the sickbed. In stark contrast to the healing fairy Jean Lingji, who exuded an elegant figure beneath her flowing white attire, the girl appeared delicate and petite, suggesting that her physical development was not robust, yet she radiated a refreshing aura reminiscent of a precious jade. The youthful countenance of the maiden was etched with fatigue, her voice betraying her frailty. Master, who are they? This is Miss Jean from the Jean family, and this is Mr. Lin. This esteemed physician, known as the medical immortal of Nancheng, is Jean Lingji, introduced old Master Fu promptly. The renowned doctors who have previously attended to you, when combined, do not equate to the value of a single glance from the medical immortal. Medical immortal? The maiden's face revealed surprise at the sight of such a beautiful healer. Jean Lingji smiled gently, seated herself by the bedside, and took the maiden's hand to assess her pulse. After a moment, old Master Fu, with a hint of concern, inquired, Medical immortal, what ails my disciple? A congenital condition of limb atrophy, Jean Lingji replied, her demeanor confident. If I am not mistaken, this young lady has been bedridden for half a month. Indeed, the medical immortal is remarkable. Old Master Fu nodded vigorously. What is the treatment? Simple, she said with a soft smile. I shall employ my unique acupuncture techniques to activate all her meridians, unleashing her latent potential, complemented by herbal remedies. Within an hour, we shall witness a significant improvement. What seemed an insurmountable ailment to dozens of esteemed physicians appeared to her as effortless as sipping water. The reputation of the medical immortal was indeed extraordinary. Old Master Fu exclaimed, I implore you, please commence immediately. I shall express my profound gratitude. Very well. Jean Lingji retrieved a box of silver needles from her ample robe, stating, Gentlemen, please step outside. I require privacy to perform acupuncture on the young lady. Of course, I shall leave at once. Old Master Fu turned to exit, only to notice Lin Feng standing still with a furrowed brow, prompting his astonishment. Mr. Lin, might you step outside as well? Old Master Fu, your disciple's condition seems somewhat amiss. I perceive it as though she is afflicted by some malevolent force, Lin Feng remarked, studying the maiden intently, his unease intensifying. Ordinary eyes could not discern it, yet his discerning gaze saw through the veil. The medical immortal's acupuncture might yield results, but it could not serve as a definitive cure. Jean Lingji's brow furrowed. ever since she had astounded Nansheng with her medical prowess a decade ago. No one had dared to address her lightly as beauty. To think that after 10 years, a man would be so audacious. Moreover, he had the audacity to question her medical expertise. It was truly unbelievable. Are you suggesting I have misdiagnosed? That is not my implication, Lin Feng clarified. You have not erred, medical immortal. Rather, there are elements that have eluded your perception. Yet, the tone of his words rang harshly. Jin Lingji was a renowned medical immortal, and even prominent figures in the province found it exceedingly difficult to secure her services. How could he insinuate that she had overlooked something? Old Master Fu interjected hastily, Mr. Lin, I kindly ask you to step outside with me. Wait, allow him to finish. Jin Lingji's temper flared. Typically, she exuded an ethereal grace, appearing unruffled, akin to a tranquil spring. But when it came to matters of medicine, she was fiercely competitive, transforming the serene spring into a tumultuous waterfall. Old Master Fu could only smile wryly this. The enchanting healer remarked, if I were to treat this young lady, I would focus on alleviating the malevolent energy within her heart. With a smile, Lin Feng added, of course, you may proceed with your method first. And if it yields no results, then perhaps consider mine. Consider? The treatment of a patient's health is no trivial matter. How can one approach it so flippantly? Jin Lingji's gaze towards him was tinged with displeasure and indignation. What do you think of the patient? Dear healer, do not misunderstand. Your method undoubtedly possesses merit. I merely suggested a trial, for I would not have voiced it otherwise, Lin Feng hurriedly explained. Mr. Fu, please escort him out. I have no intention of entertaining his suggestions. Yes, esteemed healer. Mr. Fu grasped Lin Feng's hand with a serious demeanor, stating, Mr. Lin, I must insist you leave. Very well. However, should your treatment prove ineffectual, I hope you might still consider my approach, Lin Feng sighed, expressing his earnestness, yet it seemed to fall on deaf ears. Mr. Fu led him outside. Mr. Lin, I would advise you to speak less. Had it not been for the old gentleman's fondness for Lin Feng, he might have resorted to harsher measures. Jin Lingji huffed softly. Xiao Anna, prepare the medicine according to my prescription. Understood. Annie, Jin Anna nodded, then whispered, Annie, Mr. Lin is genuinely kind. Please do not misjudge him. Kind, you say? Jin Lingji shot her a glance. Surely, you do not harbor any affection for such a character? Annie, he is truly not a bad person. What he said earlier was surely for a reason. Calling me beauty, I could practically be his aunt. Be wary of such a scoundrel in the future. Jin Lingji expressed her discontent with Lin Feng. Jin Anna quickly replied, Auntie, you are indeed very youthful. If it weren't for the habit of calling you aunt since childhood, I would feel awkward addressing you otherwise. Isn't it quite normal to call you beauty? You little rascal, defending that knave? Jin Lingji glared at her, though her expression was lively and animated. If a man were to witness this, his heart would race with excitement. I'm not. I merely. Enough. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Jin Lingji lifted the girl's clothing slightly and expertly inserted the silver needles into her acupoints. Jin Anna had no choice but to make a call, arranging for the medicine to be prepared as per the prescription. One by one, the silver needles, Yuzhen, Tianju, Xinyu Fengmen, Chengfu, and Heong, were delicately placed into the girl's acupoints, gradually restoring color to her complexion. As the final needle was set, a suited bodyguard knocked at the door, holding a bowl of medicinal soup. Miss, the soup is ready. Please bring it in, Jin Anna replied, glancing at her aunt and nodding. Yes, Mississippi. The bodyguard entered with the soup, followed by Mr. Fu and Lin Feng. Upon seeing the girl's improved complexion, the elderly gentleman felt a surge of relief. Thank you for your efforts. Do not mention it, the healer replied with a slight shake of her head, then turned to Lin Feng with a smile, directing someone to administer the soup to the young lady. After merely sipping a few mouthfuls of the medicinal soup, the young girl's complexion returned to that of a normal person, her spirit invigorated, and she surprisingly struggled to rise from the bed. Oh dear, what are you doing? Exclaimed old Master Fu, startled. Quickly, lie back down. Master, I'm fine. I feel completely at ease, the girl proclaimed as she descended from the bed, taking a few steady steps on the floor, appearing truly splendid. Old Master Fu was overjoyed. Is that so? Quickly, thank the healer. Thank you, healer sister. The girl expressed gratefully. Jin Lingji smiled and said, though you have recovered, you must still prioritize rest as you have just emerged from serious illness. It is advisable to engage in quiet recuperation for the next few days. Understood, healer sister, the girl nodded in agreement. Jin Lingji chuckled softly and turned her gaze back to Lin Feng. Earlier, you claimed my method could not provide a complete cure. Do you still maintain that stance? Annie. Jean Anna quickly interjected. Jean Lingji pressed down on her shoulder. Child, let me inquire without interruption. But there is no but. Are you to feed him when he eats in the future? Jean Lingji's expression turned serious, assuming the demeanor of an elder addressing a younger person. Though she was indeed in her 30s, her appearance belied her true age, resembling that of an 18-year-old, not much older than old Master Fu's apprentice. The juxtaposition of such youthful features with an earnest expression evoked a smile from Lin Feng, finding it rather endearing. What are you staring at? Jean Lingji noticed his gaze and shot him an irritated glare. I'm asking you a question. Healer Beauty, please do not be angry. I did not intend to undermine you with my words. It is merely that the dark energy within this young girl still lingers. Without a doubt, her condition will deteriorate within half a minute, Lin Feng stated. Jean Lingji took out her phone and replied, half a minute. Is it? I shall give you a minute. If the young girl's condition indeed worsens, I will concede to your assertion and apologize to you. However, if she remains unharmed, I kindly request that you keep your distance from my niece henceforth. Niece. Lin Feng paused momentarily, then realization dawned upon him, and he offered a wry smile. My apologies. Seeing you together, I mistakenly assumed you were Miss Jin's niece. You scoundrel. Jean Lingji retorted, visibly annoyed. Jean Anna chimed in. Auntie, he is merely complimenting your youth. At that moment, old Master Fu suddenly exclaimed, What is wrong with you? The once lively girl began to sway, her face turning an alarming shade of pale. And with a thud, she collapsed back onto the bed. Healer, what has happened to my apprentice? Old Master Fu cried out in distress, panic-stricken. He had only just found a suitable successor. Should anything happen, his lineage would be severed. Jean Lingji's expression changed dramatically as she rushed forward to grasp the girl's wrist for diagnosis. The sight was alarming. The girl's pulse was erratic, utterly chaotic, devoid of any discernible pattern. Such disarray in a pulse was unprecedented. How could this be? Healer, I implore you to take action once more to save my apprentice. Old Master Fu pleaded urgently. Jean Lingji's face reflected her deep concern. Regardless of the discipline, be it traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, the examination of symptoms precedes any treatment. Presently, the young lady exhibits a chaotic pulse, and with no discernible symptoms. How can one intervene to alleviate her condition? Oh, esteemed healer, if you would trust my judgment, might I suggest my approach? Lin Feng articulated. Jean Lingji abruptly turned her gaze towards him. What method do you propose? Upon hearing this, her eyes narrowed slightly. These acupoints are situated on the upper body, particularly around the chest and abdomen. This lad possesses knowledge of acupoints? Have you studied acupuncture? I have acquired some knowledge, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Awakened by the wisdom of his previous life, Lin Feng was well versed in numerous arts. Not only was he familiar with acupoints, but he also possessed knowledge of the confidential art of acupuncture. However, his current dexterity might not rival that of Jean Lingji. Thus he refrained from needling, recognizing it would be unwise to usurp her expertise with mere words of persuasion. Shall we give it a try? If it proves effective, I will apologize. Jean Lingji remained somewhat skeptical, yet was more amenable knowing he had medical training. With a few silver needles in hand, her fingers danced with the grace of a butterfly flitting among flowers, swiftly placing them on the young lady's major acupoints. Lin Feng was taken aback. Xian envy needle? Jean Lingji paused, astonished as she looked at him. How do you know this? This is a secret passed down through my master's teachings. Outsiders should not even be aware of the name of this acupuncture technique. Who are you? I am Lin Feng, he responded. I did not inquire about your name. She clarified. Were you not asking who I am? My name is Lin Feng. Lin, as in the double woods, Feng, as in the maple leaf, he replied with a grin. Jean Lingji clenched her teeth. What I meant to say is never mind. I will speak with you later. She turned her head away, refocusing on administering the needles to the young lady. After a short while, all the silver needles were in place, and the young lady's complexion improved significantly. Old Master Fu let out a sigh of relief and inquired, Esteemed healer, Mr. Lin, how is my disciple faring now? She is now perfectly well, Jean Lingji assured. Glancing at Lin Feng, who nodded slightly, she continued, however, she must consume a bowl of herbal medicine daily for her health. Indeed, old Master Fu nodded, expressing gratitude. We are truly thankful for your assistance today. Master, the young lady slowly rose from the bed, her face a mask of confusion. What just happened to me? You are now quite well, old Master Fu replied with a smile. Be sure to express your gratitude to these two benefactors. Thank you, the young lady said, her large eyes blinking curiously at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and replied, there is no need for thanks. However, do exercise caution in the future. Avoid approaching tombs, ancestral halls, or excessively dark and damp places, lest malevolent energies infiltrate once more. You truly possess remarkable insight. Just before I fell ill, I had indeed visited a cemetery. The young lady exclaimed in surprise. Old Master Fu, equally astonished, remarked, could it be? Mr. Lin, I was there as well. Why did nothing happen to me? Was it not due to my disciple's congenital illness? It is not a congenital illness, but rather a predisposition to yin energy. This constitution is highly susceptible to attracting malevolent entities, often referred to in contemporary science as dark matter, elements that are harmful to the human body and difficult to detect with the naked eye. Lin Feng observed them intently and spoke. Old Master Fu nodded slowly, beginning to grasp the concept. Might I inquire if Mr. Lin has any remedies? Crimson cinnabar can ward off evil. If one carries it at all times, it can generally obstruct a significant amount of malevolent energy from invading, Lin Feng explained. Old Master Fu expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Mr. Lin, for your guidance. Henceforth, I shall ensure this young lady carries crimson cinnabar with her whenever she ventures out. Your immense kindness merits a substantial token of appreciation. However, I am aware of Mr. Lin's discerning eye. Perhaps I could invite you to my collection room to select a treasured item as a token of my gratitude. The old man was being overly courteous. Lin Feng chuckled softly and shook his head. He was financially secure enough to provide for his mother and sister, with no concerns regarding sustenance or shelter. He had little interest in material wealth. The credit for this endeavor primarily belonged to the miraculous healer. I merely uttered a few words. So any thanks should be directed toward her. Mr. Lin, both you and the miraculous healer deserve my gratitude, Old Master Fu insisted. I implore you to allow me this opportunity. I do not wish to owe too many debts of gratitude. Very well, then I shall not be obstinate, Lin Feng conceded, seeing that he was insistent on offering a gift. Although he ultimately accepted, this gesture sparked a modicum of admiration from Jin Lingji, a young man capable of resisting the allure of valuable treasures, without seeking personal gain, demonstrated commendable character. Casting a glance at Lin Feng, Jin Lingji followed towards the collection room, inquiring along the way, how did you recognize my unique skill, the Xiannu needle? I came across it in ancient texts. Lin Feng elucidated. Jin Lingji scoffed, that's a falsehood. My sect has remained hidden from the world, and the Xiannu needle is a proprietary technique that has not been disseminated. How could you possibly know its name? Miraculous healer, if I am not mistaken. The Xiannu needle is one of the techniques pioneered by Master Zixia, one of the 3 great female acupuncture masters of the Republic era, correct? Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Jin Lingji stared at him in astonishment. Indeed, but how did you come to know this? As the saying goes, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act in secrecy. Given that Master Zixia's acupuncture technique has been established for so many years, is it not reasonable that a handful of individuals might be aware of it? Lin Feng replied with a grin. Jin Lingji remained silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. You are right. I was overreacting. However, since you're familiar with the Xiannu needle, your medical skills must be commendable as well, and your lineage is likely quite distinguished. Am I correct? That, my dear, is a secret, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Jin Lingji nearly choked in frustration. She had anticipated a revelation, only to receive the curt response of secret. How childish. Upon arriving at the collection room, Old Master Fu gestured towards the shelves and continued, these items represent all my treasure collections throughout my life. Even if I were to choose with my eyes closed, none would be valued below $1 million. Do I also have a share? Jean Anna queried, astonished. Old Master Fu chuckled. Miss Jean, your role in bringing the miraculous healer to me is of significant merit. Please feel free. Then I shall not be modest. Jean Anna responded with a smile. Mr. Lin, may I ask you to select one for me? How about this one? Lin Feng glanced at the shelves, and within the brief span it took to sip a drink, he had selected 2 items. For Jean Anna, he chose a red lacquer jewelry box adorned with black patterns. Upon merely casting her eyes upon it, she was enamored. Were these patterns? They're the flying bear motifs, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Jean Anna looked at him, still puzzled. What does that mean? It is the totem of the royal family of the state of Chu, Lin Feng explained with a grin. Thus, this jewelry box is a relic from the spring and autumn period or the Warring States period, potentially belonging to a queen or a princess of Chu, making it quite valuable. Jean Anna was astonished, lifting the box with both hands. Old Master Fu, may I take this? Ha ha, certainly, take it, Old Master Fu laughed heartily, nodding in approval. For a true antique connoisseur, encountering an informed admirer is an unparalleled joy. However, upon turning around, he noticed Lin Feng had chosen a piece of wood, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Mr. Lin, you truly possess a discerning eye. To recognize this item at first glance is commendable. Thank you, Old Master Fu. For your generosity, Lin Feng smiled as he tucked the wood away, saying nothing more. This piqued Jean Anna's curiosity. As they departed from the Fu residence, she could not restrain her curiosity. Mr. Lin, what exactly is that piece of wood you selected? It is the heart of the exquisite pear wood. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Wood heart? Yes, the wood heart. Lin Feng elaborated. Simply put, it is the core of a tree. Is it precious? Jean Anna struggled to comprehend. There is a highly valuable incense known as ambergris. You have heard of it, I presume? I have heard it said that an inch of ambergris is worth an inch of gold. Its price is comparable to that of gold and silver, interjected Jean Lingji, who sat in the passenger seat. She had just chosen a rosewood box for storing herbs. Lin Feng continued, though ambergris is expensive within 10 inches of it, there is only a small amount of wood heart, equivalent to a mere fingertip. What I possess is enough to produce several thousand inches of ambergris. Is it truly that precious? Jean Anna was taken aback. Jean Lingji's expression remained impassive. She held little interest in wealth or treasures. But her intrigue in Lin Feng grew ever deeper. Once more, who exactly are you? Lin of the Dual Woods, Feng of the Maple Leaf, he replied. All right then, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Jean Lingji shot him a glare, turning her exquisite face aside. Are you upset? Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, amused at her demeanor. Despite claiming to be a woman in her 30s, she clearly displayed the temperament of an 18-year-old girl. Fairy doctor, do not call me that. I am Jean Lingji. Lingji Beauty. Is it so difficult for you to let me call you by your name? Jean Lingji glared at him in annoyance. Lin Feng winked playfully. Lingji? What do you wish to convey? Jean Lingji took a deep breath, feeling exhausted in her attempts to correct his misnomer. I wonder if your master, Master Zixia, is still alive? Lin Feng sighed. In his previous life, he had dealings with Master Zixia. Why do you sigh? My master lived for a century, which can certainly be considered a long life. Even in his passing, it was a peaceful departure. Jean Lingji looked at him. Her curiosity piqued. Why does this man seem to become more of a mystery? Lin Feng replied with a smile. Living for 100 years is indeed remarkable. Suddenly, the driver gasped, his eyes wide with alarm. Ahead, a large truck was barreling towards them. Jean Lingji and her niece, Jean Anna, immediately paled in horror. This is bad. They attempted to open the doors and leap out, but it was too late. The truck was approaching far too swiftly, far too close. As the truck was about to collide with them, Lin Feng dashed to the front, shattering the windshield with a punch, and then leaped out. With a resounding crash, Lin Feng astonishingly stood atop the truck's hood, striking the vehicle to a halt with a single blow. Mr. Lin? The two women and the driver gazed at him in disbelief. Concern flickered in Jean Anna's eyes. Are you all right? I'm fine, Lin Feng replied, shaking his hand and flashing her a radiant smile. The truck's door swung open, revealing a sinister-looking man, coldly fixated on Lin Feng. With a swift motion, he produced a steel rod from thin air. Mind your own business, he snarled. Lin Feng turned to face him, only to see the man raising the steel rod, preparing to bring it down on his head. Heat. Oh no. Jean Anna and the others' expressions shifted once more, their hearts racing anew. Yet Lin Feng merely laughed, as if the steel rod were nothing more than a harmless lollipop. He reached out and effortlessly seized the rod from the man's grasp. What? The sinister man's face fell into a mask of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that someone could so easily snatch something from him. Before he could react, Lin Feng swung his arm again, striking the man's knee with the steel rod. The man cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Who are you? Now is not the time for your questions. Lin Feng leaped down from the truck's hood, looking at him with a smile. Now tell me, who sent you to harm us? I don't know, just kill me. Someone will avenge me one day. The man gritted his teeth defiantly. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, swinging the rod against the man's back. I'll ask you once more. Who is it? Even if you kill me, I still won't tell you. I don't know. The man sneered. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Very well. I hope you can still speak so defiantly after this. Lingji, may I borrow a few silver needles? What do you intend to do? Jean Lingji stepped down from the vehicle and retrieved the silver needles from her pocket, handing them to him. However, as she watched him take them, she suddenly realized something, her heart racing. These needles had been taken from her, still warm with her body's essence and fragrance. Lin Feng caught a whiff of the delicate scent, momentarily taken aback. Make this man speak. Jean Lingji softly replied, remaining silent. Lin Feng grasped the silver needles, not daring to overthink, and promptly began to pierce the key acupuncture points on the sinister man's chest. Humph. The brooding man scoffed derisively. Youngster, save your energy. Just kill me. No matter what you do, I will not divulge anything. Is that so? Lin Feng replied with a smile. The man sneered once more, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, his face turning ashen. Why you? His breath quickened, and he felt his strength rapidly waning, an unbearable agony spreading throughout his body. What have you done to me? Lin Feng inquired. Jade, just kill me. The man gasped. It seems you need to endure some suffering first. Lin Feng chuckled, but let me remind you, if you do not speak in 3 minutes, I shall simply walk away. At that point, you will find yourself in excruciating pain, bleeding to death. Therefore, if you have something to say, you best hurry. Why you kill me, please? The man writhed in agony on the ground, frantically clawing at himself. In mere moments, his clothes were tattered, revealing patches of blood. Such a horrific sight made Jean Lingji and the others gasp. Their eyes filled with astonishment as they looked at Lin Feng. In less than half a minute, the man could bear it no longer and pleaded, I will speak, but after I tell you, I beg you to end my life. It is too painful. All right, speak. Lin Feng responded with a grin. The man confessed, I am from the Qinglong Society. A bounty was placed within the organization to assassinate Miss Jean Lingji. So I took action. Besides myself, there are a few others who accepted this bounty as well. That is all I know. Qinglong Society? Lin Feng regarded him with suspicion. The man scratched his shoulder, saying, this is the tattoo of a Qinglong Society assassin. Lin Feng merely glanced at it, and a wave of memories surged in his mind. The traitor from his past bore a similar tattoo, albeit not in the same shade of blue. Your Qinglong Society must have more than one tattoo, correct? Lin Feng probed. Oh, is there not a black-purple one? Lin Feng inquired nonchalantly. The man looked bewildered. I do not know. I have never heard of such a thing. Lin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. The man implored, I have told you everything, quickly, end my suffering. The pain intensified, leaving him desperate to escape life. I shall grant you peace, Lin Feng said, flicking his wrist as a silver needle swiftly ended the man's life. The flying needle technique. Jean Lingji's eyes widened with gravity. Someone possessing such skill must undoubtedly be a martial arts master. Yet, even the youngest known martial arts master was in their 40s this year. How old could Lin Feng be? Thank you for your silver needle, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Indeed, we must express our gratitude, Jean Anna added with a smile. Lin Feng replied, Miss Jean, you are too courteous. Do not call me Miss Jean. Just call me Anna, Jean Anna said, gazing at him with anticipation. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then said, Anna, why don't you call me by my name as well? Sure, Jean Anna replied cheerfully, it's getting late. Shall we head to the restaurant? Is there a place you would like to go? Lin Feng shrugged, somewhat unfamiliar with the options. Jean Anna promptly made a reservation at a restaurant. All right, dear, she nodded. Shortly thereafter, a new car arrived and a fresh-faced driver stepped out. Mr. Lin, please get in. Let's go to the Fire Phoenix restaurant, he suggested. Upon learning of a young lady from the Jean family's visit, the restaurant owner personally led the way to the entrance, eagerly waving his arms when he spotted Jean Anna's car. 2 rows of uniformed attendants immediately proclaimed, Welcome, Miss Jean, to our humble establishment. We are truly honored by your presence. The owner approached with a beaming smile. It is a great privilege for us that you have chosen to dine here, Miss Jean. No need for such flattery, Mr. Chi, Jean Anna chuckled. Mr. Chi, with fervent enthusiasm, replied, Miss Jean, you are far too modest. I believe this is not even the height of grandeur. All right, I would like to enjoy a meal with my friend. Please do not disturb us. Jean Anna waved her hand. Let's go inside, Lin Feng. Okay. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Mr. Chi, taken aback, glanced at Lin Feng with a changed demeanor and respectfully guided them into the restaurant. Just as they entered, several cars pulled up nearby, one of which contained Zhang Zifen. Young Master Zhang, they've gone in, reported a man with a full beard. Zhang Zifen's eyes glimmered with malice. That damn brat, daring to compete with me for a woman. Brother who? I wanted to meet a fate worse than death. Can you manage that? Rest assured, young master, taking a life is but a matter of a blink. I will ensure that he regrets ever being born. Brother who replied coldly. Zhang Zifen, satisfied, declared, as long as you handle this well, I assure you, you shall not leave empty-handed. Thank you, young master. In a private room, Lin Feng and Jean Anna sat across from each other. Jean Anna served him some food, smiling, The dompa pork here is exquisite. You should try it. Thank you, Lin Feng replied, taking a bite. It was indeed rich, yet not greasy, melting in his mouth. After a while of indulging, Jean Anna suddenly clutched her stomach and said, I'm sorry, Lin Feng, but I have a bit of stomachache. Please excuse me. Wait, let me help you. Lin Feng stood up and said, Help me? Yes, your stomachache is likely due to indigestion. I possess some acupressure techniques that can alleviate the pain. Lin Feng said with a smile. Would you like to give it a try? Sure. Jean Anna's eyes brightened, intrigued to see just how skilled Lin Feng was in his art. What should I do to assist you? Just sit still and don't move, he instructed. All right. She nodded, eager with anticipation. However, when Lin Feng's hand rested on her abdomen, the warmth of his palm caused her cheeks to flush. What are you going to do? I'm going to give you a massage, Lin Feng replied calmly, his palm infused with a touch of vital energy, increasing its warmth. Jean Anna felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. How could he do this? Wasn't he taking advantage of her? However, Lin Feng's hand was undeniably a source of utmost comfort for her. In but a short while, she forgot her shyness, surrendering herself entirely to the pleasurable sensation. This feels wonderful, Lin Feng. You are truly remarkable. A little to the side? Yes, a bit faster. It feels divine. Waves of delightful sounds emerged from Jinan Na's lips, causing Lin Feng's heart to flutter, especially as he caught the enchanting fragrance that enveloped her, rendering him quite unsettled. After a full session of massage, Lin Feng instinctively stepped back a few paces, wary of acting irrationally. Is this woman not at all concerned about her image in front of me? He pondered. How do you feel? He inquired. Absolutely wonderful. Jinan Na exhaled a deep breath, her gaze softening as she looked at him. If I ever feel unwell again, will you give me another massage? Of course. I shall be at your service, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Jinan Na beamed in response. You promised this. So if you fail to show up when I call, do not blame me for scolding you. I assure you, I will not go back on my word. Lin Feng chuckled. Jinan Na smiled, preparing to rise, only to realize her entire body was damp, her skin subtly visible, especially the delicate curves that formed an alluring silhouette. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. What have you done to me? She exclaimed. Imareli conducta prope masaja, in propria bamusha. Who knew you would perspire so profusely? Had it not been for this, he wouldn't have been so concerned about behaving irrationally. Even now, merely glancing at Jinan Na ignited a fire within him, prompting him to cough lightly and suggest, perhaps you should don my clothes to cover up a bit? Chapter 47. A single finger will suffice. This is all your fault. Jinan Na playfully chastised, somewhat flustered as she slipped into the clothes he had offered. It's no trouble at all, Lin Feng said cheerfully. Jinan Na shot him a glare. Dream on. I'm leaving. Very well. The two soon made their way to the car. The restaurant owner observed Lin Feng's retreating figure, silently committing his appearance to memory. Did you all remember what that gentleman looked like? From now on, keep your eyes peeled. If you encounter him again, ensure he receives exceptional service. Yes, boss. The restaurant staff nodded in unison. The owner nodded in satisfaction. He dreaded the thought of a low-profile, yet high-status individual being offended by an employee with lofty expectations. Clearly, in his eyes, Lin Feng fit that description. Upon arriving at the Emerald Company, Lin Feng exchanged a few words with Jinan Na before he got in his car, heading towards Mingda Middle School. Yet, after driving for a short while, he sensed something amiss. A vehicle had been tailing him persistently. When do we make our move? Zhang Zifen inquired impatiently from the car. Soon, just 2 more streets, and we will reach the desolate Sanshan Road. At that point, I will accelerate and send him flying. Hugo retorted with a sneer. All right, let's proceed with that plan. Zhang Zifen nodded, fixated on the Porsche ahead. Lin Feng noticed the road ahead was deserted, with an eerie silence surrounding him, prompting him to halt his vehicle and prepare to confront the car that had been following him. At that moment, Brother Tiger suddenly accelerated, driving the car straight towards him with ferocity. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, promptly turning the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to deftly spin on the spot, skillfully evading the impending collision. What? The expressions of Brother Tiger and Zhang Zifen changed drastically. At such a close range, not even a powerful Harley motorcycle could have dodged. How could this happen? This is bad. Brother Tiger shouted loudly. Zhang Zifen barely caught a glimpse of a dark shadow ahead, without having time to react. The car crashed with a resounding bang against a fire hydrant, sending a tremendous jolt that caused him to bang his head against the vehicle. Instantly, a dark purple bruise formed on his forehead, swelling into a lump. Damn it! How did you drive this car? I'm sorry, young Master Zhang. I didn't expect this guy to be such an excellent driver. Brother Tiger gritted his teeth and said, even though he was trained and his physical condition was several times stronger than the average person, that moment had still been challenging. His body was covered in shards of glass, rendering him utterly disheveled. Glancing fiercely outside the window, he noticed Lin Feng had already emerged from the car, grinning at them. I initially thought it was some young lady enamored with my handsome appearance, secretly following me. But it turns out it's you, young Master Zhang. TSK, TSK, TSK. Let me clarify. I have absolutely no interest in men. Seeking death. Brother Tiger kicked the car door open and stepped out, his calloused hands tightly clenched into fists. Do you know who I am, kid? You? Lin Feng examined him with utmost seriousness. Brother Tiger smiled smugly, about to speak, but was interrupted when Lin Feng suddenly added, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in who you are. If possible, please refrain from mentioning any sisters or cousins. With your appearance, I truly feel unworthy. You, seeking death. Brother Tiger, seemingly lacking in education, could merely repeat those two words. However, his fists had surely claimed lives. As his words fell, he charged towards Lin Feng, throwing a punch that seemed to summon a storm of blood and fury. The murderous intent was palpable. The power behind his punch was astonishing. Even before making contact, the sheer force of the punch ruffled Lin Feng's hair. Zhang Zifen, seated in the car, watched with excitement, shouting, go on, crush this kid. Oomph. A cold smile adorned Brother Tiger's face. He held immense confidence in his fists. This confidence was forged from the lives of 36 black fighters who had perished beneath his blows. This kid would become the 37th soul to fall. The only regret was that this boy could not compare to the previous 36 black fighters. Yet, in the face of this lethal punch, Lin Feng merely laughed. Is that all? What? Brother Tiger was momentarily stunned. This kid? He actually dared to laugh. This kid has lost his mind. Haha. He even dares to challenge his fist with a single finger. Truly foolish. Impossible. In the next moment, a terrified scream escaped from Tiger's lips. Lin Feng astonishingly blocked his fist as large as a sandbag, with merely a single finger appearing to do so with effortless ease. You. This must be an illusion. An absolute illusion. Is it? Lin Feng flashed a mocking smile at him, curled his finger, and then flicked it, with a sharp crack. Tiger felt as if the bones in his entire fist had shattered, causing him to stagger back several steps, his rough visage drained of color. Ah, my hand. Is this also an illusion? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng lifted his foot, and in the blink of an eye, Tiger felt a searing pain in his abdomen, sending him flying 15 or 16 meters away. Thud! Tiger's back collided violently with the car, causing it to jolt significantly, prompting Zhang Zifen inside to exclaim in shock. What did you do, you brat? Not clear on what just happened? Shall I demonstrate once more? Lin Feng smirked slightly as he approached him, trembling in fear. Zhang Zifen hurriedly pressed the accelerator, but the car remained stubbornly still, roaring loudly, yet refusing to budge. As Lin Feng drew nearer with deliberate steps, he cried out in terror, Don't, you better not lay a hand on me, or my father will definitely not let you off. Who is your father? Lin Feng inquired with a smile, standing at the car door. Zhang Zifen immediately replied, My father is. Before he could finish, Lin Feng's fist shattered his nose, blood splattering across the vehicle. Now, repeat after me. Who is your father? Zhang Zifen nearly fainted from the pain, fearfully stammering, I was wrong. I want to dare again. I'll compensate you. How about that? 1 million, no. 2 million, just let me go. Is the esteemed scion of the Zhang family worth only 2 million? Lin Feng observed him with a smirk. Is this how you belittle yourself? Here's the deal. Kneel and bark like a dog 3 times, and I'll let you off. Chapter 48, Barking Like a Dog. You want me to bark like a dog? Zhang Zifen's face turned a shade of deep dismay. As a legitimate heir of the Zhang family, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He had always prided himself on being part of a prestigious lineage, a true nobleman. Not only would he never kneel and bow to anyone, but even merely glancing at common folk felt like a degradation to him. Yet now, Lin Feng was demanding he bark like a dog in surrender. I'll give you 5 million. No, 10 million. Will you let me go? I've already stated. I don't want your money. Lin Feng placed his hand on the car door, gently pressing down, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints in its wake. I'm giving you 3 seconds. If you don't bark, those 5 fingers 1T remain on the door. You. Zhang Zifen gazed at the marks, nearly seeing a ghost, and exclaimed in panic, I'll bark. Woof, woof, woof. Louder. Haven't you eaten? Woof, woof, woof. What s with that expression? Haven't you seen how a dog barks? It's not convincing at all. Do it again. Vwif, 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 vwif. Zhang Zifin's face flushed crimson as he barked once more. Lin Feng stifled a laugh, discreetly recording a video on his phone. Yes, splendid. Let's hear a few more barks. Woof, woof. Zhang Zifin had no choice but to continue barking, as Lin Feng observed the situation reaching its climax. He smiled and addressed Zhang Xiaoyi. Remember today's events. Should you dare to trouble me again in the future, you shall bear the consequences. Do you comprehend? Woof. Zhang Zifin hastily nodded, still emitting canine sounds. Lin Feng chuckled, as long as you understand. With that, he turned and walked toward his car. Once he drove away, an expression of hatred immediately enveloped Zhang Zifin's face. Lin Feng, you lowly wretch. How dare you humiliate me in such a manner? Zhang Xiao. Hugo struggled to rise from the back seat, gingerly touching his abdomen, which had notably sunken in, draining the color from his face. Call an ambulance for me. I might not make it. Worthless scum. If you're going to die, don't waste my time. Zhang Zifin disdainfully shot him a glance before forcefully kicking him out of the car. Hugo rolled on the ground, visibly in agony, and lamented, Zhang Xiao, what are you doing? Trash should behave like trash. With your state, how dare you converse with me? Zhang Zifin scoffed, successfully starting the car and leaving him behind. He raised his voice as much as he could, but Zhang Zifin seemed oblivious, swiftly driving away. To Zhang Zifin, Hugo was merely a broken tool, utterly devoid of value, now only fit for disposal. Even if he could hear, he would no longer concern himself with Hu Ji's fate. Lin Feng? Just as Lin Feng passed by Nangong Street, a man, appearing at least a decade older with a dark complexion, called out to him. Turning at the sound, Lin Feng recognized him. Zhang Yang? Oh wow, it's really you, old classmate. Zhang Yang, filled with joy, jumped up from potato stall, gazing at Lin Feng's luxury car with envy. It's been years. You've really made a fortune. Haven to you? Not at all. I merely experienced a streak of good luck recently. Lin Feng replied with a smile as he stepped out of the car. Seeing his old classmate brought him a sense of warmth. During their high school days, they were quite close friends. Zhang Yang, delighted to see Lin Feng's success and his willingness to converse, exclaimed, Congratulations on your wealth. University? We'll see. Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. Time had flown by, and it had been several years. What brings you here? Oh, I'm helping my dad at the stall. Zhang Yang answered cheerfully. Old classmate, would you like some? Sure. Let me have 2 Jean. Lin Feng responded with a smile. Seeing the familiar face brought Lin Feng comfort. Zhang Yang laughed heartily. All right, here are your 2 Jean. How much do I owe you? 1 Jean for 1 kuai. 2 Jean for 2 kuai. Rounded down, it's practically free. Zhang Yang chuckled as he handed Lin Feng the bag of potatoes. Old classmate, take care. Free of charge? Lin Feng laughed. Zhang Yang, in earnest, replied. How could it be free? I keep track of everything. It's rounded down, of course. Fine, I'll take it. Lin Feng, not one to be overly finicky, chuckled as he tossed the potatoes into his car. You must be nearing graduation, right? That's the plan. Lin Feng nodded, contemplating how he might assist his old classmate when suddenly an angry shout erupted nearby. Bastard, you are clearly attempting to deceive me. The man shouting is a middle-aged individual with skin tone akin to that of Zhang Yang, lean in stature, yet possessing a remarkably loud voice. At over 20 years of age, why is it that all I see are hues of white and red? Opposite him sits a rather rotund bald man, wielding a small knife, who cheerfully remarks, My friend, the chance of opening a good Bodhi seed relies heavily on fortune. Just think, if I were to strike it lucky and unveil a rare one, why would I sell it to you for a few thousand when I could simply keep it for myself? The lean man pauses, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. The bald man wipes his knife and continues with a smile. Consider this. It costs merely 50 yuan to open 1 fruit. Yet I would offer you a full 10,000 for a golden one. Even if you were to procure 30 or even 100, you would still make a handsome profit, wouldn't you? It seems plausible. The lean man curls his fingers, realizing that 100 would only cost 5,000 yuan. And should he discover even 1, he would indeed profit significantly. The anger on his face gradually dissipates, and he sheepishly replies, I apologize. I acted impulsively earlier. After all, having opened 30 without success would dishearten anyone. The bald proprietor chuckles. So, will you continue, or shall I let the other customers have a turn? Indeed. Let me have a go. A young girl exclaims with glee. The lean man steps back, advising, Young lady, this venture is fraught with risk. Please consider it carefully. Not to worry. I'm merely playing for fun. The young girl selects a fruit and produces 50 yuan. Sir, please open this for me. Certainly. The proprietor grins, seizing the fruit and slicing it open. Within mere seconds, gasps of astonishment fill the air. Oh my, a golden one. Everyone, come and see this fortunate lady. The bald man reveals the Bodhi seed within, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings. Many onlookers, previously skeptical, are now captivated, and the lean man slaps his thigh in disbelief. What extraordinary luck. I opened 30, and yet this girl uncovers one golden seed. Alas, I might as well give up. Ha ha, dear sir, it's merely good fortune. The young girl beams, turning to the bald man. How much for this Bodhi seed, good sir? My dear, it's worth 10,000 yuan. If you're selling, I'll gladly purchase it. The bald man replies with a smile. The girl's face radiates with joy. Really? Then I shall sell it. Agreed. The bald man grins as he retrieves a stack of vibrant red bills from basket. Please count it. No need to count. Thank you, sir. Next time, I'll definitely bring friends to join in. The girl accepts the money and joyfully departs. Many onlookers' eyes gleam with envy. Goodness, he truly paid her. This is certainly no scam. Blast. I was eyeing that Bodhi seed too, but I hesitated out of fear of being cheated. I've just squandered 10,000 yuan. Sir, 100 yuan for these two, please. Here, S500. I want to open 10. In an instant, several eager individuals approached, ready to part with their money for a chance to open a Bodhi seed. The middle-aged man felt a renewed impulse, yet upon searching his pockets, he discovered them to be utterly devoid of funds. He could only approach Lin Feng and Zhang Yang. Son, how much money do you have left? He inquired. Dad, what do you intend to do? We are not blessed with such good fortune. Please don't act foolishly again. Zhang Yang's expression changed as he instinctively clutched his money pouch. It turned out that this emaciated man was his father. Mr. Zhang, with a stern countenance, retorted, What do you mean by that? Did you not see that young girl earlier? She earned 10,000 yuan with just one bet. 10,000. How long would it take for us to earn that amount from our stall? She achieved it in a single moment. Hurry, give me 100 yuan. I will place 2 more bets and surely win. I will repay you double. As he spoke, he reached for the pouch at Zhang Yang's waist. Zhang Yang resisted several times. Dad, please don't gamble. If we had such luck, we wouldn't be selling potatoes at a stall, would we? You ungrateful brat. Haven't you heard of the saying that fortune changes with time? I can feel it. My good luck is just around the corner. Hurry up, do you hear me? Mr. Zhang shouted. But, who financed your education? If you don't give it to me, don't ever call me Dad again. Dad! Upon hearing such a declaration, Zhang Yang had no choice but to relent and release his grip. Mr. Zhang instantly rejoiced as he reached for the money. Rest assured, son, this time I'll surely make a fortune. When I strike it rich, you will too. I would never treat you unfairly. Uncle, perhaps you should refrain from gambling? Suddenly, Lin Feng grasped his arm and smiled. Mr. Zhang, incensed, replied, Who are you? Do we know each other? I am Lin Feng, your son's high school classmate. He responded with a smile. Uncle, look over there. Where? Mr. Zhang turned his head, irritation etched on his face. But it abruptly shifted as he noticed the exuberant young girl from before, who had not fled, but was instead secretly observing from a restaurant above. What's she doing there? Uncle, having lived in the market for so many years, you must have encountered numerous scams. I believe you have an inkling of the truth. Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Mr. Zhang's expression changed once more. He opened his mouth, but was unwilling to accept the implications forming in his mind. What truth? So what if the young lady has money to dine out? Don't be alarmed. Release me. My good fortune is approaching. I cannot afford to miss it. Uncle, let us assume that beautiful woman is merely dining and not observing a performance. Look at that shopkeeper, Lin Feng continued, realizing that subtle hints had yet to sway Mr. Zhang, and thus decided to unveil some of the deception. Typically, every creature has its own way. As long as the scam isn't too outrageous, it shouldn't be exposed. After all, everyone needs to make a living. A cornered rat can bite. The shopkeeper's hand is always slightly clenched. Do you know why? Uncle? How would I know? Speak quickly. Don't delay my fortune. That is because he is concealing a Bodhi seed in his hand, which ensures that no matter which seed you choose at the stall, you will never win, unless he desires for you to win. Lin Feng said with a grin. What? Mr. Zhang was momentarily struck dumb. Are you serious? Absolutely. You can count on it. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Father Zhang gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Damn deceiver. I shall expose his trickery. Sir, could you kindly take another look over there? Lin Feng sighed, following his gaze. Father Zhang noticed a few burly men standing on the street, occasionally casting glances in their direction. Are they in cahoots as well? Otherwise, why would 3 cobblers rival Zhuge Liang? Lin Feng said, half amused and half exasperated. They are fully aware of their deceit. How could they not anticipate the risk of being unmasked? Father Zhang declared instantly, No more gambling, I swear. I shall henceforth earn an honest living selling potatoes. With unwavering conviction, he assured, absolutely never again. At that moment, the bald proprietor had nearly finished serving the crowd. Upon seeing him approach, he smiled and said, "Ah, young man, would you like to try your hand?" "Indeed, I shall partake," Lin Feng replied with a grin, "but I wish to cut it myself." "Young man, slicing involves grease. It will dirty your hands. It would be simpler if you chose one, and I could cut it for you," the bald man chuckled. Lin Feng shook his head and replied, "I appreciate the offer, but I wish to experience the entire process firsthand. If that is not permissible, I shall take my leave." As he turned to depart, the bald man hesitated and called out, "Wait a moment. If you wish to cut it yourself, that is acceptable. However, I must caution you. If you soil your hands or injure yourself, I shall not be held accountable. I wouldn't want to be liable for your medical expenses after selling you a Bodhi seed." Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Indeed, the proprietor only means well. "Thank you, but I am quite capable of slicing a Bodhi seed without injuring myself," Lin Feng replied as he reached for seed from the stall. The bald man's eyes narrowed, and his tone grew unusually somber. "May I ask your name, sir?" "Lin," he replied with a slight smile. "Could you please hand me the knife?" The bald man inquired, "Mr. Lin, will you only be playing with one?" Lin Feng nodded, stating, "One should not overindulge. Moderation is key." "Ah, Mr. Lin is indeed an intriguing individual," the bald man chuckled as he handed over the knife. Many in the crowd remarked, "Why only one? You should try a few more. How else could you win?" "I feel particularly fortunate today," Lin Feng replied with a smile, deftly slicing into the Bodhi seed. In a swift motion, he peeled away the flesh, revealing a golden Bodhi seed within. The previously jovial audience suddenly changed their expressions in astonishment. "Oh, this young man is extraordinarily lucky. He bought just one and one, just like that young girl earlier. What incredible fortune. Boss, how much for this?" Lin Feng inquired, handing over the golden Bodhi seed. The bald man responded in a low voice, "As per the usual practice, it is 10,000. "Deal." Lin Feng smiled as he handed over the seed. The bald man retrieved a stack of cash from his basket. "Mr. Lin, here you go." "Thank you," Lin Feng said with a smile as he accepted the money and turned to leave. Many in the crowd expressed their disbelief. "Handsome fellow, with such luck, why not try a few more? What a shame to miss out." "Indeed, with such splendid fortune, you must seize the moment." "Indeed, one should indulge in a few more for amusement." "No, thank you." Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head as he approached Zhang Yang and his father. The bald man fixated on his retreating figure, his gaze glimmering with a cold light. At that moment, the young girl in the restaurant also cast a frosty stare at Lin Feng, raising her arm to signal two ruffians on the street who began to stride towards him. "Lin Feng, are you truly relying on mere luck?" Zhang Yang exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face as he watched Lin Feng approach. Zhang's father was equally astonished. "Is there some sort of technique involved?" "Certainly," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Even if it is a scam, there must be valuable Bodhi seeds among the wares. However, if you allow that bald man to cut them open for you, you might as well forget about winning. He will surely switch them during the process. But there are hundreds of Bodhi seeds on the stall. How could you possibly guess the right one?" Zhang's father inquired, his curiosity palpable. Lin Feng chuckled. "It's all about the markings. These Bodhi seeds are placed on the stall only after being inspected by them. Those that can yield good results have been tampered with." "What markings?" Zhang's father asked eagerly. "If I knew that, I would be on the fast track to wealth." Lin Feng looked at him and said, "Surely you haven't forgotten what I just mentioned, uncle?" "I certainly haven't forgotten. It's just that such a lucrative opportunity would be a shame to miss out on." Zhang's father explained. "Why don't you cut a few more?" "Uncle, look at those two fellows." Lin Feng pointed toward the approaching thugs. As the ruffians drew nearer, Zhang's father's expression shifted dramatically. What do they intend to do? In broad daylight, could they really resort to robbery? Assassination is not out of the question. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Zhang's father trembled, his complexion paling. "No, that can't be. Are they truly that ruthless? Otherwise, how would they dare to venture out to perpetrate a scam?" Lin Feng remarked. "Uncle, do you still wish to cut?" "No, I would rather not." Zhang's father hastily gestured, declining. Lin Feng smiled, handing him a stack of cash. "You've incurred a loss. Zhang Yang, take your father away. Do not set up stall here again. It is too perilous. Off you go." Zhang Yang quickly escorted his father away on a tricycle. "Be cautious." "Understood," Lin Feng replied with a smile, turning to walk toward his car. The two ruffians, seeing him retreat gracefully, had no intention of taking his life, but felt it necessary to issue a basic warning. However, upon witnessing him press a button, the headlights of his Porsche flickered to life, causing the thug's expressions to change. "Damn, this kid is wealthy. Gentlemen, Are you looking for me? Lin Feng inquired as he slipped into his car, smiling at them. One of the larger ruffians, his eyes wide, quickly replied, "No, boss, we are merely strolling about. Please don't misunderstand. As long as you aren't seeking me, that's sufficient." Lin Feng chuckled, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. Observing the scene, the young girl from the restaurant's upper floor seethed with anger. Shortly thereafter, with no customers left, the bald man closed up his stall. A few individuals gathered together. "Miss," the bald man said, bowing slightly towards the young girl, his expression tinged with bitterness. "That lad appears to be quite skilled, with so many bodhi seeds. He effortlessly grasped something of great value, clearly not by mere chance. Indeed, second miss, that young man drives a Porsche, undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Perhaps it would be best to let this be." The rogue lowered his head and remarked. Second miss snorted, "Are you suggesting we squander 10,000 yuan for nothing?" The crowd turned to her, their expressions uncertain. "Immediately conduct a thorough investigation. If this lad indeed possesses a significant background, we shall pretend nothing occurred. However, if his connections are mediocre, meddling in my affairs shall not be forgiven." "Understood, second miss." The crowd nodded in agreement. "Shue, aren't you going out for a stroll?" Lin Feng inquired. Lin Shue hesitated briefly, but soon shook her head. "No, I wish to rest early today." "Is it because of what happened earlier?" Lin Feng asked. Lin Shue nodded slightly, partly. "Brother, I'm fine." "What incident?" Their mother, Su Tsulan, questioned suspiciously. Lin Feng chuckled, "Mom, it's just that Shue encountered a venomous snake while out and was startled. However, I have spoken with the property management. Such occurrences will not happen again." "A venomous snake? That is indeed something to be cautious of. It's better to avoid going out late at night," Su Tsulan advised. Lin Feng smiled. "Mom, you should also rest early. Tomorrow I'll find a nanny for you." "No need. That would be such a waste of money." Su Tsulan quickly shook her head. Lin Feng laughed. "Mom, your son is well off now." "Yes, Mom. Brother excels at stone gambling and can earn a great deal of money," Lin Shue chimed in. "Hiring a nanny is absolutely feasible. While stone gambling can yield substantial profits, it can also lead to ruin and overwhelming debt." Su Tsulan remained unconvinced, expressing her worries. Xiaofeng, please do not become too deeply entangled. Chapter 51. Principal Feng's Banquet. "Rest assured, Mom, I am merely dabbling," Lin Feng reassured with a smile. Yet, Su Tsulan remained anxious. "You mustn't deceive your mother." "I won't, Mom. Please get some rest. I'm going out for a walk." Lin Feng rose from his chair and walked toward the door. The greenery within the community was lush, and the air was exceptionally fresh. A group of patrolling security personnel spotted him and greeted him immediately. "Mr. Lin, hello." "Greetings." Lin Feng smiled. After that day's events, he had become somewhat renowned among the security staff in the community. Seeing him so courteous, the patrolling guards felt relieved, their smiles more genuine. "I heard Principal Feng is hosting a birthday banquet. Aren't you attending, Mr. Lin?" "Is that so? However, I haven't received an invitation, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to attend." Lin Feng chuckled. The guard replied, "That's not the case, Mr. Lin. Principal Feng's banquet is open to you whenever you wish to attend. We will join after our patrol." "How generous." Lin Feng smiled, inquiring about the location from the guards before heading left. Before long, he spotted dazzling lights ahead, with melodious music wafting through the air. A group of people were laughing and chatting on the lawn. Lin Feng, a young man, previously engaged in jovial conversation, suddenly furrowed his brow upon seeing Lin Feng. "What are you doing here?" "I heard Principal Feng is hosting a birthday banquet, so I came to join the festivities and take a look." Lin Feng cast a glance at him and smiled. "So, it is you, Jiang Ziang. Do you reside here?" This fellow was none other than his old classmate, the young master of Tian Shi Pavilion, Jiang Ziang. As if you live here," Jiang Zhang scoffed, surveying Lin Feng, who was dressed modestly, and mockingly remarked, "You're not here to play the janitor or something, are you? That would indeed be filthy. You'd smell atrocious. How dare you attend such a prestigious gathering?" "Oh!" Lin Feng chuckled lightly as he stepped into the courtyard. This prompted Jiang Zhang to furrow his brow even deeper as he coldly said, "Can't you understand what I'm saying? A mere janitor has no right to enter. Get out." "Excuse me, but this gathering appears to be hosted by Principal Feng. What authority do you possess to speak so?" Lin Feng replied with a soft laugh. His laughter rendered Jiang Zhang's expression rather grim as he spoke in a low voice. "Kid, are you looking for a beating? Is the lesson from last time not sufficient?" Lin Feng merely smiled in response, igniting a furious rage within Jiang Ziang. "If it weren't for Tang Qianxiu meddling and aiding you last time, I would have already made your head bleed," he exclaimed, clenching his fist and charging at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood still, showing no intention of striking back. Humph, Jiang Ziang sneered coldly, throwing a punch aimed at Lin Feng's forehead. Just as the blow was about to connect, Lin Feng remained unmoving, extending only one hand to grasp Jiang Ziang's wrist and yanked him forward. Jiang Zhang instantly felt an overwhelming force pulling him down, causing him to crash onto the lawn, eliciting a pained cry. Ouch! Immediately, Jiang Zhang resorted to crying foul, pointing at Lin Feng and shouting, "This guy attacked me out of nowhere. What? Outrageous! This is Principal Feng's birthday banquet. Who dares to cause a ruckus? Who is it?" A crowd began to gather, comprising business magnates and skilled martial artists, all former students of Principal Feng who had come to celebrate his birthday. How audacious for someone to cause trouble here. Within mere moments, around 40 to 50 people had converged. Seeing this, Jiang Ziang smirked inwardly and glared at Lin Feng, saying, "Kid, if you kneel down and apologize now, there's still time. Do you hear me?" "Oh," Lin Feng casually glanced at him and kicked him in the knee. Just as Jiang Ziang attempted to rise, he stumbled again, landing in a dog-like position on the grass. "You bastard!" Lin Feng delivered another kick, this time to his forehead. "Shout louder, why don't you? Are you not afraid of death?" Jiang Zhang covered his face, feeling a sharp sting. "Everyone, this guy completely disregards Principal Feng and all of you. Yet he still dares to lay a hand on me. Such audacity." The crowd glared at Lin Feng coldly, and several individuals were poised to take action. As it appeared that Lin Feng was about to face dire consequences, Jiang Ziang felt a surge of glee. "Umph, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Everyone, let us take him down. Otherwise, what will become of Principal Feng's reputation?" Indeed, came the agreement from the crowd. The crowd exchanged knowing nods, and a muscular, long-legged man was poised to unleash a violent kick towards Lin Feng. The sheer force behind his leg sent a chill through the onlookers. Even those unfamiliar with such matters could discern that if this kick connected, it would either lead to severe injury or worse. This was no idle threat. Jiang Ziang inwardly reveled in the moment, thinking to himself, "You've truly met your match now." At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from behind him. "Stop!" It was none other than Principal Feng himself. The crowd immediately ceased their actions, murmuring, "Principal Feng, calm down, I did not mean it that way," Jiang Zhang hastily explained. "This young man is causing a disturbance at your birthday banquet. We merely intended to teach him a lesson. Please see it clearly." Principal Feng, with a cold smirk, retorted, "I am well acquainted with Mr. Lin. I am fully aware of his character." He fixed his gaze on Jiang Zhang and continued, "As for you, what are you trying to incite?" I am not." Jiang Ziang stuttered. "Someone, investigate what transpired here moments ago. I trust Mr. Lin will not engage in any inappropriate behavior," Principal Feng commanded. A few security personnel promptly approached. "Yes, Principal." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziang's face drained of color. How could this be happening? This young man was merely a janitor. How could he possibly be addressed as Mr. Lin by Principal Feng? A janitor? Principal Feng's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Jiang Ziang quickly interjected, "Yes, Principal. I know his background all too well. His mother is blind, and they possess nothing. He must be here to steal something. I am unaware of how you know him, but please do not be deceived." Chapter 52. A row of Song Dynasty editions, many in the vicinity, upon hearing Jiang Zhang's words, cast disdainful glances at Lin Feng. How could such a lowly janitor dare to attend Principal Feng's banquet? "Principal, this fellow is probably just here to mooch off the food and drink," someone remarked. "Indeed. Principal Feng, your kindness is misplaced. Anyone who is a person you allow to partake freely," another added. "Those security guards are one thing. But what contribution can a janitor make to the institution? He shouldn't even be here. I see no need for investigation. Principal Feng, just have him expelled." "Principal, what do you think?" As the chorus of agreement grew, Jiang Zhang reveled in his perceived victory, casting scornful glances at Lin Feng. "See, young man, in such elite company, you are no different from refuse." However, to everyone's surprise, Principal Feng coldly interjected, "Have you all had your say? Principal Feng, you believe a single account?" He admonished, "Ming De, Shan Si, these are the tenets of Ming De Middle School. Have you all forgotten?" The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Principal Feng scoffed, "You exhibit no capacity for critical thought. Do not claim to be my students in the future." "But, Principal—" "Silence," he commanded. "This Mr. Lin is someone I have known for some time. He is a property owner here." Gasps of astonishment filled the room. This is no ordinary residential area. Even a single villa here commands several million, with some exceeding 10 million. If such homeowners exist, wouldn't they surpass many in wealth? Jiang Ziang was taken aback and immediately retorted, "Impossible. Principal Feng, you must be mistaken. This brat previously couldn't even afford a bowl of plain rice. How could he possibly purchase a villa here? Humph. Principal Feng disdainfully glanced at him before turning to Lin Feng, saying, Mr. Lin, could you provide proof to silence certain individuals? Certainly. Lin Feng replied with a smile, producing a key. I believe this key can attest to my identity, correct? It is indeed the key to this residence. A few people recognized it after a brief glance. Jiang Ziang's expression shifted, yet he still found it hard to accept this reality. No, you are a cleaner. It is normal for you to have a homeowner's key. How can we be certain it belongs to you? This belongs to Mr. Lin. At that moment, several security personnel entered. We can testify that Mr. Lin is indeed the homeowner. You lot of watchdogs, what authority do you have to speak? Jiang Ziang shouted furiously. The security personnel's faces darkened. We can provide our names as witnesses. If our statements are incorrect, you may file a complaint and have us dismissed. Are you all out of your minds? Are you that familiar with this guy to vouch for him? Jiang Ziang seethed, nearly grinding his teeth. The security personnel replied solemnly, within the scope of our duties. It is our responsibility to uphold the homeowner's reputation. Well said. Principal Feng nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he remarked, this is what constitutes excellent security personnel. Is this sufficient proof now? Well. Jiang Ziang dared not lash out at him. Principal Feng, even if he is the homeowner here, it is an undeniable fact that he assaulted me. If you had not engaged in any wrongdoing, would Mr. Lin have struck you? Principal Feng chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Jiang Zhang was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Why did Principal Feng always cast everything in a favorable light for Lin Feng? He glanced around, noticing that everyone was rallying around Principal Feng, their gazes increasingly hostile. Jiang Xiao, please speak the truth. What exactly transpired earlier? Why did Mr. Lin strike you? Mr. Lin, did this fellow deliberately provoke you? Prompting your response? Indeed, Lin Feng nodded with a smile. A wave of anger surged through the crowd. How dare you, Jiang Ziang? It is clear you were in the wrong, yet you still attempt to deceive us and seek to drag us into your misdeeds. Outrageous. Seize him. Strike him. What are you doing? Jiang Ziang's face paled. Before he could flee, a group seized him and he felt a sharp kick to his abdomen, causing him to cough up bile. Before he could scream, another kick struck his nose, nearly rendering him unconscious. In a short span, Jiang Ziang was left battered and bruised, with no part of him unscathed. The crowd, realizing the situation was escalating dangerously, finally ceased their assault, spitting in the face of Principal Feng's gathering. This is your consequence. On this joyous occasion, it is ill-advised to shed blood. Otherwise, you shall remain trapped for centuries. Depart at once. Should I ever lay eyes upon you again, I shall strike you without hesitation. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Jiang Zing trembled as he replied, hurriedly fleeing the scene. Lin Feng chuckled, advising, watch your step. What? Jiang Ziang was startled, fearing he had not been released. In his distraction, he stumbled over a stone and fell clumsily to the ground, eliciting hearty laughter from the onlookers. Observing his disheveled departure, Lin Feng remarked, thank you all for your loyalty. Not all, it is our duty, they replied. Mr. Lin, we sincerely apologize for nearly being incited by that fellow. Very well, let the banquet continue. Principal Feng waved his hand, indicating they should return to their previous activities. Mr. Lin, this is your first time at my banquet. Would you care to join us inside? Certainly, I am quite curious about how Principal Feng has arranged his home. Lin Feng replied with a smile. The decor of Principal Feng's residence leaned towards a traditional Chinese style, exuding an air of elegance and grandeur. Countless books adorned the shelves, enhancing the antiquated charm of the interior with a scholarly ambience. Isn't this impressive? Principal Feng proudly gestured toward a row of bookshelves. These are all song editions. Oh. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. It is well known that the printing techniques of the Song dynasty were exceptional, with few surviving copies, rendering them exceedingly precious. A single song edition, regardless of its content, is valued at over $1 million. This entire row of bookshelves must contain at least 5,000 or 6,000 volumes. Noticing Lin Feng's keen inspection, Principal Feng's heart swelled with happiness. Mr. Lin, if you fancy them, feel free to peruse. Just be careful with them. Thank you. Principal Feng, but merely observing is sufficient, Lin Feng replied with a smile. No worries, feel free to handle them. Principal Feng insisted cheerfully. Old Feng, your place is quite lively, exclaimed a loud voice as several individuals entered. Ah, you have arrived, Principal Feng beamed, rising to greet the newcomers with evident delight, as if expecting a cherished treasure. The man who had spoken was grizzled, with rough skin and an aged visage that appeared to be a good 17 or 18 years older than Principal Feng. Yet as he walked, his legs exhibited a steadiness that surpassed many younger individuals. Accompanying him was a younger man, whose face bore some roughness, but whose steps lacked the old man's steadiness, possibly due to the large hiking backpack he carried. "Old Chun, please come in," Principal Feng said with a smile. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Lin, a newly made friend of mine." "Mr. Lin, this is my old friend, Old Chun, a seasoned expert in the field for decades, though one would never guess his immense wealth." "Good day, Mr. Chun." Lin Feng smiled and nodded slightly. Old Chun laughed heartily, saying, "Mr. Lin, you are quite the distinguished gentleman. It is evident you possess an extraordinary demeanor. He has been sheltered from the elements, were he to toil in the countryside like us. I wonder if he could still maintain such delicate skin and physique." The young man beside him muttered. Old Chun furrowed his brow. "What are you saying, Xiaoguan?" "Master, I am merely speaking the truth," the young man, Xiaoguan, retorted defiantly. "We agreed to conduct our dealings in private. What sense is there in bringing along onlookers?" "Silence. Speak again, and I shall strike you," Old Chun admonished. "Master, are you looking to be struck?" Old Chun, in his anger, raised his hand intending to chastise his apprentice. Lin Feng quickly intervened, saying, "Wait, do not be angry. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. My apprentice has been rather spoiled and speaks without thought." Old Chun immediately responded, though he had no true intention of striking his apprentice. With a bit of persuasion, he lowered his arm. Casting a stern glance at Xiaoguan, he said, "Are you not going to thank Mr. Lin? If it weren't for his presence, I would have dealt with you more harshly. Then by all means, strike me dead. It is their unscrupulous ways that are to blame. Why should I be at fault?" Xiaoguan snapped, raising his chin defiantly, indicating he was ready for a blow. This truly incensed Old Chun. Despite the opportunity for leniency, how could he remain so blind to the consequences? "Fine, fine. If I do not leave your face swollen today, I shall not deserve the title of master." "Mr. Chun, please wait a moment," Lin Feng urged. Old Chun replied, "Mr. Lin, you are a kind-hearted individual, and I can see that. However, there is no need for further persuasion. If this young man does not learn a lesson today, his reckless tongue will surely offend many more in the future and cause further trouble." The term shovel is often used to describe antique dealers who venture into remote areas to seek treasures. They meticulously search the land inch by inch, akin to digging up soil, hence the name shovel or soil diggers. In the last century, the domestic antique market experienced a revival, centered around the Panjiyuan market in Beijing and the antique market in Fengtian, sparking a significant wave of antique trading nationwide. During that time, many were engaged in digging for treasures, and rural areas were replete with hidden gems. Some of these shovelers amassed considerable wealth, appearing quite ordinary, yet possessing savings in the billions. Those who thrived in this trade often possessed eloquent tongues. Now, seeing Xiaoguan offend others in mere moments, Old Chun felt truly unsettled. At 70 or 80 years old, if his successor displayed such behavior, the continuity of their craft would surely be at risk. Just as he was about to strike, Lin Feng interjected, "Mr. Chun, please hold on. This situation arose from my failure to clarify." "Mr. Lin? The reason I am here is that I am not merely a guest of Principal Feng, but also here to lend my discerning eye," Lin Feng stated. Old Chun was momentarily taken aback. "You are the one providing oversight for Old Feng?" "Indeed, Mr. Lin is my advisor," Principal Feng quickly affirmed. "Xiaoguan, we have conducted our transactions for many years. The rule of meeting privately without outsiders is well understood by me. Do you not see? With your reckless nature, you should apologize to Old Feng and Mr. Lin." Old Chun glared at his apprentice. Little Guan glanced at Lin Feng, and for some inexplicable reason, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He politely said, "I apologize, Principal Feng, Mr. Lin. My previous actions were rash and misguided. I offer my sincerest apologies. Let us put this matter to rest." Principal Feng waved his hand dismissively, though internally he harbored some displeasure. After all, rules are immutable, yet people are not. He had been trading with Old Chun for over a decade. Introducing a friend was entirely reasonable. In any other circumstance, one would be overjoyed to make such an acquaintance. After all, who could claim friendship with someone of Principal Feng's stature? This was akin to introducing a high-quality guest. Old Chun sighed, contemplating that had he not been advancing in years, he would have certainly considered a successor. "Little Guan, why are you still dawdling? Bring out the items." "Yes, master." Little Guan carefully placed his backpack on the ground and retrieved a parcel, laying it upon the table. After unwrapping several layers of fabric, the object finally came into view. To everyone's astonishment, the large package contained merely a single mask. However, this mask was remarkably translucent and exquisitely crafted. What is this? Principal Feng was instantly captivated by just a glance. Old Chun chuckled with pride, pointing at the mask. Old Feng, if you were just an ordinary friend, I would never have brought this Lulan jade mask to show you. Lulan's artifacts? Principal Feng exclaimed in astonishment. In the Summer Nation, who was unaware of the Lulan kingdom, it was now regarded as a national treasure alongside the Sanxingui relics. Surely this is not suitable for trade? I did not acquire it from the ruins of the Lulan kingdom. I obtained it through exchange with nomadic tribes from the western regions. Old Chun replied cheerfully. No theft or robbery involved, so why not engage in trade? I'm not selling it to foreigners, am I? Let me see, Principal Feng said, clearly intrigued. He donned white gloves and examined the mask from various angles, growing increasingly fond of it. Old Chun, how much are you asking? As old friends, I want to take advantage of you. 800 million. Old Chun gestured with his right hand, a smile on his face. 800 million. Principal Feng's expression brightened, and he replied, that is indeed not exorbitant. You're a true friend. However, 800 million is still a substantial sum. Acquiring it all at once might be a bit challenging. That is not a problem. Principal Feng, you could use the Song edition as collateral, Little Guan interjected, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Yes, Old Feng, if you are agreeable, you could entirely use the Song edition as a pledge, Old Chun added with a grin. Why didn't I think of that earlier? You got quite the sharp mind. Thank you for the compliment, Master, Little Guan replied, though his words were laced with provocation. Under normal circumstances, Principal Feng would never fall for such tricks, but now, engrossed in the allure of the Lulan mask, his rationality had dwindled significantly, and without a second thought, he was inclined to nod in agreement. Although the Song edition is indeed precious, if one could possess this mask, that would be entirely different. Cough. Lin Feng coughed lightly, feigning surprise as he inquired, Principal Feng, is this truly a Lulan mask? Principal Feng paused momentarily, while the expressions of Old Chun and Xiao Guan subtly shifted. Old Chun remained silent, his gaze fixated on Lin Feng, tinged with a hint of displeasure. Xiao Guan retorted coldly, Mr. Lin, are you insinuating that the items we presented are dubious, intentionally deceiving Principal Feng? Well, I am merely curious. Lin Feng replied with a smile, pointing at the mask. The patterns on this mask clearly depict a bird. It bears no resemblance to a building or orchid. How can it be attributed to Lulan? What? Xiao Guan momentarily faltered before erupting into laughter. How amusing. I thought you possessed some discernment. Turns out you were merely a fool. Mr. Lin, you may not be aware, but Lulan is the name of an ancient kingdom, not a structure or orchid. The patterned bird on the mask symbolizes the totem of the Lulan kingdom, the sun bird. Based solely on this, one can ascertain that this mask is indeed an artifact of Lulan. Ah, so it is the sun bird. It must be of considerable temperature. May I touch it? Lin Feng inquired with a grin. I understand, but this bird seems rather suspicious, Lin Feng remarked as he held the mask, gently caressing it, only to find cracks appearing on the patterned bird. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Guan, who had been laughing moments ago, suddenly turned pale. What are you doing? I merely touched it casually. Lin Feng feigned astonishment, exclaiming, oh no, the entire mask is cracked. As everyone looked on, they saw the jade mask in his hands had indeed splintered into several pieces. Xiao Guan shouted, you have damaged my treasure. My apologies, I truly did not foresee this. It was unintentional, Lin Feng quickly replied. How about this? I shall compensate you. Do you have 800 million? Xiao Guan retorted angrily. Lin Feng shook his head. I do not possess 800 million, but I can attempt to glue it back together. Outrageous. This is an ancient Lulan artifact, a supreme treasure. Gluing it back is hardly acceptable. Xiao Guan seethed. Principal Feng, this is your domain. What say you? This. Principal Feng forced a bitter smile, sighing, I shall compensate. Principal Feng, your wisdom is commendable. Xiao Guan's face brightened. Lin Feng, however, chuckled, prompting confusion among the onlookers, even stirring Principal Feng's irritation. You have ruined a treasure, and yet you still find amusement? Mr. Lin, what is so funny? I laugh at my own folly, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Given that this mask is crafted from jade, how could it be so easily damaged? Principal Feng paused again. Lin Feng picked up a shard, gripped it in his hand, and when he opened his palm, the fragment had turned to powder. Is jade truly so fragile? This. Old Chun, how do you explain this? Principal Feng's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he fixed it ahead. Old Chun and Xiao Guan's faces paled in unison. Old Chun gasped. How could this happen? I indeed acquired this treasure from a herdsman. Mr. Chun, do you have a lighter or something similar? Lin Feng asked him. You will know shortly. Lin Feng chuckled softly, using a lighter to scorch the surface of the mask, which immediately became marred with a dark stain. He lifted the mask and remarked, It is well known that if it were jadeite, after being subjected to fire, although it would become soiled, a gentle wipe would suffice to eliminate the blemish. Wouldn't you agree? Old Chun nodded in affirmation. Lin Feng continued with a smile. Then, Mr. Chun, please attempt to cleanse this stain and see if it can be removed. Very well. Old Chun replied as he took the fractured mask and rubbed it with his hand. Yet the dark stain remained obstinately intact. His expression grew increasingly grim. This is not jade, he exclaimed, perplexed. But this mask's material appears quite translucent, exhibiting a jade-like luster. Principal Feng interjected, bewildered. Lin Feng responded with a smile. Is it not possible that it is an artificial imitation? Indeed, the material bore a striking resemblance to high-quality synthetic jade. Old Chun conceded with a slight nod. In today's world, technology has advanced significantly. Artificial pearls and gemstones have been produced for years, and synthetic jade has existed for over a decade. However, back then, the technology was not yet refined, resulting in artificial jade that was easily distinguishable from the genuine article. Yet now, after many years, who could assert that no one could craft a convincing imitation of jade? Old Chun scrutinized the object in his hand, a wry smile crossing his face. It seems I have been ensnared by a rival in advance. He sighed. Old Feng, you may not be well aware, but in our profession, there are those who deliberately engage in underhanded schemes to ensnare us. Is it a trap? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Old Chun chuckled ruefully. Indeed, it is precisely that trap. I am surprised, Mr. Lin, at your youthful age, you possess such familiarity with this trade. Nowadays, few are privy to such knowledge. I merely chanced upon it, Lin Feng replied, though he felt a twinge of astonishment. According to his recollections, such deceitful schemes had existed since the Republic era. Of course, over the course of many years, individuals might have bribed cunning local villagers to cooperate in the ruse, a tactic that had ensnared countless antique enthusiasts back then. It was unexpected that the methods remained unchanged to this day. Mr. Chun, this trap is indeed difficult to guard against. Yet how did those who deceived you come to know of your intended visit to that village? Chapter 55, Class Reunion. Old Chun gasped suddenly, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could our movements be known? He pondered. Could it be that I was just unfortunate enough to stumble into a trap? No, that seems improbable. A scheme like the Tuyulu takes considerable time to establish. After all, who could wait over a decade for such an opportunity? The individuals capable of orchestrating such a trap must hold considerable influence within the circle. Moreover, once the Tuyulu is employed, whether it succeeds or fails, there will be no second chance. It can be said that for every one used, one is lost. In this context, what grudge or grievance could compel someone to target Old Chun? Lin Feng inquired. Mr. Chun, have you offended any significant figures? Absolutely not, I assure you. Old Chun said with a bitter smile. I have always maintained a low profile since my youth. Just look at my attire. I have never engaged in deceitful transactions, ensuring that I do not evoke hatred. Master, perhaps we have inadvertently fallen into a trap. It seems we have simply encountered misfortune, Xiao Guan remarked. Old Chun sighed, acknowledging, although the likelihood is slim, it is not impossible. Lao Feng, I'm truly sorry. I almost caused you harm. I kneel to apologize. Oh, what are you doing? Principal Feng quickly extended a hand to help him up. Old Chun, feeling ashamed, stated, after all these years of trading, to have such an incident occur is indeed embarrassing. I cannot face you anymore. What does it matter? Who can guarantee they will never make a mistake in their lifetime? Principal Feng chuckled, guiding him to a chair and gestured toward a row of bookshelves behind him, saying, For these song editions, I have made errors at least 70 or 80 times. You have merely misjudged once. What is the harm in that? However, Old Chun expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Don't mention it. After resting for a while, Old Chun departed with his apprentice, Xiao Guan. After all, he had invested over 100 million in acquiring that mask. Although it did not bankrupt him, it certainly caused considerable distress. Without clarifying the situation, Old Chun would surely find it difficult to sleep soundly. Principal Feng remarked, In this world, why are there so many who refuse to engage in honest transactions? Old Chun had been severely taken advantage of. I hope he can notice his apprentice's discrepancies. Lin Feng suddenly interjected. Principal Feng was taken aback. Mr. Lin, are you suggesting that Xiao Guan has issues? Why did you not mention this before? I lack evidence. Would Mr. Chen believe me? Lin Feng replied. Perhaps he would merely think I am being petty, especially since Xiao Guan spoke disrespectfully to me before and might accuse me of slandering him. Mr. Lin, I believe you. Principal Feng said earnestly. He too felt that Xiao Guan behaved oddly, but he could not pinpoint why. Mr. Lin, what should we do? Principal Feng inquired. Next time they venture out to dig up land, please give me a call, Lin Feng suggested. Perhaps the truth will reveal itself during their actions. Very well. I will definitely contact you then, Principal Feng nodded, expressing his gratitude. By the way, if it weren't for your keen insight, Mr. Lin, I might have already fallen into a trap. I appreciate your kindness, but I shall not speak further of it. As for the song editions here, feel free to take them if you wish. Principal Feng's goodwill was acknowledged, but Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. Even though antiques can be intriguing, collecting them is quite troublesome. It requires meticulous effort, and I prefer to avoid such complications. Principal Feng, my sister studies at your school. I merely hope she is not bullied. Rest assured, our institution will never tolerate such behavior, Principal Feng replied solemnly. However, beneath his serious exterior lay a sense of melancholy. In this era of materialism, some of his subordinates had lost their original mission as educators, making it difficult to guarantee that there would not be greedy teachers who mistreated students. Lin Feng smiled. Then I thank you, Principal Feng. This is nothing. It is merely what I ought to do. Come, let us enjoy some tea. Very well. As he finished his drink, Lin Feng rose and, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Principal Feng, since today is your birthday, why have your children not come? I have 2 sons. My eldest passed away 2 decades ago, and my youngest, having achieved great success, is currently away for an important matter and won't arrive until the early hours, Principal Feng replied with a smile. However, with so many people here to celebrate my birthday, I'm already quite content. Indeed. Please take care on your way. Very well, goodbye, Principal Feng. Young Master Jiang, what seems to be the matter? A few sycophants entered and were taken aback by the myriad of colors on his face. Is this some form of performance art? Jiang Ziang let out a cold snort. It is all that rascal Lin Feng's doing. Damn it, I must make him pay. Lin Feng? Yes. That fellow struck it rich after stepping into my family's stone gambling business and even moved into a villa. The more Jiang Ziang pondered, the more he resented Lin Feng, believing that all his current troubles stemmed from him. What do you think? How can I make him kneel and beg for mercy? How about organizing a class reunion and inviting him over? One sycophant suggested with a grin, revealing a row of decayed teeth. Jiang Ziang cursed, you fool. After he has caused me such humiliation, why would I treat him to a meal? Not exactly, young Master Jiang. We could whisper some suggestions into his ear, another sycophant proposed. A chilling smile spread across Jiang Ziang's face. Haha, splendid. Make the arrangements immediately. I want Lin Feng to kneel in front of our classmates and plead for mercy. Young Master Jiang is truly wise. The sycophants hurried off to execute his orders. The following morning, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Yang. Lin Feng, thank you for yesterday. I'll bring some fruits and vegetables to the class reunion today. What reunion? Lin Feng asked, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Zhang Yang explained, the class reunion. Jiang Ziang, that spoiled brat, is organizing it at the Tiandi Haomen Hotel. It's the most luxurious hotel in Nan City. I hear dining there costs hundreds of thousands. Class monitor Fan Qingyi even specifically tagged you. Are you going? Chapter 56. Is that really your car? Upon seeing Fan Qingyi's name, Lin Feng paused. They had once stirred rumors during high school, which left him with a peculiar sentiment towards her. However, they had always been good friends, and nothing romantic had ever transpired between them. After a moment's silence, he sent her a private message. Are you going? If so, let us meet and chat. He smiled. In a villa, Fan Qingyi was about to send a voice message when she saw his text and pouted. Really, after just a few exchanges, you go silent. What do I owe you? Why so indifferent towards me? What is wrong, Sister Qingyi? A beautiful woman dressed in form-fitting yoga attire entered, laughing as she wrapped her delicate arm around Fan Qingyi's. Could it be your boyfriend has finally come to his senses and is inviting you out for fun? Sister Qingyi, you little seductress. Hasten to caress your boyfriend. What amusement could I possibly provide? Alas, how dare you speak so? Witness how I shall discipline you, remarked Fan Qingyi with a smile. A wave of delicate laughter instantly filled the villa, and had a man stood at the door at that moment. He might have bled profusely from his nose. The scene was simply breathtaking. At the entrance of the heavenly rich hotel, a throng of admirers lauded Jiang Ziang. Young Master Jiang, how impressive. A Mercedes 435, worth at least 8 million, I presume? Oh, just a mere 2 million, Jiang Ziang replied with a smug smile. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. In your eyes, 2 million is as inconsequential as air. Young Master Jiang, we're all old classmates. Do extend your benevolence towards us in the future. Of course, Jiang Zhang replied languidly, but suddenly caught sight of a young man beside him, dark-skinned, dressed in tattered clothing, and carrying a sack like a peasant. The man did not approach him for compliments, which irked Jiang Zhang. Who is this person? You don't recognize him? Zhang Yang, back in school. He was a top student at Nanda. A sycophantic peer chimed in. Look at him. Doesn't he exude the air of a high achiever? A top student. Yet he doesn't even come to greet young Master Jiang? No wonder a prestigious university graduate like you has ended up in this state. You lack discernment, which surely hinders your success in society. Quickly, bow to young Master Jiang and utter some flattering words. Perhaps he will take pity on you and grant you a morsel to eat. Zhang Yang cast a disdainful glance at them. A bunch of sycophantic rubbish. Even if I were to eat dirt, I wouldn't bow and grovel like a foolish dog. What did you say? Zhang Yang, do you seek a beating? Do not presume that being a university student makes you special. There are countless graduates in society nowadays. Anger surged among the crowd. How dare this fellow expose their ugly facade in public? Such ignorance of the unspoken rules was utterly intolerable. Zhang Yang snorted derisively. How laughable. I'm not here for your so-called young Master Jiang. I am here to meet Lin Feng. After I see him, I shall depart. Who cares to mingle with you? You. The crowd seethed with rage, some even contemplating violence. Jiang Ziyang's expression darkened considerably. You seek Lin Feng, that boy? Indeed, Zhang Yang replied, casting a scornful glance. You think you're impressive just because you drive a Mercedes? Lin Feng now drives a Porsche. Is he not more remarkable than you? He doesn't flaunt himself like you do. Where do you derive your arrogance? How absurd. He drives a Porsche? Jiang Ziyang paused. Then a mocking smile spread across his face. I am well aware of his background. If he manages to take a taxi here, that will be a sign of wealth for him. Extly, Zhang Yang. How foolish of you. Haven't you heard that his father has passed away, and his uncle has seized the family assets? Now, his entire family resides in a dilapidated house. Those with some knowledge of Lin Feng's situation began to scoff. Zhang Yang's expression shifted abruptly. Was there truly such a situation at Lin Feng's home? He had merely heard rumors of Lin Feng's father's demise. Yet he never anticipated such a drastic change in circumstances. However, just yesterday he distinctly observed Lin Feng gazing at a Porsche sports car. Fool. Jiang Ziyang, noticing his dazed demeanor, immediately scoffed. If that lad drives a Porsche here today, I shall smash this Mercedes on the spot. Then why not do it now? A voice drifted from distance. Jiang Zhang instinctively turned to see a Porsche Phantom approaching, with none other than Lin Feng at the wheel. How is it you? Why can't it be me? Lin Feng parked the car and smiled. Hey Zhang Yang. Lin Feng, has your family truly encountered misfortune? Zhang Yang hurriedly approached. Concern etched on his face. Lin Feng chuckled. That is all in the past. Everything is well now. So is all this for me? Indeed, it's all homegrown, free from fertilizers. Some are wild from the mountains, healthier and uncontaminated. Zhang Yang replied cheerfully, though he soon appeared troubled. But isn't this a bit excessive? You can't possibly fit all this in your trunk. Not to worry, if it doesn't fit, we can simply toss in the back seat, Lin Feng said as he exited the vehicle and opened the storage compartment. Not at the rear, but at the front. Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Lin Feng was treating the sports car more like a utility vehicle, showing no signs of regret. The onlookers felt an overwhelming aura of opulence surrounding Lin Feng. Lin Feng, is this truly yours? Otherwise, how could I be driving it? Lin Feng responded with a grin, slamming the car door shut with a resounding thud. The crowd gasped. Such an action would surely shatter the heart of anyone borrowing the vehicle. Impressive. Lin Feng. No. Lin General Manager. Now that you prospered, don't forget about us. Indeed. Lin General Manager. Do you still remember me? I borrowed your eraser. Back in school, I collected homework for you. Do you recall old classmates? Of course. I remember all of you. Lin Feng replied with a smile, amusement bubbling within him at how these once affable individuals had transformed so dramatically. Zhang Yang, however, still appeared amiable. Jiang Shao, earlier you mentioned smashing a car. What are you waiting for? Yes, Jiang Ziyang, weren't you quite the hotshot? Why are you still standing there? Zhang Yang inquired playfully as he loaded the fruits and vegetables into the car. Many others wore expressions of eager anticipation. Jiang Ziyang huffed, you fools. How can I smash it without tools? You can use your hands, Lin Feng jested. Jiang Ziyang retorted with a sneer, use my hands? Fine if you have the guts. Go ahead and smash it yourself. If I do it, I won't be liable for any damages. No need for you to cover the costs. As long as you use your hands to ruin my car, feel free to smash it however you like. Jiang Ziyang's face twisted in mockery. Lin Feng replied, very well. I shall not hold back. Go ahead, smash it, Jiang Zhang's expression of derision deepened, stepping back with an eager look on his face. Let us see how you, empty-handed, can demolish a metal shell. The crowd was equally puzzled. Mr. Lin, you must be joking, right? Step back a bit. Standing too close could lead to unintended consequences. And I want to take responsibility for that, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Jiang Zhang chuckled and added, did everyone hear that? Step back. You certainly wouldn't want to be accidentally harmed. He.S. remarkably skilled. Ha ha ha. Yes, everyone, retreat to the hotel. Some of his sycophants joined in the mockery. Lin Feng disregarded them and waved his hand, saying, step back a little further, just a bit more. Is that sufficient? If you intend to strike, do it swiftly. I have no time to waste on you. Jiang Zhang, having retreated several times, responded with growing impatience. Lin Feng retorted, this position is bound to incur accidental harm. If you have the capability, go ahead and strike. I assure you, I will not take responsibility. Jiang Zhang scoffed. Lin Feng sighed. I am merely trying to be considerate. Why can't you accept that? If you wish to be harmed, then I have nothing more to say. With that, he raised his hand and struck the front of the car with a punch. Jiang Zhang laughed coldly. You fool, prepare for broken bones. But suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the car shook violently as the glass shattered completely, raining down like a torrential storm towards Jiang Zhang. What on earth? Jiang Zhang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, ah, what the hell? His sycophants were startled as well, scrambling to shield themselves. Yet the shards of glass came fiercely. Even if they covered their heads, the pain of the glass striking their bodies still made them wince in agony. It hurts, damn it. My hand. Damn it. In the blink of an eye, they were nearly incapacitated by the pain. Jiang Zhang's face turned pale. Lin Feng, you plotted against me. How strange, Lin Feng teased. I warned you that this position would certainly result in accidental harm. Yet you chose not to believe me and insisted on standing there. How can you blame me for the consequences? Jiang Zhang was left speechless, trembling as he pointed a finger at him. Get out of the way. I'm going to strike again, Lin Feng said with a grin. This time, Jiang Zhang dared not disobey and hurriedly ran towards the hotel. You're ruthless, he muttered. Lin Feng chuckled, clapping his hands. Just kidding. I'm not insane. Why would I keep smashing a car for no reason? You, Jiang Zhang, nearly spat blood in anger upon hearing this. Seeing his frustrated expression, Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh with delight. You really have a knack for putting this guy in his place. Not too shabby, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Just then, a red BMW approached, capturing everyone's attention. Those knowledgeable about cars recognized that a BMW was typically driven either by affluent socialites or mistresses. It was rare for a man to be behind the wheel. Indeed, as the door swung open, a woman emerged. Her exquisite features resembled winter snow, and her bright eyes sparkled like stars in the sky. The woman was tall and statuesque, adorned in a blue floral dress, her porcelain-like toes peeking out from beneath black pearl-colored high heels, adding to her elegance. Wow, which celebrity is this? Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Feng coughed lightly. Long time no see. My goodness. You know her? Zhang Yang asked, even more astonished. Yet, there appeared a beauty, even more resplendent and captivating than the starlets on the screen, who covered her mouth and erupted into laughter. Truly, she is my deskmate. After all these years, she still recognizes me. Of course, although she has become more beautiful and her figure has improved significantly, her eyes remain unchanged. Lin Feng chuckled and took a few steps closer. Class monitor Fan, may I pose a question to you? Speak freely. This class monitor spares no words, the beauty replied, revealing herself to be Fan Xingyi, the class monitor. She was also quietly observing Lin Feng, sensing that the person before her possessed a newfound masculinity, a trait cultivated through years of shouldering familial responsibilities. Lin Feng smiled and inquired, is there any secret to remaining as stunning as you from childhood to adulthood? You are nothing like the person I once knew. How was I before? Lin Feng asked with a grin. Fan Xingyi regarded him thoughtfully for a few moments before responding. You used to be like a block of wood, devoid of any charm. And now, you even know how to tease girls. So, tell me, have you got several girlfriends by now? I swear on my honor, I am utterly innocent, Lin Feng exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of purity. Fan Xingyi burst into laughter again, seizing one of his hands. I've heard that the private rooms at the Heavenly Grand Hotel are quite spacious and perfect for dancing. I shall ascertain your innocence through a dance. Really? Is dancing that revealing? Lin Feng asked, somewhat astonished. Many around them were nearly glaring with envy. That damn kid, his eyes are turning red. A sycophant whispered, Young Master Jiang, patience is a virtue. You must remain composed. Once we send this kid away, the goddess will still be yours. Indeed, I am destined for greater things. Let this fellow bask in his fleeting glory for now. Jiang Zhang gritted his teeth, calming himself and putting on a smile. Class monitor fan, after several years, you have indeed become even more beautiful, rivaling the celestial beings above. And you are. Chapter 58, A Toast. Jiang Ziang felt a sudden rigidity. Fan Qingyi fixed her gaze on him, a look of feigned innocence adorning her face as she asked again. And you are? I am Jiang Ziang, class monitor fan. Surely you haven't forgotten me? He replied hastily, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Fan Qingyi's expression shifted to one of realization. Oh, it's you, Jiang Ziang. I remember now. Ha, I thought so. How could you forget me after just a few years? Jiang Ziang laughed heartily. After all, I was the vice monitor back then. Though he claimed to be the vice monitor, it was solely due to his family background. He commanded no respect among his peers. Fan Qingyi showed little interest, smiling lightly as she remarked, "You've changed quite a bit." Really? Have I become more handsome or exude more masculinity? Jiang Ziang asked eagerly, a flutter of excitement in his heart. You become more handsome and also more manly, Fan Qingyi affirmed. Ha. Thank you for the compliment, class monitor fan. Jiang Zhang rejoiced, promptly flipping his hair back, believing it enhanced his poise. However, unexpectedly, Fan Qingyi, puzzled, said, "You misunderstood. What I just mentioned was Lin Feng's transformation, which has nothing to do with you." You mentioned Lin Feng? Jiang Ziang's expression shifted dramatically. Fan Qingyi blinked, indeed. And what about me? You? I'm afraid you were already somewhat unattractive, and now, well, you seem even less appealing than before. Fan Qingyi looked at him and remarked, especially your fashion sense. It is utterly atrocious. Jiang Ziang, could it be that you have gone through some unfortunate events that have affected your aesthetic judgment? Aye. Jiang Zhang's face turned a deep shade of crimson, exceedingly unsightly. The expressions of many present were quite remarkable. If any of them had been addressed in such a manner by a stunning beauty, they would have likely stripped off their clothes in embarrassment. It was utterly mortifying. The corners of Fan Qingyi's lips curled slightly. Who asked you to trouble Lin Feng? Jiang Ziang, am I being too blunt? I hope I haven't hurt your feelings? No, of course not, Jiang Ziang replied, awkwardly chuckling. We are all classmates. What is this? Fan Qingyi responded with an "Oh." That's good. I was worried that my directness might make you uncomfortable. However, seeing you like this, I realize you are quite self-aware of your own lack of attractiveness, and have come to terms with it, haven't you? Yes, that's right. Jiang Ziang's composure was nearly shattered. Sensing the awkwardness, a few sycophants hastily interjected, Young Master Jiang, it seems everyone has arrived. Shall we head inside the hotel for a meal? Yes, everyone, let us go in. Jiang Ziang quickly turned and headed toward the hotel. As he reached the front, his face darkened. Wretched woman, just wait. There will come a time when you kneel at my feet, smiling and begging for mercy. Are you happy? Fan Qingyi asked softly, smiling. Lin Feng chuckled and replied, Thank you. No need for thanks, Fan Qingyi said, taking his hand and leading him into the hotel. Zhang Yang followed behind, inwardly marveling at the situation. They had only just met, and the goddess was already so forward. He would certainly have to ask Lin Feng for advice on how to charm such exceptional women. Welcome. A server approached with a bow and a smile. Are you young Master Jiang, who reserved the private room? Yes, that's me, Jiang Zhang declared pompously, his nose nearly to the ceiling. The server smiled and said, Very well, young Master Jiang. I will take you to your private room. All right, Jiang Zhang nodded. Soon, they entered the private room, where a variety of visually appetizing dishes were promptly served. Young Master Jiang is quite generous. Many excitedly took out their phones to snap photos for social media, showering him with compliments. These dishes must be quite expensive, right? Everyone, please don't hold back. It's really not much, only around 2 to 3 million. Jiang Ziang replied with a proud grin. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Goodness, that is quite costly. Truly, this is a renowned high-end luxury establishment in Nanjing. After this meal, the savings of an ordinary family would be wiped out in one go. Young Master Jiang is magnificent. Young Master Jiang is remarkable. Young Master Jiang, I toast to you. Jiang Zhang reveled in the adoration of the crowd, casting a triumphant glance at Lin Feng and his companions. Noticing their composed expressions, he felt a surge of irritation. Waiter, bring forth the most expensive wine you have, he commanded. Young Master Jiang, the finest wine we currently offer is the Romanée-Conti 1983, which just arrived from abroad 2 days ago, valued at 5 million. What do you think? The waitress murmured respectfully. Jiang Zhang slammed his palm against the table, demanding, What do you mean? Do you think I lack the funds? No, young Master Jiang. I was merely inquiring as a formality, she replied hastily. Hurry up. A mere 5 million is nothing to me. Jiang Ziang retorted coldly. The waitress nodded in compliance and swiftly went to fetch the wine. After a brief interval, she returned with a cart, presenting a bottle of red wine nestled in ice. Young master, here is your requested wine. Indeed, Jiang Ziang nodded, opening the bottle. As the cork was removed, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, invigorating everyone present. After all, only a select few would have the opportunity to savor a bottle of wine worth 5 million. Jiang Ziang poured the wine into a glass but did not drink it himself. Instead, he extended it to Lin Feng with a smile, saying, Lin Feng, I toast to you with this glass. We had some misunderstandings in the past, but let this gathering be a chance to express my goodwill. Let bygones be bygones. Shall we? I have never wished to dwell on the past. Lin Feng replied with a smile, accepting the glass. Observing Lin Feng's reaction, Jiang Ziang felt a surge of satisfaction. Good, please savor this wine. Delightful, Lin Feng remarked after taking a sip, affirming its exquisite taste. It was truly a top-tier wine, offering a rich palate that felt like imbibing the refreshing essence of Portugal's scenery. Its remarkable flavor eluded description, yet the experience was undeniably splendid. Jiang Ziang chuckled. Here, let me raise another toast to you. This glass marks our renewed acquaintance and a fresh start. All right, Lin Feng smiled and drank again, discovering a new layer of exquisite flavor in this second sip. Jiang Ziang refilled the glass, pouring every last drop, his eyes glinting with a cold light as he said, Let this toast be a blessing for everyone. May all wishes be fulfilled. Cheers! Cheers! Lin Feng replied, raising his glass to drink. However, nearby, Fan Qingyi sensed something amiss and quietly cautioned, Lin Feng, wait a moment. What is it? He inquired. Nothing, I just recognize his little tricks, she replied. Lin Feng chuckled. I appreciate your concern, but I can handle it. Fan Qingyi hesitated. Well, do as you see fit. If anything goes awry, I will certainly assist you. Thank you, tablemate. Lin Feng smiled, downing the glass in one go. Jiang Ziang's heart brimmed with cold laughter. Lin Feng, do you find it to your liking? Quite delightful, Lin Feng replied. But is it truly acceptable for me to consume an entire bottle by myself? Of course, it's no issue. You can just pay for it later. Jiang Ziang finally revealed his sinister nature. His sycophants erupted in smug laughter. Indeed, he is a young master from a wealthy family, having consumed 5 million worth of exquisite wine with remarkable audacity. Lin Feng, you truly possess great courage and an impressive capacity for alcohol. Waitstaff, why do you linger? Hurry and ensure he settles the bill. Do not rush. Perhaps he wishes to continue indulging. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Fan Qingyi comprehended the source of her unease. Zhang Yang, in a fit of fury, exclaimed, Jiang Ziang, what trickery are you attempting? It was you who poured the wine for Lin Feng, and now you expect him to pay. How shameless can you be? Who compelled him to drink? Jiang Ziang replied coolly. You, spare me the condescension, you country bumpkin. Even if you attended a prestigious university, you cannot escape your impoverished roots. Jiang Ziang sneered, stating, If you're so anxious, perhaps you should take a knife to yourself. If I were pleased, I could easily cover Lin Feng's modest 5 million. You despicable wretch. I shall deal with you first. Zhang Yang seized a chair, ready to strike. However, Lin Feng intervened, grasping his arm, and maintained a smile. Good brother, do not be angered. His feeble skills cannot trouble me. Yet the wine bill. No waities. Lin Feng smiled gently, retrieving his phone and calling for the waiter. Sir, the waiter promptly approached, casting a skeptical glance at Lin Feng. Can this ordinarily dressed young man truly afford 5 million? Jiang Ziang laughed derisively. Stop pretending, Lin Feng. I am well aware of your background. The meager funds you scraped together from my hands for a car and a house leave you with nothing. Even if you had some left, 5 million would be impossible. Regrettably, I possess precisely that amount. Lin Feng replied with a mocking grin. Jiang Ziang huffed, motioning for his lackeys to massage his shoulders, dismissively stating, Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can maintain this charade. With that, Lin Feng presented a card to the waiter. The waiter used a portable card machine, and upon hearing the confirming beeps, his expression shifted dramatically as he respectfully returned the card to Lin Feng. Sir, payment successful. Here is your card. Please keep it safe. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled as he pocketed the card. Many in attendance displayed disbelief, exclaiming, Lin Feng, you truly have 5 million. Otherwise, could the card machine or the waiter deceive you? Lin Feng chuckled. Jiang Ziang's face flushed. Unable to accept this outcome, he shouted, Impossible. Come here and clarify how much this brat has given you for your cooperation in this farce. Young Master Jiang, I sincerely apologize. I understand what you mean. The waiter hastily replied. Mr. Lin has indeed paid the full 5 million. Such a substantial amount is not something even the restaurant manager would dare feign acceptance of, especially since the Romanicani wine was genuinely served. Wouldn't you agree? I refuse to believe it. It must be a lie. Jiang Ziang was on the verge of screaming. His lackeys immediately understood and raised their chairs, ready to pounce on Lin Feng. You, boy, whatever tricks you are playing, do not think you can deceive us. Attack him. With a loud crash, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open from the outside, startling everyone within. The movements of the sycophants came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Zhang, filled with indignation, shouted, "Who the hell is stirring up trouble? Oh, what audacity to lose one's temper at me." A group of individuals entered the room, led by a man with a scar on his forehead that resembled a centipede, giving him a menacing and terrifying appearance. The faces of several girls in the room turned pale. Fan Qingyi instinctively leaned against Lin Feng, whispering, "Be cautious. This man is one of the notorious 3 bullies of Nan City, the Fury Ghost, Tianji. Once he sets his sights on someone, it often ends in death or a lifetime of disability. He is exceedingly ruthless. Tian, Master Tian, I sincerely apologize. I wasn't aware of your esteemed presence." Jiang Zhang evidently recognized the man's reputation, and his previously arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by a sycophantic grin. "Master Tian, you've arrived just in time. Let us share a meal together, shall we?" "Humph, you're quite perceptive," Tianji replied coldly, his gaze sweeping over the women in the room, particularly lingering on Fan Qingyi, whose beauty elicited a glimmer in his eyes. "Let us skip the meal, and instead let these lovely ladies come to my private room for some entertainment, shall we?" Jiang Ziang hesitated. The women present immediately interjected. "Jiang Xiao, we came at your invitation for the class reunion. You wouldn't let anything happen to us, would you?" "Yes, Jiang Xiao. If it weren't for your loud shouting, they wouldn't have come over. You can't agree to this. Rest assured I, Jiang Ziang, am a person of some standing in Nan City. A few flattering words, and Master Tian will surely give me face." Jiang Ziang chuckled as he approached Tianji. Tianji fixed his gaze on him. "What do you wish to say?" "Master Tian, to be frank, I have some distant ties to the Jiang family. I implore you to show me some leniency for the sake of our relationship, and grant these female classmates a measure of dignity, if you would." Jiang Ziang smiled. "Are you implying that you refuse?" "Please don't say that, Master Tian. I also have my reputation to uphold. If word gets out that I invited my female classmates only for them to encounter misfortune, how would I ever show my face again?" Jiang Ziang continued, "Of course. Master Tian, if you grant me this favor, I shall treat my brothers to a lavish feast at the restaurant, 3 days and nights without issue." Chapter 60. What are you worth? Before Jiang Ziang could finish his sentence, Tianji's hand struck his face with a resounding slap. With a piercing scream, Jiang Zhang spun through the air before crashing to the ground, pain coursing through him. "Master Tian, you? What are you worth, you little brat? You claim to have only a vague connection to the Jiang family. That doesn't make you one of them, unless a direct descendant of the Jiang family appears today. I will not spare anyone's face." Tianji sneered coldly, asking once more, "Will you comply or not?" "Yes, I will comply. I will agree to anything you say," Jiang Ziang replied, fear evident in his voice. Tianji grunted. "That's more like it. Quickly, send them to my private room. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes." Jiang Ziang scrambled to his feet, clutching his face. "Did you all hear that? It is an honor for you to be regarded by Master Tian. Do not dawdle. Hurry and follow him." "Jiang Xiao, Jiang Ziang, you scoundrel. You coward." Numerous voices erupted in anger. If this fellow were to receive a slap and remain passive, others might regard him with a modicum of respect. Yet he now finds himself complicit in wrongdoing. Jiang Ziang coldly declared, "Silence. I have generously offered you the opportunity to indulge in luxury and wealth, yet you fail to appreciate it. Otherwise, humph." The beautiful women listened to Jiang Xiao's words, urged on by their sycophants, who were evidently prepared for violence. The girls turned pale, most of them seething with anger. Fan Qingyi nervously grasped Lin Feng's arm, whispering, "What should I do?" "Do not fear." Lin Feng gently reassured her with a few taps on her hand, smiling. "I am here. I won't allow anyone to bully you." "But, just watch me," Lin Feng replied with a smile. The closeness of their intimacy evoked jealousy in Jiang Ziang's heart. "Very well. If I cannot have her, then neither shall you, Lin Feng. I have exhausted my patience. Your refusal to recognize my kindness is regrettable. Attack." He pointed at Fan Qingyi. The sycophants instantly understood his intentions and advanced toward her. Release her hand, or you'll find yourself in trouble as well. If you dare, then try, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Enraged, the sycophant swung a fist toward his forehead. Just as it seemed inevitable, Lin Feng casually kicked one down to the ground. In mere moments, he had dispatched all of them. Jiang Xiang, your lackeys are useless. Next time, bring someone more formidable. They barely warm me up, do you understand? You, Tian Yi. This fellow possesses skill. Jiang Xiang's face turned ashen with anger, urgently addressing Tian Ji. Please, Tian Yi, summon your brothers to deal with him. TCH, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Tian Ji disdainfully glanced at them, scolding. Jiang Xiang immediately lowered his head, saying, Yes, compared to you, Tian Yi, we are but a collection of worthless trash. Humph. Tian Ji grunted, his brow furrowed, his forehead resembling a writhing centipede, more terrifying than before. You possess some skill. Why not align yourself with me? Align with you? Indeed. As long as you give a nod, you may choose any woman here first. Tian Ji cast a glance at the gathered women. Lin Feng chuckled, asking, Is that so? Certainly. I have always treated my brothers well. Tian Ji believed he had piqued Lin Feng's interest, feeling a spark of joy. Despite his lofty status and the fear he inspired, he was still one of the 3 tyrants, with adversaries lurking. Lin Feng's apparent prowess, especially at such a young age, suggested that with a little honing, he could become even stronger. Such a character would stand out among his peers, undoubtedly bolstering his influence. You may choose now. Very well. I have an eye on these lovely ladies, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Is that permissible? Tian Ji's expression darkened. Fool, do not fail to recognize a good opportunity. What? Did you not say I could choose freely? It appears you're truly courting death. Tian Ji glared coldly at him, declaring, If you cannot be of use to me, then you must be eliminated. You lot, go have some fun with this brat. Yes, Master Tian. A group of 3 to 5 ruffians immediately advanced towards Lin Feng. The expressions of the women in the private room shifted dramatically. Could Lin Feng possibly fend off so many adversaries alone? Zhang Yang, disregarding the odds, grabbed a chair and stood resolutely beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I'm here to support you. If we are to die, let us die together. Bravo, Zhang Yang. The women looked at him with gratitude, then turned their gazes toward the other male classmates. Who else will stand with Zhang Yang? Cough, it seems my wife is calling. Oh dear, my father went to the hospital today. I wonder how he is faring. What should we do? What on earth should we do? The others pretended not to hear the women's pleas, muttering among themselves, yet refusing to step forward. Observing their cowardice, Fan Xingyi scoffed, They are hardly men. She then cast a tender glance at Lin Feng. They are merely wise enough to recognize the situation. It is Lin Feng and Zhang Yang who are the foolish ones. Jiang Xiang sneered. Do they not realize who Master Tian is? The only fate for those who dare oppose him is death. Zhang Yang, I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy now. Sever your ties with Lin Feng, and perhaps you will have a slim chance of survival. Bah! Zhang Yang spat in defiance. Jiang Xiang wiped his face, immediately screaming, You uncouth bumpkin! Kill him, Master Tian. Eliminate this fool. There is no need for your misguided instruction. Tian Ji retorted, slapping Jiang Xiang before commanding, Get to it. Who dares to lay a hand on him? Just then, a group rushed down the corridor, led by a blonde youth with an irritated expression. Jiang Xiang sought to assert himself. Who the hell dares to meddle in Master Tian's affairs? Do you wish to court death? He did not finish his sentence, as Tian Ji, instead of slapping him, delivered a swift kick to his forehead, rendering him unconscious. Many onlookers were left in shock. What was happening? Tian Ji chuckled awkwardly. It turns out to be young Master Jin. My apologies for allowing this incompetent fool to offend you. Is my lesson satisfactory? Not bad, came the reply from Jin K, who was Lin Feng's sister Lin Shui's classmate. Jin K approached Lin Feng, smiling as he asked, Brother, are you all right? I'm fine, Lin Feng replied with a smile. It's just that some individuals insist on making my life difficult. Chapter 61. Who is troubling my brother? Who is troubling my brother? Jin K's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Tian Ji. Was it you? And no. Tian Ji hastily waved his hands, internally astonished that this young man even referred to Jin K as brother. I assure you, it was merely a misunderstanding. You claim it's not? Yet to me, it appears that you are indeed the one troubling my brother. Bring him here. Calm down, young Master Jin. It was all a misunderstanding. Tian Ji's expression shifted as he pleaded, Sir, please grant me an opportunity to rectify my earlier transgressions. What do you say, brother? Jin K asked with a smile. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Though it may be a misunderstanding, you frightened my classmates earlier. Some form of compensation is warranted. Compensation? Absolutely. How does 10,000 each sound? Tianji responded eagerly. Tianji glanced at the number of people present and realized that the expenditure would exceed 2 million. Lin Feng chuckled. A mere 100,000? That wouldn't even suffice for a single ICU visit. Are you treating me like a beggar? No, I dare not. How about 20? No, 30,000. Tianji's expression grew somewhat pained. He was indeed one of the three tyrants, but his brothers indulged in extravagance, and every revelry required funds. His available cash was truly limited. Lin Feng smiled and extended 5 fingers. 50,000 each. Not a cent less, or it won't count. Tianji's face changed. Fine. 50 it is. Please provide your bank account numbers. I shall ensure the funds are transferred immediately, without fail. Just provide the account numbers. Lin Feng turned and smiled. The girls, incredulous, still felt as if they were in a dream. Lin Feng, are you joking? Can we really receive this? Of course. Lin Feng replied with a grin. Fan Qingyi was the first to regain her composure. Everyone, send me your account numbers, and I'll take care of it. All right, class monitor. The girls nodded in agreement. Those who had hesitated earlier now seemed unperturbed, sheepishly asking, Lin Feng, can we get a share too? You? How dare you ask? Lin Feng retorted with amusement. They quickly responded, what is embarrassing about it? We are all old classmates. It's only right to help one another. Don't you agree? Indeed, mutual assistance is essential. But did you want a hand just now? Lin Feng found their audacity increasingly amusing. Zhang Yang interjected, exactly. What give you the right to ask? Enough chatter, or I won't be so accommodating. Zhang Yang warned. Reluctantly, the group stepped back, falling silent. Soon, the funds were in place. The girls exclaimed joyfully, thank you, Lin Feng. Class monitor, it's a blessing to have such old classmates. No need for thanks, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Tianji spoke up, sir. Now that the funds have been transferred, may we take our leave? Their compensation is settled, but our brothers is not. Pointing to himself and Zhang Yang, Lin Feng added, what, do you not consider us? Of course not. Tianji replied, 100,000 each. Is that acceptable? His expression soured, nearly boiling with rage. However, glancing at Jean K beside him, he swallowed his anger. Lin Feng chuckled, then I appreciate your trouble. Not troublesome at all. Tianji relented, instructing another transfer. The 100,000 arrived swiftly. Zhang Yang's face turned as bright as the sun. Wow, I've suddenly become a millionaire. This fellow truly dared to fight for himself. If Lin Feng didn't treat him well, he would struggle with his conscience. Zhang Yang exclaimed, Lin, I have nothing but admiration for you. Whatever you need, just call. If it costs my life, so be it. If I dare to say no, I'm no longer human. You're exaggerating. I wouldn't take your life. Lin Feng laughed softly, turning to Tianji. What are you still lingering for? Yes, we are leaving now. Tianji hastily remarked, Jin Xiao, I bid you farewell. Please take care. Jean K chuckled lightly, gesturing with his hand. Tianji promptly departed with his companions. Once outside the hotel, his expression darkened ominously, resembling that of a coal. A few of his brothers beside him suggested, Tiangu, should we find an opportunity to eliminate that little brat before dealing with that lad? Fools! Do you not comprehend whose son the Jin surname belongs to? Tianji coldly retorted, if anything were to happen to him, we would all be at a loss. Yes, we acted recklessly. The younger brothers' faces paled, and they quickly bowed their heads. In this circle, it was well known that the Jin family, only a step behind the Jiang family, appear to have only one eldest son and one eldest daughter. However, in truth, there existed a young master hidden away, whose mother held a lowly status. Thus he could not be acknowledged within the Jin family and was raised outside. Yet even so, this unrecognized boy still bore the blood of the Jin family lineage, although he lacked the privileges afforded to the Jin family. To harm him would equate to striking at the core of the Jin family itself. The esteemed reputation of the clan was at stake, and the Jin family would certainly not turn a blind eye. They would not rest until Tianji was eliminated. Casting a glance back at the hotel entrance, Tianji's eyes glinted with cold determination as he stated, First, we must ascertain the background of that Lin lad. If he proves formidable, we shall cease our pursuit today. If not, humph. Understood, Tiange. Just as they departed, a group of male classmates was expelled from the venue. Their previous actions had led many to view them with disdain. Lin Feng, unwilling to feign camaraderie with such individuals, retained only a select few to continue the gathering. Once the gathering concluded, he glanced at Jean K and smiled. What brings you here? Ah, it was fate's arrangement. Often, such coincidences occur, do they not, brother? Hinke quickly explained. Lin Feng chuckled and inquired, "Were you following me?" "Absolutely not." Jean K hastily waved his hands, but under Lin Feng's piercing gaze. He ultimately conceded with an awkward smile, "Brother, I truly meant no harm. I merely sought your assistance. If you remain unwilling, I vow never to bother you again." "All right, I shall lend you a hand, but let me make it clear, I do not bully children," Lin Feng responded, observing him intently. Jean K was overjoyed. "Brother, you underestimate me. Among my peers in Nanching, none can rival me. I only ask that you assist me in dealing with those who lack martial virtue." "Very well. Feel free to contact me anytime." Lin Feng nodded and then turned to Fan Qingyi, smiling as he asked, "The beautiful lady, shall we still dance as promised?" Chapter 62. You have no powder on you. Fan Qingyi smiled and grasped his hand, dancing a few steps right at the hotel entrance. The soft contact stirred Lin Feng's heart, and the fragrant aroma she carried was far more intoxicating than the finest wine worth 5 million. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng was about to take the lead when he noticed Fan Qingyi gently smile, releasing his arm and stepping back a few paces, looking at him as she asked, "Could you give me a ride?" "Of course," Lin Feng replied, touching his nose and nodding. "Sister-in-law?" Lin Feng paused momentarily, taken aback by the rapid change in this fellow's tone. Fan Qingyi's fair visage radiated with amusement as she waved her hand and said, "Drive safely." "All right." Zhang Yang pedaled away on his tricycle, the sound of its wheels gradually fading into the distance. "This vehicle must be a recent acquisition, right?" Fan Qingyi inquired, gently caressing the sleek Porsche Phantom with a smile. "It appears quite new. Purchased just a couple of days ago." Lin Feng opened the door and climbed inside. Fan Qingyi settled into the passenger seat, her presence infused with a subtle, delightful fragrance reminiscent of sweet tangerines. Upon seeing me, suddenly, "Are you not curious about what I've been up to these past few years?" she asked. "What?" Lin Feng turned to her. Fan Qingyi shot him an exasperated glance. "Why should I have to prompt you? Be more proactive next time." "Understood." Lin Feng nodded. Fan Qingyi continued, "I have opened a jade jewelry store in the southern city and plan to settle there for the long haul. I have no intention of going anywhere else." "What do you think?" "Remarkable," Lin Feng replied, giving a thumbs up. However, this was not the response Fan Qingyi sought. "Is that all?" "Not only remarkable, but truly impressive," Lin Feng asserted with earnestness. Fan Qingyi gazed at him for several seconds, then sighed, turning her head to gaze out at the scenery through the car window. "Drive, will you?" "Where to?" "Of course, to my jade store." "Where's your jade store located?" "Take a guess." "I cannot figure it out." Lin Feng chuckled in disbelief. "We were having such a pleasant conversation, and now you've suddenly taken offense. Please tell me the address." 36, Rongbao Street. Fan Qingyi finally divulged after a moment of silence, though her eyes reflected a hint of resentment, leaving Lin Feng feeling uneasy. What had he done to offend this woman? He could not fathom it. So he pressed the accelerator, speeding towards Rongbao Street. 20 minutes later, they arrived near a jade store bustling with people. Just as they stepped out of the car, a middle-aged woman's piercing scream echoed from the entrance. "Oh no, a scammer. Everyone come and see. These are the jade earrings I bought from this store this morning. Look how fake they are. Madam, please, let us handle this calmly. We can sit down and discuss it." A salesgirl rushed over, attempting to placate the woman. However, the woman only grew louder. "Calmly discuss? I am well aware of how unscrupulous you lot are. Madam, that is not the case. Our store operates with integrity. Please trust us," the salesgirl pleaded. "If you still have concerns, I can call the owner right now to personally attend to you. Would that be acceptable?" "Absolutely not," the middle-aged woman shouted, brandishing the jade earrings. "You sold me counterfeit goods, and you must compensate me for my losses. At least double. If not, I will call the authorities to shut you down." "Exactly. Selling fake goods and expecting a calm discussion? Not a chance. Compensate her immediately, or we will take matters into our own hands." A crowd had gathered, eager to witness the commotion, with some inciting a middle-aged woman. The atmosphere became increasingly heated, akin to molten lava. The server's expression shifted, clearly overwhelmed by the escalating situation. "Please hold on. I will call the manager immediately," she said. "Hurry up. Do not delay my matters, or you will owe me compensation for lost wages." The middle-aged woman shouted. "No entry. Make the call from here." "Yes, yes." The server could only manage a sheepish smile as she stepped aside, phone in hand. Observing this scene, Fan Qingyi, who had just arrived, furrowed her lovely brows in concern. "What are you doing, Lin Feng? Don't rush out." Lin Feng covered her mouth and cheerfully remarked, "Let me handle this." "You?" Fan Qingyi was taken aback. Lin Feng explained, "As merely a bystander, I can navigate this without the onlookers developing any undue bias. However, your presence as the owner of the jade shop would complicate matters significantly. Fan Qingyi hesitated, glancing at the rowdy crowd, many of whom were still clamoring for the manager. Lin Feng pushed through the throng, reaching the center of the commotion. "Excuse me, madam, did you purchase counterfeit goods here?" "Indeed. Young man, I must advise you to keep your eyes wide open when purchasing jade. Never buy from this shop." The middle-aged woman retorted immediately. Lin Feng feigned surprise. "Madam, I have also purchased jade from this establishment without any issues." "Surely, you must be mistaken about the shop?" "No. Is this very shop? Look, I have the receipts and certificates." She promptly produced the documents. Lin Feng examined them, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Madam, while the receipts and certificates appear legitimate, the jade you hold seems to deviate markedly from what is described in the documentation. If that were indeed the case, then it certainly warrants concern." He nodded thoughtfully. The woman, seeing his agreement, beamed. "Exactly. Young man, if you encountered such a situation, would you not feel indignant?" "Of course. I would feel upset," Lin Feng responded with a grin, "but sitting on the ground like this might dirty your clothes, don't you think?" "But madam, it seems your attire is free of dust." Chapter 63. Sacrificing for Justice. "What do you mean?" The woman was momentarily taken aback, as were the onlookers, puzzled. "Young man, what do you mean by free of dust?" "Everyone, please calm down," Lin Feng said, glancing at the crowd before pointing to the jade earrings in the woman's hand. "Surely among you, there are connoisseurs of jade?" The hue of these earrings starkly contrasts with the certificate, or rather, with the color of the jade earrings purchased by this lady in the shop. The reason for their current dullness can only be attributed to two possibilities. Many in the crowd nodded in agreement, believing themselves to be experts, urging Lin Feng to continue. Lin Feng smiled and continued. "One method involves injecting pigments to enhance the jade's color, making it remarkably vibrant. However, jade that has undergone such treatment often appears rather lifeless, losing its inherent vitality. Yet, the jade earrings worn by this lady do not exhibit such dullness, thereby eliminating the possibility of pigment injection." Indeed, several individuals nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Lin Feng now tinged with newfound respect. Lin Feng proceeded. "Given these observations, there remains but one plausible explanation. Polishing powder." "Now it makes sense," exclaimed a bystander. "The young man possesses keen insight. I too believe that the shop utilized polishing powder to temporarily enhance the lackluster jade's vibrancy." Some onlookers chimed in, echoing their thoughts. "This explains why the jade we saw in the shop appeared so exquisite." "Well said," Lin Feng applauded. Meanwhile, standing at a distance, Fan Qingyi's expression shifted slightly. "Is this fellow here to aid me, or to expose the flaws in the jade sold at my store?" Lin Feng turned to the lady and inquired, "Is this accurate?" "Yes, it is." The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment before vigorously nodding. "Young man, your perception is truly remarkable. Where's your boss?" "The truth is evident. Shouldn't they compensate me promptly?" "I am currently in contact with them," the waitress replied, her expression one of resignation. She was well aware of the store's dealings, and her gaze at Lin Feng bore a hint of resentment. What a troublesome individual he is. Yet, in the next moment, she couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt towards Lin Feng. He chuckled heartily and remarked, "Indeed, the truth has been revealed. But I never claimed it was the shop's fault." "Then whose fault is it?" The woman's heart raced, a sense of unease creeping in. Lin Feng looked at her and stated, "Naturally, it is your fault." "What do you mean? I have a problem? I have been wronged by them. How could I possibly be at fault?" The middle-aged woman shouted indignantly. Many spectators were taken aback. "Young man, are you mistaken? The lady is the victim." "Exactly. You cannot speak so unreasonably." "Everyone, please quiet down and observe this lady's hands and attire," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Do you notice any powder?" "What? Powder?" Numerous individuals paused, some quick-witted ones suddenly realizing and fixating their gaze on the middle-aged woman. "Why are you all staring at me like that?" she stammered, instinctively shrinking back and concealing her palms. However, such behavior only served to heighten suspicion about her authenticity. The expressions of the onlookers turned colder. "Oof, I almost fell for your deceit," one declared. "Such disgraceful conduct. This young man speaks the truth. If polishing powder enhances colors, it would inevitably leave residue on one's hands over time. In that case, you would not appear so pristine. We have been deceived. This woman is the true fraud." "No, I am not a fraud. I have genuinely been defrauded by the jade shop." The middle-aged woman attempted to argue. Lin Feng responded with a smile. "In that case, I shall contact the authorities. You have prepared well. Justice lies within the hearts of the people. I have committed no wrongdoing." and the security team will certainly not apprehend me," declared the middle-aged woman, her neck arched defiantly, exuding an air of calm. Observing her demeanor, some bystanders wavered in their judgment. Could it be that this woman was indeed not a fraudster? However, Lin Feng merely smiled lightly, withdrawing his phone to make a call. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." With that, he dialed the number. Upon witnessing this, the previously composed woman's expression shifted dramatically. She exclaimed, "No, don't call the police. I concede, is that not enough?" "Concede?" Lin Feng inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. "Yes, I admit everything," the woman pleaded, her eyes brimming with desperation. "Please do not report me. I was compelled to resort to deception. How about this? I will give you these fake jade earrings as a token. Will you let me go? Just like that?" Lin Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. "That is not acceptable. Can you not show a modicum of compassion?" she implored. "Compassion can be extended, but it is contingent upon the recipient." Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon her, emphasizing, "Do you realize your actions nearly brought down the jade shop that someone painstakingly built? If that shop were to close, the employees would be left jobless. Your single act of deceit has harmed countless individuals. Have you ever considered extending them your compassion? I was truly forced into this. My husband is a slave to alcohol and coerces me into this charade. If I refuse, he beats me and threatens my child." She wept, her voice a mixture of despair and pleading. "Please, sir, have mercy on me." "Oh, how tragic," murmured some onlookers, their eyes glistening with tears as they voiced sympathy for her unfortunate marriage. "Let her go, handsome. Who among us is without troubles? Sir, please allow her to leave. I assure you, she will never deceive anyone again." Could it be that they were swayed by her words? Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and said, "If she is indeed so wretched, why should we not alert the authorities to punish her tyrannical husband? Let her be liberated from her suffering." A gasp rippled through the crowd. It seemed the young man spoke wisely. "Then we must report it. Indeed, let us call the police. United, we possess great strength. I trust the security team will take this matter seriously and ensure justice is served," Lin Feng proclaimed with a smile. The middle-aged woman grew frantic. "No, do not do this. My husband is vicious. If you report him, he will surely retaliate. To sacrifice for justice is our noble calling." Lin Feng responded cheerfully. "As long as it means rescuing you and your child, I fear no retaliation. Isn't that right, everyone?" Chapter 64. Overwhelmed with emotion. Indeed, the young man speaks truthfully. What is there to fear? No matter how formidable your husband may be, he cannot contend with us all, assured the crowd. "Fear not, sister. We will call the police to save you." As phones began to ring, the middle-aged woman broke down in despair. "Please do not do this. I do not want you to report me. Do not be afraid. We will stand by you. Believe that justice will triumph over evil." Lin Feng exclaimed. "I do not need your help," she screamed. "No, you desperately require the support of the community," Lin Feng asserted. The woman nearly fainted from rage. A few among the onlookers, maintaining their composure while observing the situation, had begun to discern the truth. The claims she had made about being coerced by a man were likely fabrications. Once the authorities were alerted, all deceptions would be laid bare. It was possible that this woman had previously committed even graver offenses. Seeing Lin Feng's serious demeanor, Fan Qingyi couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Her crescent-shaped brows were utterly enchanting. This fellow truly had a knack for manipulation. "Please, do not call the police. I will bow to you." The woman's mindset had completely unraveled. The distant wail of police sirens echoed, signaling the arrival of the security team. Upon hearing the sound, the woman rolled her eyes back and fainted. "Oh dear," Lin Feng exclaimed loudly. "Everyone look!" She fainted from joy. It was the fervor and righteousness of the crowd that had moved her. So it was joy. I thought she had fainted from anger. The spectators chuckled. "Today, I have done my part in accumulating virtue." What transpired here? Several members of the security team inquired as they approached. Lin Feng recounted the events succinctly. "Please conduct a thorough investigation. Rest assured, sir, our security team is dedicated to serving the populace. We will get to the bottom of this matter." One member replied gravely. "If possible, we will take the individual into custody." "Please do," Lin Feng smiled. After the security team escorted the woman away, the gathering crowd gradually dispersed. A young waitress approached, holding a cup of tea, her gaze filled with remorse and admiration. "Sir, I truly appreciate your help just now. Without your intervention, I wouldn't have known how to handle the situation. I would surely have been swindled by that charlatan. No need for formalities." Lin Feng replied with a smile as he accepted a cup of tea. Just as the waitress was about to speak, she suddenly spotted Fan Qingyi and promptly greeted her. "Boss, you're here. This gentleman is my friend. Fan Qingyi smiled, glancing at Lin Feng. I never expected this blockhead to be so sharp, resolving the predicament in no time. When did I become a blockhead? Lin Feng chuckled, pinching his own arm. See, I'm quite flesh and blood. You have the body, but perhaps not the heart. Fan Qingyi teased, rolling her eyes. Since when did you become so knowledgeable about jade? The comments you made earlier seemed like basic knowledge. Lin Feng looked at her, astonished. Fan Qingyi appeared bewildered, staring at him in disbelief. When did terms like polishing powder and injected dye become common knowledge? Just how much do you understand? I possess a fundamental understanding of jade-related matters, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Is it truly that impressive? Fan Qingyi asked in surprise. Then could you assist me with something shortly? What is it? Just as Lin Feng inquired, a seemingly inconspicuous yet expensive business vehicle worth over 2 million approached. A greasy-haired, middle-aged man leaned out of the window. Hello, boss Fan. Business is booming, I see. Mr. Me, was your journey smooth this time? Fan Qingyi smiled slightly. Indeed, it was much smoother. I arrived here a good 10 minutes earlier than last time, Mr. Me chuckled. Shall we continue our discussion here? Or would you prefer to look at the stones at your shop? As he spoke, he brought the car to a halt and opened the trunk. Here it is. Lin Feng, take a look. Fan Qingyi led Lin Feng to the rear of the business vehicle, where several stones were packed in boxes. They varied in size, some as large as a person's head, while others were no bigger than half a palm. The outer skins appeared quite ordinary, each marked with chalk. Boss Me exited the vehicle and sized up Lin Feng, smiling as he inquired, Is this your boyfriend? Well, you can guess, Fan Qingyi replied, glancing at Lin Feng. Noticing his lack of denial, she subtly drew closer to him. Witnessing this, Boss Me nearly widened his eyes in astonishment. This was indeed a case of a woman pursuing a man. May I ask how to address you, sir? Shuma Lin, Lin Feng chuckled, gazing at him as he asked. How do you price these stones? Hello, Boss Lin. The price depends on how much you intend to purchase. The more you buy, the greater the discount. If you buy less, well, that complicates matters, Boss Me replied with a smile. So, which ones catch your eye? Lin Feng selected 8 stones and inquired about their price. Boss Me's eyes twinkled as he remarked, Boss Lin has a keen eye. You've picked out my finest stones at first glance. Since it's our first meeting, I'll offer you a special price, a total of 850,000. And what about those stones? Lin Feng pointed to a few stones beyond the 8 he had chosen. Boss Me hesitated momentarily. For 1 or 2, it would be 700,000 for 7 stones. Then, Boss Me, that doesn't seem quite right. The best 8 stones are priced at 850,000, yet these inferior stones at an average of 100,000 each? That seems rather steep, Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Boss Me regarded him with a sense of unease. This Boss Lin was employing a clever tactic of misdirection. Goodness, it appears I may have to offer a discount. All right then, how about 650,000 for 7 stones? No, let's settle on 500,000. That's excessive. How about 600,000? Never mind, we can always visit another shop. Lin Feng decisively shook his head, taking Fan Qingyi's hand as he prepared to enter the jade store. What's this? Boss Lin, can't you go any higher? Boss Me asked. Lin Feng replied with a smile. If you ask me again, I will leave. All right, since we seem to have a good rapport, let's settle on 500,000. Boss Me sighed, conceding, considered a loss for me in making a friend. Boss Me was quite magnanimous. Lin Feng chuckled to himself, knowing that such losses were hardly credible. If he were truly at a loss, what would compel someone to travel such a distance? After receiving the money, Boss Me grinned and remarked, You seem quite knowledgeable about stones, Boss Lin. Surely, these stones will yield something valuable? Certainly, the fee is 5,000. Still a fee? Boss Me looked bewildered. Lin Feng smiled. I assure you, it's worth every penny. Goodness, Boss Lin truly knows how to conduct business. But are you certain this isn't a jest? Boss Me's lips twitched slightly, hesitating over whether to leave. Lin Feng chuckled as he placed the purchased stones on a small cart, instructing the attendant to wheel them into the jade store. Why not come in with me? If, after inspecting the stones, you feel they're worth the price, you can pay then. Pay after seeing? Indeed. Lin Feng smiled and remarked, Isn't it suitable? Boss Lin is indeed an intriguing individual. Boss Me chuckled and followed him into the jade shop. The stone processing area, originally a storage room at the back of the store, had been transformed by Fan Qingyi into a jade processing workshop. Upon seeing her, the 2 employees in the workshop immediately rose to greet her. Wow, you've purchased so many raw stones. What do you intend to do with them? Of course, we're going to process them, Fan Qingyi replied with a slight smile. A rather stout man in his 50s was taken aback, based on his years of professional experience. Typical jade shops do not engage in stone processing. This endeavor carries a gamble. One cut could lead to paradise, while another could plunge one into hell. The thrill it brings is akin to riding the most perilous roller coasters in the world, a venture not every proprietor can withstand. He never expected that the young and beautiful female owner before him possessed such audacity to delve into the realm of stone gambling. After a moment's hesitation, he looked at Fan Qingyi and said, "Boss, last time we inadvertently offended that stone gambling expert. Now it's just the two of us. We are merely jade processing artisans, utterly ignorant of stone gambling. We can assist with cutting, but we cannot guarantee how to cut or whether we will find green. Indeed, boss, what you are engaging in is stone gambling, which is quite different from jade processing," another thinner jade craftsman quickly added. "Boss, neither Lao Xing nor I can handle this. Rest assured, I will not impose any additional work on you." Fan Qingyi smiled and glanced at Lin Feng, saying, "I have a friend who can manage this aspect." Huh? Both men turned simultaneously to Lin Feng, followed by an almost synchronized exclamation. So young. Everyone knows that the stone gambling trade relies on experience. It is akin to antique appraisal, although age does not always equate to skill. A lack of age certainly correlates with a lack of expertise. This young man appears to be at most 22 or 23. How capable can he be? Lao Xing muttered. Can he really do it? Of course, I can, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Lao Xing's face flushed with embarrassment. Did you hear that? I have quite good hearing, Lin Feng said, offering him a warm smile, which made Lao Xing feel even more awkward, prompting him to apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply anything negative. I just didn't expect someone so young to excel in stone gambling. It is understandable. After all, there are indeed very few under 30 who have made a name for themselves in this field. Lin Feng replied with a smile, showing no inclination to hold grudge. This magnanimity caused Lao Xing to lower his head. Yes. You instruct us on how to cut, and we will handle it. Then I shall trouble you. Lin Feng smiled, picking up a piece of chalk and swiftly drawing lines on the stones, marking them with a sequence of numbers. His speed was astonishing, and within the blink of an eye, he had completed marking all the stones. The decisiveness of his actions made Boss Mi, who had encountered numerous stone gambling experts, squint in surprise, secretly marveling at Lin Feng's remarkable dexterity. Sir, which piece shall we begin cutting? Lao Xing inquired, his heart filled with astonishment. Generally speaking, even among the most skilled gem experts, it is rare to find them marking stones in a sequential manner. After all, in typical cutting practices, regardless of the method employed, the robust and dense internal structure of jadeite remains unaltered. Thus, the significance of cutting in a specific order is rather minimal. A slender, younger jade processing artisan whispered, Old Xing, this fellow must be putting on airs, right? What purpose do those sequential marks serve? Hush! Old Xing shot him a glare and admonished softly. What do you know? You speak of common circumstances. However, if there are internal cracks or other issues within the jadeite, cutting in sequence can indeed mitigate such risks. Old Xing's expression was notably grave. Nevertheless, in his decades-long career, he had only witnessed 2 instances where individuals marked stones without making a single cut. The first was 20 years ago, when the elder of the Jiang family showcased his prowess at the raw stone auction in the southern city before retiring. The second occurred a decade ago, when Biliang, one of the 3 great jade gambling masters of the southern city, sought justice for his deceased wife. Boldly confronting the Pei family and challenging 38 jade gambling masters single-handedly, that battle not only forced the Pei family to flee the southern city, but also revealed the terrifying courage of a man known for his gentle demeanor. 10 years later, Old Xing never anticipated that someone would once again mark raw stones in such a manner. Who exactly is this young man? After receiving a few words from Old Xing, the slender and youthful jade artisan fell silent, hesitant to speak. Master, please begin with these marked stones, Lin Feng said with a smile, gesturing toward the stones bearing sequential lines. Old Xing nodded excitedly. All right, no problem. Xiaohu, lend a hand. Yes, Old Xing, Xiaohu replied promptly. The two placed the stones on the cutting table and began their work. A piercing sound erupted as the blade whirred to life, gradually sinking into the stone, creating a dazzling display of water light. This so-called water light was not produced by water itself, but rather emerged from the jadeite as it was cut, forming a circular phenomenon of stone dust. The higher the quality of the jadeite, the more exquisite the water light appeared. However, due to the rapid rotation of the blade, it was often difficult for the naked eye to discern any difference, and few could predict the outcome through the water light alone. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the water light, a smile gracing his lips. Boss me, are you not recording the video? Huh, should I start now? Boss me was taken aback, quickly pulling out his phone. Lin Feng grinned. This piece is ice type with purple flowers. Purple flowers? Boss me exclaimed in astonishment, hastily aiming his phone's camera at the stone. With one cut, what emerged before the crowd was not the anticipated purple flowers, but rather a piece of colorless jade. It appeared quite rough, with a dull and lifeless hue. It was far from being ice type, and even the glutinous type was not reached. It could only be classified as the lowest grade of bean jade, utterly crushed and sold as construction waste. $5 for a large bag. Boss Lin, what's going on? Chapter 66. A thread of hope amidst despair. Mr. Me's face bore traces of annoyance as he exclaimed, how could this worthless piece emerge from the promised purple flower jade? Is someone playing tricks on me? Patience. This is merely the first cut. Let us proceed. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Mr. Me glanced at the 3 lines still etched on the stone, gritted his teeth, and said, fine, I shall continue recording. Master, please make another cut, Lin Feng instructed. Understood. Old Xing adjusted the stone's position and resumed his work. To the untrained eye, cutting a stone appeared to be a simple task. However, those acquainted with raw jadeite knew that it possessed a hardness comparable to diamonds, rendering ordinary cutting tools utterly ineffective. Splitting it in half was an even greater challenge. Fortunately, the tools at Fan Qingyi's disposal were quite capable. As a second cut was made, a radiant purple gleam emerged from the stone's surface, shimmering delightfully under the bright flashlight. Mr. Me was astonished. Indeed, it is ice-type jade with purple flowers. Lin Feng, you have an extraordinary eye. Suddenly, his expression changed. Oh dear, a crack has appeared. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, regardless of a jade's quality. The presence of any fissure significantly diminished its value. Cracks are irremediable, only concealable through subsequent processing, and even the best concealment cannot fully mitigate their impact on jade's quality. In contrast, black spots and cloudiness can be entirely removed through refinement. Thus, their effect on value is relatively minor, provided they are not excessive. Observing that 1/3 of the large stone was marred by cracks, Xiaohu remarked, Old Xing, you mentioned that the marked lines were meant to avoid cracks. Did that work? Old Xing, perplexed, instinctively glanced at Lin Feng, who merely smiled and said, there are still 2 cuts remaining. Please proceed, master. With a sigh, Old Xing suppressed his confusion and continued. The 3rd cut revealed the substantial cracks still present, prompting a collective sigh from the onlookers. Such a pristine piece of ice-type jade with purple flowers was being utterly ruined. However, as the final cut was made, a startling sound echoed. The crack caused the entire stone to split in 2. This left both Old Xing and Xiaohu in shock. Xiaohu quickly raised his hands in protest. This is not my doing. We followed the lines precisely. Boss, sir, the stone cracked of its own accord. Old Xing wore a bitter expression, incredulous. Having spent decades in the jade industry, though he had cut few stones, he had witnessed countless dramatic reveals, yet he had never encountered a stone that cracked itself. As he struggled to articulate further explanations, he noticed the others were dumbfounded. Mr. Me suddenly shouted, by heavens, the crack is gone. Is it really gone? Old Xing gasped, looking down in astonishment. The stone had indeed split apart at the crack, effectively eliminating the flaw. The jade, once significantly devalued, had now experienced a remarkable increase in worth. This was nothing short of a miraculous turn of events. Old Xing, you speak of Master One, the jade scholar's renowned technique. The perilous move known as a thread of heaven amidst 10 deaths. Young was taken aback. Old Xing nodded and affirmed, indeed, that is the very technique. To his surprise, you, esteemed sir, also possess this skill. I am not well versed in the concept of thread of heaven. I merely drew lines according to the stone's inherent structure. Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. Old Xing remarked, this is precisely what a thread of heaven is. One of the 10 ultimate skills in stone gambling. It is exceedingly dangerous. It is indeed extraordinarily perilous. Boss Me nodded in deep agreement. If it were an ordinary stone gambling master, they would have long avoided the cracks, even if it meant discarding some exquisite purple flower jadeite. They would at least strive to minimize the risk of cracking. Lin Feng's technique. If the final cut does not reveal any self-cracking in the stone, wouldn't it result in a grave loss? The so-called 10 deaths without life. A thread of heaven is truly breathtaking, absolutely beyond the mastery of an ordinary stone gambler. Could this young man before us be yet another jade scholar like Wen Bilyang, a future top stone gambling master of the South City? The thought filled Boss Me with exhilaration. How fortunate it is for me to have encountered this Lin boss early on. Is this not an immense opportunity? I wonder if Boss Lin, with such extraordinary insight, would be interested in joining me for a private auction in Pingzhou? Oh, Lin Feng glanced at him. After all, his family owns a jade mine, and during his father's lifetime, they had sold some stones to Pingzhou. Thus, he had heard of Pingzhou's fairness since childhood. However, Boss Me mentioned a private auction. Generally speaking, public auctions are open for all to attend, while private auctions are convened discreetly by industry magnates, where only a select few invited individuals are eligible to participate. Is it significant? Indeed, it is quite substantial. Boss Me patted his chest and declared, I assure you, it is certainly not inferior to the public auction in Pingzhou. Very well, then you may contact me when the time comes, Lin Feng replied with a smile. As for the benefits, you take 80 and I take 20 with the eye fee calculated separately. Boss Me promptly handed him his business card. Lin Feng glanced at it. Mi Dalong, general manager of Pingzhou Xinglong Jadeite Raw Stone Company, Limited. So, Boss Me owns a company? If it were possible. I would prefer not to run a company. I would rather not deal with taxes and accounting. You may call me Old Me, Boss Lin. Mi Dalong said with a wry smile. Lin Feng nodded and asked, so, Old Me, is 5,000 worth it? Worth it. It is incredibly worth it. Mi Dalong nodded eagerly. Just the recording of a technique like a thread of heaven is worth far more than 5,000 in the eyes of stone gambling experts. Not to mention, he had the chance to observe it live. Don't mention 5,000. If you were to ask for 50,000, I would not hesitate. As he spoke, he pulled out his wallet, ready to pay. Lin Feng laughed heartily and said, you truly intend to pay, Old Me? I was merely speaking casually. This won't do. You must take it. Lin Feng shook his head and replied, as long as you offer a preferential price when selling stones next time, that will suffice. Then, in that case, when I sell stones to Boss Lin in the future, I will only charge you the cost price. Mi Dalong hesitated for a moment, and seeing that he genuinely did not want the money, he put his wallet away and continued filming with his phone. One after another, the stones were unveiled, all of them appreciating in value, leaving the crowd in awe. Fan Qingyi looked at Lin Feng in astonishment and said, didn't you only understand the basics of jade knowledge? How come you're so impressive? Lin Feng chuckled and replied, what I previously mentioned was that I possess a fundamental understanding of all matters related to jade. Huh? Is that what you meant by basic? She inquired. What else could it mean? Lin Feng responded. Fan Qingyi nearly bit her own tongue. She had assumed Lin Feng was being modest, but now it seemed his words implied he had little left to learn about jade. Goodness, how ostentatious. Chapter 67, swindled out of 30 million. What else with that gaping mouth? Lin Feng laughed. Fan Qingyi shot him a glare. Speak honestly. How had you become so adept after not seeing each other for years? Did you hide your talents from me? How was I unaware of your prowess in stone gambling? I truly haven tea. It's only recently that I've had a breakthrough, Lin Feng said with sincere eyes. Fan Qingyi found it amusing. A man's words can be deceitful. I would be a fool to believe you. Nevertheless, you've helped me earn so much. I ought to thank you. What would you like to eat? My treat. A lady of discerning taste should make the choice, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Then let us be off, Fan Qingyi said cheerfully. All right, farewell. Boss, how should we handle these jade raw stones? Old Qing pondered aloud. This piece with purple floral patterns can be fashioned into several circular bracelets and perhaps some Buddha pendants. It's bound to yield substantial profits. The other stones are also quite good, Xiaohu remarked enviously. If only I had even a fraction of Mr. Lin's insight. I'd have surely become a millionaire by now. As for the processing of the final products, Old Qing, you can manage that. However, once completed, please provide me with a list. At least half of it should belong to Lin Feng, Fan Qingyi instructed. Old Qing nodded in agreement. Understood, boss. He immediately began cutting the stones into slices, sketching the positions for bracelets and pendants on the irregular stone fragments, and then meticulously cutting them according to the lines drawn. He would then draft designs, cut, polish, and carve, ultimately aiming to create a fine Buddha pendant. Even the most skilled artisans would require 2 weeks to a month for such work. Old Qing's craftsmanship was exceptional, taking a full 2 weeks. The circular bracelets would be completed slightly faster. However, the quality of the jade material demanded high standards. Generally, square bracelets were more prevalent in the market. Yet, once good material was available, both the boss and the artisans were particularly eager to create circular bracelets, as they commanded the highest market prices for the same size. The price of Buddha pendants also surpassed that of traditional Avalokiteshvara pendants worn by men, beloved for their innocence and simplicity among female jade enthusiasts. Watching Old Qing's artistry, Xiao was constantly in awe. Old Qing, your skills must be from Jiang, right? Truly remarkable. What Jiang? It's merely the result of practice, Old Qing replied. A flicker of pain crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by a composed smile. Jiang? Haha, he's not just a worker from Jiang, but hails from Yangmei village, a place that even the finest artisans from Jiang admire. The following morning, after Lin Feng had dropped his sister off at school, a call from Boss Me came through. Boss Me, regarding the private stone gambling we discussed yesterday, shall we proceed now? Very well, I will head to the airport at once. Excellent. I shall await your arrival at the airport. Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Mi Daolong's face lit up with joy. With the assistance of a gambling expert of Wen Bilyang's caliber, he was confident that this private stone gambling event in Pingzhou would yield him a fortune beyond measure. Moments later, Lin Feng parked his car in the airport's underground garage. Boss Me, Mi Daolong quickly approached, waving and smiling. You've worked hard. Would you care for something to drink? Thank you. Lin Feng took a bottle of mineral water from him. Mi Daolong chuckled. No need for formality. I hope you will look after me this time and provide me with a chance to prosper. However, the atmosphere turned awkward as they encountered an individual whose presence was overwhelmingly pretentious. Upon seeing this person, Mi Daolong's expression soured, and his eyes reddened with fury, his teeth grinding audibly. You Feng Ping, you scoundrel, you robbed me of 30 million in jade rough. How dare you show your face here? Do you want me to call the police? What are you shouting about? Who are you trying to impress? Feng Ping scoffed, nonchalantly cleaning his ear with his pinky and casting a disdainful glance in Mi Daolong's direction. Without evidence, be careful. I might sue you for defamation. You bastard. I'll settle this with you. The memory of nearly going bankrupt due to Feng Ping's deceit ignited an irrational rage within Mi Daolong. His fists clenched as he prepared to charge forward. Sensing the impending confrontation, Feng Ping's face twisted into a sinister grin. I've been waiting for you. Just as Mi Daolong was about to deliver a punch, several of Feng Ping's henchmen lunged at him, throwing punches toward his head. Feng Ping cackled. Mi Daolong's face paled. You dare? As disaster loomed, a figure suddenly interposed itself between them, and with a single kick, all the henchmen were sent sprawling. A particularly unfortunate thug collided headfirst with a protruding section of the parking lot, crying out in pain as he clutched his head, writhing in agony. What are you doing, you brat? Feng Ping's smile froze in disbelief. Lin Feng spoke coolly. One against many, relying on henchmen for support is hardly the mark of a true hero. Boss Me, why do you hesitate? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Are you not seeking revenge? Mi Daolong's heart soared with excitement as he turned to Feng Ping, grinning with malice. You dog, did you think my friend was so formidable? You dare to provoke me after robbing me of 30 million. If I don't turn you into a pig-ass head today, I, Mi Daolong, would rather be a mere worm. Stay back. There are cameras here. Beware. Or I'll call the police. Feng Ping retreated in fear, only to stumble and fall to the ground. Panic set in. Mi Daolong, think this through. If you lay a finger on me, you could end up in jail. Are you not here to catch a flight to Pingzhou for the private stone gambling? Mi Daolong gritted his teeth, uncertain whether to act. At that moment, Lin Feng chuckled. Go ahead, boss me. If he calls the police, he won't be able to attend the private gambling event either. Mutual harm. Who fears whom? Mi Daolong was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Indeed, you are here for the private deal, aren't you? If it comes to it, I would rather perish alongside you. Chapter 68. The Elegance of a Woman's Form. Oh, Mi Daolong, help. Someone please. Oh dear. Feng Ping, having lived a life of luxury for many years, had everything managed by subordinates. How could he possibly contend with Mi Daolong, who was actively engaged in moving stones? In the blink of an eye, he was thoroughly beaten by Mi Daolong, emerging with a bruised and battered visage. Mi Daolong chuckled. Weren't you just saying you would call the police? Why haven't you done so? You. Feng Ping's face turned a shade of deep anger. This private deal in Pingzhou involved significant stakes. If he missed out, the losses would be substantial. Just wait and see. After the private deal concludes, it will be your turn to face calamity. Still daring to boast? Do you seek a beating? Mi Daolong clenched his fists. Feng Ping, terrified, fled. Curse you. I will remember this. Boss Lin, I truly appreciate your assistance just now. Otherwise, I would have been in dire straits, Mi Daolong expressed with gratitude. Lin Feng smiled slightly and replied, no need for thanks. Let us board the plane. Perhaps we might encounter that fellow again. Oof. I hope I do not run into him again, Mi Daolong huffed, walking as he recounted how he had been deceived. It turned out that several years prior, Mi Daolong and Feng Ping had established a business relationship which had been quite amicable. Mi Daolong had regarded him as a friend, even sending over a jade rough worth 30 million directly. However, halfway through, Feng Ping had his men ambush it, and since then, there had been no trace. In an unfamiliar locale, even reporting to the police would be futile. Initially, Mi Dalong was oblivious to Feng Ping's scheming and mistakenly believed he was also a victim. Just thinking about that past incident left him in a foul mood. As they conversed, the two passed through security. After checking in, they waited briefly before boarding the plane. Feng Ping did not appear. It was unclear whether he had never intended to take this flight or had made a last-minute change due to Lin Feng and Mi Dalong's presence. "Excuse me, could you please move?" A tall and elegant woman clad in a tailored blue suit addressed Lin Feng with a melodious voice. Her fair complexion and striking features were accentuated by her sleek black hair. "My seat is the one inside." "Oh, please, go ahead," Lin Feng replied, turning his head just in time to feel the weight of her presence, prompting him to adjust his legs. The woman smiled. "Thank you." She then gracefully passed by Lin Feng, carrying a white canvas bag. Lin Feng casually inquired, "Where is the lovely lady headed with so little luggage?" "A short trip for a few days," she replied with a subtle smile as she settled into her seat. "And you, sir?" The beauty paused for a moment, then smiled again. "What a coincidence. My first stop on the short trip is also Pingzhou." "Indeed, it seems fate has intertwined our paths," Lin Feng responded with a smile. Amused internally, for unlike trains, passengers on a plane are destined for the same destination unless there's a transfer involved. The enchanting woman rose gracefully, placing her canvas bag towards the overhead storage. Her slender and statuesque figure stirred emotions in many onlookers. Suddenly, she froze, a look of agony crossing her face before she could stow the bag, and she fell to the ground. "Beautiful lady?" Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise as he caught her. Her soft body felt like a warm cloud, exceedingly light. The beauty furrowed her brow tightly. Having just inhaled Lin Feng's masculine scent, her cheeks flushed with warmth. "Are you all right? Did you hurt your back?" Lin Feng inquired. The lady shyly avoided his gaze. "I may have strained my lumbar spine, but it's fine now. Could you let me go? Given your condition, it would be wise to wait a moment. Allow me to provide some massage therapy. It would be beneficial," Lin Feng remarked, glancing at her spine, which he discerned had suffered a slight misalignment. This was more than a mere strain. "Massage?" The lady's heart raced as she quickly pushed him away, suppressing her pain. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'll manage on my own." They were strangers. Having just met, how could she let down her guard and permit Lin Feng to touch her? Noticing her reaction, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation, offering a wry smile. "Please, do not misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to help you." At that moment, a lean young man clad in a black suit approached, his face marked by dark circles, exuding an air of somberness. His gaze upon Lin Feng was piercing, as if he were a thorn in his side. "The seating here is too cramped and noisy. Why not join me in my VIP cabin?" "No, I find this spot quite satisfactory," Zhang Mengyao replied, casting a disdainful glance at the gaunt man. "Moreover, the seats on this flight are assigned. I cannot simply join your VIP cabin. It is nothing. I can easily speak to the attendants. The VIP cabin is far more comfortable. Mengyao, please accompany me," the lean man insisted. Zhang Mengyao shook her head. "I appreciate your offer, Mr. Tan, but I truly do not need it." Mr. Tan's demeanor soured slightly, his gaze now fixed on Lin Feng. "How about this? You stand up." Lin Feng shot him a doubtful glance. Mr. Tan produced a ticket and handed it to him. "Here, kid, I'm offering you a chance to experience the VIP cabin. Use this to find your seat. I'm already seated here. I'm afraid I must decline." "Are you certain?" "I'm seated in a cabin that surpasses first class." Mr. Tan's expression darkened, his tone growing cold. "Once seated, you may indulge in red wine and gourmet meals to your heart's content, and even post on social media to garner envy." "That sounds enticing, but I must decline. The flight is about to take off. I kindly ask you to refrain from obstructing my conversation with this lovely lady," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Mr. Tan, his expression unfaltering, pulled out his wallet, revealing a handful of cash, gesturing with a flick of his finger. "Will this suffice for you to leave?" "Indeed, it would suffice for you to depart, not for me." Lin Feng furrowed his brows, questioning the perception of his identity. "Attendant, could you come here for a moment?" he called out. "What do you think you're doing?" "Mr. Tan's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Fear not. I merely wish to request something reasonable, as any guest might. Of course, as a fellow passenger, should you have any requests, we can discuss them together with the attendant. What do you think?" Chapter 69. Taking advantage of the beauty. "Shall we inquire together?" Mr. Tan's demeanor was decidedly unfavorable. "You little brat, I one tea forget you." He glared at Lin Feng, his expression fluctuating between anger and frustration, before he reluctantly walked away. "I hope you remain grounded. You'd better remember that. Don't mistake me for someone else later," Lin Feng chuckled, unfazed by the threat. Mr. Tan's countenance darkened further as he brushed past the approaching attendant. The attendant approached. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? It's a bit chilly here. Could you please bring me a blanket? Lin Feng requested with a smile. Miss, do you need one as well? Yes, please. Thank you. Zhang Mingyao replied gratefully. My name is Zhang Mingyao. I forgot to ask how to address you. Shu Mu Lin, Lin Feng for short. He introduced himself with a smile. Zhang Mingyao continued. Thank you for earlier. Had I switched seats with that man, I surely wouldn't have been able to rest throughout the journey. Is he quite difficult? Indeed. And he is persistently annoying. I made it clear several times that I have no interest in him. Yet he continues to pursue me relentlessly, she said. Her expression filled with indignation. Lin Feng observed her and remarked, a beauty of your caliber indeed attracts the gaze of unscrupulous men. Am I truly a beauty? Zhang Mingyao blushed at his direct compliment. Lin Feng replied, if you aren't considered a beauty, then there are hardly any left in this world. Is that so? Her cheeks flushed slightly. Certainly. However, after disembarking, it would be wise for you to visit a hospital. Your spine has experienced a slight misalignment. If left untreated, it could worsen significantly. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will. Zhang Mingyao nodded, her guard diminishing considerably. She recalled the sensation of being held by Lin Feng, and a rosy hue enveloped her fair complexion. Lin Feng noticed, Miss Zhang, are you all right? I'm fine. It's just that the temperature here feels a bit high. She fanned her face with her delicate hand. Lin Feng glanced around curiously. Is it really that warm? As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, particularly with the shy expression adorning Zhang Mingyao's face, Mr. Tan, who was walking away, seethed with barely contained rage, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it! How dare he compete for a woman with me? Mr. Tan, is that the brat? A burly man with a dragon tattoo on his arm approached, bare-chested. Upon seeing him, some passengers visibly paled, their anxiety palpable. Mr. Tan nodded. Keep a close watch on that brat. If the opportunity arises, make sure to deal with him severely. Should anything go awry, I will take responsibility. Rest assured, Mr. Tan, this scoundrel has already met his demise. The villain chuckled darkly. Mr. Tan acknowledged with a grunt and made his way towards the VIP cabin. With a thunderous roar, the airplane ascended, and the earth began to diminish in size, the clouds appearing almost within reach. Zhang Mingyao took out her camera and snapped a few pictures, exclaiming, It's truly beautiful. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Indeed, it is splendid, Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile, adding, Yet it pales in comparison to your beauty. Ah, Mr. Lin, you are quite the charmer. If you continue with such flattery, I might just ignore you, Zhang Mingyao said, casting a bashful glance at him before quickly redirecting her gaze to the scenery outside. I merely speak the truth. If you doubt me, ask him, who is more beautiful, you or the view outside? Of course, it is you, young lady, interjected me Dalong, seated in the adjacent row, with a grin. This gentleman indeed speaks the truth. See, I told you I was lying, Lin Feng chuckled. Zhang Mingyao became even more flustered, secretly observing Lin Feng through the glass window. Mr. Lin, aren't you going to rest? Not at all, Lin Feng replied with a smile, especially when I am in the presence of such a lovely lady as yourself. It invigorates me. Oh dear, Mr. Lin, please refrain from saying such things, or I may become too embarrassed to converse with you. Is speaking the truth such a crime? Lin Feng laughed lightly. Zhang Mingyao then stood up, saying, I need to visit the restroom. Very well, Lin Feng responded promptly, closing his legs to clear the aisle. Just as Zhang Mingyao attempted to pass, the plane jolted unexpectedly, causing her to stumble toward Lin Feng. Oh dear, I apologize, Mr. Lin. Not all, Lin Feng said, grasping her arm. Just hold on until it stabilizes. All right, Zhang Mingyao nodded slightly, but in the next moment, her heart raced as she realized her hand was resting in a rather intimate location. Lin Feng's chest felt like two solid rocks, strong and firm. This involuntary contact made her instinctively shift. Miss Zhang? Lin Feng looked at her, puzzled. This woman had audaciously taken advantage of him. Zhang Mingyao nearly gasped in embarrassment, thinking, Oh my, what have I just done? I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin. My hand just... It felt uncomfortable, and I moved it without thinking. You don't misunderstand me, do you? Cough, it's nothing. As long as you're all right, Lin Feng coughed lightly, particularly when she raised her hand to her nose. It seemed she could still catch a whiff of Lin Feng's scent, making her heart race uncontrollably. I can't believe I acted that way. Zhang Mingyao covered her face, feeling utterly humiliated. Mr. Lin, you are quite astute, Mi Daolong remarked with a chuckle as soon as she left, giving a thumbs up in admiration. The plane has barely taken off, and such an exquisite beauty has already been captivated by you. Who would believe it? Tomorrow, do teach me your ways. Don't overthink it. It was merely an accident. Lin Feng coughed again, truthfully surprised that a woman had taken advantage of him. Mi Daolong laughed heartily. Mr. Lin, you are being modest. It was truly an accident. I understand. I completely understand, Lin Feng replied. Rest assured, I assure you of confidentiality. I shall not disclose a word. Mi Daolong proclaimed with a serious expression. Lin Feng, caught between laughter and tears, felt that no matter what he said, it only served to deepen the suspicion. Sir, is that enchanting lady surnamed Zhang your acquaintance? At that moment, a burly thug adorned with a Qinglong tattoo approached. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Is there something you need? Chapter 70, A Kick to the Head. Lin Feng responded with an O. Very well, I shall fetch some tissues for you. You'd best hurry. Her complexion appears rather unwell, suggesting something is amiss. The thug chuckled and turned away, seemingly devoid of malicious intent. Mi Daolong, oblivious to any underlying tension, merely found the thug's appearance startling. That man looked truly fearsome, yet he seems to possess a good heart. Boss Lin, congratulations. What is there to celebrate? Lin Feng cast him a glance, adding, Do not overthink it. I merely intend to fetch some tissues. Mi Daolong smirked ambiguously. What sort of relationship allows a girl to request such a favor? Boss Lin, you must admit, today seems to be your lucky day. Indeed, there was a hint of fortune, but certainly not in the manner he presumed. Lin Feng shot him a bemused look and proceeded toward the restroom to retrieve the tissues. The thug had been surreptitiously observing, and upon noticing Lin Feng vacate his seat, a sinister smile crept across his face as he followed closely behind. As Lin Feng approached the restroom door, before he could even knock, a fierce gust of wind struck towards his temple from behind. The thug had launched a surprise attack, and with such force it was a lethal strike. With that punch, even if Lin Feng survived, he would surely suffer a grave concussion, possibly ending up a mere shell of his former self, confined to a hospital bed for eternity. Yet, Lin Feng remained oblivious, standing still as if nothing were amiss. The wind from the punch tousled his hair, but he did not so much as turn his head. You are as good as dead, the thug snarled menacingly. However, the next instant, his expression shifted drastically as his eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Hello. Lin Feng greeted with a smile. Unbeknownst to him, his hand had seized the thug's arm with unwavering grip. What a swift reunion we have. Although you appear rather unfriendly. Let go. The thug, with a grim countenance, struggled to free himself. Yet Lin Feng's grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering him utterly immobile. The thug's face flushed crimson with frustration. Damn it. I command you to release me. Very well. I shall oblige, Lin Feng replied with a light chuckle. Loosening his hold. What? The thug had not anticipated such compliance. In an instant, he was sent reeling backward, his head colliding forcefully with the restroom wall, causing stars to dance before his eyes. What is the matter? Isn't this what you wish for? Lin Feng smiled cheerfully at him. Could it be that you secretly desired me to hold on? You seek your own demise. The thug, gritting his teeth, charged at Lin Feng with clenched fists. Lin Feng's eyes turned icy as he lifted his foot high and brought it down forcefully onto the man's head. With a resounding thud, the rogue fell to the floor, unconscious and unable to utter a single cry. The bathroom door creaked as it was turned from within, and Zhang Mingyao emerged, momentarily stunned by the scene before her. Mr. Lin, what are you doing here? I came to bring you some tissues, she said. Lin Feng smiled and handed her the item in his hand. Zhang Mingyao, taken aback, remarked, It can't be that simple, can it? I recognize this scoundrel. He has been following President Tan for some time. So it was indeed him who sent you. She gazed at him, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Mr. Lin, did you sense I was in danger and come to rescue me? You are truly wonderful, she said, her admiration evident. Had it not been for the trouble he caused, how would he have ended up in the bathroom? She nodded obediently, trailing behind him like a devoted wife. Many passengers watched with an inexplicable mix of envy and jealousy, wondering how someone who didn't seem particularly affluent could attract such a stunning beauty. Perhaps he possesses unique talents. What sort of talents could captivate such a beauty? Singing or painting, perhaps? One young man mused. Young man, if you understand, please don't pretend otherwise, another chimed in. Zhang Mingyao, feeling a bit shy, murmured softly, her gaze instinctively drifting back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng touched his nose and said, looking at the time, the plane should be nearing Pingzhou, right? About half an hour. Zhang Mingyao replied. The aircraft landed at Pingzhou International Airport. Observing the two of them walking closely together, their relationship appearing more intimate than before, President Tan followed behind. his face turning a shade of green with anger. President Tan, I was careless on the plane before. Please grant me another chance. This time, I assure you I will capture this brat. The rogue exclaimed, clutching his head as he hurried after them. President Tan glared coldly, chastising him. You incompetent fool. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. How can I trust you? Rest assured, President Tan, I have many brothers in Pingzhou. No matter where this brat goes. He is doomed this time, the rogue insisted. Then hurry up and get done. Tan ordered. Yes, President Tan. Mr. Lin, do you have business in Pingzhou? As they neared the exit, Zhang Mingyao felt a pang of reluctance. Lin Feng smiled and replied, I'm attending a private jade auction. Oh, Mr. Lin is a jade merchant? She asked, intrigued. I suppose so, he chuckled lightly. Miss Zhang, the exit is just ahead. Are you taking a taxi? I haven't decided which hotel to stay at yet. I'll just take a look, she said, pulling out her phone to search for accommodations. Great. I've been waiting for you to say that. Zhang Mingyao responded eagerly. With his contact information now exchanged, she no longer hesitated. She hailed a taxi and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, see you next time. Safe travels. Lin Feng waved as he watched her drive away. Mi Dalong approached with a grin. Boss Lin, teach me your ways? What are you thinking? Lin Feng shot him a glare. Don't get any wrong ideas. We're just ordinary friends. Is that so? I see that beautiful woman. She seems to desire more than just a casual friendship, Mi Dalong remarked with a smile. Observing this, Lin Feng thought that if they continued down this path of conversation, it would become interminable. Let's focus on more pressing matters, boss me. When shall we engage in private dealings? He suggested. First, let's share a meal, Lin Boss added. We can discuss while we dine. Mi Dalong chuckled lightly and waved toward the front. Lao Bai, over here. Chapter 71. The Trap Just After Landing. This is my good friend from Nansheng, Boss Lin. Mi Dalong promptly introduced. Do not be deceived by Boss Lin's youth. His intellect is unparalleled, and his discerning eye for jadeite is beyond compare, surpassing even my own. Boss Lin, this is my longtime friend, Lao Bai. Do not let his rustic appearance fool you. He owns 7 hotels and restaurants in the city, Mi Dalong continued. Ha! Boss me, you exaggerate. I merely own 3. What do you get the extra 4 from? Lao Bai laughed heartily, all the while sizing up Lin Feng, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. However, Boss Me is indeed a master in the jadeite gambling industry. His endorsement suggests that Boss Lin must be exceptionally skilled in this domain. Please do not take it seriously. It was merely jest, Lin Feng humbly replied, smiling. Since we are all friends here, there is no need for pretense. A casual demeanor suffices. Lao Bai chuckled and inquired, seeing Boss Lin's distinguished appearance. I wonder if your expertise is self-taught or if you have had renowned mentors guiding you. Just fortunate. I have harbored an interest in jadeite since childhood, Lin Feng explained. Oh, a self-taught talent. That is truly impressive, Lao Bai exclaimed, his smile growing warmer. Let's not linger here. Everyone, please get in the car. We shall dine at my restaurant first, and we can attend the private dealings later this evening. Indeed, Boss Lin, you must savor the local delicacies of Pingzhou. Mi Dalong added with enthusiasm. The group boarded the vehicle. As the car set in motion, a few individuals emerged from the shadows, one group trailing General Tan's henchmen, noting the license plate before departing. Another group comprised the scoundrel known as Feng Ping, whom Lin Feng and Mi Dalong had previously dealt with. Boss, those 2 have fallen into our trap, Feng Ping remarked coldly. If I do not bring them to ruin this time, I shall no longer bear the surname Feng. Upon arriving at the Good Brothers restaurant, Lao Bai cheerfully announced, This is one of my 3 establishments, Boss Lin. Since it is your first visit, allow me to familiarize you with the surroundings. Very well, Lin Feng nodded slightly. As they entered, Mi Dalong squinted, spotting a table laden with jadeite rough stones, their surfaces glimmering with a fine silver sand, distinctly unlike ordinary stones. From the Mashi Quarry? If you're interested, I can offer you a base price of 20 million for the entire lot. Mi Dalong inhaled sharply. While 20 million was substantial, it paled in comparison to the value of the jadeite rough stones before him. He even felt as though he was getting a bargain. Just a few years ago, Mi Dalong suffered a significant setback, losing 30 million due to a fraudulent scheme, which severed his financial chain and inflicted irreparable damage to his reputation. After much toil, he has finally managed to rebuild his fortune. Thus, 2 million is indeed a considerable amount for him now. Were it another person, I would have already escalated the bidding. Wait a moment. Mi Dalong's expression shifted as he urgently grasped Lin Feng's arm and whispered, Boss Lin, this is a rare opportunity. Let us join forces, each contributing 10 million to secure this batch of Moxisha raw stones. What do you think? Mi Dalong was anxious. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. By that time, this treasure, I assure you, Even 40 million may not suffice to acquire it. Boss Lin, we cannot afford to hesitate. We might miss this golden opportunity. Mi Daolong pressed. Losing 30 million was perhaps due to your impulsiveness? He inquired, gazing intently at him. Mi Daolong's expression soured. What do you mean by that, Boss Lin? Have you considered that this might also be a trap? Impossible. Lao Bai and I have been friends for over a decade. He would never deceive me. Mi Daolong firmly shook his head. Boss Lin, I admire your acumen, but please do not tarnish my friend's reputation. Do you truly harbor no doubts? Lin Feng pressed once more. Mi Daolong's countenance darkened, and his gaze became tinged with annoyance. If you do not trust my friend, then perhaps you should not trust me. Mi Daolong, is Boss Mi angry? Mi Daolong retorted. Would you not feel incensed if someone questioned your good friend? Lin Feng smiled. I was right about you, Mi Daolong. Friends like you are indeed a treasure. Boss Lin? Mi Daolong was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Mi Daolong, if you consider me a friend, then refrain from speaking. Simply allow me to take the lead, shall we? Though I am unsure of your intentions, I trust you shall not harm me. Please proceed. Mi Daolong eyed him with suspicion, but ultimately nodded. Lao Bai cleared his throat. Mi boss, Lin boss, how is your discussion progressing? If the price is too steep, we can forego the stones and head upstairs to dine instead. The meal is prepared. Can we not purchase in smaller quantities? Lin Feng stepped forward, producing 20 million, which seemed excessive. How about this? I will acquire a small portion first, and then you can reduce the price a bit for Mi Daolong. Would that be agreeable? That seems feasible, as long as this batch can yield 20 million. Lao Bai hesitated before smiling. Lin boss, feel free to select the stones you fancy first. Chapter 72. The beautiful boss was taken aback. The stones appeared promising, and Lin Feng casually selected a few and set them aside. These will suffice. Lao Bi, please appraise their value. 1, 2, 6 stones. Let's estimate 550,000, Lao Bai counted. It is said that one should obtain a piece of moxisha rather than 10 pieces of golden jade. These moxisha jade raw stones of such size average over 1 million each. My price is already quite generous, wouldn't you agree? Then I must thank you, Lao Bai. Not at all. Boss Lin, this is my first time here, and I'm unfamiliar with Old Bai's character. What I cherish most is caring for friends, Old Bai remarked with a smile. Would you prefer a bank transfer or a card payment? Let's use a card. Lin Feng responded, producing a card. With a swift swipe, over 5 million was immediately transferred. Old Bai's heart soared with joy as he exclaimed, Mr. Mi, you only have 14 million left. Are you not going to make a move? Well, Mi Daolong surreptitiously glanced at Lin Feng, who subtly shook his head, prompting him to say, That's still too much. The funds I brought this time are entirely insufficient. Alas, perhaps it is best to forego it. How can we let this opportunity slip away? Old Bai's expression shifted. Mi Daolong, puzzled, looked at him and thought, If there is no money, what can I do? I can lend you some money. Just write me a note. Old Bai immediately offered. After all, opportunities like this are fleeting. Let's just forget it. Mi Daolong sighed, aware that he still had to attend a private auction with Boss Lin later. I assure you, my lending you money will not interfere with your private auction bids. Old Bai insisted again. Mi Daolong shook his head, replying, No, thank you. Boss Lin, let us select a stone gambling venue and begin with these stones. At this juncture, why are we still focused on stones? It will be better to have a meal first. Old Bai's facial muscles twitched slightly as he hastily suggested. Boss Lin, you must be hungry as well, correct? It's no trouble. Moxisha raw stones are quite rare. Let us start by opening the stones, Lin Feng smiled. Immediately, he and Mi Daolong began wheeling the stones outside. Old Bai watched the two for a few seconds before reluctantly following. Oh dear, why the rush? He remarked. You lot, hurry and bring the dishes over. Of course, boss. Several waitstaff exchanged glances before promptly complying. Pingzhou, as one of the largest jade distribution centers in Xia country, is not only home to the renowned Pingzhou public auction, but is also dotted with stone gambling shops. After a short walk, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of a stone gambling shop. The shopkeeper was a woman in her 30s, devoid of makeup. Yet she rivaled even the most beautified internet celebrities, exuding an aura of mature femininity. Good day, gentlemen. How can I assist you? The shopkeeper inquired, rising from her seat with a crisp voice. Upon seeing the jade, raw stones Lin Feng was pushing, she looked somewhat perplexed. I'm afraid I cannot purchase moxisha stones in my modest establishment. Sir, you haven't mistaken a location, have you? Please do not misunderstand. I have come to borrow your stone-cutting equipment to unveil these stones, Lin Feng said, producing several red banknotes with a smile. May I trouble you for this convenience? You're here to cut stones. The shopkeeper initially thought of charging a fee, but upon noticing Lin Feng's youthful charm, she smiled and waved her hand, saying, No need for payment. I have nothing but idle time. Just bring the stones inside. Feel free to use them as you wish. Thank you, madam. You are both beautiful and generous, Lin Feng expressed gratefully. The shopkeeper blushed slightly, replying, Handsome sir, you jest. I am over 30 and hardly consider myself beautiful. Come in, please. Lin Feng chuckled. It's perfectly fine, as long as it suffices. Boss me, could you please plug in the electric wire? I will personally handle the stone cutting. Certainly. Mi Daolong promptly complied. The stone cutter roared to life. The beautiful proprietress fixed her gaze upon Lin Feng, who effortlessly lifted a jadeite boulder, the size of a human head, and placed it into the cutter's groove, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. What immense strength this young man possesses. I wonder if he could assist me with the same ease. Sir, this can be used to mark the lines. The enchanting proprietress approached him, delicately offering a thick marker. Lin Feng shook his head, smiling as he replied, Thank you, beautiful boss, but I have no need for that. His keen eyes had already discerned the intricacies within the stone. The proprietress exchanged a brief glance with him, instantly feeling as if she had been thoroughly examined, a chill running down her spine. What piercing eyes! To cut the stone without marking it? Such a notion was utterly foreign to old Bai. After a moment of surprise, wore a relaxed smile. So this lad is merely a novice. Mi Daolong's previous flattery nearly deceived me. Since he was an outsider, old Bai felt no more concern. A few casual words would surely suffice to settle matter. However, when Lin Feng took the knife himself and made the first cut, old Bai's expression darkened dramatically. With a resounding crack, the stone split into two. Lin Feng beamed. Beautiful boss, may I borrow a powerful flashlight? Of course. Handsome. Feel free to take it. No need for formality. The proprietress promptly handed him the flashlight, her smile radiant. Lin Feng returned her smile with gratitude. He directed the beam towards the cut surface, and the proprietress gasped, her cherry lips parting in astonishment. Wow, you are incredible, handsome. You unveiled an icy violet jade with just one cut. Such deep purple, it resembles ripe grapes. This is impossible. Old Bai's eyes nearly bulged out as he shouted. How could this happen? Wasn't it agreed that these jade stones were problematic? How could the first cut reveal such a premium violet jade? It is well known that the price of jade varies significantly with its color. Such a vibrant violet jade would undoubtedly be considered top tier. If this is a problematic jade, then I must be dreaming. What expression is this on old Bai's face? Lin Feng smirked slightly and remarked, The jade from a Moshi Sha market is predominantly in the hands of major jade merchants. It is exceedingly rare for ordinary merchants to even glimpse it. Is it not reasonable for such a precious jadeite boulder to yield a premium icy violet? How could it be deemed impossible? Haha, you make a valid point, Mr. Lin. I must have overreacted. Old Bai's expression shifted momentarily, and he forced a laugh, his throat constricted, rendering his laughter somewhat eerie. Noticing this, Mi Daolong, who had been observing closely, felt a surge of anger. This fellow is indeed suspicious. Chapter 73. The raw stone holds secrets. Mr. Lin, I apologize, Mi Daolong suddenly murmured. Lin Feng smiled. Have you figured it out? Indeed. It was my fault for losing my temper at you, Mi Daolong expressed with a hint of remorse. I shall expose this scoundrel. Patience, my friend. The true spectacle is just beginning, Lin Feng replied with a knowing smile. Mi Daolong was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of his meaning, Lin Feng placed the stone on the ground and picked up another to set on the cutting machine. Boss Lin, what are you doing? Old Bai could not help but inquire. Given the limited time, I intend to cut each stone once to gauge their essence, Lin Feng explained. Oh, I see. Old Bai nodded, internally scoffing at the apparent amateurism. It's not as if one can ascertain the value of jadeite through mere cuts. This fellow must have merely been lucky. The cutting machine roared to life once more, and with a thunderous sound, the second stone was cleaved in two. This time, it was not violet jadeite, but something that left Old Bai utterly astonished, double-colored red and yellow. Boss Bai, you possess remarkable insight, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Judging by its transparency, this should also be of the ice variety. Ice-type double-colored jadeite holds value equal to that of violet. Old Bai nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Indeed, it is thanks to you, Boss Bai, for selling me these stones at such a low price. Otherwise, with my lack of skill in gambling on stones, I would never have unearthed such treasures in my lifetime. Thank you, Boss Bai. Boss Lin, you are too humble, Old Bai thought, increasingly sensing something amiss. Surely, he must have misjudged the stones. These were genuine Moxisha jadeite raw stones. Selling them for 5 million was a grievous loss. The thought deepened his bitterness. Yes. One must not forget the well digger when drinking water. How about this? I shall not cut the remaining stones. I will sell them all to you for 10 million. Lin Feng proposed. Yes, including the two that have already been cut, he added, gesturing towards the already cleaved stones with a smile. If you're uninterested, I can discuss it with Boss Me as well. Boss Bai, if you're not interested, I will take them, Mi Daolong interjected immediately. Old Bai was taken aback. Having only cut 2 stones, he had already secured a minimum of 5 million, and with so many more stones to be cut, 10 million was an absolute bargain. Boss Lin is being so generous. How could I possibly refuse? 10 million it is. Since Boss Bai has spoken, Boss Me, I will seek out some more stones for you once we reach the private auction, Lin Feng said with a grin. Old Bai returned the smile. Indeed, Boss Me. Once the private auction commences, you will have another opportunity for great profit. Let's forge a friendship with Boss Lin this time. Very well. You may proceed with the transaction. Mi Daolong nodded, stepping back. Yet, he could not fathom why Lin Feng was acting in such a manner. With the funds secured, Old Bai eagerly inquired. So now, these stones are officially mine? Indeed, Old Bai exclaimed joyfully. You all proceed with your meal, while I have the staff bring the stones upstairs. Certainly, boss, a server replied as they entered. The beautiful proprietress, noticing Lin Feng's departure, lost much of her earlier enthusiasm and extended a hand. I apologize, but the loss incurred from cutting stone slabs is considerable. If you wish to cut stone, you must prepare at least 500 pieces. What? Did you not just say that you would not charge any fees? Old Bai was momentarily taken aback. The beautiful proprietress chuckled, stating that was in reference to that handsome gentleman. As for you, an old man, why should I not charge you? You. If you do not pay, then you may leave. Very well, I shall pay. Old Bai's nose almost crinkled in fury. The discrimination based on appearance was truly severe. Several attendants exchanged glances, nearly bursting into laughter. Old Bai let out a muffled grunt and began to dissect the stones. He was filled with hope for a favorable outcome. Yet with every cut, he discovered only waste material. After 17 or 18 cuts, his face had turned ashen. How could this be? That young man had indeed unearthed something valuable. Why was it that here, not a single good stone could be found? He was a handsome fellow. Stones are naturally drawn to him, hence the good fortune. The beautiful proprietress laughed, though she too felt a twinge of confusion. All of the stones were from the same source in Moxisha. Even if luck played a part, the disparity should not be so pronounced. Old Bai gritted his teeth and scrutinized the stones previously cut by Lin Feng. The moment he looked, his complexion turned green. What had been touted as exquisite violet jade and bicolor jade was merely a faint glimmer under the harsh light of a flashlight. The remainder was all refuse. These stones are highly suspect. Boss, what is the matter? Damn it, that young man has deceived me. Outside the shop, Lin Feng wore a mocking smile. At that moment, a somewhat familiar figure approached with a cold expression. We meet again. Feng Ping, do you still wish to get beaten? Upon seeing this individual, Mi Daolong immediately clenched his fists in displeasure. Feng Ping let out a muffled groan. Having lost 20 million, do you still have the strength to fight with me? What do you mean by that? Mi Daolong glared at him fiercely. Feng Ping sneered. At this point, I shall no longer pretend. Your dear friend Old Bai has long been bought off by me. All those Moxisha jades are mere fakes. Now do you understand my words? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Lin Feng burst into laughter. Feng Ping's laughter abruptly ceased, and with a stern face, he asked, What are you laughing at? Shouldn't you be crying over your 20 million loss? I laugh because your desire for revenge blinds you to the reality of the situation, and you find amusement in your ignorance. Lin Feng smiled amiably at him and suggested, Why not visit that shop and see who is truly cutting the stones? Indeed, your little tricks have already been seen through by Boss Lin. Mi Daolong chuckled. Feng Ping felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly rushed into the stone gambling shop with his companions, only to find his vision darkening. Old Bai, what are you doing? Boss Feng. Old Bai turned around, and upon seeing the three of them together, his face suddenly paled. Chapter 74. You have such longevity. How could you all be together? Wasn't I supposed to have you deceive them into making a purchase? Why are you cutting stones yourself? Boss Feng. What do you mean by that? What deception? Old Bai's face shifted drastically once more as he spoke in a flustered manner. Lin Feng humorously remarked, Boss Bai, cease your pretense. The machinations you and this fellow concocted have been laid bare. Old Bai, you truly are a dear friend of mine. Were it not for Boss Lin's astute reminder, I would have undoubtedly fallen victim to your deceit. Mi Daolong exclaimed, his face contorted with fury. He could scarcely believe that decades of camaraderie could dissolve into such treachery. Upon hearing their words, Old Bai's countenance darkened as he muttered, Since you are both aware, I shall drop the facade. Indeed, Boss Feng and I conspired to ensnare you, but this is entirely your own folly for daring to compete with Boss Feng. If you do not perish, then who will? You scoundrel. Mi dalong retorted. Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped this time, but rest assured, this will not be the last. If you possess any sense, you should vacate Pingzhou at once. Old Bai, now revealing his true nature, coldly laughed. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable. Isn't that right, Boss Feng? Those who dare to challenge me have never met with a favorable fate. Feng Ping smirked with satisfaction. Lin Feng chuckled, yet, it seems that today has been rather unfortunate for you both, has it not? Boss Feng, does your face still ache? You. Feng Ping's expression soured instantly. Boss Bai, is 10 million not excessive? You little rascal. The moment the matter was mentioned, Old Bai's anger flared, and blood rushed to his face. He waved his arm, shouting to the waitstaff, "What are you standing around for? Seize this brat. Anyone daring to deceive by Dahong deserves to lose a limb." Yes, boss. The few waitstaff were meticulously selected by Old Bai. Though they appeared unassuming, they were seasoned fighters. One could easily handle 7 or 8 opponents, and when they collaborated, an ordinary person stood no chance. As they charged forward, Mi Dalong's expression shifted, and he urgently urged, "Boss Lin, you must leave." Leave? Not a chance. Feng Ping coldly chuckled, blocking the entrance with several henchmen. Mi Dalong clenched his fists, ready to charge, but Lin Feng grasped his shoulder. "What are you panicking for? Just these few insignificant rascals. I can handle them with a single hand," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "What did you say? You're seeking death." The waitstaff grew furious. Even a master from the top 3 martial arts schools in Pingzhou would not underestimate them in such a manner. One staff member, with arms outstretched like claws, lunged at Lin Feng's head with ferocity. The air crackled with a piercing shriek, and even those unacquainted with martial arts could sense the terrifying power behind that strike. It seemed that even a stone would shatter under such force. Yet, Lin Feng remained rooted in place, his hand still resting on Mi Dalong's shoulder, showing no intention of moving. Instead, he merely shifted his other hand. A blood-curdling scream echoed as the assailant was sent flying backward. What? The other waitstaff also followed suit, hurtling through the air. One unfortunate soul collided headfirst with Feng Ping's nose. As Feng Ping felt a sudden darkness envelop him, he instinctively covered his nose with his hand. Yet the flow of blood remained unabated. "Ah, you bastard! Bring them all in," he shouted. "Who are you calling in, Boss Feng?" Lin Feng's voice resonated from less than half a meter away. With great effort, Feng Ping partially opened his eyes and glanced aside, noticing that 7 or 8 henchmen, along with the waitstaff, lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. "What did you do this?" he stammered. "That is of no concern to you," Lin Feng replied with a smile, delivering a sharp slap to his face. Feng Ping cried out in despair, "Have mercy, brother, have mercy." "Who is your brother? Don't misplace your associations," Lin Feng retorted, striking him again. Feng Ping quickly dropped to his knees, correcting himself. "I was wrong, sir. Spare my life." "Is it truly that simple to apologize? You nearly cost us a significant sum," Lin Feng demanded. "Compensation. I will pay right away." Feng Ping trembled as he fished a check from his clothing. 1 million. Will that suffice? Do you think that is appropriate? Lin Feng inquired. 200, no. 3 million will do, right? Feng Ping hastily signed the check and extended it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled softly, glancing at it. "This is somewhat acceptable. Now, be gone." "Yes, yes. I will leave at once," Feng Ping exclaimed, rolling away on the ground. Witnessing his pitiful state, Bai Dahong grew pale. A mere glance from Lin Feng made him tremble uncontrollably. "Boss Lin, let us speak amicably. I can compensate as well." "Me, what do you think?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Mi Dalong, with a stern expression, replied, "To demand money from such a scoundrel feels like soiling my hands. In that case, let go." "No, please, Boss Lin, boss me, I truly recognize my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. I promise to become a better person," Bai Dahong implored urgently. Mi Dalong scoffed, grabbing him and delivering a punch directly to his eye socket. "You, wretched creature, will ever become a better person? Ouch, it hurts. Please, boss me. Spare me," Bai Dahong cried out. After a while, when Mi Dalong had exhausted his strength, he finally kicked him to the ground. "Get lost." "Yes, I will leave at once," Bai Dahong moaned, his face bruised and battered, rolling away in agony. The henchmen and waitstaff hastily followed suit. The beautiful boss approached with a playful smile. "What a display of power." "Not at all. I'm merely—" Mi Dalong began to respond, but fell silent as he noticed the beautiful boss standing beside Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Mr. Lin, how are you so formidable? To single-handedly defeat so many, I couldn't even see how you struck. They all flew out." "It's simply a matter of having arms and legs," Lin Feng chuckled. The beautiful boss scrutinized his lower half. Indeed, quite impressive. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng suspected her intentions. You all take your time. Please don't rush. Chapter 75. Could it be a hefty sum for a child? Mr. Me, don't mind me. Enjoy your conversation. Mi Daolong dashed out of the stone gambling shop, pondering to himself how incredibly capable Boss Lin was, having mesmerized the beautiful boss upon their first meeting. The charm of Boss Lin is truly captivating and difficult to contain. Lin Feng, witnessing this, found himself both amused and perplexed. I apologize, Madam Boss, but this is just how Boss Me is. No worries, Mr. Lin. Where do you hail from? The alluring lady drew closer, her fragrance reminiscent of orchids wafting into Lin Feng's nostrils, bestowing upon him an invigorating sensation. I come from Nansheng, he replied with a smile. Ah, Nansheng is indeed a splendid place. My ex-husband used to frequently transport jade raw stones there for sale. I've heard it's a border city teeming with jade merchants and a flourishing jade industry. Is it not? The enchanting lady leaned in even closer, her scent becoming increasingly irresistible. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and instinctively took a step back. The jade industry in Nansheng was indeed quite prosperous. Mr. Lin must possess considerable knowledge about jade, I presume? She inquired with a smile, inching closer once more. Lin Feng could only bitterly smile within. He was not a man who easily indulged in frivolity, despite the Madam Boss exuding an alluring, ripe charm akin to a peach. Her inviting visage tempting one to embrace and cherish her. He felt it imperative to maintain his principles. Madam Boss, if you have something to say, please do so directly. My friend is awaiting my arrival. There's no need to rush off, she said, grasping his hand. I mean no harm. I merely wish to ask for your assistance. Oh, Lin Feng glanced at her, perceiving a beguiling allure emanating from her. Could it be that you are seeking a hefty sum for something scandalous? Mr. Lin, I must clarify. I have my boundaries, he stated firmly. Puffed. The beautiful Madam Boss giggled charmingly. Please, do not misunderstand. I'm not asking you for anything inappropriate. This matter may be too much for others, but with you, Mr. Lin, I am confident it will be no trouble at all. Once accomplished, I shall reward you handsomely. What precisely is the task? Lin Feng asked, somewhat apprehensively. The enchanting lady replied, It cannot be explained in just a few words. Please accompany me. Very well. Lin Feng followed her into a cluttered shed in the backyard. Observing the disarray, he felt a wave of anxiety. Madam Boss, is it truly appropriate to request such a significant favor from someone you've just met? Mr. Lin, you are misunderstanding, she reassured him. Am I? Lin Feng found it hard to believe it was merely a misunderstanding. The ambience and setting felt reminiscent of certain forbidden venues, particularly with the Madam Boss's seemingly innocent demeanor. Who would believe that? Seeing his apprehension, she could not help but stifle a laugh. Although she harbored some fondness for the capable young Lin Feng, she was not so indiscreet. She merely wished to tease him a little. Noticing his naivete, she decided to restrain herself, bending down to lift a tattered grass mat and cheerfully saying, Mr. Lin, you truly misunderstand. The favor I seek is simply to assist with this door that one T open. Huh? Lin Feng was taken aback, staring at a door revealed on the ground. You brought me here in such secrecy just to help you open this? Indeed, Mr. Lin. This cellar has been in my family for generations. The door was crafted by an exceptionally skilled craftsman during the Qing dynasty, and since the key was lost in my grandfather's time, it has never been opened. The proprietress said with a tinge of bitterness, the treasures within the cellar have naturally never seen the light of day since then. Mr. Lin, given your ability to effortlessly lift such a large raw stone, surely you possess the strength to move this door. Would you be so kind as to give it a try? Ah, I see. Why didn't you clarify this from the beginning? Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. It's merely a door. Must it be shrouded in such ambiguity? Is this woman teasing me on purpose? The proprietress stifled a laugh and innocently remarked, When it concerns ancestral treasures, how could I speak so lightly? That indeed made sense, Lin Feng thought. Seeing the hopeful expression on her face, he bent down, grasped the iron door's recess, and with a sudden, forceful tug, a grating sound echoed sharply. With another surge of strength, the door to the cellar swung open with a resounding thud. You did it, Mr. Lin. You are truly impressive, the proprietress exclaimed in delight. Lin Feng nodded and said, Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Don't go. The proprietress immediately clung to his arm. It's so dark in the cellar. Could you accompany me down? Very well. Let us see what lies beneath. Lin Feng acquiesced, curiosity piqued about the treasures hidden below. After allowing the air to circulate for a moment, They switched on their flashlights and ventured into the cellar. Suddenly, a series of squeaks broke the silence, causing the proprietress to shriek in fright. Ah! She leaped on a Lin Feng, exclaiming, "There's something, Mr. Lin." "Fear not. It's merely a mouse," Lin Feng reassured her, patting her back, bemused that he had not been startled by the rodent, but nearly frightened to death by this woman. "Just a mouse?" she inquired, still trembling. "No one has been in and out of here for years. It's dark, and one cannot help but expect rodents," Lin Feng comforted her. "No need to be afraid." "Thank you, Mr. Lin," the proprietress said, touched, yet she showed no intention of releasing her grip on him, still quite scared. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, thinking it would have been preferable to descend alone. After a while, they reached the bottom. To his astonishment, the cellar spanned over 50 square meters, yet contained only a single statue, a ceramic depiction of a deity. The statue was entirely black, its features exuding an unsettling aura. Beneath the statue were various young women, each with distinct expressions, their mere presence evoking an unsettling feeling. "What is this?" Lin Feng mused, sensing something peculiar about the figure. As he reached out to touch it, a surge of electricity jolted through him, causing his body to tingle. Instantly, his mind was flooded with images of amorous encounters, overwhelming him with desire, and his face flushed crimson. The proprietress, with a bitter expression, realized that her ancestral cellar contained not a single piece of jade, but merely a broken ceramic statue, which was rather laughable. As she turned to leave, she caught sight of Lin Feng's strange demeanor, a hint of malevolence lurking in his expression. "Mr. Lin, what is wrong with you?" she asked in astonishment. Once again, he cast his gaze upon the malevolent statue, feeling an unsettling chill creep down his spine. "If you like this thing, I shall gift it to you," the proprietress remarked with a smile. Chapter 76. The Tempest in the Cellar. Lin Feng shook his head, opting not to take the ceramic artifact. Instead, he forcefully kicked it away, shattering it with a resounding crash. It is best to rid ourselves of such a sinister object. Unbeknownst to him, that malevolent energy had already begun to affect his body. "Proprietress, let us ascend," he urged. "You look rather pale. Are you truly all right?" Startled by his sudden action, the proprietress instinctively reached out to touch his forehead, concerned about his temperature. "I'm fine," Lin Feng waved her off. At that moment, their hands brushed against each other, sending an electric jolt through them. The proprietress's expression shifted dramatically as she gazed at him with a sultry look, whispering, "Mr. Lin, I love you." "Ah." Lin Feng was taken aback. "What is happening?" "No, proprietress," before he could finish his thought, his mind went blank. It seemed that they were alone in this place, and she was revealing her true intentions. Had he unwittingly stumbled into a den of seduction? With a thud, the flashlight fell to the ground, extinguishing its light and plunging the cellar into darkness once more. Time passed, and when they regained their senses, they found themselves drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the surrounding darkness concealed Lin Feng's anxious expression. After all, this was his first experience of such a nature. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. It was not my intention," she stammered. "Not your intention?" Lin Feng managed a bitter smile. "Given the circumstances, how could it have been anything but? You must take responsibility." He was utterly bewildered, as it was typically the man who assumed such obligations in these situations. How had it come to this? Yet, observing the proprietress's flustered demeanor, he sighed and said, "Well, it has already happened. What more is there to say?" "Mr. Lin?" The proprietress looked at him in surprise. "It's quite dark here, rather frightening. Perhaps we should head back up?" Yes, she nodded, recalling that she had nearly dropped the flashlight earlier. "Wait a moment. I will retrieve it." "Allow me," Lin Feng replied, activating his keen vision to discern objects in the dark. He bent down and picked up the flashlight. Upon turning it on, the glow illuminated the proprietress's flushed cheeks. "Mr. Lin, would you mind walking ahead?" "Certainly," he answered, feeling a bit awkward given her bashfulness. Once they reached the surface, Lin Feng made his way outside. "Proprietress, I shall take my leave." "Yes," she murmured, her head lowered, unsure of what to say. It wasn't until he had completely departed that she felt a wave of regret. She had been so foolish, initially intending only to tease him. Yet it had escalated to this point. How unfortunate. She had completely forgotten to ask for his contact information. "Boss Lin, it took you so long to return. Could it be that the lovely proprietress confessed her feelings to you?" Upon noticing his approach, Mi Daolong immediately teased, "What brings you here?" Lin Feng gave a wry smile, replying, "It's more than just a confession. Our relationship is quite serious. Don't let your imagination run wild." "Understood. I completely comprehend," Mi Daolong responded with a grin. However, as he observed Lin Feng, he sensed an unmistakable change in his aura. The formerly resolute and righteous visage now bore a hint of an enigmatic charm. "Me boss, why are you staring at me?" Lin Feng inquired. "All right, just proceed with your arrangements," he added, nodding. Along the way, the two purchased some snacks and hailed a taxi towards the private auction venue. Such auctions are generally clandestine and non-public. The location of this particular auction was at the Xiangshan mansion. "Here we are, Lin boss. We can enter together," Mi Dalong said, producing the invitation and presenting it to the doorman. The doorman promptly stepped aside, exclaiming, "Ah, it's me boss. Please go ahead." Mi Dalong nodded and was about to lead Lin Feng inside when a group emerged from the entrance. Among them was a young lady clad in a white evening gown. Her skin was as fair as snow, her gaze as luminous as the moon, and her tall, graceful figure boasted strikingly long legs. A single glance was enough to captivate and provoke wild fantasies. However, her exquisite features were marred by an icy demeanor, exuding an air of superiority whenever she regarded others. This was not merely her choice. Her noble lineage destined her to look down from lofty heights upon those around her. Casting a fleeting glance at Lin Feng and Mi Dalong, the young lady coldly commanded, "Step aside." "Yes, Miss." Mi Dalong quickly urged Lin Feng to yield, allowing her passage. Lin Feng frowned and protested. "The road is so wide. Why should we yield?" "Show Lin boss, it's better to avoid conflict. Let's just move aside," Mi Dalong urged, startled. Feeling somewhat displeased, Lin Feng retorted, "This road is ample enough. There's no need to step aside. Even a massive pig could traverse it." "Ah, we mustn't say such things." Mi Dalong's face turned pale with fear. "This young lady is of significant standing. We mustn't offend her. A small concession could lead to greater peace. I have no intention of offending her. She can easily walk past without us moving aside. Why should we?" Lin Feng shook his head, insisting. Mi Dalong sighed. Recognizing that Lin Feng's youth led him to seek reason in a world where power often trumps logic. Miss Yang's gaze was frigid. "Did you not hear me? I commanded you to move." Lin Feng, amused, countered, "Why don't you move yourself?" "Impudent." The young lady was momentarily taken aback before erupting with rage. For over 20 years, she had always commanded obedience, and no one dared to contradict her. Anger surged within her, and she raised her arm to strike Lin Feng across the face. A multitude of onlookers reveled in the unfolding drama, their expressions a mixture of schadenfreude and disbelief. How audacious of this young man to confront Miss Yang. Surely, the slap she dealt would be enough to teach him a lesson. Yet in the next moment, the crowd fell silent, astonished. Lin Feng, with a casual motion, seized Miss Yang's arm. "Ah," she cried out in pain. "You dare to touch me." Her eyes widened in shock. "And what of it?" Lin Feng responded, amusement dancing in his gaze. "Are you to be the only one permitted to strike, while I must remain passive?" The bystanders stood frozen, their minds grappling with the absurdity of the scene. Among them, Mi Dalong's face had drained of color, his expression one of despair. "It's over for us. We are doomed." Miss Yang was, after all, the undisputed beauty of Pingzhou, a socialite of the highest order, the epitome of wealth and privilege. The Xiang family had spearheaded the Pingzhou public auction, and the president of the Pingzhou Jade Association was none other than her father. Such a woman, accustomed to unwavering deference, had never anticipated encountering someone like Lin Feng, who disregarded her status entirely. Fury ignited in her eyes as she glared at him. "You possess an extraordinary amount of audacity. It is merely self-defense, a response any rational person would make. What part of that is audacious?" Lin Feng chuckled, applying more force. Suddenly, Miss Yang felt an overwhelming strength in his grip, and before she could react, she found herself enveloped in Lin Feng's embrace. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, the scent of her fragrance wafting into his nostrils from several meters away. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. My heavens! What is he doing? Is he mad? How dare he treat Miss Yang with such familiarity? Goodness gracious! To die under the peony, even in death, is to be debonair. Others merely spoke of it, but this young man was taking it to extremes. Lin boss. Mi Dalong was on the verge of a breakdown. If touching her hand had offered a glimmer of hope, Lin Feng's current actions were tantamount to inviting annihilation upon himself. The thought of the dire consequences sent him instinctively retreating, distancing himself from Lin Feng, wishing to sever any ties. Yet, recalling Lin Feng's earlier acts of kindness, he clenched his teeth and remained rooted in place, eyes closed, bracing himself for impending misfortune. He had done all he could. You. Miss Yang's eyes widened as she stared at Lin Feng, stunned. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Has no one ever treated you this way before? Well, today you shall experience it. I will kill you. Miss Yang shouted defiantly. In a flurry, numerous security personnel rushed towards them, shouting, "Release Miss Yang at once. You wretched boy, let go immediately. Do you hear? Otherwise, I will see to your demise." A lavishly dressed young man, one of Miss Yang's many suitors and the son of the private auctions organizer, glared at the scene, his face twisted in anger. The security personnel on site could be said to be entirely at his command. Upon his arrival, the guards immediately greeted him, young Master Wang, a group of inept individuals. How could they allow Miss Yang to encounter such a predicament? What use are they, one and all? Young Master Wang erupted in a fit of rage, demanding they drag that boy away. Yes, young Master Wang. The guards advanced toward Lin Feng, their hearts simmering with indignation. They could hardly fathom that in this territory of Pingzhou, someone would dare lay a hand on Miss Yang. Even young Master Wang, whose family background and status were among the elite of Pingzhou, would not dare to lay a finger on her. That boy was truly an unhinged lunatic. As they closed in, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, awaiting Lin Feng's impending doom. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the previously furious Miss Xiang suddenly exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Miss Xiang? The guards looked up, momentarily stunned. There stood Miss Xiang, her cheeks flushed, leaning affectionately against Lin Feng, exuding intimacy. Yet, her gaze bore an icy demeanor. "Everyone, step back." The guards were utterly bewildered, glancing at her before turning to young Master Wang. Witnessing Miss Xiang's demeanor ignited a fire within Wang, nearly provoking a physical reaction. Who could have anticipated that the normally proud and aloof Miss Xiang would reveal such a charming and enticing side? However, the thought of her leaning against another man transformed Wang's desire into pure fury. "Miss Xiang, this boy is taking advantage of you. I shall rescue you. Do you think I need saving?" Miss Xiang retorted coldly. "I have fallen for this gentleman at first sight. I relish the way he treats me. How could it be deemed an affront?" "What?" Young Master Wang's expression darkened significantly. Miss Xiang leaned in to kiss Lin Feng's cheek, her voice sweetly enchanting as she declared, "I love you." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had prepared himself to take down these men and flee, never expecting that she would harbor feelings for him. Miss Xiang gazed at him with affection. "What is it, my love? Do you not reciprocate my feelings?" "Yes, I do." Lin Feng inhaled deeply. In the presence of such an exquisite beauty, any man would be compelled to admit his affection. Miss Xiang's face blossomed into a radiant smile, her head nestling into his embrace. "You are my lifelong beloved." A thunderous shockwave rippled through the crowd, leaving everyone frozen in place, utterly astounded by this unexpected turn of events. Young Master Wang's face darkened, a storm brewing within. "Miss Yang, are you jesting with us? Get Miss Yang out of here. Who dares to move? I'll have my father break your legs." Miss Yang abruptly lifted her head, her icy gaze piercing as she commanded, "Not a single one of you move." One by one, the security personnel smiled wryly, not daring to act. "All of you leave. Do not disturb the precious moments between me and my beloved, especially you, Wang Pingzhou. Should you dare to appear before me again, do not expect this private gathering to continue." Miss Yang's expression was extremely displeased. "Must I repeat myself?" "No, there's no need." Wang Pingzhou lowered his head, harboring thoughts of violence within. "All of you leave at once. Do not disturb Miss Yang." Miss Yang's bodyguards were initially prepared to intervene, yet they hesitated upon noticing her unusual affection for Lin Feng. As they observed Miss Yang's instant infatuation with this man, the guards were left astonished, remaining obediently still. "My beloved, shall we find a more tranquil place?" Miss Yang's captivating eyes were fixed intently on Lin Feng. Chapter 78, A Touch That Inspires Love. Wow, those eyes are utterly enchanting. Lin Feng felt as though his very soul was being drawn away, and he inhaled deeply to steady his racing heart. "Cough. Where do you wish to take me?" "You will know once you follow me." "Very well." Miss Xiang, radiant with a smile, linked her arm with his, presenting an image of an intimately close couple to any observers. Lin Feng was bewildered, pondering what had transpired to alter Miss Xiang's demeanor towards him so drastically. "My beloved, I have yet to inquire, what is your name?" Once they reached a secluded area, Miss Xiang kissed him tenderly while whispering her question. Lin Feng, feeling her warm touch, couldn't help but feel his heart race. "Fengshalin, Lin Feng. What a lovely name." Miss Xiang gazed at him as if entranced, her porcelain-like hands measuring his figure with the precision of a tailor. The sensation of her touch was 100 times more delightful than a massage, prompting Lin Feng to take a breath. "Miss Xiang, are you certain you wish to proceed?" "I am, but a normal man. Do not play with fire." "What is it? Do you not enjoy this?" Miss Xiang's alluring smile was captivating. Her proactive and audacious approach gradually breached Lin Feng's psychological defenses, leaving him in disbelief. It is not that I do not enjoy it. Rather, it feels too abrupt. How can it be too sudden? I have fallen for you at first sight. Is that not acceptable? Yet, Miss Xiang, there are many people around us. And what of it? Miss Xiang had become so enraptured that she paid no heed to her surroundings, boldly taking advantage of Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng shuddered in disbelief as he gazed at the woman before him. She had actually bitten him. Fortunately, the distance kept others at bay, allowing their intimate actions to remain unnoticed. As he felt his clothing being tugged at, Lin Feng's rationality surged back, and he gently pushed Miss Xiang away. I apologize. Miss Xiang, but I am not such a frivolous man. He hurried towards the restroom, unwilling to partake in such madness in front of an audience. My beloved. Miss Xiang gazed longingly in the direction Lin Feng had departed. Just as she uttered those words, a sudden chill enveloped her, and her demeanor shifted back to one of cold pride. Observing her disheveled attire and makeup, she stood there, momentarily stunned. What have I just done? How could I have acted so inappropriately towards that rude man? The young lady covered her face, utterly mortified, her ears flushed with embarrassment. After a brief respite in the restroom, Lin Feng slowly approached the communal sink, splashing water on his face to regain his composure. As he turned, he inadvertently collided with a woman clad in a purple evening gown. Her rosy complexion suggested she had indulged in a bit too much drink. Lin Feng quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, I didn't notice you. It's quite all right, she replied with a gentle smile, exuding grace and refinement. Thank you, he said, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, her demeanor shifted dramatically. The once elegant woman now wore a seductive expression, blocking his path. My darling, you are utterly handsome. Excuse me? Lin Feng was genuinely bewildered. I don't believe we've met. I love you. Before he could process her words, she wrapped her arms around him. While her embrace was undeniably soft, it was also suffocating. This unexpected turn of events was overwhelming. Lin Feng abruptly pushed her away. Madam, you've had too much to drink. Perhaps you should splash some water on your face to sober up. No, my darling, I am perfectly clear-headed. The woman attempted to embrace him once more. Really, you should wash your face. Lin Feng exclaimed, startled, and quickly fled. Once he was certain she had not followed, he exhaled in relief. Reflecting on the earlier events, he suddenly realized, with a mix of shock and delight, that the beautiful boss and the woman from earlier were not smitten with him at first sight. Rather, it was the fleeting contact of his hand that had captivated them. This must be the work of that malevolent deity from the cellar. What is wrong, Boss Lin? Mi Dalong, bored while waiting for the private session to commence, had approached him after spotting him post-drink. Where is Miss Xiang? Please, don't come any closer, Lin Feng urgently warned. If this power were to affect men as well, it could lead to dire consequences. Mi Dalong stud phrasen puzzled. Are you all right, Boss Lin? I'm fine, just keep your distance, Lin Feng insisted, waving his hand. Miss Xiang is far too intense. If I don't leave now, I fear the sound of high heels echoed behind him. Turning around, he was startled to see Miss Xiang approaching, evidently having overheard his previous remarks. Yet, she merely shot him a fierce glare, saying nothing, before departing with a group of bodyguards. To her, her prior actions had felt like taking advantage of Lin Feng, leaving her with an almost instinctual guilt that prevented her from truly being hostile towards him. Indeed, she was somewhat fierce. Mi Dalong relaxed as she walked away. Boss Lin, your romantic fortune is truly remarkable, but do exercise caution. I've heard from a fortune teller that men with overly abundant romantic prospects often face unfortunate outcomes. This is not a stroke of good fortune, Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng could only manage a bitter smile, realizing that it was all due to the peculiar abilities bestowed upon him by the malevolent deity. It was no wonder that beneath the feet of this dark god lay countless sculptures of alluring women. It seemed this was their sole purpose. For man, such an extraordinary talent was indeed a coveted dream. However, the thought of his mother and sister sent a shiver down his spine. After the private auction concluded, he would need to procure a pair of gloves, for even a mere touch could lead to significant trouble. Yet, he was uncertain whether the gloves would be effective. If not, it could spell disaster. With a wry smile, Lin Feng was about to inquire where Mi Dalong could find gloves for sale when he suddenly felt an icy, penetrating gaze upon him. Chapter 79. The private auction at Pingzhou begins. The owner of that chilling gaze was none other than Feng Ping, who had just arrived. Boss Feng, it's them. I spotted them earlier. Feng Ping gritted his teeth and declared, Old Bai, you must not falter this time. We shall collaborate, whatever they desire. We shall bid on as well. In any case, We must ensure they leave empty-handed or force them to spend extravagantly. Rest assured, Boss Feng. Today I shall exact my revenge. Bai Dahong replied, his voice laced with malice. The two harbored an intense animosity towards Lin Feng and Mi Dalong. Mi Dalong furrowed his brow, recognizing the two scoundrels. By the looks of them, it seemed they were once again looking to cause trouble for them. Had he known this would transpire, he would have ensured they spent a few days in the hospital to minimize the hassle. No need to worry. Let us entertain them for a bit. It might alleviate the boredom, Lin Feng said with a slight smirk as he strolled toward his seat. He was taken aback by how small the world was, as their positions were alarmingly close to that of Feng Ping and his companions. Upon noticing their proximity, Feng Ping sneered, "Kid, do you dare to make a move here? I'm not some brute. I rely on my intellect, not my fists." Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Could it be that Boss Feng is itching for confrontation? Humph, with your sharp tongue, I shall see if your true skills in the auction surpass your verbal prowess. Feng Ping retorted coldly, while Bai Dahong glared at him ominously. You, who previously deceived me, be prepared to divulge everything. How can you be so certain of the outcome? It remains to be seen. Perhaps it will be you who faces misfortune, Lin Feng replied with a smile. You, enough, old Bai. Do not engage in a battle of wits with this brat. We are men of action. Let our true abilities speak for themselves, Feng Ping said, restraining Bai Dahong by the shoulder. Very well, Lin Feng replied with a grin. A series of clangs captured the attention of many in the room as the host, clad in a white suit, ascended the stage, microphone in hand. After delivering some congratulatory remarks, he proceeded to the main event. The first item for auction is 3 pieces of European Morgan jade roughstone. Interested parties may begin bidding now. The starting price is 100,000. Each bid must exceed 10,000. What is so special about jade rough from Europe? No interest, it's dull. Many guests in attendance shook their heads and closed their eyes, showing little enthusiasm for the stones. Even Mi Dalong, a typical jade merchant, stifled a yawn. At this moment, Lin Feng raised his hand and exclaimed, 110,000. Oh my, this guest has bid 110,000. Is there a higher offer? The host, barely able to contain his excitement, immediately broke into a radiant smile. In an auction, the foremost concern is the rate of unsold items, with the final bid price being secondary. With Lin Feng taking the lead, he shattered the monotonous atmosphere of the event. Who is that? Oh, it's him. Goodness. Isn't he beside Miss Yang? Shoo, keep your voices down. What a stroke of luck to fall in love at first sight with Miss Yang. Even a caterpillar, with the robust backing of the Xiang family, could soar to greatness and transform into a true dragon. 110,000 once, twice. Is there a higher bid? The host called out, if not for the third time. Sold. Wait, 120,000. Bai Dahong gritted his teeth and declared, go on. If you have the capability. Lin Feng chuckled. 200,000. Bai Dahong grunted 21,000. 500,000. Lin Feng extended a hand. 60,000. Bai Dahong retorted with a cold smirk. Mr. Lin, let him have it. Mi Dalong, standing nearby, said with concern. This price is already quite high. No, 1 million. Lin Feng shouted. The crowd turned to look, and the host's face flushed with delight. This gentleman bids 1 million. Is there a higher offer? Mr. Lin, this jadeite is from a European continent, with a rough exterior. Even if it is of the same grade, its quality is inferior compared to jadeite from southern Myanmar, which has consistently struggled to find its market price. Mi Dalong quickly interjected. Many nodded in agreement. Their reluctance to bid on these stones was not due to the short history of European jadeite mining, but rather their preference for the vintage over the modern. The truth was that the quality of European jadeite was indeed a tier lower. Spending 1 million on these stones was akin to frivolously tossing away money rather than making a profit. Lin Feng chuckled. Do you not know my discerning eye, Mr. Me? Rest assured, I will not purchase anything unworthy. He then addressed the host. If there are no higher bids, let us conclude this. Very well, 1 million once, twice, thrice. Sold. The host was about to finalize the transaction when Bai Dahong narrowed his eyes, still shaken by Lin Feng's earlier display of skill. Realizing that Lin Feng was poised to acquire these stones for 1 million, he became convinced that there was something of great significance at play. Wait, I wish to raise my bid to 110,000. 150,000, Lin Feng replied without hesitation. This assertion only reinforced Bai Dahong's suspicion that there was some hidden intrigue. 160,000, 200,000, 210,000, 300,000, 310,000. Bai Dahong shouted, his face flushed and his breathing quickening. This price had reached his limit. Any further increase would lead him to withdraw. Are you still bidding, kid? I'm done, Lin Feng yawned. Bai Dahong was taken aback. What? You're not bidding anymore? Yes. Seeing how eager you are for these 3 worthless stones, I'll let you have them, Lin Feng said, grinning. How about it? Am I generous enough? Are you toying with me? Bai Dahong was nearly enraged to the point of rising from his seat. Lin Feng shrugged, stating, with no evidence to back your claim. Be cautious, lest I accuse you of defamation. All right, old Bai, it's merely 3 million. We can afford it. Feng Ping interjected with a grim expression. Bai Dahong gritted his teeth in anger. Of course, it's no trouble for you. You're not the one shelling out the cash. Why do you speak like that? I was merely trying to console you. If you had genuine goodwill, you would have warned me from the start. Not wait until now to tell me not to be upset. Bai Dahong shouted furiously. It turned out everything was a trap. Many in the audience chuckled, as such antics were frequently witnessed at auction houses. Especially those who attempted to follow the Jade Masters in bidding often ended up suffering great losses. Hence, one must possess keen discernment in the jade trade. Otherwise, it is difficult to thrive. Boss Lin, you are truly remarkable, Mi Dalong remarked, grinning broadly and giving him a thumbs up. Yet, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a glimmer in Lin Feng's eyes. This is indeed a true treasure. Chapter 80, The 3 Golden Eyes. What is wrong, Boss Lin? Sensing something amiss, Mi Dalong couldn't help but inquire. Lin Feng replied with a smile. This second auction item, however, is a genuine treasure. Oh dear, Boss Lin, please refrain from speaking so loudly. If someone overhears, they might follow your lead in bidding. Mi Dalong promptly cautioned, casting a glance at Feng Ping and the others. Lin Feng feigned surprise, exclaiming, Oh no, me boss, you should have alerted me sooner. Look, I've already blurted it out. They will undoubtedly raise the bid now. This could be disastrous. We'll have to spend a fortune to secure this second item. Indeed, this is truly unfortunate, Mi Dalong sighed. Feng Ping and Bai Dahong's faces twitched in irritation. Damn it, could these two not act any more poorly? Old Bai, do not follow their bidding on this second item, Feng Ping advised. Bai Dahong grumbled, Of course I know. Do you think I'm foolish? Ladies and gentlemen, the second item for auction is a piece of jade raw stone from the Ganna site, weighing as much as 3 heads combined, which qualifies it as a large raw stone. The host cheerfully introduced, then declared, while the Ganna site may not be as renowned as the Mashi site, it is still a notable location. If something is produced, it should be quite good. The starting price is 100,000, with each increment no less than 10,000. Please, let's begin. 200,000. 500,000. Upon hearing this bid, the venue fell silent. The Ganna site was indeed notable. However, the exterior of this piece was rough, and under the bright lights, it lacked a clear, appealing transparency, evidently not meeting the criteria for a quality raw stone. Just as the host was about to speak, Lin Feng suddenly called out, 600,000. Wow, this patron has raised the bid to 600,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The host responded with a beaming smile, glancing knowingly at Bai Dahong. Bai Dahong's face flushed with anger. What are you looking at? I'm not bidding. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. I shall yield to you, Bai Dahong said with a cold expression. Lin Feng sighed. Are you really not going to join? Cut the nonsense, Bai Dahong huffed. The host called out 3 times sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for securing the second item at 600,000. Boss Lin, are you truly buying it? Mi Dalong inquired, astonished. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Do you think I'm merely toying with them? But this stone doesn't seem particularly good, Mi Dalong remarked, surprised. Knowing Lin Feng's prowess in gambling on stones, he realized that if Lin Feng spoke so confidently, the stone must possess some extraordinary quality. Boss Lin, could you select a few for me as well? Certainly. Lin Feng nodded. He had come to assist Mi Dalong and to procure a few stones himself. An hour later, the auction concluded. Once the transactions were settled, the crowd swiftly departed in their vehicles. After all, these were not merely stones but substantial sums of money. Some individuals who had traveled from afar even left Pingzhou overnight, fearing that someone might target their stones for theft under the cover of darkness. Such incidents had been common a few years back. But with advancements in technology and the improvement of surveillance systems, they had gradually diminished, though not entirely disappeared. Thus, jade stone merchants traveling away from home remained exceptionally cautious. Of course, some are present to analyze the stones on site. Observing Lin Feng, Bai Dahong sneered, Boss Lin, you previously claimed that the second item was particularly remarkable. Dare you to analyze it on site and enlighten us? Indeed, Boss Lin, I trust you possess the courage for such a feat, Feng Ping added, smirking. Lin Feng chuckled and responded, Analyzing it on site is certainly feasible, but what benefit would it bring me? If you can unveil something extraordinary from that stone, I shall relinquish all the stones I purchased today to you, Bai Dahong declared. Feng Ping chimed in, so will I. However, if you fail to produce anything, you and me Dajong must surrender your stones to us. Gasps filled the air as those present turned their heads. This was indeed a grand gamble. Feng Ping was intent on delivering a heavy blow to Mi Dalong. Should Lin Feng's side lose, Mi Dalong would find himself once again trapped in a dire situation, devoid of both funds and stones. It would be quite the challenge for him to make a comeback. Lin Feng turned to Mi Dalong and asked, "What do you say?" "Boss Lin, as long as you nod, I shall fight alongside you to the bitter end." Mi Dalong gritted his teeth, resolved to go all in. Lin Feng smiled. "Very well. Since you have such faith in me, I shall ensure you make a handsome profit today. So, you agree to the wager?" Bai Dahong and Feng Ping's eyes brightened instantly. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." "Ha ha!" Bai Dahong and Feng Ping exchanged glances and erupted in laughter. "You're surely destined to lose. How can you be so certain of my defeat when we haven't even begun to unveil the stone?" Lin Feng chuckled. Feng Ping laughed heartily, leaning slightly to the side. "Young man, we certainly do not presume to know, but with Master Guan's guidance, our confidence is unwavering. Master Guan, please." "Oh, Boss Feng, there's no need for formality. I merely shared a few casual remarks." An elderly gentleman with a head of white hair approached with a warm smile. Upon seeing him, many faces in the crowd shifted, their expressions changing immediately. In Pingzhou, the renowned master Guan Zhongren, known as the Silver Eye among the Three Golden Eyes, had made an appearance. At the sight of him, Mi Dalong's complexion turned pale, and he spoke with a hint of panic. "This is bad, Boss Lin. If he has already laid eyes on that stone, it is likely doomed. A stone remains a stone, unaltered by the gaze of any individual." Lin Feng, with a smile, reassured him, "Do not fret, Boss Me. How can I not worry?" Mi Dalong sighed. "Boss Lin, you have never been to Pingzhou. Thus you are unaware of the formidable prowess possessed by the Three Golden Eyes." His expression was one of bitterness. "Am I stronger than him?" Lin Feng jested. "Come now, Boss Lin, that is no jest," Mi Dalong replied with a wry smile. "In Pingzhou, we have 9 masters of stone gambling, comprising 6 law eyes and 3 golden eyes. Each of the 6 law eyes is a top-tier master in the nation, while the 3 golden eyes are unparalleled in their craft. How formidable do you believe this old man is?" "That sounds intriguing," Lin Feng mused with a smile. "However, his eyesight still leaves much to be desired. How dare you?" The audacity of this young man, claiming the silver eye among the 3 golden eyes lacks vision, was utterly outrageous. Was he mad or simply overly arrogant? Mi Dalong was left bewildered. Guan Zhongren, whose elderly visage had initially appeared somewhat amiable, suddenly grew stern, fixing a cold glare upon Lin Feng. "Young man, such brazen words at a tender age reveal a lack of character, do they not? An old man, toothless and shameless, daring to speak so? You are hardly a paragon of virtue yourself." Lin Feng retorted with a playful smile. Anger surged within Guan Zhongren. "What did you say? Dare to repeat that? You are quite amusing, old man. You wish to hear unflattering words again?" Lin Feng feigned surprise. "Very well, I shall repeat myself. You are likely not a good person. You dare to insult me so?" Guan Zhongren's face turned a shade of green as he growled. "Do you know who I am?" "I do. An old fellow with poor eyesight." Lin Feng chuckled. "Especially considering you are merely in your 20s. Guan Zhongren fumed. "How outrageous! You, young man, dare to what? The stone has yet to be cut, and here you are, stammering. I shudder to think how you will react once the stone is unveiled," Lin Feng remarked, observing him keenly. Guan Zhongren's fingers trembled with rage. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, akin to Wang Lang encountering Zhuge Liang, his mind racing with a singular thought. What a shameless scoundrel! Seeing the old man on the verge of losing his composure, Feng Ping quickly interjected, "Master Guan, please calm yourself. Do not let this young man provoke you. True strength lies not in words, but in genuine skill," he added. "Indeed, Master Guan, have a seat and enjoy some tea. Simply watch this young man make a fool of himself." Bai Dahong chimed in, bringing over a chair as if he were attending to his own father. Thank goodness his father was not present. Otherwise, the confusion over whose son this was might have led to further chaos. In light of their reassurances, Guan Zhongren huffed, settled down, and conceded, "You are right. This young man possesses a sharp tongue, and I ought not to waste my breath on him. Young man, you claim that this stone is a treasure. Then go ahead and cut it, and slap my face with the result." "Very well, I shall have it cleaved. And let your face feel the sting." Lin Feng chuckled, turning to the stone cutter and instructing, "Slice it directly in half." The stone cutter was taken aback. "You wish to cut in half. Is that true?" You heard correctly. I mean to cut it in half. Lin Feng replied with a grin. Proceed. Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. Many onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. They had thought this young man possessed some genuine skill, but it appeared otherwise. Who would slice a fine stone in half? They murmured. Generally, such a method indicates the stone is too large or its structure too precarious to manage, necessitating an initial cut before contemplating a second. Otherwise, it's merely waste material, and cutting it haphazardly holds no consequence. The moment I heard his intentions, I knew it was not a good stone. Poor Mr. Me. How unfortunate that he chose to believe this young man's nonsense. He is in for a calamity. As the crowd voiced their opinions, mostly disparaging Lin Feng, the bitter taste on Mi Dalong's face deepened. Mr. Me, Lin Feng said, if you wish to withdraw now, it is not too late. No, since I have pledged to stand alongside Mr. Lin, there is no reason for retreat. If we must perish, let us do so together. Mi Dalong replied with a wry smile, shaking his head in refusal. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile as he said, very well, once we triumph with these stones, let us collaborate to open a jade shop. I shall oversee the selection, and you shall handle marketing. What do you think? That sounds excellent. Mi Dalong nodded in agreement. Guansongrin Znird, still dreaming of victory? With such a cut, even if there is something good, it will be ruined. A truly fanciful notion. Whether it is a dream or not, you must open your eyes wide and observe carefully. Lin Feng chuckled, gesturing towards the stone. Guanzhongren scoffed, leisurely sipping his tea as he glanced at the stone. Upon doing so, he was so astonished that he knocked over his teacup, scalding hot tea instantly reddening his palm. This is impossible. Oh my goodness. Something has emerged. Before them, the stone lay cleaved in two, the beam of a powerful flashlight illuminating a brilliant, translucent green radiance emanating from the cut surface. How dazzling. The base color leans towards yellow. It must be a piece of imperial green jade. Given its clarity, it must be of the ice variety, without a doubt. Look closely. There's a layer of icy mist. It is so dense and transparent, something typical ice jade cannot achieve. Remarkable. Did you notice? This single cut has left no excess material. What? Some with keen vision recognized the precision of the cut. This incision had indeed separated the fine jade from the waste material. Not a scrap of the latter remained on the good jade, nor a trace of jade on the waste. The artistry of such a technique left many seasoned stone gamblers in shock, their bodies tingling with awe. Astounding. For many years, aside from the legendary Fan Laoi, I have never witnessed such craftsmanship. What a terrifying cut. It must be the work of a master. It is impossible. This young man cannot be a master of the blade. It must be merely a coincidence. Coincidence klingt. Absolutely impossible. What exactly is a master of the blade? Many present were astonished by his intense reaction and inquired. A master of the blade represents the pinnacle of jade cutting. The manifestation of this is akin to what Lin Feng is doing with this stone. The exquisite jade and the waste material are flawlessly separated without a trace of overlap. The reason it is only aspired to is that throughout history, only 3 jade masters have achieved this distinction and left their names for posterity. Among them, only one remains alive today. The last one dates back to the transition between the Ming and Qing dynasties, centuries ago. How old is Lin Feng? A group of people stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng. Excuse me, sir, may I ask your age? What does age matter? I am just in my early 20s. Lin Feng replied with amusement, glancing at them as if they were treating him like an old man. Can't you tell from my appearance? Just in your early 20s? The crowd collectively gasped, some nearly collapsing from shock. My goodness, a 20-year-old master of the blade. If this news reaches old Master Fan, he would surely be furious. He only reached the realm of a master of the blade at the age of 98. It's all just luck. This kid merely made a single cut, and you are all overreacting. If he truly possesses the skill of a master of the blade, let him make another cut. Making another cut is certainly no issue. But what will you say if I truly succeed? Lin Feng asked, looking at him. Guanzhongren snorted derisively. If you can truly achieve that, I will immediately wash my hands of this, and you will henceforth be one of the 3 great golden eyes of Pingzhou. Very well, as you wish. Lin Feng chuckled and picked up a marker to draw a line. Wait, what if he cannot do it? I shall gouge out your eyes. Lin Feng joked. The crowd gasped in astonishment. That must not happen, young man. Handsome sir, do not act rashly. Even if you are fortunate enough to recognize that this stone is of good quality, it merely proves your keen eyesight. Do not be foolish. Indeed, you have a bright future ahead. Do not let this old fellow provoke you. Thank you all for your concern, but I am full of confidence. Lin Feng smiled amicably at them and waved as he made a line on the stone. The jade cutter felt immense pressure. Sir, this cut is of great significance. I fear I cannot bear the weight of it. Perhaps you should cut it yourself? Or at least bring in someone else. Do not worry. I will not make it difficult for you, Lin Feng said with a smile as he intended to take matters into his own hands. The jade cutter immediately stepped aside, relieved. Sir, please proceed. This is the switch. Just press it and slowly lower the blade. Thank you. Lin Feng nodded and operated the jade cutting machine. A rumble filled the air as the blade began to spin, becoming a blur. As it made contact with the stone, it emitted a screeching sound, sending sparks flying. A stunning sheen of crystalline water glimmered along the blade, captivating the onlookers with its beauty. Yet, amidst this spectacle, a palpable tension hung in the air. The majority harbored a sense of trepidation for Lin Feng. In stark contrast, Lin Feng appeared utterly unperturbed. Master Guan, could this young man truly possess the prowess of a knife master? Given his remarkable composure, Feng Ping and Bai Dahong exchanged anxious glances, questioning this extraordinary calm. Guan Zhongren let out a cold chuckle. Humph, even if old Master Fan himself were to intervene, one cannot claim to execute the technique of a knife master with unwavering consistency. Do you genuinely believe this lad possesses such skill? Really? Of course, they replied. The technique of a knife master is the lifelong pursuit of jade masters. As to date, only 3 individuals have ever been documented, and none have managed to perform it flawlessly every time. Is this young man doomed then? A gleeful chuckle escaped Guan Zhongren's lips. Bai Dahong and Feng Ping exchanged glances, a sense of exhilaration washing over them. Initially, they regarded Lin Feng merely as a capable and clever individual. However, the recent display of skill had profoundly illuminated Lin Feng's prodigious talent in the realm of jade gambling. If allowed to flourish, this young genius would inevitably ascend to an unattainable pinnacle within their industry, leaving their own positions precariously diminished. Thankfully, this prodigy was on the brink of downfall. Were circumstances favorable, they would have uncorked a bottle of champagne in celebration. Wow, he has cut through, someone exclaimed, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng and the stone. Guan Zhongren sneered. Young man, you may raise the blade now for all to see the fruits of your labor. Prepare for a cleansing of your hands. Lin Feng smiled at him. Master, could you please fetch a basin of clean water for rinsing? We wouldn't want anyone to dispute the results. Yes, sir. The stone cutter inhaled deeply, promptly bringing forth a basin of clear water towards the cut surface. A kaleidoscope of colors erupted. The translucent green shimmered brilliantly, radiating warmth akin to sunlight, exceedingly pleasing to the eye. Another piece of high-grade ice-type emerald. Excellent. Silence. Is this the moment to assess the variety? Guan Zhongren scoffed. Let us observe the cutting technique. At that moment, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Trouble was brewing. The stone's cut surface revealed a fragment of waste material. Though minimal, the presence of even the slightest imperfection alongside quality jade disqualified the execution from being deemed that of a knife master. Ha ha ha. Feng Ping and Bai Dahong erupted into raucous laughter. It's a failure. This young man did not perform as a knife master. You lost, boy. Quickly, dig out your eyes. Hurry. Who claims I am defeated? Lin Feng shot them a teasing glance. Guan Zhongren pointed at the waste material. Do you not see this? It's not just you losing. It's a clear defeat. Indeed, it is you who has lost, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Guan Zhongren's expression darkened. Are you attempting to be deceitful? With so many witnesses, do you truly think you can escape scrutiny? You misunderstand, old man. I merely suggest you touch this waste material to ascertain its nature, Lin Feng remarked with a grin. Guan Zhongren chuckled. Don't even mention just a touch. Even if you were to touch it 80 times, it remains refuse, utterly unchangeable. Stop your futile struggles and gouge your eyes out. If you won't touch it, then I shall do it myself. Lin Feng smiled, reaching out to graze the scrap, revealing a glimmer of green brilliance. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It is not refuse. It simply wasn't properly cleaned, and the refuse was washed there. Truly a master of the blade. Goodness. So that is how it is. Haha, my friend. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I nearly dug my nails into my flesh from fright. Lin Feng grinned. Now, old man, do you have anything left to say? Guan Zhongren's face turned pale, stumbling back several steps. He fell to the ground, nearly dismantling his frail bones. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Cut it again, or I shall not concede. Lin Feng retorted with amusement. Do I need your concession? Who has a golden basin? Bring it forth. Chapter 83. Washing hands in a golden basin. Who has a golden basin? Mi Dalong shouted excitedly, prompting others to join the commotion. Wait a moment. I shall fetch one from the gold shop. I would be most grateful, Lin Feng replied with a smile. The man laughed heartily. No need for thanks. I have long held disdain for this old tortoise. Last year, during the public auction, I was harshly reprimanded for not yielding my seat to him. Master Guan, you still remember this insignificant outsider, do you? Who are you? Guan Zhongren turned. Despite the man's bushy beard and rosy nose being quite distinctive, he could not recall knowing him. The proprietor sneered, "Ha, Master Guan is indeed too busy to remember who I am. But fret not. Soon I shall grant you your wish, a golden basin for your hands." Boss Fu, the basin has arrived. A slender young man in a suit wheeled in a cart bearing a true golden wash basin, not merely gold-plated. The crowd found the spectacle even more thrilling. So swift? Had you prepared it beforehand? Indeed. The moment this esteemed Lin master accepted the challenge, I dispatched my assistant to the gold shop. Boss Fu beamed. Thank you, Master Lin, for providing me with this opportunity for revenge. Last year, I lost considerable face. Without you, I would likely never have a chance for retribution. Boss Fu, you are too kind, Lin Feng chuckled, turning his gaze to Guan Zhongren. Master Guan, the basin is ready. Please proceed. You are pushing your luck. Guan Zhongren's face darkened. Lin Feng found this amusing. Hadn't they agreed on this? Master Guan, you wouldn't dare go back on your word, would you? So many witnesses are present. You are merely fortunate, not truly skilled. Why should I concede to your wager? Guan Zhongren retorted coldly. If you truly possess skill, let us battle again next time. With that, he turned to leave. And what if you do? Guan Zhongren, with a frosty expression, fixed his gaze on him and said, Do not overstep your bounds. I have people backing me. Are you trying to intimidate me? Lin Feng chuckled softly. I truly fear no threats. Unless you choose to withdraw immediately, you shall not leave here. Is that so? I shall depart, and who among you can stop me? A mocking smile graced Guan Zhongren's face as he strode towards the entrance. Lin Feng frowned and took a step forward. In the next moment, a group of security personnel surged towards him, blocking his path. What is happening? This is the Wang family's territory. Who dares to cause trouble here? Guan Zhongren laughed triumphantly, fixating his gaze on Lin Feng. Kid, I stand right here. Come over and try to lay a finger on me. I never strike lightly. If I were to hit, it would at least be a solid blow to the eyes. Lin Feng replied with a grin. Guan Zhongren laughed heartily. Bold words. Come and strike me then. Very well. I shall approach, Lin Feng retorted. What a joke. Let us see you take even half a step forward, Guan Zhongren sneered, losing interest in further conversation and preparing to leave. However, at that moment, he felt a sudden blur before his eyes, before he could comprehend what had flown towards him. A searing pain erupted in his left eye. Is that comfortable for you? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. It was indeed his fist that had landed squarely on Guan Zhongren's left eye. How did you come over here? Security, quickly. Before he could finish, Lin Feng delivered another punch, darkening his right eye. Guan Zhongren let out a wretched scream, clutching his eyes and staggering back several steps. Security, seize him. This is an affront to our dignity. In an instant, the security personnel, seething with rage, lunged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled faintly, not even glancing at them, and with sheer directness, he dispatched them with a few swift punches, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. My goodness, is this young man truly so formidable? Has Bruce Lee been reincarnated? Incredible. You. Guan Zhongren's face turned ashen as he stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. So many security guards, and yet they cannot handle a mere lad in his 20s. Absurd. Lin Feng clapped his hands and chuckled. What were you saying earlier? Repeat it for me. Aye. What? Do you look down upon me? Lin Feng frowned, grabbing him by the collar. I am giving you one last chance. Speak. I said for you to hit me. Truly audacious. I cannot believe there exists someone who revels in being struck. Lin Feng laughed and delivered a punch, breaking Guan Zhongren's nose, blood gushing forth, causing him to nearly faint from the pain. I was wrong, sir. I shall withdraw immediately. Please spare me. Then hurry. With a slight increase of force, Lin Feng hurled him towards the basin of water. Boss Fu, who had endured Guan Zhongren's humiliation, chuckled coldly. Master Guan, I never expected to see you in such a predicament. Hee. Indeed, Guan Zhongren stammered. Boss Fu sneered. Bring Master Guan some water. Moreover, everyone must ensure to capture quality videos and share them online for promotional purposes. We must not allow Master Guan to emerge from his seclusion and toil once more. It would be a tremendous burden upon him. Boss Fu is indeed correct, as many echoed his sentiments. Guan Zhongren is exceedingly arrogant, and his notoriety has only amplified this trait. Only a select few affluent individuals are fortunate enough to receive his cordiality. He has a remarkable talent for inciting ire among others, and many in attendance have, to varying degrees, suffered his disdain. When he was in favor, no one dared to speak against him. However, now that he has fallen from grace, it is only natural for others to revel in his misfortune and vent their frustrations. Observing the cold expressions of the crowd, Guan Zhongren's countenance turned ashen, and he could only submerge his hands in water to wash them. I, Guan Zhongren, have cleansed my hands of this business, and shall withdraw from the jade circle henceforth, he declared. I have spoken my piece. May I take my leave? Or do you wish for me to linger here, awaiting an invitation for supper? Lin Feng jested. Chapter 84. The text from the beautiful boss. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Guan Zhongren immediately fled. In that moment, Bai Dahong and Feng Ping were left utterly despondent. They exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed suit in their escape. Boss Lin, we have succeeded, Mi Dalong exclaimed, gazing at the victorious jade stone with sheer delight. Lin Feng replied with a smile, remain composed, boss me. This is merely the inception of our enterprise. There will be far grander spectacles in the future. Indeed, I must temper my excitement. Mi Dalong nodded repeatedly, though he could hardly suppress his elation, beaming all the while. Many approached the scene. Master Lin, will you sell this vivid green jade? Please do not cut it further. I am willing to offer 5 million. I will bid 10 million. What ist? Such a substantial piece could yield countless exquisite adornments. I will offer 20 million. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. We are not here for an auction. When the opportunity arises, I will contact you all to conduct business at our jade shop. Lin Feng gestured with a smile. His voice was soft, yet clearly heard by all present. Very well, Boss Lin. Shall we exchange contact information? Certainly. Please take out your phones. Lin Feng nodded. After exchanging contact details, which took a considerable half-hour, Lin Feng and Mi Dalong arranged for the stones to be loaded onto vehicles and transported to Mi Dalong's jade shop. As Mi Dalong opened the rolling shutter door, revealing a glass door beyond, he sheepishly remarked, my shop was quite spacious. During its prosperous days, I had over 10 employees. However, after being schemed against by that scoundrel Feng Ping a few years back, I had to lease out 2 adjoining stores, leaving me with only myself as the sole employee. Boss Lin, I apologize for the inconvenience. What is there to be embarrassed about? How many billionaires began their journeys alone? Laboring tirelessly, Lin Feng patted his shoulder. Do not feel ashamed, my partner. Upon hearing this, Mi Dalong was deeply moved. Lin Feng smiled. All right, is that the warehouse over there? Let's move the stones inside. Certainly. Mi Dalong nodded and promptly retrieved 2 small carts from the shop. Just as he turned around, he was taken aback. Goodness gracious. Lin Feng was balancing several large jadeite raw stones, stacked high like a tower, and was effortlessly carrying them into the shop with one hand. This left Mi Dalong utterly astonished. Oh dear, Boss Lin, do take care. If you're not cautious, those stones could come crashing down, and you might end up with quite a headache. Don't worry, it's quite stable, Lin Feng replied with a smile, striding confidently. Indeed, the stones were securely balanced, but Mi Dalong's heart nearly leapt from his chest. Boss Lin, you are simply incredible. How do you manage that? What is the big deal? Just use your hands. Lin Feng chuckled as he entered the warehouse. Mi Dalong approached the cart, eager to try for himself, but when he attempted to lift one stone, he nearly strained his back and quickly abandoned the effort, muttering to himself about the immense strength required to stack so many stones together. Even the strongest competitors at international contests wouldn't be capable of such feats, would they? Once all the stones were moved, Mi Dalong was thoroughly impressed by Lin Feng's prowess. Boss Lin, from now on, whatever you instruct, I shall comply. What shall we do next? Simple. I will mark the stones, and when you have the time, you can cut them, Lin Feng replied with a grin. If possible, it would be best to invite a few jade carvers to work in the shop. If we can also produce finished jadeite, most of the profits along this path will flow into our pockets. That makes sense. But the jade industry in Pingzhou is quite saturated, and finding skilled carvers is a challenge, Mi Dalong lamented. Despite his decades of experience in the field, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to recruit outstanding artisans. Lin Feng smiled reassuringly. No rush, if we can't find them. We'll start by selling raw jadeite. Let us take it step by step and build our success gradually. Soon enough, the Qinglong society will take notice of me and emerge on their own accord. Lin Feng still harbored some reservations regarding the betrayal he faced in his previous life. After all, having awakened the wisdom of his past existence, it seemed only fitting to seek retribution. Rest assured, I will not betray your trust, Boss Lin, Mi Dalong declared. Thumping his chest, Lin Feng chuckled, picked up a pen, and began marking the stones. Mi Dalong initially thought it would take several hours, but in mere minutes, Lin Feng had finished, leaving him astonished. Boss Lin, is it really done already? What else would it be? Lin Feng replied, looking at him quizzically. Mi Dalong was bewildered. Even master stone gamblers took considerable time to deliberate before marking jadeite raw stones, particularly those of exceptional quality. Some masters might ponder over a stone for 3 to 5 years. 3 minutes, you say? 3 minutes is more than sufficient. Lin Feng responded with a smile. Now, let's get to the stone carving. He tossed the pen aside. While some may take an hour to achieve little progress, others can accomplish 10 times as much in a second. Time remains constant, but human efficiency varies drastically. A message from the beautiful proprietress arrived. Initially, both were swept away by the fervor of their escapade in the cave, believing it was merely an unexpected spark of passion. However, Lin Feng has now realized that it is the evil deity at work. Upon receiving this text message, he declared that he would go at all costs. Wait a moment. I shall arrive at your shop shortly. All right. I shall await your arrival, came the reply from the proprietress. Yet, the sender of the message was not the beautiful shopkeeper, but rather a coarse, brutish man covered in coarse hair. He tossed his phone aside and chuckled. He came running at just a casual message. Tell me, my dear, do you claim he is not familiar to you? I truly do not know him well. The beautiful shopkeeper stammered, a flicker of panic igniting in her eyes. Mr. Lin, how can you come here? The brutish man sneered coldly. Is that so? Then why do you seem so concerned for that fellow? I'm not, she retorted. Well, once that lad is dead, you shall be next. The brutish man leered at her neck, smooth and fair, and salivated as he spoke. Since you are destined to die, why not grant me the pleasure before your demise? What do you intend to do? The beautiful shopkeeper gasped in terror. The brutish man chuckled. Fear not. Though I appear rough, I assure you, my methods will bring you untold ecstasy. No, do not touch me, the proprietress cried, on the verge of tears. Rather than feeling pity, the brutish man found a twisted thrill in her fear, tearing off his belt with reckless abandon. Scream, scream louder. Let your cries heighten my excitement. You pervert, may you meet a terrible end. Ah, well said. I relish hearing such words. Shout even louder. The brutish man seemed to grow more exhilarated. Unexpectedly, the shopkeeper spat at his face. Beast, you may as well kill me. You. The brutish man was momentarily taken aback, then wiped his face with fury. You wretched woman. How dare you? I welcome death. Upon my demise, I shall return as a vengeful spirit and ensure you suffer. She shouted defiantly, resolute in her acceptance of fate. Enraged, the brutish man reached out to snap her neck. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Brother Hong, we are under attack. What? The brutish man, Brother Hong, turned pale, his gaze fixed on the door. With a loud crash, a subordinate flew in, collapsing at his feet. Entering through the doorway was a young man, Lin Feng. It's you. Upon sighting him, Brother Hong's countenance darkened ominously. So, you finally decided to show up. But how did you discover my ambush? With their meager skills, I could sense something amiss without even needing to see. Lin Feng chuckled, glancing at the proprietress. How are you? I am fine. Hurry and flee. They intend to kill you. As their eyes met, tears streamed down the shopkeeper's cheeks. Brother Hong sneered. Now that you've arrived, there is no escape for you. If you were wise, you would kneel and surrender. Perhaps in a moment of mercy, I might spare your life. How fortuitous. That is precisely what I intended to propose. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Suddenly, the shopkeeper exclaimed, Be cautious behind you. Behind him, a few thugs emerged unnoticed, brandishing short knives and lunging towards his back with ferocity. Yet, Lin Feng seemed oblivious, maintaining a smile as he gazed ahead. Witnessing this, Brother Hong displayed a sinister grin, relishing the apparent success of his plot. This time you're doomed. This is your punishment for offending Mr. Tan and for your treachery on the plain. However, in the blink of an eye, the smirk on Brother Hong's face froze. Impossible. The assailants, poised to succeed, suddenly collapsed, their eyes rolling back in shock. Could it be that this young man had eyes in the back of his head? How did you know there were people behind you? Brother Hong stammered. A murderous intent so palpable, one can sense it even with closed eyes. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Brother Hong gritted his teeth, acknowledging, I underestimated you. No wonder you dared to enter knowing there was an ambush. It seems you possess some skill. But do you believe this grants you a chance to escape? He sneered. What other tricks do you have? Lin Feng replied. Then show me what you've got. Don't waste my time. Damn it, do you take me for a jester? Brother Hong retorted angrily. Lin Feng chuckled. Don't tarnish the art of performance. Those who excel take years to master their craft. While you barely last 2 seconds, there's a vast difference. Seeking death, Brother Hong shouted, brandishing a gleaming metallic weapon aimed at Lin Feng's head. The innkeeper's wife, observing the scene, understood the gravity of the situation. Quick, run, run. Try moving a muscle, Brother Hong sneered. No matter how fast you flee, my bullet will always be swifter. Kneel down and drop your knife if you have any sense. Against you, a knife is unnecessary, Lin Feng said, discarding the weapon to the side. Brother Hong, believing himself victorious, smirked. Kneel, or I will make your head blossom. You likely lack the ability to do so. Lin Feng chuckled, taking a step forward. Brother Hong was taken aback. The deadly weapon was aimed at him. Yet this young man remained so nonchalant. Are you seeking death? Of course I wish to live. But you cannot kill me, Lin Feng replied, stepping forward once more. All right, you wish to die. I shall grant your wish, Brother Hong proclaimed, pulling the trigger before his words even faded. Bang! The deafening sound erupted, and a flash of fire burst forth like a lightning strike. Terror spread rapidly among those present. The innkeeper's wife screamed, no. Yet, a more agonizing scream drowned her out. She believed Lin Feng had been struck and wept bitterly. Mr. Lin? Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Lin Feng was still advancing towards her, a faint smile gracing his face, devoid of any pain. How is this possible? I'm perfectly fine. The bullet did not strike me, Lin Feng replied with a grin. The innkeeper's wife whirled around to face Brother Hong, who was now on his knees in agony. A bullet having pierced his thigh. How could this happen? He gasped, drenched in cold sweat. What did you do? Curious to know? Then go ahead and fire another shot and see for yourself, Lin Feng challenged. Lin Feng had approached him. Hong Gu gritted his teeth and said, no, I surrender. Just kill me. Oh, I speak the truth. Go ahead in my life. With a sigh, Hong Gu closed his eyes. I am no match for you. It seemed that you. Bang. Just as Lin Feng began to speak, a gunshot rang out. Ha. A mad expression spread across Hong Ji's face as he laughed. Kid, you've fallen into my trap. I still wish to live well. How could I allow you to kill me? Surprised, aren't you? Ha. You're quite clever. Lin Feng smirked mockingly. Hong Ji's expression immediately froze. How can you? Of course. I am perfectly fine. Lin Feng grinned, revealing a bullet lying in the palm of his hand. He actually caught the bullet barehanded, at such a close distance. His hand was completely unscathed. Hong Ji's pupils constricted suddenly. No, this is impossible. How could a normal person catch a bullet? What trickery is this? Have you said enough? Now it is my turn to act. Lin Feng smiled, aiming the bullet at his head. Hong Gu trembled, sensing the threat of death. No, don't do this to me. I was forced into this. It was all Boss Tan's orders. Please don't kill me. Chapter 86, The Queen Nightclub. Where's that guy? Lin Feng inquired. Hong Gu immediately replied, the Queen Nightclub. I've told you everything. Spare me. You must be careful, the proprietress said with concern. She wished to keep Lin Feng from taking this risk. Lin Feng smiled, assuring her I'll be fine. The proprietress nodded, watching him disappear into the darkness. The Queen Nightclub, one of the 10 most luxurious establishments in Pingzhou. All who came here were either wealthy or influential. No one expected anything untoward to occur here. In a suite, Boss Tan was embracing a young girl, ready to take the final step when bang. The suite door was kicked open with a tremendous noise, nearly incapacitating him permanently. Who? Boss Tan glared furiously at the entrance. Do you wish to die? Do you know where this is and dare to cause a disturbance? Ouch! A cry of pain rang out as a figure collapsed at his feet. Boss Tan was momentarily stunned. Was the efficiency of the Queen Nightclub truly this high? This person had just kicked the door and was swiftly dealt with? No wonder the Queen Nightclub is so efficient. Dun, sabeme. Honggu uttered weakly before fainting. Boss Tan's expression changed drastically as he turned to the entrance, only to see a young, handsome man walking in. It's you. Boss Tan, long time no see, Lin Feng said with a slight smile, looking at him cheerfully. Was this your doing? Isn't that obvious? If it wasn't Timmy, would your lackeys have thrown themselves so far? Lin Feng chuckled. Boss Tan's face darkened. You have some nerve. The one who struck me dares to come here, looking for trouble? You truly wish to court death. Help! There's a disturbance here. Who dares to cause trouble in our Queen Nightclub? A throng of individuals rushed over, encircling Lin Feng. The leader of the group had a protruding forehead and an excessively long nose, creating an unsettling and intimidating appearance. Rest assured, esteemed guest, anyone who causes a ruckus here will meet but one fate. They will enter standing and exit lying down. Tan, the leader, proclaimed with a smug grin. If you wish to avoid a dismal fate, kneel and plead for mercy now. Perhaps, in my good graces, I might spare your life. If you can satisfy our esteemed guest, we might even consider showing leniency, the menacing figure coldly remarked, fixating his gaze on Lin Feng. The surrounding security personnel glared menacingly, their silence amplifying the pressure on Lin Feng. Were this an ordinary individual, they would have turned pale, cold sweat cascading down their spine. Yet Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, taking a step forward instead of retreating. If you could allow me a moment's reprieve, I shall take my leave. What did you say? Seeking death? The security guards erupted in fury, astonished that he would so brazenly disregard them. Even the most elite mercenaries who lived on the edge would not dare to belittle them in such a manner. Facing imminent doom, he still dared to be so audacious. The fearsome figure clenched his fists, propelling himself toward Lin Feng with a single, powerful punch that could shatter marble floors, regardless of their thickness. The mere sound of the punch was enough to send shivers down the spines of onlookers. Tan, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, shouted in excitement, "Do it! Finish him off!" The crowd watched coldly, eager to witness Lin Feng's impending misfortune, only to witness him raise his fist slowly, almost feebly. How could such a weak strike contend with a menacing man's might? A chilling smile crept across the face of the grotesque figure. A fool who overestimates himself, seeking his own demise. The two fists collided, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. The audience felt as though their ears might burst. Then, the expression on the monstrous face shifted to one of sheer shock. How could this be? The strength of this young man's punch was astonishing, matching his own. But in the next instant, he realized the grave error of his assumptions. A piercing agony surged from his fist to his brain, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. "On my hand! My entire arm is broken." The security guards gasped collectively. "Hiss! I am not here to cause trouble. I merely seek retribution for grievances," Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly, taking a step forward. "If you wish to live, step aside." This. Captain, should we let him pass? How can we allow that? We are merely the security personnel of this establishment. Should anything unfortunate befall a distinguished guest, our employer would undoubtedly hold us accountable. The captain with the peculiar visage spoke through clenched teeth, as if prepared for a life-or-death struggle with Lin Feng. However, upon seeing Lin Feng striding toward them, his body instinctively recoiled to the side. The security guards, who had been ready to fight, nearly twisted their waists in astonishment. "Captain, onward, you must advance," the captain urged. "Huh, the security guards are not fools," they retorted, one by one stepping aside to clear a path while shouting, "Charge! Advance! For our esteemed guest, we fear not sacrifice. We cannot allow any indignity to befall them." You lot, seeing them merely shouting slogans, Mr. Tan's face turned a shade of green with anger. Lin Feng had now approached him, smiling as he inquired, "Mr. Tan, how would you prefer to meet your demise?" I do not wish to die, Mr. Tan. Sir, no, brother, let's discuss this calmly." A sudden pallor swept over his face as he sank into the sofa. "I can offer you a substantial sum." "Spare me, what do you say?" "How much?" Lin Feng pressed. 100, no, 5 million, Mr. Tan hastily replied, a glimmer of hope brightening his countenance. However, Lin Feng merely chuckled. "Oh, I see. You may leave now." "What?" The smile on Mr. Tan's face froze. In an instant, he sensed something amiss within his body. A searing pain rapidly spreading throughout. Blood began to pour from his nostrils, followed by his eyes and ears. "So much blood. What have you done to me?" "The necessary actions," Lin Feng stated without a glance back, turning to exit the suite. The security guards dared not intervene, parting to allow him passage, now too fearful to utter any battle cries. "If you think 5 million is insufficient, I can offer more. 8 million, 10 million, will that suffice?" "Ha, you misunderstand. I have no interest in your money," Lin Feng replied with a hint of amusement. Mr. Tan, in a desperate shriek, questioned, "Then why did you ask how much?" "Just curious. Is that not permissible?" Lin Feng remarked with a playful smirk. "I merely wish to toy with this fellow." Despair engulfed Mr. Tan as he stared wide-eyed. "You played me." A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The security personnel watched in horror, their faces pale. How ruthless! Though they had dealt deadly blows before, they had never witnessed such a tragic demise. Remarkably, throughout, Lin Feng had only pricked Mr. Tan with a silver needle. This eerie and terrifying method of killing sent shivers down their spines. Who exactly was this young man? They had truly escaped death just moments ago. A cold sweat streamed down their backs until someone noticed the oddity and approached, discovering the lifeless Mr. Tan. A piercing scream erupted. "Ah, a corpse!" The eerie silence of the establishment shattered instantly. It was unfathomable that someone had been murdered before a gathering of security guards. This incident promptly summoned the club owner himself. He was a middle-aged man with murky eyes and a few strands of gray in his hair, entering amidst a throng of people. "Please spare us, boss. We truly did our utmost. That man was simply too formidable." The peculiar-faced man immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, before daring to recount the events that had transpired. The owner squinted his eyes. "You claim that a single silver needle caused this guest to meet such a tragic end?" Yes, boss. It was undoubtedly a silver needle. We all saw it clearly. Just a single jab." The peculiar-faced man insisted. The security guard chimed in, "Boss, that individual was extraordinarily bizarre. With a mere flick of his fist, he shattered the captain's arm. Though it sounds unbelievable, it is indeed the truth. We assure you, there is not an ounce of exaggeration in our words. Please see for yourself." The owner glanced at the peculiar-faced man's arm, his eyes flickering momentarily, and remarked, "Your loyalty to me is commendable, and I trust you. However, we must ascertain the identity of that person without delay. Rest assured, boss, even if he were to turn to dust, I would recognize him." The peculiar-faced man replied hastily. The owner nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Good, ensure you find him, and do so swiftly. Understood?" "Yes, boss." Alas, this rogue had become so brazen that he even dared to lay hands on the boss's wife. Such an affront was intolerable. As footsteps echoed from outside, the boss's wife abruptly rose, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance. Lin Feng stepped inside, smiling as he said, "Fear not, it is I." "You must have felt frightened being left alone in the store?" Gradually regaining her composure, the boss's wife inquired, "Are you unharmed?" "I am perfectly fine," Lin Feng replied with a smile, adding, "I've dragged you into this. I apologize." "What do you mean by dragging me into this? Did you not help me immensely?" The beautiful boss's wife retorted, her face unexpectedly revealing a flirtatious charm that should not have surfaced at that moment. Upon witnessing her expression, Lin Feng's heart sank. He had forgotten to buy gloves. Indeed, when he looked down again, he saw the beautiful boss's wife's eyes rapidly clouding over, her demeanor becoming alluringly tender as she gazed at him. "Mr. Lin, you will love me, won't you?" The boss's wife interjected, "Please remain calm. Our relationship is rather." Before he could finish his sentence, the beautiful boss's wife lunged at him, crashing him against the table. A loud thud echoed as items scattered from the surface, leaving Lin Feng's mind utterly blank. "Are you awake?" The beautiful boss's wife turned her head, her face flushed as she looked at him. "What would you like for breakfast?" "I shall prepare it for you. A simple noodle dish will suffice." "How about some spring noodles?" she asked, ready to rise. Lin Feng, fully aware of the circumstances, felt a twinge of guilt despite it not being his fault, as it was the work of an evil deity. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to take responsibility, pressing his hand gently on her shoulder, saying, "Allow me to handle breakfast. I am quite skilled at it." "Well, thank you," she replied, gazing at him in surprise, never expecting that a man of his stature would be capable of preparing breakfast. At that moment, Lin Feng was nearly paralyzed with shock. As he realized that his hand had once again found its way onto the proprietress, he hurriedly withdrew it. "Are you all right, madam?" he stammered. "I'm fine," she replied, momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she hastily covered her face and added, "Mr. Lin, about last night." "Ahem. It's best not to dwell on last night. It's early morning now," Lin Feng interjected, swiftly exiting the bedroom. Upon reaching the kitchen, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, glancing at his hands, a trace of bitterness crossed his mind as he murmured, "This won't do. I need to find some gloves. Otherwise, if I accidentally brush against someone on the street, it could lead to complications." Chapter 88. A chance encounter with a beautiful woman. Typically, a stroll through the streets would be harmless, but during certain events filled with numerous young ladies, Lin Feng knew avoiding contact would be impossible. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down his spine. He hurriedly prepared breakfast and knocked on the bedroom door. "Breakfast is ready. You should come out quickly, or it will get cold." "Thank you, I'll be right out," the proprietress replied, though still feeling shy about facing Lin Feng directly. Once outside, he promptly dialed Mi Dalong. "Mr. Mi, you're up quite early. The sun hasn't even risen yet." Mi Dalong exclaimed, surprised by the caller ID. "Where did you sleep last night?" "I usually wake up this early. Of course, I slept in my bed," Lin Feng responded, glancing at the jade shop behind him. "I have a question. Where can I find some decent gloves at this hour?" "The old street. Just navigate there, and a cab will get you there swiftly," Mi Dalong instructed. The area of Pingzhou was small. Driving around could be done in half a day. Lin Feng took a taxi and arrived in less than 10 minutes. The fresh morning air greeted him, uplifting his spirits. Vendors on the old street called out cheerfully, exchanging greetings with familiar faces, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Particularly, a stunning woman caught the attention of all the men, regardless of age, who seemed eager to impress her. "Excuse me, where are you from? You don't seem like a local." A man in his late 20s approached her. The beauty turned, smiled, and replied, "I'm here on vacation. I heard the old street has not only jade shops and antique stores, but also many old establishments from the last century that are rare elsewhere, right? You've come to the right person. I'm a native of Pingzhou, and I know this place like the back of my hand. Allow me to be your guide." The man beamed. "No charge, it's free." "Thank you, but I prefer to explore on my own." The woman gently shook her head. "Please, I insist. I want to take your money. I know this area well and can guide you anywhere you wish to go," the man urged. "Thank you, but really it's unnecessary," she replied, attempting to walk away. A flicker of irritation flashed across the man's eyes as he reached out to grasp her. "Wait, beautiful. Hey, what are you doing?" Startled, the woman took several steps back, watching him warily. The man, with a smile, reassured her, "Fear not. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to caution you. This place, Pingzhou, is rife with unsavory characters, and as a young lady unfamiliar with the area, wandering aimlessly could lead to trouble. Truly, allow me to show you around. It would be safer, wouldn't it?" Are you threatening me?" The color drained from the woman's face slightly. Noticing her fear, the man's smile grew more smug. "Do not misunderstand me, fair lady. I, Zhao Gang, am merely a helpful soul, truly for your own good. Such goodwill should not be mistaken for malice. Come now, shall we explore together?" He reached out again to seize her. In that moment of dread, the woman instinctively recoiled. Just then, a voice interjected from the side. "Is it really appropriate to lay hands on my friend this early in the morning?" "Who is that?" The woman turned, her eyes lighting up. "Lin Feng." "Hello, Zhang Meiyao." Lin Feng grinned. The striking woman before him, clad in a casual jacket and jeans with an alluring figure, was indeed Zhang Meiyao, whom he had encountered on the flight. She was here to travel, and their meeting on the old street felt both serendipitous and destined. "Is this your friend?" The man scrutinized Lin Feng, his demeanor shifting slightly. Trouble brews when a man enters the equation. "Yes, please refrain from harassing me," Zhang Mingyao asserted, wrapping her arm around Lin Feng's. "Your words are rather harsh, fair lady. I come with good intentions, wishing to assist you. How has it turned into harassment?" The man continued to size up Lin Feng, a hint of menace in his voice as he stated, "You, lad, are from out of town as well, I presume?" "Indeed. And what of it?" Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Humph," the man sneered. "I advise you not to meddle. I'm far more familiar with this area than you." "And what of it? Would a true local, one who genuinely belongs to Pingzhou, stoop to bullying us and tarnishing their own homeland's reputation?" Lin Feng retorted with a grin. The man laughed heartily. "What? Do you believe these people would stand up for you? Do not dream, boy. Know your place and leave, or the consequences will be yours to bear." "How fortunate. I was just about to suggest the very same. Bear the consequences," Lin Feng quipped mockingly, casting a glance at the crowd around them. The majority were locals of Pingzhou, and even those who weren't had lived there long enough to forge a genuine connection with the land. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, several individuals stepped forward. Confronting the man, "Who are you? Are you truly from here? Do not cause trouble. These fine young folks are guests, and if you dare lay a finger on them, you will regret it. Do not sully our Pingzhou's reputation. You are an outsider as well, aren't you?" "What do you mean? Are you planning to stand up for them?" The man glared at the group, disdain etched across his face. "You lot, struggling to make ends meet, should mind your own business. Otherwise, one swift strike from me, and I assure you, you'll be sporting new holes." "Oh, how terrifying. A hole? You made me laugh." The proprietor of an ancient eatery emerged, wielding 2 cleavers. "Care to test my blade? Let's see if you leave here with both arms," he challenged. "Well said. Do you dare to make a move?" Others shouted, brandishing an assortment of items. Lin Feng smiled and remarked, "Now, this is the true spirit of Pingzhou, protecting their own land. You're nothing but a fraud." The man snarled, his face darkening as he clenched his teeth. "I want to forget you. Just wait." "You better hurry then. I won't wait for fools," Lin Feng retorted. The man, nearly bursting with rage, glanced at the crowd and had no choice but to retreat in disgrace. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. "Ha! A mere fruit knife, and he thinks he can intimidate us. Hilarious. Don't worry, handsome and beautiful. Feel free to wander. In our Pingzhou, good people far outnumber the bad." Lin Feng and Zhang Mingyao expressed their gratitude. "No need for thanks," the crowd chuckled, dispersing. Zhang Mingyao turned to Lin Feng and said, "Mr. Lin, you are truly impressive with just a few words. You scared that villain away." It was nothing, Lin Feng replied with a smile, about to inquire about her purpose there, when he suddenly realized she was holding his hand, causing a jolt in his heart. Oh no, I'm not wearing protection. Chapter 89. The Allure of Beauty. Just as Lin Feng sensed something amiss, a series of vivid images flooded Zhang Mingyao's mind. A man and a woman were engaged in a fervent embrace. The scenes played out like a film, each frame expanding and sharpening in her imagination. She could almost hear their passionate cries, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of immersion. Suddenly, the woman turned her head, revealing a strikingly beautiful face, hers. Before she could process this, the man in her vision also turned, and to her astonishment, it was Lin Feng. Unable to contain herself, Zhang Mingyao tightly crossed her legs, her lovely visage flushed crimson, her entire body radiating heat. Noticing the rising temperature beside him, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He quickly released Zhang Mingyao's hand and said, "Miss Zhang, I need to make a trip to the general store." Zhang Mingyao attempted to speak, but her words came out like the murmurs of a dream. Lin Feng felt a surge of heat in his chest as he quickened his pace. If he delayed any further, he couldn't be sure he could maintain his composure, and he knew Zhang Mingyao would struggle as well. The mere thought of finding themselves in a compromising situation in the street made Lin Feng's head spin. Hastily entering the store, he purchased a pair of gloves, feeling a semblance of safety return. "Have you finished your shopping?" Zhang Mingyao approached, stealing a glance at Lin Feng before shyly looking away. "Really? It's the early morning, and why on earth am I thinking such things? Especially about Lin Feng. When did I become so lecherous?" Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his nose and replied, "I'm done shopping. You're here for a visit. Would you like to capture a few photographs of the old street?" "Indeed." Zhang Mingyao nodded, glancing at him with curiosity as she inquired, "This glove appears quite lightweight. Are you wearing it for riding a motorcycle or for some other purpose?" "Nothing in particular. Just wearing it for fun," Lin Feng replied with a smile as he exited the convenience store. The two of them took several pictures in the old street, and time seemed to fly by. Observing the sun rising higher in the sky, Zhang Mingyao remarked, "Thank you for taking so many photos for me. Shall we find a place to rest? I'll treat you." "I want to be modest about that," Lin Feng chuckled. They chose a quaint little restaurant that seemed clean and settled down to order some food. Upon glancing at her selection, Lin Feng smiled and said, "So, Miss Zhang enjoys spicy food?" "Yes, indeed. However, I also appreciate lighter dishes. As long as the flavors are delightful, I'm satisfied." Zhang Mingyao replied with a smile before suddenly adding, "Could you refrain from calling me Miss Zhang? Just call me by my name, please." "Very well, Mingyao. That is a lovely name," Lin Feng responded with a grin. "You too. Please don't address me as sir all the time," he continued. "Just Lin Feng." "Right," Lin Feng nodded, glancing across the street. It was a jewelry store, and after their meal, they wandered inside, treating it as a post-meal stroll beneficial for digestion. "What can I assist you with?" The shopkeeper inquired with a cheerful demeanor as he looked at the pair. There were a few other customers in the store, and upon noticing the arrival of two attractive individuals, they all turned their attention to them, particularly drawn to the striking beauty of Zhang Mingyao. Feeling a tad self-conscious, she leaned slightly closer to Lin Feng. "I've noticed there are many jade bangles here," she remarked. "The majority of finished jade products in Pingzhou are indeed bangles," Lin Feng explained. "Thus, purchasing jade bangles here is generally more advantageous in terms of quality and price compared to other locations." "You certainly seem knowledgeable," the shopkeeper replied with a smile. He was a middle-aged man, not overly slick, with a mole on his nose. A fortune teller had claimed that this was a sign of wealth, predicting he would have good fortune in the future. "Not only do I offer excellent bangles at favorable prices, but I also have semi-finished gambling materials. Would you like to try your luck?" "What are gambling materials?" Zhang Mingyao asked, intrigued, as her knowledge of jade was quite limited. Lin Feng explained, "Gambling materials refer to uncut jadeite rough, which comes in two types, full gamble and half gamble. The uncut jadeite rough without any openings is considered a full gamble, bearing a high risk. Hence the saying 'one cut to heaven, one cut to hell.' Half gamble refers to the jadeite rough that has been opened." Zhang Mingyao quickly grasped the concept and asked, "So, half gamble means those that have been opened?" Lin Feng nodded. "You are correct. However, unpolished rough jewelry is also considered half gamble because it lacks a thick outer shell, making it easier to assess the quality of the jade, thus reducing the risk. Generally speaking, the price tends to be somewhat higher than directly purchasing raw jadeite." "Is this what the shopkeeper was referring to?" "Indeed. You are quite perceptive," the shopkeeper remarked, touching his mole with a grin. "Would you like to give it a try? I have gambling materials ranging from dozens to tens of thousands of dollars." Just last night, someone spent only 80 and earned 3 to 400,000. Lin Feng could not help but chuckle. After all, the proprietor of the establishment would naturally refrain from disclosing to buyers that many individuals squander hundreds of thousands, perpetually incurring losses. However, noticing Zhang Mingyao's evident interest, Lin Feng nodded and said, "Let us give it a try." He was curious about the price range they would be engaging with. The owner inquired with a smile, "What price are you considering?" Lin Feng glanced at the gambling materials on the shelf and replied, "Everything is clearly priced. I will choose at my leisure." You and T impose a sudden price hike. Would you? Of course not. The owner immediately shook his head, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Local patrons nearby chuckled as they observed Lin Feng, speculating that this young man was likely to suffer losses. Outsiders often heard of the exorbitant profits in jade, believing one could effortlessly amass wealth. However, they remained oblivious to the numerous tales of individuals who had transformed from billionaires to beggars, even resorting to suicide. Attempting to profit from this venture without any skill was indeed perilous. They perceived Lin Feng, seemingly in his early 20s, as lacking competence, merely attempting to impress the beautiful woman beside him by making a hasty move. Their skepticism deepened when they saw that Lin Feng's selections were all jade materials priced under 100 yuan. "All right, I shall take these 3 pieces," Lin Feng declared, placing the materials on the counter. What I mentioned earlier is a rare occurrence. In contrast, the more expensive materials, regardless of whether one incurs losses or profits, generally possess collectible value. Even if there's a loss now, their value will eventually appreciate. Perhaps you should select a few more? Chapter 90. The Young Green Jade Bracelet. "No need, these will suffice," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. "It's merely for fun." "Very well," the owner said, his enthusiasm visibly diminishing. Zhang Mingyao nodded and turned to Lin Feng, asking, "What about this piece?" She exclaimed with delight, "It's my first time engaging with this. Not incurring a loss would already be splendid. What should we do next, boss? Please proceed with the payment, and I will take care of the polishing." At that point, the true nature of these jade materials will be abundantly clear, the owner responded with a smile. "Your total is 30,000 yuan, and for this gentleman's 3 pieces, it amounts to 210 yuan. I will round it down to 200. Upon glancing at Lin Feng's modest stones, he nearly refrained from speaking. Was this young man truly so frugal? How could he be with such a lovely lady? Zhang Mingyao promptly paid for both of their expenses. "Lin Feng, I insisted on treating you." Upon hearing this, many patrons cast disparaging glances at Lin Feng. How shameless could one be to allow a beautiful woman to pay for him? Goodness, this man is truly exceptional. Even the owner's expression twitched involuntarily. Had all the good men vanished in these times? How could such a man find such a stunning girlfriend? It was utterly astonishing. "Ahem, beautiful lady, I will now polish your stones. You may rest over there for a while." "Thank you," Zhang Mingyao replied, immediately taking Lin Feng's hand and leading him to a small tea table nearby, where she poured him a cup of tea. How adept she was! The eyes of numerous male companions present turned an envious crimson, wishing fervently to drag Lin Feng out and give him a beating. Yet Lin Feng seemed oblivious to these jealous gazes, cheerfully sipping his tea. "The tea is quite delightful," he remarked. "Lin Feng, it turns out that jadeite is not initially the translucent and exquisite gem we perceive. In fact, it is rather coarse," Zhang Mingyao exclaimed, her gaze fixed on a jadeite rough stone on the polishing table. The surface of the jadeite is continuously polished, gradually revealing the beautiful form that most people admire. Lin Feng smiled, saying, "Naturally, it starts out rough. It is through the artisan's meticulous polishing and carving that it eventually transforms into a cherished piece of jade. Therefore, the finished jadeite is judged first by its material and second by the craftsmanship. Often, pieces with exceptional craftsmanship can fetch prices 7 or even dozens of times greater than the raw materials. Is it truly that extravagant?" Zhang Mingyao gazed at him in astonishment, unable to contain her curiosity. "Then how much will the bracelet I selected be worth once polished?" "Approximately 20,000, Lin Feng replied. 20,000? Surely you jest. I paid 30,000 for it." "That is the nature of gambling on rough stones," Lin Feng explained. Zhang Mingyao was taken aback. "So after polishing, I will incur a loss of 10,000? "That is indeed the implication," Lin Feng nodded. With a bitter expression, Zhang Mingyao lamented. "But you mentioned I could at least break even." Nearby, a middle-aged man, seemingly of similar age to the shop owner, interjected with a bemused expression, "Young man, are you not afraid of being ridiculed for your bold claims?" Lin Feng cast a suspicious glance at him. This middle-aged man, though appearing rather refined, bore the remnants of a once handsome visage. Are you addressing me? Lin Feng inquired. Who else could I mean? The man replied with a chuckle. The stone is not yet polished. How can you be so certain? That rough stone appears quite promising, even if it is not worth 30,000. A loss of 10,000 seems implausible. Besides, none of your 3 stones are larger than a pebble. It would be a miracle if polishing them could increase their value by 10,000. Indeed, chimed in another envious onlooker. Young man, if your skills are lacking, it is prudent to refrain from making such precise statements, for your inaccuracy may render you a laughingstock. Enough of your nonsense. Lin Feng is not that sort of person. Zhang Mengyao retorted angrily, eager to defend him. Lin Feng grasped her arm gently, smiling as he said, "No need for debate. The truth will soon reveal itself." Of course. You are mistaken. The middle-aged man chuckled. I do not hesitate to inform you that I have been involved with jadeite raw stones since childhood. Unless it is the renowned master fan of the 3 golden eyes, no one can truly discern the mysteries within such gambling stones. At my level, I can only grasp a general idea. Are you one of the 3 golden eyes? Lin Feng glanced at him appraisingly. The middle-aged man beamed with pride. While I am not one of the 3 golden eyes, I am Li Jun Tian, a member of the 6 great law eyes, known for my ability to identify treasures. In this realm of gambling stones, aside from Master Fan, who could possibly rival me? Oh, Lin Feng responded faintly and turned his head away. Li Jun Tian, feeling somewhat irritated, exclaimed, "What kind of attitude is that? Look over there." Lin Feng pointed towards the shop owner. Li Jun Tian turned to glance, and his expression changed drastically. He saw that the jade, after being polished, appeared murky and viscous, resembling overcooked rice water or rinsed rice water, only semi-transparent. This was unmistakably a characteristic of glutinous jade. If it were fully transparent, it would be classified as ice jade of superior quality. In the jade market, it was considered a fairly common mid-range jade. Glutinous jade in tender sprout green. Oh, the hue of this tender sprout green is rather rich. Furthermore, the jade on the elbow isn't colorless jade, but white jade, making it even more exquisite. Indeed, the craftsmanship of this bracelet is commendable, particularly the circular design, which would likely command a higher price, at least over 10,000. What a pity. If it were a bit more transparent, the price could easily multiply several times. Lin Feng remarked playfully. Li Fan, what do you think this glutinous jade tender sprout green bracelet is worth? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Li Jun Tian's expression shifted, and he finally managed to stammer out around 20,000. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Wasn't that precisely the price the young man had just mentioned? Many people widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Lin Feng. This young man had predicted the price of a jade before it was even polished. Lin Feng chuckled and asked, "So, may I inquire, Li Fan, was I mistaken in my earlier statement?" And no, Li Jun Tian's face flushed with embarrassment and resentment. Even if you say that, those 3 pieces of jade have yet to be opened. It's not guaranteed to be entirely accurate. Indeed, some individuals might strike lucky in gambling stones, right? Others chimed in, unwilling to concede. Lin Feng smiled. Whether you choose to believe it or not is of no consequence. The 3 pieces of jade I selected will still be polished. If you're interested, feel free to continue watching. Let us see then. Li Jun Tian gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to admit defeat publicly as a renowned gambling stone master to a mere young lad. His gaze was fixated on the jade pieces, anxious about any potential mishaps. Startling the shop owner, he asked, "Li Master, are you staring at me for some reason?" "Nothing of the sort, just continue polishing," Li Jun Tian replied. "All right then," the shop owner said, puzzled. Why was this esteemed master so serious over these seemingly worthless stones? He shook his head discreetly and picked up a piece of stone to polish. His attitude towards it entirely at odds with that of the 30,000 jade material he had previously handled. However, after a few strokes, his expression changed drastically. How could this be? It's turning green. Many onlookers were equally astonished. Li Jun Tian, with sharper eyes than the rest, had already discerned the truth. The piece of jade, which had cost only a few dozen, had unexpectedly revealed a radiant red glow. "This is red agate," the shop owner exclaimed, given its transparency. "It appears to be glutinous as well. Although the pendant is somewhat small and has black spots and inclusions, it should still be worth 2,000 to 3,000. Sir, you've struck gold." He turned to Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng offered a slight smile in return. "Please, continue polishing, dear shop owner." "Certainly, sir." The shopkeeper smiled, picking up another piece of gambling material to continue polishing. This time, the result was a green jadeite. Its transparency was akin to that of the previous red jade, yet it exhibited minimal black spots and inclusions, appearing remarkably clean and pleasing to the eye. Li Juntian clenched his teeth. The glutinous green Avalokiteshvara pendant was exquisite and beautiful. If it were a proper Avalokiteshvara, it would be worth at least 10,000. However, given its smaller size, its value should hover around 5,000. 5,000 plus 2,000 equals 7,000. Can your last piece of jade material be worth 3,000? Certainly. You are quite confident. Li Juntian stared at him, visibly moved. If one were to make a correct assessment of a piece of jade, it could be attributed to luck, but to do so repeatedly is undoubtedly a testament to skill. After all, if it were still luck, it would be even more astonishing. Lin Feng smiled and remarked, if I'm not mistaken about the last piece, it is a rather fine colorless glutinous jade. Its value exceeds 3,000. Is that so? I shall wait and see. Li Juntian's expression turned grave. Many around him wore serious faces, no longer daring to underestimate Lin Feng. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, beads of sweat began to form on the shopkeeper's forehead. Previously, he had looked down on Lin Feng, deeming him a mere pauper. Now, he could only feel grateful that Lin Feng had refrained from making a large purchase. Otherwise, with such discerning eyes, he would surely have cleared out all the fine pieces from his shop. And unbeknownst to him, once other customers arrived, they would inevitably incur losses. And he would be met with their ire. The very thought made him anxious, prompting him to cast a grateful glance at Lin Feng. And then he cautiously polished the piece of jade material that had only cost a few dozen. This was an irregular pendant, typically valued far less than mainstream motifs like Avalokiteshvara or Buddha statues. Yet, when the flawless colorless jade emerged before everyone's eyes after polishing, many gasped in astonishment. No black spots. Such a translucent colorless jade. Are we certain this is glutinous and not icy? It could be classified as glutinous ice. One could call it glutinous or icy. What a pity. If it were carved into a proper Avalokiteshvara, it could fetch at least 10,000. Yet this piece could only sell for 3,000 to 5,000. Li Juntian, being a master, instantly discerned the jade's grade. However, he exhibited no arrogance. Instead, he gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief. This young man had made another correct assessment. Such terrifying discernment. Even Mr. Fan at his age could not have possessed such remarkable acuity, could he? Sir, or rather master. How should I address you? Lin Feng, with Lin being the character for two trees and Feng for maple leaf. Master Lin. I must apologize for my previous lack of discernment and any offense I may have caused you. I hope for your understanding. Li Juntian bowed, his face full of admiration. The others present, recognizing their previous folly, chimed in, indeed, Master Lin, we underestimated you, mistaking you for a rogue preying on young women and living off others. We were truly foolish. Please forgive us. There is no need for such formality. It was merely a small misunderstanding. Now that it has been resolved, let us move past it. Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile. Li Yuntian remarks. Master Lin possesses not only extraordinary insight, but also a broad-minded spirit, which I greatly admire. As this is our first meeting, I have not prepared a splendid gift. Please accept this pair of red and yellow jade fish that I casually purchased during my recent stroll. Shall we become friends? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. With a smile, Li Juntian extended his hands, presenting a pair of red and yellow jade fish. These jade ornaments, dating back to the Republic of China era, are meant to be worn by couples, known as Mandarin duck jade. It is said that if a couple truly loves each other, the jade will emit a beautiful luminescence in the dark. I'm an old man and cannot indulge in such romantic gestures. Master Lin, please accept it. Given Li Juntian's earnestness, Lin Feng decided against being overly coy. He accepted the gift and handed one piece to Zhang Mengyao. This red jade is for you. You want to give this to me? Zhang Mengyao's cheeks flushed instantly. This is Mandarin duck jade. Lin Feng chuckled. Don't feel too pressured. It's merely a token of friendship. Then, I shall accept it. Lin Feng nodded and placed it in her hands. Zhang Mengyao's heart raced. Almost immediately, she cupped the delicate red jade in her hands, bringing it close to her eyes, eager to see if it glowed. Mr. Lin, the jade truly emits light, she exclaimed, noticing a glow rising from the surface of the jade. Lin Feng was about to provide a scientific explanation, but at that moment, Li Juntian interjected with a smile. Miss Zhang, do you remember what I mentioned earlier? Only couples who genuinely love each other will see the Mandarin duck jade emit a glow. Zhang Mengyao was both surprised and delighted, glancing at Lin Feng before shyly lowering her gaze. Li Juntian continued with a grin. Indeed, as Miss Zhang has surmised, I wish the two of you a lifetime of love and companionship. Master Lin, Miss Zhang, please adorn each other with a Mandarin duck jade. Chapter 92. The Flexibility of Jade. Adorn each other? Lin Feng thought to himself, bemused. He looked up to see Zhang Meng Yao blushing, extending the jade pendant towards him. Master Li, please assist Ms. Zhang in wearing the Mandarin duck jade, Li Juntian suggested with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng placed the jade pendant around Zhang Meng Yao's neck. Is this all right? Does it look nice? She asked softly, her fair neck now flushed with crimson, resembling the morning sun reflecting off dew, a vision of beauty. Lin Feng instinctively nodded. It's beautiful. Thank you, she replied, a pleased smile unconsciously forming on her lips as she adorned him with the other piece of Mandarin duck jade. Li Juntian and the others erupted in cheers. The lovers have finally united. Master Lin, Miss Zhang, when might we have the pleasure of celebrating your nuptials? Oh, well, that depends on fate, Lin Feng replied awkwardly. They were not even officially a couple yet, and these people were entirely mistaken. Zhang Meng Yao's face turned entirely crimson as she shyly stepped out of the shop. Meng Yao, Lin Feng called out, quickly following her and saying, they are just being silly. Please don't be upset. I am not upset. Zhang Meng Yao shook her head and smiled at him, saying, I am not a fool. The fluorescence emitted by jadeite should not be related to emotions, right? She inquired. Although she briefly believed this notion, she quickly realized that the situation could not be so fantastical. Lin Feng nodded and replied, I was just about to tell you that. But Master Li interrupted us. What is it really about? The flexibility of jadeite. Lin Feng elaborated. Jadeite is a precious gemstone with an exceedingly complex internal structure. Some jadeite, due to its old and fine texture, possesses delicate internal granules and high transparency, often exhibiting fluorescence. Just as jadeite is categorized into different grades. The intensity of fluorescence also varies. Some with strong luminescence, like the piece in your hand, can display fluorescence even in dim lighting. What about those with weaker fluorescence? Zhang Mingyao asked with curiosity. Do they only reveal their glow in complete darkness? Generally, yes, Lin Feng replied, but astute carvers have discovered an effective technique. By sculpting jadeite into pieces with curved surfaces, such as leaves, beans, or the traditional pinyin pendant, they can enhance the reflective properties. This allows for a more effective display of fluorescence. No wonder some jadeite ornaments are unadorned. Zhang Mingyao realized it's all about reflection. Not all unadorned jadeite is crafted for reflection, Lin Feng chuckled. Different strokes for different folks. As more people, particularly the youth, have developed a fondness for jadeite, contemporary jadeite ornaments have increasingly leaned towards youthful, fashionable designs, with an overwhelming variety available. Nevertheless, classic motifs like the baby Buddha and formal guanyin remain dominant. 4 jadeite ornaments of similar quality and size. The formal guanyin can fetch 200,000, while the baby Buddha only sells for 150,000. Prices for other jadeite pieces are even lower. All right, if the opportunity arises, we shall reconnect, Lin Feng smiled, escorting her to the hotel before heading to the jadeite shop. Mi Dalong was remarkably efficient. The duo had only partnered the previous night, and by this morning, he had arranged for the shop sign to be changed to Lin Long Jadeite Shop. Lin Feng stood at the entrance and glanced around. Mi Dalong emerged, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and greeted, Boss Lin, you have arrived. What are these gloves for? Lin Feng asked. Just for fun, he replied. Mi Dalong bowed, then laughed. I don't believe that. Boss Lin, you must surely be honing your tactile skills, right? What? Lin Feng looked at him quizzically. Mi Dalong continued earnestly. I once read an ancient text that spoke of a jadeite appraisal master who, upon reaching a high level of expertise, would often wrap his hand in cloth to assess jadeite. After several months, he would unveil his hand, achieving a further breakthrough in skill. Boss Lin, your abilities must have reached such heights as well, haven't they? Perhaps. Lin Feng blinked, intrigued by such peculiar tales. Mi Dalong laughed. I have unraveled quite a number of stones, all splendid specimens. Boss Lin, shall we consider organizing a small auction or something? Let me take a look, Lin Feng responded. Lin Feng entered the inner room, where the stones he had unwrapped lay perfectly arranged on the tray. Mi Dalong meticulously followed the lines he had left, demonstrating exceptional skill without a hint of mishap. Boss Lin, my craftsmanship is quite commendable, isn't it? Very steady, he remarked. Lin Feng nodded slightly. In his past life, during the Republic of China era, such exquisite stone unwrapping tools were a rarity. While the public auction has yet to commence. Once these stones are fully unwrapped, we could organize a small private auction. Yes, that is precisely what I meant. Since you have agreed, I shall now extend invitations to my acquaintances, Mi Dalong replied, his face lighting up. Given the circumstances, all the stones should be unwrapped within 2 days. All right, Boss Lin. Allow me to escort you to the airport. You are too courteous, Mi Daolong promptly responded. A master like Lin Feng, adept at gambling with stones, could easily establish a business. To partner with him was a stroke of immense fortune. After all, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to earn a substantial sum for a bit of physical labor? As Lin Feng departed from the jade shop, Li Jun Tian entered an exceptionally quaint old residence. An elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged on a mat in the open courtyard, eyes closed in meditation, exuding an aura of vitality that belied his age. Old Master Fan, I hope I am not intruding, Li Jun Tian said with a slight bow. Old Master Fan opened his eyes, his face aglow with warmth, and replied with a smile, Ah, young Li, your ability to discern jade has greatly improved. What brings you to seek the counsel of an old man like me? Not confusion, but rather surprise, Li Jun Tian responded with a grin. Oh, have you not often lamented the lack of worthy opponents? He continued, his smile brightening. Not long ago, I encountered a young man in his 20s, whose discerning eye rivals yours. Chapter 93, An Unexpected Encounter at the Airport with Jean Anna. Old Master Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. You speak of a youth in his 20s? Indeed, Li Jun Tian affirmed with a nod. Old Master Fan pondered for a moment before breaking into laughter. Is such a person truly in existence? Absolutely. I have personally crossed paths with him and suffered a crushing defeat, Li Jun Tian admitted bitterly. Seeing him reminds me of my early days when I first met you. He continued, in the entire Pingzhou, perhaps only you, Old Master Fan, could stand against that young man. Are you willing to return to the fray? Very well. Please convey the message that I, Fan Sheeping, shall hold a ceremony to re-emerge tonight. Old Master Fan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Li Jun Tian's face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, Certainly, Old Master. Ha! Off you go. Fan Sheeping waved him away. Though he had surpassed a century in age, some claimed he could live at least another 20 years. Yet, he was acutely aware that he might not see another 2 or 3. Among his descendants, none possessed the aptitude to inherit his profound skills. Those who were capable had no desire to engage in the jade industry. Hearing Li Jun Tian's words ignited a fervor within Fan Sheeping. Regardless of whether that young man in his 20s was truly his equal, anyone capable of surpassing Li Jun Tian at such a young age must possess extraordinary talent. If that fellow possesses commendable character, then my exceptional skills can indeed be passed on, Fan Sheeping remarked with a smile. As the airplane touched down in South City, the Pingzhou Emerald Circle erupted with excitement, vibrant and bustling. Lin Feng, glancing at the arrival sign above, strolled leisurely through the crowd. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a somewhat familiar floral fragrance. Miss, Master Murong has informed us he cannot come, a bodyguard whispered, standing by the glass door. Jean Anna clenched her teeth. Is it because of my elder brother? Master Murong did not elaborate, only stating he had urgent matters to attend to and could not make it. He also expressed his gratitude for your consideration. Miss, the bodyguard replied, his tone tinged with bitterness. This marked the 7th gambling stone master Jean Anna had invited, all of whom had abruptly claimed to be unavailable just as they were about to arrive. Frustrated, Jean Anna swung her fist in agitation, inadvertently striking someone. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to Lin Feng. Hey, Lin Feng chuckled, rubbing his shoulder. I didn't realize you possessed such strength. I'm truly sorry. I didn't see you there, Jean Anna quickly apologized. Did I hurt you? Of course. With a hand that heavy, I'm certain my shoulder must be bruised. Lin Feng grimaced. Jean Anna, alarmed, began to massage his shoulder. Is this any better? I honestly didn't expect you to be right beside me. Press a bit harder. Yes, that feels much better, Lin Feng replied with a grin. Suddenly, Jean Anna sensed something amiss. Are you genuinely in pain or feigning it? Without a doubt. It's real. Ouch, Lin Feng exclaimed. Jean Anna playfully punched him. You're not in pain at all. Are you trying to take advantage of me? How could that be? If you don't believe me, I'll show you, Lin Feng said earnestly, beginning to remove his jacket. Jean Anna quickly covered her eyes. What are you doing? We're at the airport. There's so many people watching. So what? To prove my innocence. I have no fear of being seen. All right, I believe you. Are you not satisfied? Jean Anna shot him an annoyed glare. Then suddenly, a thought struck her. Aren't you a gambling stone master? Huh? How could I be so foolish, seeking far when the answer is near? Jean Anna laughed. Lin Feng, would you be willing to help me appraise some jade? Of course, Lin Feng nodded. That is splendid. Jean Anna exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his now. Let us go meet Boss Chow. In such a hurry? He has been waiting for me for quite some time. We must arrive early to avoid being impolite. Jean Anna replied, guiding him towards the airport exit. The bodyguard hurriedly followed suit. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of a warehouse. A gaunt middle-aged man with a sharp face, upon hearing the engine outside, promptly rose from the sofa and walked to the door with a smile. Spotting Jean Anna, he greeted her. "Ah, Miss Jean has arrived. You've worked hard. Boss Chow, you jest. I must have kept you waiting for quite a while. My sincerest apologies." Not all. The enchanting beauty of Miss Jean, akin to a celestial being, would undoubtedly captivate any man, whether he had to wait a moment or even until next year. Boss Chow chuckled heartily, casting a glance at the gentleman beside her, and inquired, "May I ask who this gentleman is?" "This is my associate, Lin Feng," Jean Anna promptly replied. "He is also my friend." "Ah, greeting, Mr. Lin, bot gauet galim." Momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovering, his face adorned with a beaming smile. Such a young associate. What experience could he possibly possess? Can he distinguish between glass, ice type, glutinous type, and bean type jade? Lin Feng responded with a smile. "Hello, Boss Chow. This warehouse seems quite extensive. Is it filled entirely with jade?" "Indeed, as I am. After all, a jade merchant," Boss Chow replied with a grin. "Let us not linger here. Come inside and take a look." "Certainly," they replied, following him into the warehouse. Inside, several workers were efficiently maneuvering stones with forklifts, the operation appearing well organized. However, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss with the workers. Their steps were too steady. Those who have truly engaged in physical labor understand that sometimes a lighter step is necessary for comfort while working. This is a skill cultivated through years of toil. Yet these workers seem to rely solely on brute strength. The stones themselves also raise concerns. "Miss Jean, these are the jade raw stones I intend to sell you," Boss Chow declared, halting in front of several rows of shelves, gesturing with a smile. "If you wish, feel free to select a few. I can have them open for inspection." Boss Chow's confidence was evident. Jean Anna nodded in agreement. In the realm of jade raw stone trading, it is rare to open stones for inspection, as there is a notable price distinction between opened and unopened jade. Boss Chow's willingness to do so clearly reflected his faith in the quality of his jade, instilling confidence in a buyer like Jean Anna. "I'll take these too. Please open them here," she instructed. "Very well," Boss Chow called out. "Bring those 2 jade raw stones for inspection." Immediately, a worker approached with a stone opening machine, skillfully removing the stones from the shelf and preparing them for processing. After a thunderous sound, the stones were unveiled. "Miss Jean, please take a look," Boss Chow said, shining a powerful flashlight into the opening, revealing a mesmerizing, translucent green glow. Both jade raw stones exhibited commendable quality. Jean Anna's face brightened with delight. "These are splendid. What do you think, Lin Feng?" "These 2 stones are indeed impressive." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Boss Chow grinned. "Since you were both satisfied, shall we discuss the price?" As previously mentioned to Miss Jean, the total for the jade on these shells amounts to 300 million. Does that sound agreeable? Jean Anna nodded, ready to acquiesce. "Wait a moment," Lin Feng interjected. "Aren't there only these 2 stones?" "Certainly not." Boss Chow shook his head. "Mr. Lin, I am a significant jade merchant. I do not sell by the few. If that were the case, the total value of the jade on these shells would exceed 300 million. "I see. Would it be possible for us to select the stones ourselves?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile. "Purchasing them row by row feels rather hasty. I apologize, but here, we can only sell by the row," Boss Chow responded. Boss Chow furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze upon him, saying, "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, every piece of jade originates from the same mine, and the batches are quite similar." "Is that truly the case?" Lin Feng chuckled, pointing to a few jade raw stones perched atop the shelf. "These pieces look rather unpromising. They might well be refused." "Surely, Mr. Lin, you jest. All the jade raw stones here have undergone expert appraisal before being placed for sale. Not a single piece is defective," Boss Chow asserted emphatically. Lin Feng shook his head, replying, "Is that so? Yet I still suspect they are indeed refuse. If you can prove otherwise, we shall purchase all these jade pieces. Since you insist, I shall let the facts speak for themselves," Boss Chow said, a cold smirk creeping into his heart. "Bring down those jade raw stones. Let Mr. Lin see them cut open on the spot." "Yes, boss." Several workers complied immediately. The stone-cutting machine roared to life again, and the stones were sliced open, revealing smooth, translucent green jade. The least among them appeared to be of the frozen ice variety. A smile spread across Boss Chow's face as he turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Mr. Lin, I trust you can see that this is not refuse." "I still maintain that it is refuse," Lin Feng replied with a grin. Boss Chow's brows knitted together. "Mr. Lin, the evidence stands before you, and yet you persist in such folly. Is it not rather tiresome?" "Miss Jean, what say you?" Jean Anna hesitated, glancing at Lin Feng. Sensing something amiss, Lin Feng smiled and said, Boss Chow, since you intend to maintain this charade, I shall speak plainly. Speak as you will. My jade raw stones are certainly not refused. Boss Chow grumbled. Lin Feng chuckled, gesturing towards the jade surface. It appears smooth, lustrous, and beautiful, yet in truth, it is mere superficiality. Dare you slice into this side? What did you say? Boss Chow's expression shifted abruptly. I said slice into this side. Lin Feng reiterated. Preposterous. That does not conform to the structural integrity of this raw stone. Such a cut would undoubtedly ruin it, Boss Chow replied sternly. Mr. Lin, I suspect you are here to create trouble. Sir, I must ask you to leave. The workers approached, eyes narrowed menacingly upon him. Nonsense. Boss Chow bellowed. If you do not leave at once, do not blame me for being ungracious. Chow boss, do you dare? Jean Anna exclaimed, her bodyguards immediately fixing their cold gazes on Boss Chow. With a composed expression, Boss Chow replied, Miss Jean, what do you mean by this? Do you wish to become my adversary? If that is the case, who will sell you jade raw stones? How will your company continue to thrive? Will your company still be able to participate in next month's Jade Expo? You. Jean Anna's complexion paled. This man knew her precarious position all too well. Boss Chow laughed coldly. If I were in your shoes, I would have my people step aside and continue trading with me. To have you swindle her out of all her money, is it? Lin Feng smirked mockingly. If these were truly valuable pieces, why not cut, as I suggest? If there is any damage, I will compensate you double. With a scornful tone, Boss Chow remarked, You, young man, have defamed me and tarnished my reputation. Such harm cannot merely be rectified with money. He waved his arm dismissively. Throw him out. Yes, boss. A group of workers promptly advanced towards Lin Feng. The vigilant bodyguards quickly discerned the situation. Miss, these are not ordinary workers. They appear to be trained. Their stances are remarkably solid, indicating a background in traditional martial arts. Boss Chow, your intentions were never pure from the outset. Upon hearing this, Jean Anna's realization struck her. Boss Chow sneered. Who told this brat to speak out? Subdue him. Yes. The thugs disguised as workers immediately lunged forward. Outnumbered, Jean Anna's bodyguards turned pale, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped forward. Mr. Lin? The bodyguards were taken aback. Shoo! Lin Feng smiled reassuringly. Just then, a thug charged at him from behind, swinging a punch aimed at the back of his head. Jean Anna's expression changed. Be careful. With a loud thud, it was the assailant who was sent flying backward. Lin Feng chuckled softly, lifting his foot, creating several afterimages. The thugs were left bewildered, feeling as though they were kites severed from their strings, soaring away uncontrollably. A few unfortunate ones ended up hanging from forklift. How could this be? Boss Chow gaped in disbelief and shouted, Bring everyone here now. Do you have anyone left? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Boss Chow glanced around and realized he was the only one still standing. You, don't come any closer. Let us talk this over, Mr. Lin. I admit it. There is an issue with these stones. They were pieced together. If you were to slice through them, as you suggested, their true nature would be revealed immediately. I was wrong. I apologize. Could you spare me? Boss Chow, you are truly despicable, Jean Anna seethed. If it weren't for Lin Feng, she would have fallen into his trap. You and I have no grievances. Why would you scheme against me? Chapter 95. Jean Anna's mind raced. Yes, it was all the idea of young Master Jean. Boss Chow lamented. He threatened and coerced me. I had no choice but to comply. Miss Jean, Mr. Lin, I implore you, considering my age and responsibilities, grant me this one mercy. My elder brother? Jean Anna's expression shifted dramatically. Boss Chow nodded fervently. Yes, it was young Master Jean who forced my hand. Otherwise, I would never dare to scheme against you. Miss Jean, I will never dare again. Please forgive me. Not only had the Jade Masters she had secretly recruited rejected her one after another, but this was also a plot to bring her to ruin. It would be hard for anyone to believe they were not born of the same parents. Lin Feng glanced at Boss Chow and remarked with a smile, Although many items here have issues, there are indeed some that do not. Are you willing to compensate? I am willing. Mr. Lin, if you like anything, please take it. Boss Chow quickly replied. Lin Feng smiled and addressed the bodyguards of Jean Anna. Come here and take these stones away. Yes, Mr. Lin. The bodyguards gazed at him with fervent admiration. It was astonishing that one person could effortlessly subdue so many skilled individuals. Had Jean Anna not been present, they might have knelt before Lin Feng, pleading for him to teach them his martial arts. With a pointed gesture, a bodyguard promptly lifted the stones and placed them onto a cart for removal. Initially, Boss Chow was unfazed. Losing a few stones seemed a fortunate turn of events. However, as Lin Feng continued to direct the removal of stone after stone, his complexion turned deathly pale. Mr. Lin, have you not taken enough? Did you not say to take as many as you please? Lin Feng chuckled teasingly. Boss Chow bitterly implored, I beg you, Mr. Lin, spare me this once. Very well, let us cease for now. However, should I discover in the future that you engage in such deceitful practices again, I need not elaborate on the consequences, Lin Feng remarked with a sidelong glance. Boss Chow nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, I absolutely will not dare to do so again. Then we shall take our leave, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Heading toward the exit, Jean Anna and the bodyguards followed suit. Observing the truck filled to capacity with jade stones, Jean Anna expressed her astonishment. Do we really take so many stones? Indeed, little by little, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Are all these stones without issues? Jean Anna inquired. Yes, every single one, Lin Feng said, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he glanced at the warehouse door. Inside, Boss Chow exhaled a sigh of relief only after they had departed. Then berated his henchmen, you worthless fools. How could so many of you be bested by a single brat? What use are you to me? Boss, please calm down. That guy is simply too formidable. He moves with such speed that we could barely keep up. The henchman lamented. Boss Chow scoffed, I'm useless. Stop your excuses and immediately separate the stones that are without issues. Yes, boss. His subordinates promptly complied. Identifying the flawless jade stones was simple, as they had marked them beforehand. However, after a lengthy search throughout the warehouse, they failed to find a single marked stone. Boss, this is bad. One of the subordinates stammered. All the marked stones are missing. What? All of them? Did you check thoroughly? Boss Chow demanded. We've examined them several times. But not a single one remains, boss. They all chimed in. Boss Chow's face flushed crimson, and just as he was about to speak, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, Lin. You play me for a fool. These jade stones are worth at least 40 to 50 million. Observing the stones being unloaded into the company warehouse, Jean Anna remarked, I'll transfer the payment to you right away. Everyone benefits. Had you not taken me to meet Boss Chow, this fortunate turn of events would not have occurred. Lin Feng smiled and said, just give me 25 million. How can that be? Jean Anna waved her hand. If it weren't for you, I would be in a dire situation today. Not only would I have been schemed against by my elder brother, suffering significant losses and facing the wrath of my clan, but I might also have been forcibly detained by that Boss Chow. I insist on giving you 50 million. There's no need for that. What? Is my life worth less than this sum? Jean Anna stepped closer, their faces nearly touching. Lin Feng could smell her delicate fragrance. Fine. Hee. Jean Anna chuckled, like flowers blooming, and gently patted his shoulder with her slender hand. That's more like it. Suddenly, a wave of enticing images flooded her mind, filled with the joyous laughter of men and women. What is wrong? Lin Feng was taken aback by her reaction. Could a mere pat on the shoulder evoke such thoughts in a woman? He quickly lowered Jean Anna's hand. Are you feeling unwell? No, not at all. Jean Anna was still lost in the images from earlier, too shy to meet his gaze. I'll have someone transfer the money to you. All right. Lin Feng released her hand, rubbing his nose. Jean Anna immediately ran off, inwardly exclaiming, what was I just thinking? Why would I consider doing such things with Lin Feng? That's rather too much. The funds soon arrived, but Jean Anna still felt embarrassed to look Lin Feng in the eye. Glancing at the sun above, she suggested, it's noon. Shall we go for a meal together? Sure, Lin Feng nodded. Then you can get in my car. Jean Anna climbed into the vehicle, hesitant to sit in the back seat. The restaurant was themed around jade jewelry. Though not large, its two-story design showcased the designer's aesthetic beautifully. A man in his early 30s approached them with a smile. Hello, Miss Jean, welcome back. Good day, sir. I am Zhao Hong, the owner and chef of the Jade restaurant. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Feng, a friend of Anna S. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Western cuisine? Indeed. Today, as special features butter custard, pan-seared meat with gravy, and oysters, paired with white and red wine, which I am sure will satisfy our esteemed guest. The owner beamed. Lin Feng nodded. Let us have that then. Very well. Please wait a moment. Zhao Yihong smiled as he turned to head to the kitchen. Just then, a group of stern-looking individuals entered. Boss Zhao, have you reconsidered? Chapter 96. Breaking arms to alleviate shock. What brings you here? Zhao Yihong's demeanor shifted abruptly, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze on them. I'm sorry, but I have customers here. Could you please leave and not disturb their dining experience? Oomph. We're guests too. The group chuckled coldly, and one man with a pronounced brow sat directly beside Jean Anna. Beautiful lady, mind if we join you? Very much so. Please leave, Jean Anna replied with evident disgust. The man was taken aback, his expression immediately souring. Do you know who I am? Do you have any idea of the consequences of speaking to me in such a manner? Regardless of your identity, I implore you to leave at once, Jean Anna asserted. Oh, this is rather amusing, the man with a pallid face chuckled, before suddenly swinging his hand towards Jean Anna's face. You dare show such insolence, wretch. Stop. The manager, Zhao Yihong, turned pale, astonished by the man's sudden aggression. Just as the slap was about to connect with Jean Anna's cheek, a hand seized the assailant's arm. The pallid man was momentarily taken aback, then glared coldly at Lin Feng, who stood beside him. Mind your own business, you brat. Do you hear me? I am merely speaking on behalf of my friend. You should leave immediately, Lin Feng replied coolly. Furious, the pallid man shouted, You seek death. He grasped the ceramic water jug from the table, intending to smash it against Lin Feng's head. However, as he lifted the jug, a searing pain shot through his arm. Brother Miao. The group of fierce-looking men who accompanied him were startled and rushed forward. You little brat, ambushing Brother Miao? You're courting death. Let go of him. Get out of here. With a swift motion of his arm, Lin Feng sent them sprawling as if he were a giant serpent. They hit the ground with a thud, rolling several times before coming to a halt on the street. Brother Miao, witnessing this scene, turned pale, realizing he had encountered formidable opposition. You got some nerve. Boss Xiao, you've hired a skilled fighter to deal with us, haven't you? But have you considered who I work for? If you value your life, tell this young man to release his grip. You are mistaken. This gentleman is not my hired muscle, but merely a regular patron here, Zhao Yihong stated. Brother Miao scoffed. A patron? With such skill, he can hardly be considered an ordinary guest. Boss Zhao, do you truly believe your own words? I will repeat myself. Have this young man let go. Otherwise, your wife is doomed. Zhao Yihong's heart sank, his complexion paling. What do you intend to do with my wife? That depends on how you conduct yourself. Brother Miao sneered. Lin Feng inquired, Boss Zhao, have they taken your wife? No, but they're connected to Chong San, who possesses a 50-year-old ginseng from the Chongbai Mountains. My wife is gravely ill and requires this herb to survive. Zhao Yihong replied bitterly. They have come to exchange it for this establishment. A decade's worth of herbs is substantial, and the Chongbai ginseng has been harvested since ancient times. It is exceedingly rare now. A 50-year-old specimen is indeed precious, Lin Feng observed, glancing around the restaurant. However, its market value is at most 500,000 to 600,000, and considering the unique circumstances, it might double to 1 million. To exchange your establishment for it is an act of opportunism at best. Indeed, Zhao Yihong lamented. The establishment appears modest in size, yet it is indeed situated in a prime location near the city center, adorned with exquisite decor. This restaurant's reputation has soared, ranking among the top 3 chef-owned establishments in the southern city, drawing a thriving clientele. Each evening, throngs of patrons flock here to dine, making it impossible to secure a spot for a mere 1 or 2 million. So what if I take advantage of the situation? Without our esteemed Chong, San Ye's Chongbai Mountain Ginseng, your wife is surely doomed, remarked Miao Gu with a chilling smile. Make your decisions swiftly. Well, we can always find another restaurant. Your wife is irreplaceable. And I suppose your hands are unique too? Lin Feng interjected with a sudden grin. Miao Ji's expression shifted. What do you intend to do? If you dare to break my hand, neither will Boss Zhao escape unscathed. With a swift motion, Lin Feng snapped Miao Ji's arm bone, eliciting a cry of agony and cold sweat on his brow. You will regret this. Chong Sanyi will not let you off. Is that so? How frightful indeed. No, I must break your other hand to ease my shock. Lin Feng feigned fear, only to change his demeanor abruptly, coldly smiling as he squeezed again, resulting in another anguished scream from Miao Gu. You've lost your mind. How dare you treat me this way? Chong, San, you will take your life. I await that moment, eager to see who can whisper to the king of hell more effectively. Lin Feng chuckled, delivering a kick to Miao Ji's abdomen. With a pained cry, Miao Gu was sent flying backward. You damn brat. If you have the guts, don't run. Wait until Chong San Yi comes for your life. Miao Gu rolled on the ground in agony, shouting defiantly. Lin Feng picked up a water jug and remarked, Haven't you had enough beating? Run, quickly. Miao Gu, fearing Lin Feng would strike him with the jug, urged his companions to assist him in fleeing. Lin Feng chuckled, dismissing him as worthless. Mr. Lin, I sincerely thank you for your assistance, but Chong San Yi is not a foe to be trifled with. You must leave at once. Zhao Yihong cautioned, his concern palpable. Lin Feng replied, To help someone is to see it through. Rest assured, even if that Chong San Yi arrives, I shall not hesitate. But Zhao Yihong was taken aback. Mr. Lin, are you a doctor? In a sense, Lin Feng smiled, recalling the wisdom he had accumulated in his previous life, awaiting the opportunity to apply it. Zhao Yihong's eyes brightened. Please, wait a moment. I will prepare a meal. Very well, Lin Feng nodded slightly. Suddenly, Jean Anna interjected. You must be exceedingly cautious. Chang San Yi is not an ordinary individual. Chapter 97. Exceptional jade transformed into waste. Oh, Lin Feng regarded her with surprise. Jean Anna's stature and influence were notable. The individual capable of instilling caution in her was certainly formidable. He possesses considerable stature. Rumored to be the direct disciple of the provincial martial arts school's master at Taibai Tower, he was expelled for committing a grave error. Hence his arrival in the southern city less than half a year ago, making his background largely unknown. However, those aware of him understand that Chang Senya's skills are indeed extraordinary. My abilities are not to be underestimated either, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Jean Anna couldn't help but laugh, saying, hearing me say this, you still exude such confidence. Surely nothing will go awry. Of course, he replied. Anna, I didn't realize you were here. Suddenly, a young man dressed in a suit approached, wearing a broad smile. However, when he noticed Lin Feng standing nearby, the expression on his face immediately stiffened. And you are? He inquired. I am Anna's. He is my boyfriend. Jean Anna interjected, wrapping her arm around Lin Feng's and looking at the man. Your boyfriend? I don't recall hearing anything about this before. The man said, his demeanor abruptly changing. Jean Anna nodded. Indeed, we have been secretly dating, so very few are aware. I never anticipated you would stumble upon us today, so I might as well be candid. Is that so? Hu's anger flared within him, especially after assessing Lin Feng's attire, which appeared rather inexpensive in comparison. How could someone like him possibly be the boyfriend of Miss Jean? Jean Anna stated, Mr. Hu, if there are no matters to discuss, please allow us some space in our two-person world. Miss Jean, I don't believe it. What? I said, I don't believe this fellow can be your boyfriend. Hu produced a gift box from his pocket, grinning as he continued, I am well aware of your background. Not to mention, this jade ring alone is something this lad could never afford. Mr. Hu, please watch your words. He is my boyfriend, and his ability to purchase jade has no bearing on our relationship. Jean Anna's brows furrowed, her gaze at him tinged with barely concealed disdain. Recognizing this, Hu's ire intensified. This insufferable lad only knew how to charm young women with sweet talk. He coldly fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, saying, Kid, are you mute? Only letting Miss Jean speak for you? I am certainly not mute, Lin Feng replied. Then why do you not speak for yourself? Is remaining silent tantamount to being mute? Lin Feng chuckled lightly and glanced at him, remarking, by your demeanor, you do not seem to be a true friend of Anna's, do you? What did you say? Hu glared at him in anger. Lin Feng smiled. Since you aren't a good friend, I shall say a few words. Hu grunted. Are you implying you can afford a jade ring like mine? This ring? I wouldn't deign to purchase it. Lin Feng shook his head. Hu was momentarily taken aback. Then a mocking smile emerged. You are quite amusing. Wouldn't deign to buy it? Do you even know where I acquired this jade ring? It is set against a backdrop of gold and silver, adorned with 49 rubies, perfectly highlighting the beauty of the glass-type bright green jade. It cost me over 3 million. Can you afford it? And yet, you wouldn't deign to buy it. How utterly ridiculous. Miss Jean, you heard that, right? This lad is merely a braggart. Do not let him deceive you. Have you said enough? Lin Feng asked, gazing at him with amusement. Hu sneered. What? Are you furious now that I've exposed your facade? Why do you possess such inflated self-esteem? Could it be that you grew up consuming nuclear wastewater? Lin Feng chuckled, casting a glance at him while pointing at the jade ring. With such a trinket, any piece of jade jewelry in this restaurant surpasses yours. Absurd. Mr. Hu retorted sharply. If you don't understand, refrain from speaking nonsense. It will only expose your superficiality and ignorance. Miss Jean, you possess profound knowledge of jade. Enlighten this fool about his foolishness. I beg your pardon, but I trust Lin Feng's words, Jean Anna replied, resting her head on Lin Feng's shoulder. This intimate gesture nearly sent Mr. Hu into a rage. You, enough with the use. Mr. Hu, is it? Let's dismantle the ring setting and see, he demanded. Why should I heed your command to dismantle it? If upon disassembly, it proves to be a fine jade, I shall compensate you double, Lin Feng replied with a smile. However, if I am correct, please refrain from pursuing Anna in the future. She harbors no interest in you. You very well. If this jade is indeed flawless, you shall not only compensate me double, but also remove yourself from Miss Jin's presence permanently. Mr. Hu fumed. He could not believe that a mere youth, clad in cheap attire, could possess better judgment than a seasoned businessman like himself. Lin Feng chuckled. Zhao, could you kindly fetch him a dining knife? Certainly, Mr. Lin. Zhao replied as he approached. Mr. Hu seized the knife and proceeded to dismantle the ring setting. The quality of the jade would not be altered by the setting. This is the essence of true value. Just like you, no matter how hard you strive, a lower-class individual remains just that, unchangeable. You speak the truth. Those with poor discernment will never improve throughout their lives, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Mr. Hu grunted, you may be obstinate for now. Soon, you shall realize how ignorant you truly are. Suddenly, his expression shifted. As the ring setting was removed, the green jade's luster drastically diminished, losing its vibrant allure and appearing rather dull. This was far from a top-tier jade. It resembled nothing more than a worthless piece. How could this happen? Now you should comprehend whose vision is flawed, Lin Feng observed with a smile. Mr. Hu's face paled. Impossible. It was so radiant just moments ago. How could it suddenly change? It must be that you did something while I wasn't paying attention. This knife is defective, isn't it? Mr. Hu gritted his teeth. Mr. Lin, does this ring setting have an issue? Zhao inquired, perplexed. Lin Feng shook his head, stating, the problem lies not with the jade, nor the setting. Then what is it? Chapter 98. Miss Jean, I have safeguarded you. The issue arises from the combination of the jade and the setting, Lin Feng remarked calmly. Zhao then understood. The jade and the setting themselves were unblemished. Yet together, the setting's hue could influence the jade's color, leading one to mistakenly perceive it as a top-tier jade ornament. Although his themed restaurant boasted numerous jade pieces, he had never delved deeply into their study, exclaiming in astonishment. To think such a simple pairing could yield such a profound effect is truly remarkable. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Are you reluctant to admit that you sought a bargain and did not purchase from a legitimate store? What do you mean by you? The man retorted. Jade ornaments are not the same as antiques. Selling counterfeit goods can lead to imprisonment. Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at him and replied with a smile. Any jade merchant wishing to establish a lasting reputation and thrive must avoid deceiving customers with imitation products, unless they are intent on shutting down and facing legal repercussions. Therefore, your item clearly reeks of a cheap purchase. It is certainly not worth 3 million. It may not even reach 30,000. You speak nonsense. I clearly spent 300,000, Mr. Hu exclaimed, his anger palpable. Lin Feng clapped his hands and laughed. What a talent. Spending 300,000 on such a trinket. And you still have the audacity to utter it aloud? Mr. Hu's face reddened with fury. Just as he was about to respond, several business vehicles arrived outside. Onlookers might have assumed prominent business figures were arriving, but upon the doors opening, their guesses quickly proved erroneous. A group of menacing individuals emerged. Among them were a few who had previously caused a ruckus, including Brother Miao. Brother Miao pointed at Lin Feng and respectfully addressed a man in his 30s, Third Master. That's the kid. Not only did he humiliate us, but he also insulted you, Third Master Chong. He claims that Tai Bai Tower is nothing special, suggesting you are merely a discarded disciple of theirs, hardly worthy of mention. How audacious! Third Master Chong narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng, exuding an extraordinary aura of menace. With his hands clasped behind his back, he approached deliberately. Though not tall, he radiated a formidable presence. Zhao and his companions' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly urged, Mr. Lin, Miss Jean, you must escape through the back door. Escape? Have you offended them? Mr. Hu scoffed. Kid, can't you handle just a few punks? Oh, Lin Feng glanced at him indifferently. Mr. Hu, brimming with confidence, declared if anyone is to flee, it should be you. Miss Jean, watch closely. I will take care of these ruffians. I only hope we can share a meal later. You might want to reconsider. Lin Feng shook his head. These individuals are not within your capacity to manage. Nonsense. I'm a CEO of a respectable company. How can I not deal with a few thugs? Mr. Hu snapped, incensed, and strode towards Third Master Chong and his associates. Hey, did you hear what we just said? I am Hu Yao, the president of Hu Yao Group. He bellowed. I'll ensure Miss Jean's safety. Anyone who dares to cross me will surely face dire consequences. If you understand, Scram. Huh. Third Master Chong chuckled at him. With hands on his hips, Mr. Hu arrogantly proclaimed, of course, if you show me some respect, I, Hu Yao, am magnanimous. I can overlook what happened here and refrain from seeking retribution. You insolent wretch, Third Master Chong retorted. Mr. Hu's expression darkened immediately. Who are you calling insolent? Is your brain malfunctioning? Get lost. Third Master Chong slapped him across the face. With a resounding crack, Mr. Hu cried out in pain, spinning 360 degrees before crashing into a nearby dining table, collapsing unconscious, bloodied. You dare to strike me? Silence. This man is Third Master Chong. And you? Were you? Brother Miao sneered. Chong, you are third Master Chong. If you wish to live, leave immediately. Mr. Chong spoke coldly. Hu Yao trembled, terrified like a rat crossing the street. Yes, yes. Please spare me, Mr. Chong. Humph. Mr. Chong stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. You know who I am now, don't you? I do. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I may let you go. Oh. Lin Feng suddenly slapped his thigh. Mr. Chong eyed him suspiciously, wondering what trick this young man was playing. What? Mr. Chong furrowed his brow. Lin Feng replied, kneel and beg for mercy, and I may let you go. Mr. Chong was taken aback, then quickly reacted. You seek death. As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged forward like a tiger, claws poised, their tips radiating a chilling aura that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. In the blink of an eye, his claws were poised at Lin Feng's neck, ready to sever his head with a mere flick of his wrist. What incredible speed! Zhao Yixing's eyelids flickered, his face turning pale, but he could not even move before witnessing Lin Feng in a dire situation. Death! Mr. Chong sneered. This was the Tiger Leopard Divine Claw he had mastered at Tai Bai Tower, an overwhelmingly lethal technique ranked first in practical martial arts across the nation. A true killing art. Yet, faced with such a terrifying strike, Lin Feng remained seated, utterly motionless. He merely tilted his head, evading the claw's strike. What? Mr. Chong was startled as his claw grasped nothing but air. He quickly swung his other hand upward, attacking Lin Feng's heart once more. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted, and before Mr. Chong could even apply any counterforce, he was sent flying. With a resounding crash, he slammed onto the floor. The marble surface of the restaurant cracked instantly, the sound reverberating ominously, causing Seheo and the others to pale in fear. Mr. Chong, are you all right? Damn it. This brat has deceived us and ambushed Mr. Chong. Everyone, let's take him down. Stop. Mr. Chong suddenly barked. Mr. Chong? Defeated by one more skilled, I admit my error. To overpower the weak is not the act of a true man. Mr. Chong gritted his teeth, gradually rising from the ground. He regarded Lin Feng with a gaze full of wariness. Sir, may I inquire your esteemed name? Frosted leaves redder than flowers in February. Lin Feng. Very well, Mr. Lin. Your skills are extraordinary, and I concede defeat. Mr. Chong took a deep breath. Bring forth the Chongbai Mountain Ginseng. Chapter 99, The Proper Way to Massage. Mr. Chong. Seheo and the others were astonished. Even if this young man possessed remarkable skills, would Mr. Chong truly relinquish such a treasure so easily? Mr. Chong narrowed his eyes. What? Do my words no longer hold weight? They do. Seheo and the others hurriedly got into the car to retrieve the 50-year-old Chongbai Mountain Ginseng, encased in an ornate golden red box. Mr. Chong looked at Lin Feng and said, My apologies for the disturbance, Mr. Lin. You may leave now. Do not set your sights on this establishment again, and refrain from taking undue advantage of others. Lin Feng cast a glance at him and remarked otherwise. Should I encounter you, I shall still take action. Indeed, thank you for your guidance. Mr. Lin, Chong San nodded, slowly retreating a few steps before leading his companions out of the restaurant. Once in the car, a group of subordinates expressed their dissatisfaction, saying, San Yi, if we had all attacked together earlier, that fellow might not have fared so well. The expressions of the young men changed. Is he truly that formidable? He appears to be just over 20. Practicing martial arts can make one seem youthful. Perhaps that lad is actually 30. Chong San spoke in a deep tone. However, to have mastered martial arts to such an extent by the age of 30 is indicative of exceptional talent. So, are we letting this go? Who said we are letting it go? Cold light flickered in Chong San's eyes. We are merely biding our time with that young man. Once I establish contact with my senior brother, it'll be the end for him. San Yi had already devised a plan. We were indeed ignorant, exclaimed Miao Gu and the others with delight. Casting a glance in the direction of the restaurant, they thought to themselves, Young man, your day of reckoning will come. Inside the restaurant, gazing at the ginseng, Zhao Yihong excitedly asked, Mr. Lin, would you consider selling it to me? It is possible, but let us first assess your wife's condition. Lin Feng nodded. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Zhang Yihong expressed his satisfaction with that response. Soon, the dishes were served, and Lin Feng took a taste. How does it taste? Jean Anna inquired, observing him. Lin Feng gave a thumbs up. The flavor is exquisite, truly delicious. As long as you find it tasty, Jean Anna nodded, taking a few bites. Suddenly, she felt a pang in her stomach, her brow furrowing. Lin Feng looked on with concern. What is the matter? My stomach hurts. Jean Anna inhaled sharply, saying, Aren't you skilled in medicine? Could you treat me? Certainly, Lin Feng replied, rising from his seat to examine her. You seem to have neglected your meals, leading to stomach coldness and deficiency. What should I do? A little warmth will suffice. Lin Feng smiled, placing his hand on her clothing, kneading in a rhythmic and orderly manner. As this simple action was repeated, a gentle warmth began to emanate. Jean Anna's cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. You, what is it? Are you uncomfortable? That cannot be. Lin Feng looked at her in confusion, as he believed his technique, rooted in the wisdom of his past life, was quite effective for invigorating the blood and promoting circulation. Jean Anna glanced at him, wondering if he was unaware of the differences between genders. No, that is not it. So what is it? It's too ticklish. Jean Anna gasped, trying to suppress a laugh. Lin Feng's touch possessed an indescribable enchantment. Understanding her words, Lin Feng chuckled. Now I comprehend. When the qi and blood are just being harmonized, some tingling may indeed occur. This is a normal phenomenon. Just endure it a little, and it will soon pass. Jean Anna nodded slightly. As time went by, the ticklish sensation indeed faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of comfort. The pain in her stomach had vanished entirely. Lin Feng, your massage technique is truly remarkable. With such exceptional skill, why do you not pursue a career in medicine? If needed, I'm always available to be your doctor. Lin Feng chuckled, settled back down, and resumed eating. Jean Anna felt a warmth in her heart. You were so kind to me. Do you like me? Huh? What? It's nothing. Just eat your food. Jean Anna shot him an annoyed glance, realizing she and T quite heard him clearly. You deserve to be single. After a while, Zhao Yihong emerged from the kitchen and cheerfully asked, How are the flavors, my friends? Quite pleasant, Jean Anna replied. I meant, it tastes quite good. She hastily corrected herself, almost blushing again. What does the flavors are quite pleasant even mean? Zhao Yihong chuckled. So that is what you meant. Mr. Lin, I wonder when you could take a look at my wife. Right now would be fine. Lin Feng stood up. Zhao Yihong joyfully said, Thank you, please follow me. What about Miss Jean? Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Sure, be careful on your way. Jean Anna responded and quickly walked out, slipping into her car. That warm and comfortable feeling lingered for quite some time. She instinctively touched her clothing and smiled. Lin Feng, you are becoming increasingly interesting. Miss. The driver cast her a puzzled glance. When did the young lady of the house start to exhibit such girlish behavior? Jean Anna's expression turned stern as she haughtily huffed. What are you looking at? Do you think I would like Lin Feng? No, not at all, Mississippi. I was just going to ask where we are headed next. The driver immediately lowered his head. I didn't ask anything. You've already mentioned it. Even a fool could tell she had feelings for Lin Feng. Yes, Mississippi. The driver, startled, quickly drove away, not daring to utter another word. Mr. Lin, this is my wife. Zhao Yihong led Lin Feng upstairs, where a pale woman lay in the bedroom. Upon seeing a stranger, the woman attempted to rise. Hello, I'm truly sorry. I cannot entertain you. No need to be formal. I am here to treat you, Lin Feng said, glancing at her, and immediately discerned a dark aura within her mind. This is the source of the illness, the root of all ailments. The woman forced a smile. My condition is beyond cure. Let us just forget it? How can we forget it? You are my wife. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we absolutely cannot give up. Zhao Yihong quickly interjected. I implore you, Mr. Lin, to take action. But, no buts. Please, both of you, do not rush. I already have a method of treatment, and it will take effect shortly. Lin Feng smiled, interrupting their conversation. Zhao Yihong was overjoyed. Really? Yes, but I need silver needles. No problem. I will fetch them for you immediately. Zhao Yihong dashed downstairs. A short-haired beauty approached. Chapter 100. A delicate figure in his embrace. Brother-in-law? The short-haired girl eyed him suspiciously as she walked over. Zhao Yihong was momentarily taken aback. Qinghe, what brings you here? I came to see my sister. The short-haired girl, Qinghe, carrying a gift bag, stepped forward and caught sight of Lin Feng. Brother-in-law? Who is he? Mr. Lin, my esteemed benefactor, master of medicine. As soon as he intervenes, he will undoubtedly save your sister, Zhao Yihong remarked with a smile. Mr. Lin, this is my wife's younger sister, Qinghe. Greetings. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the girl, who appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. Her complexion was fair, her stature petite, and her features exquisite, resembling a pristine lotus flower blooming in a clear pond. Particularly striking were her lustrous, dark eyes paired with slightly shorter hair, imparting an impression of brightness, purity, and clarity. Yet, her gaze towards Lin Feng bore a hint of skepticism. May I inquire, Mr. Lin, which hospital do you practice in? Indeed, I suspect you might be a charlatan. Qinghe fixed her eyes on him, speaking bluntly. Zhao Yihong was taken aback. Qinghe, how could you say such a thing? Mr. Lin has just assisted me. Regardless of his prior assistance, I cannot believe he can cure my sister. After all, her ailment has confounded even the most skilled physicians. Qian Qinghe interrupted him. How can you? Brother-in-law, how many times must you be deceived before you learn your lesson? Qian Qinghe interjected once more. You don't understand. This time is different. When has it not been different? Brother-in-law, have any of those individuals not been mere quacks or fraudulent doctors? Qian Qinghe pressed. Zhao Yihong's face flushed, clearly having fallen for such tricks on numerous occasions. I simply cannot afford to overlook any opportunity. Thus, you find yourself swindled by those con artists time and again. Qian Qinghe said through gritted teeth. I do not mind the financial loss, but please spare my sister from further torment. I. Zhao Yihong lowered his head in shame. At a loss for words. The woman on the bedside. Qinghe, your words are too harsh. Your brother-in-law truly cares for me. It is this affection that renders him susceptible to those deceitful individuals. You cannot blame him. Sister, Qian Qinghe looked at the increasingly pale and emaciated woman, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Feng cleared his throat. I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Do not. Qian Qinghe immediately concealed her sorrowful demeanor, glaring coldly at him. Whatever your intentions, please leave at once. Very well. I shall refrain from mentioning your menstrual irregularities. Lin Feng shrugged. Qian Qinghe paused in surprise, her fair complexion flushing immediately. What did you just say? Nothing of importance. Rest assured, I would never disclose that you have a mole on your posterior. Lin Feng winked innocently. Ah, Qian Qinghe exclaimed, hastily covering her backside with her hands. Why you? How do you know about the mole there? My knowledge of medicine allows me to deduce such things. Lin Feng chuckled, bemused. I did not wish to. It was your provocation. Based on your physical characteristics, I can ascertain your health condition. If I am not mistaken, you recently consumed a considerable amount of cold beverages, correct? Why yes, I just had a large glass of cold grape juice before coming here. Qian Qinghe stared at him in astonishment. Could it be that this man was not a charlatan, but rather a genuine master? Lin Feng smiled and said, if I am not mistaken, your sister's ailment primarily stems from a problem with her brain, correct? Brother-in-law, did you show him the medical records? Qian Qinghe turned to ask. Zhao Yihong shook his head and replied, absolutely not. Mr. Lin came here to dine with Miss Jean, and I merely mentioned my wife's illness in passing. I never disclosed any specific details related to her condition. Qinghe, is everything Mr. Lin just said accurate? Indeed, Qian Qinghe nodded. But she blushed again at the thought that Lin Feng knew about the mole on her backside. This man, had he truly deduced this merely through his medical expertise? Lin Feng chuckled and remarked, since what I said is correct, do you still doubt my authenticity? Can you really cure my sister? Of course, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Boss Zhao, quickly fetch a box of silver needles. Yes, Mr. Lin, I will do so right away. Zhao Yihong hurriedly dashed out. Let us use this. Lin Feng took a box of standard silver needles and inserted one into the Baihui acupoint on his wife's head. Although his current body had little practical experience, the awakening of his past wisdom allowed him to insert the needles with remarkable precision. While he may not possess the finesse of a master acupuncturist, it was sufficient for healing purposes. Watching him deftly insert needle after needle into her sister's acupoints, Qian Qinghe appeared increasingly anxious. Stop. Lin, Dr. Lin, how is my sister faring? She will recover soon. Lin Feng replied with a smile, carefully removing each silver needle one by one. This process stimulated the acupoints and awakened the body's latent potential. A stream of vital energy began to flow within the woman. Lin Feng could see the dark energy within her head being steadily eradicated by the purging energy. In just a few minutes, the dark energy was significantly diminished, and the woman's complexion became increasingly vibrant, more so than before, reflecting a healthier state. Witnessing such a remarkable transformation, both Qian Qinghe and Zhao Yihong displayed expressions of joy. It's truly working. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Zhao Yihong exclaimed, ready to kneel before Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly assisted him to his feet. Boss Zhao, what are you doing? Please stand up. I will never forget your immense kindness. Should you ever require anything from me in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Mr. Lin, Zhao Yihong expressed gratefully. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qian Qinghe said, I apologize, Dr. Lin. I initially misjudged you and thought you were a quack. I owe you an apology. With that, she bowed deeply to Lin Feng. That's enough. Take good care of your sister as she recuperates. Lin Feng replied with a smile, waving his hand. I must take my leave now. I will see you off. Qian Qinghe hesitated for a moment before quickly pursuing him. However, at that moment, her foot caught on the carpet, causing her to stumble directly into Lin Feng's embrace. Oh dear. Chapter 101. The beauty's face turned crimson. Feeling the softness of her form, Lin Feng instinctively froze. Are you all right? I'm fine. Kyan kinge murmurred. Raising a hand to rub her forehead, pondering what she had just bumped into that felt so solid. She slowly attempted to rise from Lin Feng's side. But suddenly her entire body stiffened, her cheeks flushed crimson. Lin Feng, taken aback, inquired, Are you truly all right? What do you think? Qian Qinghe retorted, her face a blend of embarrassment and irritation as she shot him a glare. Lin Feng, caught between laughter and tears, replied, Just tell me where it hurts. It's not from falling, she countered. Then what is it? He pressed. What do you think? Qian Qinghe bit her lip, both mortified and vexed. Lin Feng, utterly bemused, replied, How would I know? Her expression of innocence only intensified her embarrassment. How long do you intend to hold my hand? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, glancing down to his astonishment, and hastily released her hand. The place he had been holding was indeed inappropriate. Qian Qinghe's ears reddened further as she exclaimed, Indeed. Men are all scoundrels. I didn't mean to, Lin Feng stammered, eager to clarify. It's not just the two of us here. Your brother-in-law and sister are watching. Qian Qinghe glared at him in fury. What more is there to say? No more, no more. Lin Feng quickly waved his hands. I'm leaving. If any issues arise, just call me, and I promise to come immediately. Mr. Lin, we're truly grateful for your kindness, Zhao Yihong and his wife remarked, their gazes towards the two tinged with a hint of ambiguity. They believed that Qian Qinghe was indeed of an age to seek a boyfriend, and a man as outstanding as Lin Feng would undoubtedly be a commendable match. The earlier incident had caused Qian Qinghe's heart to race, and as she watched Lin Feng disappear from sight, an unexpected wave of disappointment washed over her. That was quite a close call. Once Lin Feng had distanced himself, he exhaled in relief. Reflecting on the sensation for moments before, he found himself puzzled. It seemed Qian Qinghe's development was evident in her legs and face. He had been so dazed that he hadn't even noticed he had held her inappropriately. Just then his phone rang. It was Jean Quebec brother Lin. Help. We're trapped. Where? Lin Feng's expression sharpened, shaking off the vivid images in his mind as he questioned. Jean K replied anxiously, in the alley of Old Tang Street. Damn it. The Zhangs are ambushing us. This isn't a game. Brother Lin, hurry and save us. I'm on my way. Hold tight. Lin Feng immediately hailed a taxi and rushed towards the location. Regardless of Jean K's brash demeanor, he found that he didn't particularly dislike him when it came to business. Moreover, he had previously promised to assist Jean K, so how could he stand idly by? In the alley, Jean K and his companions were drenched in sweat, ultimately cornered. Young Master Jean, there are people ahead, and behind us as well. We have no way out. When will Brother Lin arrive? Shut up. I can see for myself. Jean K snapped in frustration, incredulous at his companion's panic. Young Master? His followers looked at him with bitter expressions, realizing they were in dire straits, yet still concerned about appearances. The young master, true to form, prioritized his own reputation. His perspective vastly different from that of ordinary people. With a cold snort, Jean K declared, What's the worst that could happen? After 18 years, I'll still be a fine man. Stand tall and face whatever comes your way. If death is to be your fate, do not let it tarnish your dignity. Indeed, young Master Jean. His followers were at a loss for words. From the alley ahead emerged an individual adorned in opulent attire, made up in such a manner that, despite being merely a teenager, he exuded an air of adulthood. He fixed a cold gaze upon Jean K and declared, Do you yield? I would sooner curse your mother. Hinkeri dortith fiercely. Zhang Zifen, if you possess any real skill, do not resort to underhanded tactics. Allow me to summon my comrades, and we shall settle this matter with honor. Jean K shouted defiantly. Today, he had merely intended to enjoy a leisurely day out with friends, completely unprepared for Zhang Zifen's treacherous ambush, which caught him off guard with over 100 of his henchmen. Any man of valor would find such a situation intolerable. Zhang Zifen smirked coldly. The victor is king, while the vanquished are but thieves. Regardless, your life is now in my hands. If you wish to live, kneel before me and crawl through my legs. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Come at me. I shall drag at least 2 down with me. Jean K shouted in defiance. Zhang Zifen's mocking laughter echoed as he surveyed Jean K's companions. Will you all accompany this fool to the depths of hell? Do not incite discord. These are my closest brothers. Even in death, they would not betray me to join your ranks. Jean K proclaimed loudly. Yet, no sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 of his followers dashed over to Zhang Zifen's side. We're sorry, young Master Jean, but we do not wish to perish. You traitorous scoundrels. Jean K's eyes flared with rage as betrayal stung him. Ha! How delightful to see you humiliated. Zhang Zifen laughed heartily. Charge. Yes, young Master Zhang. The crowd from the alley advanced menacingly towards Jean K and his companions, a sinister grin spreading across their faces as they closed in. Cold sweat trickled down Jean K's forehead as he felt the peril closing in around him. Just as their lives seemed to hang by a thread, a sudden cacophony of screams erupted from behind. What is happening? Jean K and his companions turned to see that the once menacing group now lay sprawled on the ground. Only one young man remained standing. Lin Feng, Brother Lin. Jean K exclaimed with delight. You have finally arrived. Ha ha ha. Zhang Zifen, your doom is upon you. It is you. Zhang Zifen's complexion drained of color as he recognized Lin Feng. What is your connection to Jean K? One could say we are acquainted. Lin Feng replied with a smile as he took a few steps forward. Were you just bullying him? And no, we were merely playing. It was all in jest, nothing serious. Zhang Zifen stammered hastily. Mr. Lin, I shall take my leave immediately. Is it so easy to come and go as you please? That will be too lenient for you. Lin Feng replied with a grin. Zhang Zifen's expression shifted, and he quickly declared, I swear I will never trouble Jean K again. What say you, Jean K? Lin Feng inquired playfully. Hinka Chekov, I find your oath to be of little consequence, Zhang. You set a trap to ambush me. What good is a mere vow? Come here, let me slap you until I'm satisfied, and I might consider sparing you. You dare go too far? Push me, and even a rabbit will bite. Zhang Zifen retorted angrily. Chapter 102, Pinching the Young Lady's Face. A jest? What of it if I am overly arrogant? Jean K proclaimed with his head held high, brimming with audacity. With Lin Gu here, should I not be brazen? Am I to act like a fool? You curs, come here at once. You, yes, you. Zhang Zifen's face turned a shade of green with fury. Yet, Jean K was not entirely incorrect. With a powerful ally backing him, engaging in rational discourse seemed pointless. You insolent wretch, I shall count to 3, and if you do not approach, I shall come over and teach you a lesson. Jean K declared. Zhang Zifen gritted his teeth, casting a fearful glance at Lin Feng, and reluctantly made his way over. Jean K, we are all scions of the southern city S elite. We shall inevitably encounter one another, so let us not push things too far. What say you? Bah, put your face straight. You are. Zhang Zifen seethed, poised to retort. But Jean K swiftly slapped him across the face, leaving a searing sting. With a swift backhand, another resounding slap followed. Jean K was in high spirits, laughing heartily. Ah, delightful. You lot, come join the fun. Jean Xiao, this may not be appropriate for us. The henchmen hesitated, yet their expressions betrayed a yearning to partake. Jean K chuckled. What is inappropriate about it? If we fight side by side, we must also share in the riches. What I can do, so can you. Just go ahead and slap him. Very well, we shall indulge. The henchmen rolled up their sleeves one by one, grinning as they landed a resounding slap on Zhang Zifen's cheek. In mere moments, they delivered a staggering 17 or 18 slaps. Zhang Zifen's face swelled, and he knelt in supplication. Please, no more. I shall be beaten to death. Mr. Lin, grant me mercy. Jean K, are you satisfied now? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Jean K replied with relief. I appreciate Lin Ji's assistance. I feel much better. It is merely that those treacherous curs have betrayed me, and I still harbor some displeasure. This is nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifen quickly called out, Bring those traitorous curs here. Zhang Xiao. The two who had just betrayed Jean K turned pale and attempted to flee. However, within moments, they were caught by Zhang Zifen's men and thrown at Jean K's feet. Zhang Zifen said, Jean Xiao, do as you please. Can you spare me? Begone. Hinke left. Zhang Zifen felt a surge of relief and hastily retreated with his men. Zhang Xiao, who is that fellow? The little thugs accompanying him were perplexed as to why Zhang Zifen, upon seeing Lin Feng, dared not resist. Zhang Zifen gritted his teeth and spat. A dead man. What? That person is dead? The group of little thugs turned pale with fear. Does that mean he's a ghost? Zhang Zifen replied with a cold demeanor. Not yet. But in a few days he shall be. Cursed Lin Feng. Were it not for the fact that the person I hired has yet to arrive in the southern city, I would have ended you just now. The humiliation he had just endured fueled his rage further. You wait for me. Jean Xiao, spare us, please. The traitors pleaded in a panic. Jean K responded with a chilling smile, delivering a fierce kick to their heads. Spare you? Perhaps. One person, 10 kicks. If you manage to survive, consider yourselves fortunate. Kick them. Yes, young Master Jean. The followers immediately sprang into action, their hatred for the two traitors palpable. Worthless scoundrels! What are you doing here? Kick them to the ground. After a relentless assault, the two traitors lay battered and bloodied on the brink of death. Jin Ke turned to Lin Ge and said, I apologize for the spectacle. It's nothing. In this world, there are always those who lack loyalty, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Not to mention these two without any blood ties. Even my uncle has relentlessly sought to usurp everything from my family. In the end, reliable individuals are few and far between. Jin Ke said, Lin Ge, you saved our lives. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Indeed, I'm feeling rather hungry at the moment. Lin Feng responded with a smile. The group promptly left the alley and arrived at a quaint traditional Chinese restaurant. Observing the vibrant array of dishes, distinct from Western cuisine, Lin Feng felt a wave of nostalgia. Our summer country's cuisine is truly more appealing. Lin Ge, you must try this dompa pork. Although the restaurant's ambience is modest, the chef's skills are unparalleled, rich yet not greasy, utterly delicious. Jin Ke presented a dish before him, giving a thumbs up in praise. Lin Feng nodded and took a bite. It was indeed delightful. Lin Ge, I raise a glass to you. After an engaging exchange, the meal finally concluded. Just as they were about to leave, an elderly man accompanied by a young girl arrived at the restaurant with a tricycle. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Hurry up and move along. Don't impede my business. The restaurant owner rushed out, waving his hands to shoo them away. The old man, with a forlorn expression, timidly replied, Please, kind sir, this is my first time in the city selling vegetables. I heard they sell to restaurants. I have plenty of fresh produce at reasonable prices. Would you care to order? No, no. The owner retorted with disdain, I have ample channels for purchasing vegetables. Your services are unnecessary. Be on your way. Well then, I shall seek other establishments, the old man said, nodding with resignation. And he began to push the tricycle away with the girl. Lin Feng squinted slightly and called from above, Wait a moment, old man. Huh? The old man paused, looking around before finally locating Lin Feng. Is it you, sir? Yes, Lin Feng smiled. Please wait. I'm interested in your goods. The old man's face lit up with joy, and he quickly stopped, eagerly gazing towards the restaurant's entrance. The owner scoffed, truly a country bumpkin, utterly clueless. That gentleman was with young Master Jean. For someone of his caliber to set foot in my establishment is already remarkable. How could he possibly wish to buy from you? Most likely, he intends to take advantage of the simple-minded country folk. He awaited the unfolding drama with anticipation. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Feng strode out, smiling as he remarked, Old man, your vegetables on that tricycle appear rather fresh. Indeed, I just picked them at noon, and I've been carefully protecting them along the way. They're undoubtedly fresh. The old man exclaimed eagerly. The little girl beside him chimed in. These are all vegetables personally planted by Grandpa on the mountain, without a trace of chemical fertilizer. They are very healthy to eat. Oh my, what a charming little girl, Lin Feng chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek, then gestured towards the vegetables in the cart, saying, I shall take them all. All? You want them all, sir? The old man widened his eyes in astonishment and immediately bowed with gratitude. You are truly a wonderful person. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. How much do I owe you? Lin Feng replied with a smile. The old man counted with his fingers and said, 200 yuan. Would that be acceptable? Very well, 500 yuan. Please assist in unloading these items into my vehicle, Lin Feng said, cheerfully pulling out 5 red bills. The old man hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, That is too much. 200 yuan, and I will help you load it into the car. Take it, Lin Feng insisted, pressing the money into his hands. If you refuse, I shall not make the purchase. I am serious. Please accept it, Lin Feng reiterated. The old man was moved to the brink of tears. Thank you. You are truly a great person. Jin Ke, may I use your car? Is that all right? Lin Feng turned to ask with a smile. Brother Lin, please don't be polite. What is mine is yours. Feel free to use it, Jin Ke replied. However, why not add a few hundred more and let these two help you deliver it to your home? The tricycle is rather slow, and my house is quite far from here. Your car would be much faster. Lin Feng paused for a moment and softly replied, Brother Jean, are you suggesting I have taken a liking to this little girl? How could anything happen if we don't go to your home? Now, it was Lin Feng's turn to be taken aback. Jin Ke laughed and said, Brother Lin, am I wrong? What are you thinking? This little girl is only a few years old. Lin Feng shot him a glare. What on earth is in your head? Isn't that the case? If not, then why would you spend money to buy such a cart full of goods? Hinkik questioned, Basil. Not only him, but even the shopkeeper thought Lin Feng might have ulterior motives. Even if he had an interest in young men, the old man would certainly not be a choice. It must be someone else. Wealthy individuals with peculiar interests are always the talk of the town. Lin Feng nearly wanted to kick him. I want this cart of goods precisely because it contains what I desire. Do you understand? Lin Feng said, exasperated. Let us discuss this thoroughly once we are in the car. Sir, could you please pack them in bags? Not a bother at all. The old man skillfully packaged the vegetables into bags, loading them onto the vehicle one by one. Lin Feng climbed into the car. The old man immediately said, Thank you. Sir, Yaya, come say goodbye to the gentleman. Goodbye, uncle, the little girl said in a sweet, childlike voice. Lin Feng smiled and replied, Goodbye, elderly sir and little girl. Drive on. The car sped away. Curious, Jean K asked, Brother Lin, what was it you wanted to tell me earlier? About these items, Lin Feng said, pulling out some plants that resembled weeds from the bags. Jean K wondered, Aren't these wild vegetables? Certainly not, Lin Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head. This is golden mouse grass. An herb? Indeed, it possesses the ability to clear heat and detoxify, as well as to calm the mind and spirit. Lin Feng remarked with a smile. It was once all the rage during the Republic of China era, yet due to excessive harvesting, the quantity of jinshu grass has become exceedingly scarce. Nowadays, it is virtually impossible to find any trace of it in the market. So, one might say this item is rather valuable. Jean K gazed at the object in astonishment. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, saying, comparable to ginseng. This thick specimen must be at least 20 years old. It can indeed be considered a significant medicinal herb. Thus, it should be worth at least 100,000. Jean K was taken aback, astonished that Lin Feng could procure medicinal materials while merely shopping for vegetables. Truly, he possesses an exceptional eye, reaping unique benefits at all times. While they, on the other hand, discern nothing at all. Lin Feng chuckled and said, Quite so. Now, help me select the jinshu grass. And what about the other vegetables? The group nodded and assisted him in picking out the jinshu grass. As they sifted through the bags, they discovered only 6 or 7 roots. The 20-year-old specimen was solely the one Lin Feng had identified first. It was precisely because he had spotted that root that he decided to purchase an entire tricycle load of vegetables. Upon returning home, he placed the vegetables in the kitchen, carefully wrapping the jinshu grass in cling film, as it was one of the crucial medicinal ingredients that his discerning eyes had uncovered and thus warranted proper protection. However, just as he turned around, he spotted his sister, Lin Shui, clad in a thin nightgown, revealing her delicate, fair legs, leaning against the kitchen door. Brother, startled, he exclaimed, You little girl, you tread so silently. Lin Feng shot her an irritated glance. I was worried about you. Did not call home? A warmth spread within Lin Feng as he patted her head. This little girl has grown up, showing concern for others. How is mother? With my care. She is surely doing well, Lin Shui replied with a smile. But brother, did you not say you would find a housekeeper? Why have you not done so yet? Upon mentioning this matter, Lin Feng sheepishly admitted, I had forgotten. The past few days have been a whirlwind of events, just when I intended to seek a housekeeper. I ended up joining in the festivities with Principal Feng. Tomorrow morning, I will go find one. You need not exert yourself so much anymore. I am not afraid of hardship, and this is hardly arduous, Lin Shui chuckled. You're the one who truly faces hardship outside. Would you like me to give you a massage? How generous of you. Lin Feng looked at her in surprise. Lin Shui giggled as she began to knead his shoulders. Who says I'm not your good sister? Now, hurry and lie down on the sofa. All right, let me see how skilled you are at this. Lin Feng replied with a smile, reclining on the sofa. Lin Shui climbed atop him, sitting on his back, and with a firm press began to massage him. Though she could not compare to a professional masseuse, it still provided Lin Feng with a sense of comfort. After a while, he remarked, That will do. You have worked hard. Now, tell me, what is it that requires the assistance of your dashing brother? Brother, am I really so mercenary? You are not being mercenary. This is merely a matter of fair compensation for labor, Lin Feng teased, well aware of his sister's character after years of companionship. Hurry and speak, or else your brother shall retire for the night. You are the one forcing me to speak. Indeed, I am compelling you. Lin Feng chuckled in exasperation. Lin Shui immediately smiled and said, In a few days, there will be a parent-teacher conference. Brother, will you come? Another parent-teacher conference? What do you mean by another? Will you come or not? Lin Shui pouted. Lin Feng chuckled, Of course, for my beloved sister's conference. I certainly cannot be absent. I love you. Thank you, brother. Lin Shui joyfully kissed him and jumped off the sofa. Hey, aren't you going to continue pressing the button?